Over the Fengyue city in the Tianyu continent, the brilliant Milky Way had quietly woven a pale pink magpie bridge. Lin An had poured nearly a year's worth of effort and sweat into preparing for this grand wedding. He had obtained the chance to summon the magpie bridge from the Old Man of the Moon only by holding the divine artifact, the Fate Rope. To acquire this Fate Rope, Lin An had even sacrificed one of his lives. But at this moment, under the watchful eyes of many relatives and friends on the Magpie Bridge, Lin An's wife, Xiao Qingru, took the opportunity of drinking the cross-cup wine to administer a lethal poison to him. 10,000. 10,000. The health points above Lin An's head kept decreasing like the fading flame of his Suntoan life. If he died once more, his life would be forever extinguished in the Tianyu continent. Ha ha ha, Lin An Qingru is mine. Everything you have accumulated in the Tianyu continent will become mine. Thank you for preparing such a grand wedding for Qingru and me. We will live a happy and long life under the witness of the heavenly gods. As for you, your short life is about to end. From the crowd, a handsome man in a white robe embroidered with golden threads walked slowly forward, stood beside Xiao Qingru, and took her arm. Xiao Qingru was dressed in a bright red Chinese-style wedding attire which highlighted her beauty to the fullest. Yet her smile appeared so sinister and cunning. Lin An let you die knowing the truth. He Xiao was my first love. I was with you only for your money. But in the Tianyu continent, without your wealthy background, what makes you think I would marry you? What a pair of adulterers. Lin An knew he was on the verge of death. He wanted to speak, but stopped, and in his final moments he still clutched tightly the Fate Rope. Originally, if the wedding had gone smoothly under the witness of numerous heavenly gods and the galaxy, the Fate Rope would have bound Lin An and Xiao Qingru's lives together for eternity. But now everything turned to nothing. Lin An smiled bitterly and slowly closed his eyes. Ding. All Blue Star humans are about to enter Tianyu. 1 minute countdown begins. 59, 58, 57. Lin An abruptly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a soft, large bed. In his arms, Xiao Qingru was completely naked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Transported again. Lin An realized he seemed to have returned to the moment before all Blue Star humans were transported into the online game world of Tianyu. In his previous life, he had already experienced being transported from the real world to the game world. Lin An, what is that sound? I feel like a lot of information is flooding my mind. Xiao Qingru was awakened by the system voice, a blush from last night's pleasure still lingering on her face. An ordinary person seeing Xiao Qingru's charming and lovely face would be unable to resist being moved. A slight ripple stirred in Lin An's heart. He remembered that in the same scene in his previous life he had said to Xiao Qingru, I feel so much in love with you when I wake up. But at this moment Lin An only felt disgust. I feel extremely nauseating when I wake up. Heaven had given him a chance for revenge, and he swore to seize it, making Xiao Qingru and he Xiao, that shameless couple, die in agony and despair in the Tianyu continent. Countdown remaining 30 seconds. Please prepare yourselves mentally. Lin An ignored Xiao Qingru's questions and began to organize the information about Tianyu emerging in his mind. Tianyu is an online game that merges virtuality and reality. As for who developed it, no one knows. But all humans on Blue Star have been transported to this game world. The one who could achieve this must be no ordinary being. The profession set up in the game is quite traditional. Except for some difficult-to-translate hidden professions, Tianyu only has 6 professions: warrior, knight, mage, assassin, priest, archer. Lin An had chosen archer in his previous life, and this time he decided to stick with the same profession. Switching professions abruptly would be unwise. Moreover, Lin An was a time traveler. He knew everything about the Tianyu world, and naturally, he also knew the shortcut to unlock the hidden profession for archer. Aside from profession choices, every player in Tianyu would awaken a talent upon entering the game. Talents are divided into 4 tiers, S, A, B, C. 99 of players can only awaken Tire Talent 0. 99 awaken Tire About 0. 1 awaken a Tire. Players who awaken Steer Talent are extremely rare. Moreover, a player can only use 1 talent. In his previous life, Lin An awakened the Attire Talent, Plunder. He wondered if any surprise would occur in this life. Now let's talk about the equipment tiers in Tianyu. Tianyu's equipment is divided into 9 tiers: white, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, ghost weapon, spirit weapon, immortal weapon, divine weapon. The grading of items is the same as that of equipment. The Fate Rope that Lin An held before his death was a divine tier item. Lin An, what's wrong with you? Don't stay silent, I'm scared. Xiao Qingru was not a time traveler. She was terrified by the information about Tianyu flooding into her mind. Especially when she learned that in this game world each player only has 3 lives, she felt as if she was already standing at death's door. Of course, to protect newcomers, players can die infinitely before reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village. Moreover, if any player dies after leaving the novice village, they will also return to the novice village. There are over 10,000 novice villages in the Tianyu continent. Therefore, it is completely impossible to make a player disappear from the Tianyu world quickly by blocking resurrection points. Moreover, unless a priest in the game has learned the immortal level skill resurrection, they cannot revive any player. And very few priests in the entire game have mastered this skill. At the time when Lin An was poisoned to death by Xiao Qingru, and Xiao, only about 30 or 40 priest players in the entire Tianyu continent had mastered this skill. Among them was Xiao Qingru. Her resurrection skill was actually dropped when Lin An challenged the immortal level boss, the Evil Angel. That time Lin An had almost lost his life. Each player has 3 lives. Once these 3 lives are used up, they won't return to the novice village to revive, but will be permanently annihilated. Don't be afraid of him here. He'll always protect you. When we enter the game later, find Xiao, and the 3 of us will team up, so we can quickly gain a foothold in the game. Lin An's right hand quietly climbed onto Xiao Qingru's buttocks, squeezed hard, and pretended nothing happened. He had already formed a plan. He would squeeze every last bit of value out of Xiao Qingru and Xiao, then send the shameless couple to their deaths. That bastard Xiao was far luckier than Lin An. What he had awakened was the 900 million steer talent. That hurts. As Xiao Qingru's flirtatious moan sounded, Lin An turned into a white light and vanished from the soft big bed. Ding! You have entered Tianyu. Please choose your class. Lin An dodged swiftly, and beneath him appeared coarse linen underwear. The novice underwear was rough and uncomfortable even with the slightest movement. Damn uncomfortable. Once I leave the novice village, I'll get silk underwear made in Union City. 6 phantom figures of burly men holding various weapons circled before Lin An, representing the 6 classes. Without any hesitation, Lin An stepped forward and overlapped with the figure holding a longbow. Ding! Player Lin An's class confirmed as Archer. Please enter your game nickname. Lin An. Lin An didn't bother with fancy names. He used his real name in the game. Of course, the real name sounded quite different from names like Romantic Scholar Dragon Slayer or Smiling Fate. But Lin An still entered it. Player nickname confirmed Lin An. Player talent activating. Talent activated successfully. Your game talent, a rank talent Plunder. Plunder. When making a normal attack on a player, you will plunder their talent, and their talent will be disabled for 10 minutes. You can choose to discard or use a certain talent. No change is expected. Lin An's talent only seemed to work on players. It didn't qualify as a rank. But once truly inside the game, the true power of this talent would shine. If Lin An plundered a crank talent, he naturally wouldn't have great combat ability, but what if he plundered and shrank talent? In his past life during a guild war, Lin An had plundered the shrank talent of the opposing guild leader. In that guild war, one side suddenly gained in shrank talent player while the other lost one. The scales of victory would surely tip in Lin An's favor. But in his past life, Lin An only used the plunder talent on enemies. This time he would not play the game by conventional rules. After activating the talent, Lin An's body transformed into a white light once more. His next destination was the 999 novice village of the Tianyu continent. And Xiao Qingru, who was with Lin An as well as Xiao from the same city, would also be transported to this novice village. At novice village 999, white lights flashed continuously. Many confused blue star humans stood there lost. Having been warned by Lin An, Xiao Qingru immediately opened the friend interface, typed Xiao's name, and sent a friend request. To help players find their real-life acquaintances, Tianyu had added a feature to add friends by entering real names. One could even see the person's real appearance, so there was no fear of sharing the same name. Xiao's game nickname was Jinsihashi. He chose the mage class. After receiving Xiao Qingru's friend request, Xiao immediately contacted her. Xiao Qingru's game nickname was Raman. They exchanged locations in the novice village and walked towards each other, soon finding each other. Xiao Qingru still hadn't added Lin An as a friend. Instead, Lin An had sent friend requests to both Xiao and Xiao Qingru, but neither had accepted. Qingru, I think we really have been transported into a game world, Xiao said excitedly upon seeing Xiao Qingru. For someone like him, such a great upheaval could change one's fate. What's more, Xiao had awakened in strength talent. With it, he was sure to make his mark in the Tianyu continent. Xiao Qingru's face showed little joy. She detested the coarse linen clothes on her. In her natural state, her beauty could still score a 9 out of 10. But as a canary spoiled by Lin An, Xiao Qingru had no desire to strive in the game world. So annoying. What should I do now? I don't know when we can go back. In this game, if you die 3 times in a row, you really die. Xiao Qingru's face was gloomy with no hint of happiness. She had awakened a rank talent which was stronger than 99 of players, but she still wanted to return to Blue Star. Because with Lin An, she had already enjoyed the luxurious life that only the top 1% could afford on Blue Star. Xiao noticed Xiao Qingru's gloomy mood and quickly told her the good news. Qingru, I awakened the S-Rank talent advancement. I can advance anything I possess. I promise you will make you live a life even better than on Blue Star. We can finally be together openly. Xiao Qingru was stimulated by the strength talent, Xiao mentioned. Her eyes lit up with hope, but quickly returned to calmness. Don't forget my current boyfriend is Lin An. Should I break up with him? Xiao shook his head with a smile. No need to break up for now. My talent is support type, and yours is priest. Neither of us has strong combat ability. I see he chose archer, so we can use him to develop in Tianyu first. Don't forget in this world, everyone only has 3 lives, and in the game killing is not illegal. You know what I mean. Ha ha ha. While Xiao and Xiao Qingru were plotting against Lin An was also plotting against them. After spawning in the novice village, Lin An's body was equipped with a piece of gear adorned with feathers. Novice leather armor. Around him, other players who chose archer or assassin were all wearing feather outfits. What a load of feathers. I can feel the game designer's deep malice towards archers. Warriors and knights had wooden board armor looking clumsy but sturdy. Priests and mages wore coarse linen robes. Only archers and assassins had feather outfits. Thankfully, the game system didn't give them a full goosebump set, or Lin An would have changed classes. A year later, Lin An opened his novice attribute panel once again. Attribute panel. Nickname Lin An. Class archer. Remaining lives 3. Level 0. EXP 0-100. Strength 3. Spirit 1. Physique 2. Agility 4. Attack 3. Spell power 1. HP 20. MP 10. Defense 2. Move speed 1. 0-4. Attack speed 1. 0-4. Allocatable points 0. Talent Plunderer. Skills none. Equipment novice longbow novice leather armor. Nothing could be more plain than this attribute panel. Attack speed 1. 0-4. Move speed 1. 0-4. Allocatable points 0. Talent Plunderer. Skills none. Equipment novice longbow novice leather armor. Nothing could be more plain than this attribute panel. Lin An closed the attribute panel and continued sending friend requests to Xiao and Xiao Qingru. Rumeng, baby, I just entered the game and spent ages figuring out how to add friends. I've sent you my location, come find me. After finally adding Xiao Qingru as a friend, Lin An went straight to find her. There was no rush to grind monsters and level up. First, he had to locate Xiao. That was the top priority. The novice village was small with only a few buildings. Lin An found Xiao Qingru and Xiao beside the blacksmith shop. Lin An had never known that Xiao Qingru's first love was Xiao, he had naively thought they were just college classmates. If not for being betrayed by those two, he would have been deceived by Xiao Qingru forever. I wonder if I cuckolded Xiao or if he cuckolded me. Lin An muttered to himself, quickly sending team invitations to both Xiao Qingru and Xiao. Everyone had been in the game for over 10 minutes. Xiao was still immersed in the joy of activating and grade talent, even planning to flaunt his superiority in front of Lin An. Lin An, what talent did you activate? Walking ahead, Lin An told a small lie, and a grade talent called Silence, which disables a player's talent for 10 minutes. Xiao Qingru grew irritated upon hearing this. Great, my talent is useless for grinding levels right now. Xiao's is a support type, and yours is even more useless. How are we supposed to level up quickly? The truth was indeed so. Xiao's talent advancement was currently useless. His novice robe and staff were just starter gear with no stats, not even Y-tier equipment. Even if he advanced, it could only change the material of the novice gear, not grant it any attributes. Lin An's talent worked on players, but had no effect on monsters. Xiao Qingru's talent called Poison God allowed her to apply poison to items, but they had nothing and novice equipment couldn't be traded, so she couldn't poison anything. Combined, their grade and grade talents were less effective than someone else's grade talent in the current situation. Qingru, don't say that. Lin An activating in a grade talent is already incredibly lucky. Even if it's useless now, it doesn't mean he'll always be a waste. Xiao had grown arrogant. He had initially planned to use Lin An to level up, but now he changed his mind. Lin and I believe you can unlock the potential of that grade talent, but I haven't grade talent, I can't wait for you to rise slowly. How about this? I'll find a team first, and once I reach level 10, I'll come back to help you level up. I can't waste this grade talent. Xiao Qingru tugged at Lin An's arm, speaking sweetly. Baby, I'm a priest, and you're an archer. Leveling up together would be too slow. Let me go with Xiao first. Please wait for us. I will never abandon you. Lin An had heard these words before. In his past life, Xiao Qingru and Xiao had abandoned him like this, found a team, and quickly reached level 10. If Lin An hadn't managed to squeeze out the potential of his plunder talent later, Xiao Qingru would never have returned to him. But in his past life, Lin An had actually believed their lies. Let's go to the village entrance. There must be many people looking for teammates. You're right, I shouldn't hold you back. Lin An didn't shout. He waited to see how this pair of adulterers would behave later. On the way out of the village, Xiao kept babbling. Lin and I heard that activating a talent depends on personal conditions and luck. I activated Inscrade talent, so my aptitude must be 1 in a million. You are just the lucky type. But you are indeed lucky. On Blue Star, if you hadn't been born into wealth as a rich second generation, someone like Qingru wouldn't have looked twice at you. Now that we're all players, and I've activated Inscrade talent, you'd better listen to me from now on. Then I might throw you a bone. Xiao was like a nouveau riche overnight wealthy forgetting who he was. Lin An sneered coldly. So you're implying that Xiao Qingru's aptitude is poor since she only got upgrade talent. Xiao had been so busy praising himself and putting down Lin An that he forgot about Xiao Qingru beside him. Realizing his veiled insults had also targeted Xiao Qingru, he quickly backtracked. You are just lucky. Qingru is unlucky. If we judge by her natural beauty, if she activated a talent again, it would definitely be the Scrade's stunning beauty. Flattered by Xiao's sycophancy, Xiao Qingru finally beamed. Lin An nodded repeatedly, as if agreeing with Xiao. You're right. I am indeed very lucky, not only to have activated this grade plunder talent, but also to have met you, Xiao. That song lyric is really true. Meeting you is such a stroke of luck. Xiao said arrogantly, you're not wrong. Meeting me is the greatest luck of your life. Chatting away, they soon reached the village entrance. The entrance of Village No. 999 was indeed crowded with players recruiting teammates. 5-man team needs a healer. High healing output, good figure, apply now. 20-year veteran MMO player will carry you. Huaxiao Xingyin Studio recruiting magic DPS. High damage, good technique, add me as a friend. I have an grade talent Bloodlust looking for a dedicated healer to level up. I carry you during the day, you carry me at night. Team needs a mage and a healer. Fixed party, those who can stick together 247 apply to join. Xiao looked around and finally found the team that needed a mage and a healer. He could bring Xiao Qingru along. Lin An, looks like your past gaming addiction paid off. People really are forming teams in the world of Tianyu. Players could declare war on each other as soon as they left the safe zone. In other words, stepping out of the novice village to the village entrance meant leaving the safe zone. A loser, huh? Whether I'm a loser is still undecided. Lin An had been waiting for this moment. He willed it. Ding. Do you wish to declare war on the player Jin Xie? Confirm. Xiao's name turned red in Lin An's eyes. Lin An had already drawn his bow and fired the first arrow at Xiao. 2 ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the talent of player Jin Xie. Advancement. Duration 10 minutes. Lin An, have you lost your mind? You're declaring war on me. Xiao forgot to even fight back. He could never have imagined Lin An would take the initiative to challenge him. At the village entrance, numerous players were present, some heading out to grind monsters for levels, others recruiting teammates, and a few contemplating their futures. Almost simultaneously, all of them turned their gazes toward Lin An and Xiao. Everyone had just been transported to the realm of Tianyu. The sole objective for players in the novice village was to grind monsters and level up. No sensible person would engage in player killing and invite trouble upon themselves. Moreover, making too many enemies in Tianyu was unwise. Each player had only 3 lives. With too many foes, one would face an endless crisis of death. In the novice village, infinite respawns were possible, but once they left, the price of retaliation from enemies was unbearable. Over 90% of players merely wanted to grind and level up, living peacefully within this game world, much like they strive for survival on Blue Star. In the eyes of Blue Star's inhabitants, Lin An's actions were no different from committing murder in the streets. Thus, everyone stared at him, wondering what madness had seized him. I'm not mad. You and Xiao Qingru are the mad ones. Did you think your little affair could stay hidden? I'm just striking first. If I don't act now, will I wait for you adulterous pair to make the first move later? Lin An had successfully plundered Xiao's talent. His plan had come to fruition. Yet he revealed not a trace of joy. Realizing that Lin An knew everything, Xiao made an instant decision. Since the masks were off, what was there left to hide? You fool, even in the novice village, killing your old man does you no good. Qingru, heal me. They'll send this moron back to the village. Xiao raised his staff, summoning a small fireball to strike Lin An, while Xiao Qingru, after a half-second of hesitation, cast a healing spell on Xiao. With a healer supporting Xiao, Lin An stood no chance. He was only level 0 with a paltry attack power of 3 points. A mage's base constitution was 1 point, granting Xiao 1 point of defense and 10 health points. Lin An's attack could only chip away 2 health points per hit. To kill Xiao, he would need 5 seconds. Yet the healer's spell restored 3 health points to Xiao every second. Even if Xiao stood still, Lin An couldn't slay him. So Lin An simply gave up attacking. Both the challenger and the challenged entered combat state, unable to enter safe zones. Xiao's attacks also drained 2 health points from Lin An per second, and Lin An had 20 health points. After 10 seconds, Lin An's body slowly collapsed. Xiao was seething with rage. Killing Lin An once did nothing to vent his fury. All because Lin An had exposed the conspiracy between him and Xiao Qingru. Damn it. Lin An, just you wait. You could have had a comfortable time, but from now on disaster will hound you. Xiao approached Lin An's corpse, intending to stomp on his face. Lin An denied him the chance, quickly choosing to respawn. The players at the village entrance, seeing no more drama, returned to their own affairs, treating the incident as mere gossip. How melodramatic. Clearly he was cuckolded in the real world and tried to settle scores in Tianyu only to lose the fight. That's what a weakling does. That couple is no good either. Remember those names, Jinsi, Hushi, and Ruming. Stay far away from them. That woman was so heartless, choosing that bastard without hesitation. Disgusting. The players' mockery left Xiao and Xiao Qingru's faces cycling through shades of red and green. Unable to find teammates, they had no choice but to leave the village entrance and explore the outside world. After being slain, Lin An respawned at the teleportation array in the center of the village. The Plunder talent is still here. Lin An's face showed no trace of resentment over his death. His smile was brighter than anyone's. After all, Lin An only wanted Xiao's talent. Wiping out Xiao and Xiao Qingru was impossible in the novice village. Advancement S pay a certain cost to use on any owned entity. Effect elevate that entity by 1 rank. So it really requires a price. Xiao wasn't lying to me before. In his past life, Lin An had often begged Xiao to upgrade his equipment. In Tianyu, equipment before being worn was unbound, so it could be given to Xiao for advancement. Once worn, it became bound. If a price had to be paid for advancement, Lin An's plan might not have come true so soon. First, let's upgrade these underwear. They're too uncomfortable. Tianyu's 100% sensory effect is no joke. Wearing coarse linen underwear, Lin An felt as if his most sensitive parts were being ground smooth. Ding. Advancing the novice underwear requires 10 mana points. Proceed. Yes. As an archer, Lin An had no beginner skills, consumed mana which slowly regenerated. For the sake of giving his little brother a more comfortable home, this price was trivial. Ding. Novice underwear advanced successfully. Obtained cotton underwear. Not bad. Cotton is far better than coarse linen. Next, I need to advance my talent. A grave expression crossed Lin An's face. He had attacked Xiao to steal this great advancement talent, all to upgrade his own plunder talent once. Advance the plunder talent. Ding. Advancing the grade plunder talent requires consuming one of the player's lives. Proceed. The price of a life. Dying in the novice village didn't seem to count toward life loss. Advance. A flicker of hope lingered in Lin, then he would be truly unstoppable. Ding. A grade talent advanced successfully. You have activated grade talent Plunder. Life count reduced by 1. Lin An didn't examine the grade Plunder talent's effects. He first checked his status panel. The number after the life count attribute had changed from 3 to 2. Tianyu had left no such bug for Lin An. Damn. That cost me a life. Way too steep. No wonder Xiao never upgraded my celestial artifact to a divine one. He said it would cost him his life, and he wasn't lying. Lin An's hope was dashed, but he wasn't too upset. The plan had succeeded after all. Besides, Tianyu always had special items that could increase life counts. Some divine artifacts even granted players eternal life, like that fate-binding rope. Let's see what grade Plunder does. Please heavens, don't disappoint me. Nervously, Lin An opened the talent interface. The Plunder talent had indeed transformed. Plunderers, when making a normal attack on a target, randomly plunder one of their affixes. The affix permanently disappears from the target. The player can choose to discard or use the affix. Affixes can stack up to 9 times. Affix range, attribute affixes, equipment affixes, talent affixes. Against the heavens. Astounding beyond measure. Lin An had not expected that a single upgrade of his plunder talent would make him this formidable. The A-rank plunder talent could only siphon from other players, and even then only from their talents. But S-Rank plunder talent could strip anything it targeted. What once could only steal talents now extended to seize attribute entries as well. The qualitative change was clear. The duration, once 10 minutes, became permanent. Any attribute entry plundered by Lin An would vanish from the victim forever. Unless Lin An deliberately relinquished that entry, the target would be reduced from a whole person to someone grievously maimed. I could plunder Xiao's talent again and turn him into a cripple. Huh? The mere thought sent a thrill through Lin An. Xiao and Xiao Qingru had let him die at the century wedding, shattering his every conviction. Simply killing those two would not purge the hatred that festered in his heart. I still have 2 lives left. Shall I upgrade once more? Perhaps S-Rank is not the limit of Tianyu. Even if it fails, there may be no price to pay. The augmented talent had under 3 minutes remaining before it would revert to Xiao. Because when Lin An plundered it, his own talent had been a rank, the effect remained at that prior potency. System ding. Upgrading the plunder talent to S-Rank requires consuming 2 lives. Proceed. Unbelievable. This can actually be upgraded. Not yet. Do not upgrade the Plunder talent. I will upgrade the S-Rank advanced talent instead. Lin An pondered. He wanted to probe the system for any exploitable bug. Besides, Lin An only had 2 lives remaining. He surely would not squander them on a frivolous upgrade. System ding. Upgrading the S-Rank advanced talent consumes 2 lives. Proceed. No. Ascending and a rank talent costs 1 life. Ascending to S-Rank costs 2. I must find items that increase my life count before I can make full use of such an ascension. Or rather, Lin An suddenly regretted tearing ties with Xiao. Impulsiveness. Such folly is the original sin of fools. System ding. The player's plundered S-Rank ascended talent has expired. Lin An's stolen talent had lapsed, and Xiao, who had left the village with Xiao Qingru to grind, received the same system notification. Lin An is a waste, silence talent. Such trash deserves to be a rank. Xiao believed Lin An's little lie without hesitation. The game's notification showed his talent disabled for 10 minutes. The effect matched precisely what Lin An had claimed. Xiao did not know that Lin An had used his ascended talent to promote his own rank talent. Don't mention that, useless fool. There are fewer players on that hill. Oh, let's level there. Xiao Qingru breathed easier. No more need to perform before Lin An, and she could snuggle with her first love again. Xiao, who had played online games, already understood how astronomical an ascended talent could be. He had daydreamed about standing atop the game world. After finishing the upgrade, Lin An wasted no time and hurried out of the village. Once the Plunder talent had been upgraded, it could be described as both a combat and a support talent. It fused the virtues of each with uncanny perfection. From now on, Lin An could venture out alone without anxiety. After he plundered a wild monster's attribute entries, the creature was rendered utterly useless. At present, the Plunder talent could only stack 9 entries, so it still lacked complete absurdity. I remember there's a hidden quest in Xinshu village. Complete it, and you unlock the village's solo instance. The first player to clear it receives a hidden class transfer scroll for their profession, albeit only a rank. Relying on his memory, Lin An resolved to complete that hidden quest and claim the hidden class transfer scroll. A rank hidden class is weaker than its rank. Yet after becoming a hidden class, one can transfer again into other hidden classes. Strength could not wait. In the game, gaining 1 step ahead begets continual advantage. Fall 1 step behind, and you lag forever. The hidden quest itself was not difficult. There were 10 species of lesser monsters scattered beyond Xinshu village. By the rules of Tianyu, killing wild monsters, or bosses, yields the corresponding compendium entry. Lin An needed only to slay the 10 kinds of lesser monsters to acquire 10 entries and activate the Xinshu village overlord achievement. With that achievement, he could seek the village chief, who would then grant the quest to open the instance. Completing it would unlock the Xinshu village solo dungeon and allow Lin An to farm it. All the steps were lodged in Lin An's memory. He had never attempted the task before, nor had he cleared the Xinshu village solo instance. Only when browsing the game forums did he learn that a month after Tianyu launched, a player had hidden in Xinshu village to evade pursuers. Out of boredom, the player cleared every lesser monster in the village, activated the achievement, beat the solo instance, transferred into a hidden class, then left Xinshu village and turned on his pursuers. One might ask, killing 10 species around a village is not a formidable task. Why did it take a whole month for someone to discover the quest? The truth was that the 10 species were scattered in all directions around Xinshu village, while most players only wanted to rush to level 10 and leave. No one wished to waste time running about. A tiny minority activated the achievement, but even they neglected to speak with the village chief. By coincidence and oversight, 99% of Tianyu's players had never run that solo instance. The hidden rewards remained unclaimed by most, who would willingly die and return to Xinshu village just to replay a solo dungeon. First, the Gaoshan Lingyang. See if I can plunder a movement speed entry. Lin An wanted to maximize his leveling speed, and since he would be running around collecting compendium pages, he decided to boost his movement first. The uncontested speed monarch of Xinshu village was the Gaoshan Lingyang. They were level 5 creatures, and for now it seemed unlikely other players would bother them. Lin An could quietly farm entries and grind levels. On his way to find the Gaoshan Lingyang, Lin An crossed a meadow teeming with level 1 wild rabbits. The players of Xinshu village 999 had crowded the grassland. The moment a rabbit spawned, it was soon annihilated by a volley of attacks. The meadow occasionally echoed with an exclamation, usually because a rabbit had dropped a copper coin or a piece of equipment. As Lin An hurried across the meadow, a rabbit happened to appear before him. He did not bother to check its stats and quickly drew his bow and loosed an arrow. The arrow dealt 2 points of damage. The rabbit had only 20 HP, so that shot removed 1/10 of its life. System ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the Xinshu village rabbit's attribute entry. Maximum HP increased by 20. System ding, you have slain a Xinsho village rabbit. Experience 5. System notice activated. Xinsho village rabbit compendium entry. Off, off, off. Lin An let out 3 consecutive sounds of doubt. He realized he had underestimated the terror of his plunder talent. If HP was also considered an attribute entry, then as long as Lin An's luck held, he could instantly kill any kind of immortal or divine boss. There was no hit rate attribute in Tianyu. Others couldn't figure out how the game determined attacks or how skills landed. Lin An, however, understood it clearly. For each level higher, his hit rate was reduced by 5%. If the target was 20 levels higher, the hit rate dropped to 1%, and it remained at 1% thereafter. But if you attacked a target 100 levels higher, your hit rate was essentially 0. Additionally, the target being attacked could dodge the attack or skill through movement or abilities. Lin An remembered an assassin named Shadow who had achieved 99 consecutive victories in the arena, and no one could even touch his leather armor. This assassin was the epitome of perfect positioning. Because of the hit rate mechanic, Lin An couldn't challenge higher level targets at his current low level. I wonder if I can plunder an entry with every normal attack, or only with the first one. Now that his plunder talent had been upgraded, many things had changed compared to before. Many specific rules still needed to be explored by Lin An. Just now many had seen Lin An one-shot the novice village rabbit. Quick-witted players assumed Lin An's talent was a powerful offensive type, so they gathered around one by one, extending olive branches to him. Bro, join our squad. We're just short of a ranged DPS. The 5 of us have A or grade talents. Join us, and we'll head straight to the high-level monster area to grind. The first to approach was an assassin with the nickname Tanaka Vanilla. The name looked like it belonged to a Japanese person, but Lin An was 100% sure this guy was Chinese. Vanilla was just a homophone, and the Tanaka part was probably followed by Lemon. Vanilla. Lemon. Lin An declined Tanaka Vanilla's invitation. I have a team, they're waiting for me ahead. Sorry. Since all of humanity on Blue Star had been transported to the game world, the adult film actresses of Japan were no exception. Lin An remembered a shop run by Japanese players in the pleasure district of Fengyue City. Its name was Mosquito Coil Society. Men who walked into this shop would address everyone as teacher no matter who they saw. In his previous life, Lin An had spent every day hovering around Xiao Qingru, never fully experiencing the many wonders around him. In this life, he could afford to be more relaxed. It wouldn't hurt to visit the pleasure district and listen to some music when bored. Quickly shaking off the players who were sending him party requests, Lin An sprinted across the grassland. Having already obtained the bestiary entry for the novice village rabbit, there was no need to waste time on level 1 mobs. The green grass at the entrance of the novice village stretched all the way to the nearby mountains where sparse trees began to appear. Lin An looked up at the mountain range that surrounded the novice village and spotted the figures of highland antelopes on the protruding rocks. The novice village rabbits on the grassland were just experience fodder. These highland antelopes were the real threat to a new player's life. Monsters in the game were never afraid of players. Even if you didn't provoke them, they would attack you on their own. According to the game's setting, whether it was a level 1 mob or a max-level divine boss, all had a strong sense of territory. That's why they would actively attack any player passing through their domain. Without skills or talent bonuses, an archer's maximum attack range was 25 meters, 5 meters more than a mage or priest. The distance at which a player would trigger a highland antelope's aggro was probably 10 meters. As an archer, Lin An could certainly strike first. Highland antelope LV. 5. HP 100. Attack 15. Defense 10. Speed 4. Skills none. A speed of... This was the attribute entry Lin An had been dreaming of. If he could plunder this entry, he could use the kiting tactic to kill every kind of mob in the novice village. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. Such basic movements were second nature to Lin An. He still had 199 beginner arrows in his backpack. Once they were used up, he would need to buy more from the novice village's blacksmith with coins. Swoosh. A sharp sonic boom shattered the silence at the foot of the mountain. The arrow Lin An shot was incredibly precise, hitting the highland antelope right in the eye, a weak point. Hitting a weak point resulted in a critical hit. 2. A critical hit, but also not a critical hit. Lin An's damage was too low, he hadn't even broken through its defense. Failing to penetrate resulted in a forced 1-point damage multiplied by 2 for the crit. 2 points of damage, not bad. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the highland antelope's attribute entry. Defense increased by 10. Defense was the attribute entry Lin An needed the least. He couldn't exactly play as a tank archer, could he? One more arrow. The highland antelope had been alerted and was charging at full speed. The 25-meter distance would take it only 6 seconds to cover. That speed was already quite slow. Lin An quickly fired his second arrow, which again struck the highland antelope in the eye. 6. Another critical hit. This time the Highland Antelope's defense was 0, so Lin An dealt 200% damage. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the Highland Antelope's attribute entry attack, increased by 15. So it could be plundered repeatedly. Lin An's heart leaped with joy. The Highland Antelope hadn't even reached him yet, but even if it did, Lin An wasn't afraid. Now the Highland Antelope's attribute panel looked like this. Highland Antelope LV. 5. HP 92. Speed 4. Skills none. A crippled goat. It had nothing left but HP, speed, and its level. Lin An stood still and continued shooting. His third arrow missed. A mist floated above the Highland Antelope. By the time Lin An fired his fourth arrow, the Highland Antelope was almost upon him. Charging down from a height, its speed was clearly boosted. 36. Having plundered the Highland Antelope's attack attribute entry, Lin An's own attack power had undergone a qualitative leap. Across the entire novice village, there probably wasn't a single player with higher attack than Lin An. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the Highland Antelope's attribute entry, max HP, increased by 100. Ding. You have slain the Highland Antelope. EXP 25. Highland Antelope bestiary entry activated. My luck is pretty bad. HP and defense are the last things I need right now. Having shot the Highland Antelope 4 times without once plundering the speed attribute entry, Lin An's luck was indeed quite poor. The mobs in the novice village were endless with an extremely high respawn rate. Slaying this mountain antelope, Lin An swiftly switched to his next target. This time, 16. The moment he loosed his first arrow, Lin An successfully plundered the mountain antelope's speed attribute. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the mountain antelope's attribute, increasing movement speed by 4. Bereft of this attribute, the mountain antelope stood rooted to the spot, unable to move, becoming a sitting duck for Lin An. 16. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the mountain antelope's attribute, increasing plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the mountain antelope's attribute, increasing defense by 10. When Lin An shot this second mountain antelope, he fired 4 arrows, all of which hit. Yet the 4th arrow did not plunder any attribute from the mountain antelope. I thought I could strip others bare with this plunder talent. A pity, but the talent still has room for growth. It was only in Scrade talent. There were many players in the game who had activated Scrade talents. If possessing in Scrade talent meant invincibility, then dozens or hundreds of players would be invincible. Would that still be called invincibility? Dropped equipment and 3 copper coins too. Hell, 1 copper coin can buy 10 arrows. Not a loss. The mountain antelope dropped a pair of leather pants and 3 copper coins, which Lin An casually picked up. Goatskin trousers, white equipment requirement, level 5 durability 100100, attributes strength 2, constitution 3, agility 3. If Lin An hadn't fallen out with Xiao, he could have asked Xiao to upgrade this white equipment to bronze. I need to execute the plan quickly. Lin An mused that only by keeping this talent advancement in his own hands could he rapidly increase his strength. With that thought, Lin An opened his friends list. Xiao's avatar was black, indicating he had blocked Lin An. Lin An decisively deleted Xiao, and Xiao's avatar moved to the enemy list. But Xiao Qingru's avatar was still normal except for a black one after her name, representing enmity. A red number would indicate favorability. If Xiao Qingru deleted Lin An as a friend and Lin An deleted her avatar would also move to the enemy list. Baby, I know you were deceived by Xiao. Won't you come back to me? I can make you happy in this game. Xiao Qingru was the most crucial part of Lin An's plan. Fortunately, she hadn't blocked him. Otherwise, Lin An would have to search for her around the novice village and demonstrate 100 ways a simp begs for reconciliation right in front of her. Rumeng, Lin An, there's no chance of us getting back together. Let me tell you, back on Blue Star, I was only after your money. If you were broke, you'd be nothing but trash. No job, just gaming all day, and a damn shooting to boot. How can you compare to Xiao? Unfriend me. If Xiao finds out you messaged me, he won't let you leave the novice village. Lin An, don't delete me yet. Baby. Xiao calls me trash, but isn't he a fool too? The highest talent in this game is Scrade, and his talent is advancement. If he were smart, he'd advance his advancement talent once and become the #1 player in the game. Why would he still be tagging along behind others? Rumeng, Xiao is just busy leveling up and hasn't realized it. Besides, would such an obvious game loophole even exist? Do you think everyone is a worthless loser like you who only knows how to exploit loopholes and study ways to get something for nothing? Just delete me already. Having my name on your friends list disgusts me. Lin An, baby, no. I can't bear to lose you. Ding. Message failed to send. You have been deleted by the other party. Apply to add friend again. He had been deleted after all. However, Lin An did not delete Xiao Qingru from his friends list. Being a simp meant he had to persevere. What if Xiao Qingru had a sudden change of heart and added him back only to find that Lin An had deleted her. What would all his acting just now have been for? Qingru, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and heal Brother Song. Xiao Qingru had clearly been distracted while messaging Lin An. This was a common problem for new players in the game. They couldn't multitask, let alone handle 3 things at once. That waste Lin An just messaged me again asking me to come back to him. I cursed him out and deleted him. Xiao Qingru was quite honest in front of Xiao. They had originally planned to level up alone, but along the way they encountered a team of 50 players. The leader of this team had the in-game nickname Qin Shui, but his real name was Wang Song. On Blue Star, Wang Song was the type who loved to play all kinds of games. And he was also very wealthy. He had gathered a large number of gaming experts around him, including pros from competitive games and veterans of online games. People from the same city had a high probability of spawning in the same novice village. Wang Song, leveraging his connections on Blue Star, quickly assembled a large group of gaming elites. When Xiao saw Wang Song, he immediately started sucking up and voluntarily revealed his great advancement talent, thus becoming his lackey. Lin An, the useless son of the East Star building materials boss. That fat shootin' who sold off his father's company for cash after he died. Wang Song's family was in real estate and had collaborated with Lin An's father's company many times, which was how he knew Lin An's name. But Wang Song held Lin An in great contempt. After all, what Lin An had done was utterly outrageous. A rich second generation who only wanted to coast through life was not a good one. A rich second generation should be like him, Wang Song, actively starting businesses and striving upward. After all, if the business failed, his family would still have his back. Hearing Wang Song disparage Lin An so much, Xiao Qingru nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, that's him. On Blue Star, he was just my simp. Now he still wants to simp for me, pretending to be clever. He just messaged me saying Xiao's advancement talent can advance itself. Only an idiot would think that. How could there be such an obvious loophole in the game world? The advancement talent can advance itself. Xiao muttered this somewhat convoluted statement spellbound. Wang Song, as if discovering a new continent, stared at Xiao. Xiao, your talent is a support type. But if it could advance once more, you would be my big boss in the future. Wang Song understood clearly that no matter how much a support type talent advanced, it would still remain a support type talent. So if Xiao's talent advanced once more, it would only benefit him and their team with no drawbacks. Xiao thought about how after advancing his talent, once even Wang Song would have to flatter him, and that sense of vanity was simply irresistible. Let me try. I'm not sure he'll succeed. Trying wouldn't hurt either. Xiao was equally aware of this. No matter whom he ended up following, or whether he formed his own team, he wouldn't face any real danger to his life. Because of his talent for advancement, no one would be willing to let him die. Even enemies would think of keeping him alive to serve their purposes. Xiao decisively attempted to advance his own talent and received a prompt identical to Lin An's. Xiao needed to sacrifice 2 lives to upgrade his talent. The cost was too severe. If Xiao died right after leaving the novice village following the advancement, his life would be over for good. Brother Song, I can't advance my talent. Sorry to disappoint you. Xiao chose not to proceed, lacking the nerve to lose 2 lives. But who was Wang Song? He had seen too many flashy tricks, though anyone lying before him was instantly spotted. The wealthy and powerful shared one trait: suspicion. Someone as naive as Lin and a rich second-generation heir was rare enough to be treasured like a national treasure. Oh, send me a screenshot. When the system prompt appears, just think of capturing it and send the image to the team channel. If it really can't be advanced, I won't force you. Sky Realm had all the features of Blue Star's online games. New players might miss these functions, but Wang Song was a veteran. He immediately put Xiao in a tight spot. Xiao's mistake came from not gaming much, having spent his youth studying and earning money. Brother Song, Xiao, caught in his lie, turned ashen-faced. Advancing the talent costs me 2 lives. Everyone only has 3. Using 2 leaves me with just 1. Brother Song, think about it from my perspective, okay? Wang Song knew Xiao was lying, but he hadn't expected the cost of talent advancement to be so steep. Yet the 2 lives weren't Wang Song's. Still, Xiao's life mattered greatly to him. He fell into hesitation. Wang Song raised the blade. Xiao had just upgraded to bronze tier and let out a heavy sigh. Alas, you still don't trust me. I can protect you forever. Does 1 life differ from 3? Not really, right? Besides, if my doghead blade were silver tier, or even goldier, those chickens with beginner knives couldn't kill you even if they formed a group, could they? Just advance your talent, and we'll be the first to reach level 10 and leave the novice village. Once outside with no other players around who could harm you. If not for the fact that killing in the novice village allowed infinite respawns, Wang Song would have already threatened Xiao into advancing his talent instead of wasting words. Once you advance your talent, they'll make you vice president of the guild I establish. He'll have hundreds or thousands protect you. Women like her. It'll give you hundreds of different one every day. Wang Tsong pointed at Xiao Qingru and continued tempting Xiao with benefits. You know who I am. I've organized parties with hundreds of beauties in one night. Why hang yourself on one tree? Besides, with a talent surpassing S-Rank, could you ever worry about money, power, or women? All of Blue Star's humanity is gathered on the Tianyu continent. Xiao, think of the fantasies you had at night to relieve stress. Now they could truly appear in your bed. Think of those you once hated and envied kneeling before you. Picture walking down the street surrounded by tens of thousands. The choice is yours. They'll leave you with one last thought: the Tianyu continent holds endless possibilities. As the old saying goes, men go mad for only three things: money, power, and women. Wang Tsong had completely swayed Xiao. Xiao's eyes grew resolute. He was ready to commit. He nodded slowly, prepared to advance his talent. But while Wang Tsong's words moved Xiao, they stirred a sense of crisis in Xiao Qingru. The gender ratio among Blue Star's humans wasn't exactly 50-50, but at least 60-40. Most of those women had chosen the priest class. Now everywhere there were priest players unable to find teams. Xiao Qingru didn't want to be abandoned because Xiao found a new flame. Xiao, you can't advance. Didn't you say you love me most? Were there other fantasies in your mind when we were together? Let's not team up with them. We can level up slowly on our own, okay? Xiao Qingru tugged at Xiao's arm, wanting to leave Wang Tsong's group. Wang Tsong remained composed, not ordering his dozens of men to surround Xiao Qingru. The seed of desire had been planted in Xiao's heart, and it was bound to take root and grow. Xiao had managed to pretend in front of Lin and that his relationship with Xiao Qingru was normal, proving he was a good actor. Xiao Qingru might be venomous, but she was just a pleasure-seeking little woman. For Xiao, pacifying Xiao Qingru was simple. Qingru, you're my first love. Ask any man here. What a man values most is his first love. I've loved you for 10 years, and he'll love you for 20 more. 100 years. I'm advancing my talent for you too. If I become the #1 in this game, you'll share in half my glory. For you, what are 2 lives sacrificed? Xiao's eyes glistened with tears, his words utterly sincere. Xiao Qingru was moved to tears. Wang Tsong, meanwhile, mused to himself that the game's top spot could only be his. With Xiao Qingru no longer obstructing, Xiao resolutely advanced his strength talent. A golden light flashed over Xiao, then transformed into a dazzling array of colors. The spectacle dazzled everyone. When it ended, Xiao's talent advancement was complete. The novice village isn't huge, but it's not small either. Finding Xiao and his group is quite a challenge. Lin An knew Xiao, and Xiao Qingru had latched onto Wang Tsong. In his past life, Xiao had always followed Wang Tsong. Lin An, on the other hand, had always been a lone wolf. Xiao Qingru was the type addicted to a lavish lifestyle, so she only leveled up enough to enter higher-tier cities and then stopped grinding. Lin An didn't know much about Xiao's experiences in the novice village. To find Xiao, he'd have to rely on Xiao Qingru. Request to add his friend again. Yes. Through Lin An's relentless efforts, Xiao Qingru finally approved his friend request. Rumeng said, "You're so annoying, but I still have to thank you. Xiao has successfully advanced his talent. You, this stupid pig, will never catch up to Xiao's pace in this lifetime. What meaning is there in your living? Just go die?" Lin An exclaimed, "What? Baby, why did you tell him the news I shared with you? Xiao, I'm going to kill him. It's all because he deceived you that you became so muddle-headed." Rumeng sneered, "Ha, who do you think you are? You want to kill Xiao? Go ahead. If you can actually kill Xiao, I'll give you a chance to grovel at my feet again. Otherwise, get lost to the blacklist and eat dirt." Lin An realized everything was progressing so smoothly. With just a simple provocation to Xiao Qingru, he obtained Xiao's real-time coordinates. Xiao Qingru was no fool. She revealed Xiao's location precisely to lure Lin An there for humiliation. Even if Lin An didn't go, Xiao Qingru would suffer no loss. If Lin An did go, how could one player fight against 50? Wild Dog Ridge. Fitting for Wang Tsong. At this stage, most players are level 0 or 1, but he's already challenging the level 3 novice village wild dogs. Lin An calculated in his mind. Wang Tsong had many bodyguards and the wild dog mobs had high attack, but low defense and health. As long as Wang Tsong exploited the infinite respawn mechanic of the novice village, trading his underlings' health for wild dog experience, Wild Dog Ridge was indeed a suitable leveling spot for him. If I go find Xiao now, I can't even get close before being killed instantly. I need to stack up my health and defense first. Lin An had no intention of seeking Xiao out immediately. Near the novice village, there were also level 4 wild boar mobs, thick-skinned and tough. Lin An could plunder their health cap and defense attributes. Then he could go find Xiao's trouble without fear of being attacked by dozens of players. The novice village's wild boars lived in the forest. From Lin An's position, it would take an hour to walk north, but with his current speed, he could run there in just over 10 minutes. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately broke into a sprint. This area was a high-level monster spawn zone, so there were hardly any players. Otherwise, the 999th novice village would soon be abuzz with a legend of a flying man. When everyone else could only move 1 meter per second, Lin An could cover 5 meters every second. If that wasn't a flying man, what was? If Usain Bolt were beside Lin An in a 100-meter race, by the time Lin An crossed the finish line, Bolt would have only run 20 meters. Such was the rule of the game. In the dark wild boar forest, occasional birds flitted across the treetops. The grunting of wild boars rose and fell in succession. Some players had already ventured into this area in small groups. No matter how fast the prairie rabbits respawned, they couldn't satisfy the hunting needs of hundreds of thousands, even millions of players. Veteran players with rich gaming experience naturally tried to challenge higher-level monsters. Lin An rushed alone to the wild boar forest. Upon arrival, he deliberately made some noise to attract the forest's wild boars. Before long, a large wild boar with bristly black hair and 2 sharp tusks emerged. Large wild boar LV. 4 health, 150 attack, 8, defense 15, speed 2, skills none. With 15 defense points, it rendered 99. 99 of players unable to break through its defense. Its 150 health points were also terrifying. Even if one consistently dealt critical hits without penetrating defense, it would take 75 attacks to bring this large wild boar to its demise in the forest. Lin An wasn't there for pork. He was there to strip its hide. So he didn't even consider the rewards from killing the boar, simply pulling arrows from his backpack and launching one normal attack after another. 36. Precise and elegant. The arrow struck the boar's eye, landing another critical hit. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the large wild boar's attribute trait, defense increased by 15. Excellent. The first arrow already plundered the desired attribute. Lin An's second arrow followed immediately. 66 with a high attack power of 33, hitting the boar whose hide had already been stripped was truly painful. The boar's health was nearly depleted. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the large wild boar's attribute trait, speed increased by 2. The boar's speed trait was plundered, sending it into a Timestasis phase. Unfortunately, the boar wasn't a girl in a JK uniform. Lin An didn't want to give it a second glance. 48. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the large wild boar's. Ding. You have plundered more than 9 traits. Please discard 1. Ding. You have slain the large wild boar. Experience 20 activated large wild boar bestiary. The Scrade plunder talent could stack a maximum of 9 plunder traits, so Lin An had to discard 1 previously acquired trait. He decisively abandoned the 20-point health cap he had plundered from the novice village rabbits. With 270 health and 37 defense, no player should be able to break through my defense, right? Lin An knew that such high health and defense were already ahead of the curve, but it wasn't enough. If enough players attacked, each dealing 1 point of damage, they could still kill him. His strength was his caution. The wild boar forest was teeming with boars. Lin An stayed for 10 minutes, gathering 2 defense traits and 6 health cap traits. The speed trait plundered from the Highland antelope was retained. Additionally, Lin An leveled up twice, earning 3 assignable attribute points per level. He allocated all 6 points to strength. The large wild boar also dropped a leather chest piece, but it required level 4 to equip. Health 920, defense 32, a tanky archer. Haha, even if I stood still and let that trash Xiao hit me, it would take him 20 minutes to kill me. The higher the health, the faster the health regeneration rate. Otherwise, with the 3-life system in Sky Realm and no health regeneration mechanic, no player would dare take risks. So Lin An factored in the health regeneration mechanism to conclude that Xiao would need 20 minutes to kill him. Time to head to Wild Dog Ridge. They should still be there. Less than half an hour had passed since Lin An received the location message from Xiao Qingru. No matter how fast Wang Tsung and his crew leveled up, they should still be grinding at Wild Dog Ridge by now. Baby, didn't that waste Lin An say he was coming? Why is there still no sign of him? Xiao Qingru unguardedly revealed to Xiao that she had sent Lin An their location. Xiao turned around and relayed this to Wang Tsung. Their 50-member team was now all waiting for Lin An at Wild Dog Ridge. Both Wang Tsung and Xiao had reached level 4. Once they advanced to level 5, the experience gained from killing wild dogs would diminish, significantly forcing the group to find a new leveling ground. Xiao held a silver tier staff in his hand, and his novice robe looked elegant and magnificent after his advancement. Players who didn't know Wang Tsung assumed Xiao was the leader. After the first advancement of his talent, he had grown immensely stronger. The cost of upgrading white equipment to bronze tier had been reduced by 9/10. The cost of upgrading bronze tier to silver tier had also been reduced by 2/3. Every member of Wang Tsung's 50-person team who had equipment had it upgraded to bronze tier by Xiao. Xiao wished he could teleport right in front of Lin An and tell him how unwise it was to cross him. If Lin An knelt before him, Xiao might still put in a good word with Wang Tsung to let Lin An join the team and scavenge leftovers. Who knows? Don't make me text him, it's disgusting. Xiao Qingru didn't know why, but she suddenly felt an intense aversion to Lin An. Lin An wasn't an overweight shootin', he was quite handsome. Perhaps it was the loss of his wealth's allure combined with his current simpering behavior that repulsed Xiao Qingru. What a shame there's no audience to witness how awesome I am now. Xiao sneered contemptuously at the skilled players around him, grinding monsters. No matter how great these experts once were, they had now become his lackeys. Even Wang Tsung had started calling him Brother Xiao. Lin An is here. Full alert. Suddenly Wang Tsung received a message from an assassin under his command reporting Lin An's presence in the east. Everyone was a novice and no one could hide their nickname. Lin An couldn't turn invisible either. Wang Tsung's assassin leveling near Wild Dog Ridge as a scout spotted Lin An sprinting from afar. Can Shui, don't be nervous. He's alone and we have numbers. Just let him come and kneel before me to beg for forgiveness. Xiao addressed Wang Tsung by his game nickname, thinking Wang Tsung was overreacting. Lin An was nothing but trash. Why go on full alert for a waste? This was a complete overreaction. Wang Tsung cursed the idiot under his breath, but kept a straight face. My brother said Lin An runs fast. His movement speed is probably between 4 and 5. The players around Wang Tsung, all top-tier experts from various games, were skilled. The assassin who spotted Lin An could gauge his speed with just his eyes, and quite accurately. For his movement speed to exceed 4, his agility stat must be over 300. There's no way he has that. He must have gotten some special item or powerful boots. Players couldn't view each other's stat panels or talents. So Xiao assumed Lin An's speed came from a special item or equipment. Wang Tsung blinked and said gravely, maybe he got a special item. Anyway, my brother didn't see any equipment on Lin An. By my estimate, Lin An should be here by now. After giving the alert order, Wang Tsung's players formed groups of 5 around him and Xiao. As more players gathered nearby to level Lin An who had arrived couldn't tell which were Wang Tsung's experts. But he remembered some familiar nicknames and could still identify a few of Wang Tsung's allies. As expected of young Master Wang. While others are still stunned, he's already gathered so many people. No wonder he turned the Forbidden Peak Guild into a top-tier one on Tianyu continent. Humans transported into a game world would naturally panic. Some thought it was the apocalypse and were still waiting to die in the novice village. While some pondered the future, time slipped away. Wang Tsung's ability to rally so many so quickly showed his extraordinary skills. But Wang Tsung wasn't Lin An's primary target. Although Wang Tsung looked down on Lin and he hadn't offended him in the past life. Xiao, I'm here. You coward who hides behind women, dare to face me alone. Lin An shouted this line dramatically from atop a boulder, immediately drawing laughter from many players at Wild Dog Ridge. This guy's so dumb. Doesn't he feel embarrassed saying that? Who still talks about duels these days? I wouldn't even say that on Blue Star. Hey, that guy's nickname is Lin An, and there's Jinsei Hushi and Raman. Damn, I know who they are. Who are they? Celebrities. Haven't you seen the forum? They're the stars of that post-first Dogblood PK in Novice Village 999. Damn, it really is them. What a soap opera. Start recording. Spill the tea. Big T. Hell, Lin An looks like a dog. Jinsei Hushi has latched onto Wang Tsung's thigh, and he still wants to duel. After leveling with Wang Tsung for half an hour, it was obvious Xiao had backup. Lin An was alone. 1 against dozens. How could he fight? Are you stupid? Duel? He'll duel your mother. Xiao's anger flared at the sight of Lin An. It seemed Xiao had been dominating Lin An since entering the game, even killing him once. Xiao was Xiao Qingru's first love. They had never broken up, yet she ended up in Lin An's bed as his girlfriend. From Xiao's perspective, Xiao Qingru had cuckolded him, and Lin An repeatedly slept with her and taunted him. As a man, only killing Lin An could wash away this shame. Hey, if you won't duel, fine. Let's see how many helpers you really have. Lin An 100 meters from Xiao rambled as he slowly approached. No one noticed anything odd about Lin An. Wang Tsung and his team were ready for battle, but no one attacked first. Helpers. I don't need help to kill you. See the staff. It's silver tier. I won't duel you because you're not worthy. Lin An will give you a chance. Crawl to me on your knees and beg, and I might spare you. Otherwise, once you leave the novice village, you're dead. Xiao raised his silver tier staff, losing all reason. Nearby players eyed the silver tier staff with envy. Innocence is a crime when possessing treasure. Wang Tsung was stunned. Who flaunts such a rare item in the whole game? No matter how strong Xiao's talent was, he couldn't handle the entire novice village as his enemy. The distance between Lin An and Xiao rapidly closed to within 25 meters. Xiao's speech had not swayed Lin An's resolve in the slightest. All that talk of life and death, of taking your life or mine, it was nothing but empty words. All grievances and grudges could wait until after they left the novice village. Lin An had only one goal to plunder He Xiao's talent. Ding. Do you wish to declare war on the player Jinsi Hushi? Confirm. When Lin An stopped his idle chatter, he declared war on He Xiao with unusual decisiveness. The other 4 members of He Xiao's team also turned red in Lin An's sight. They had all enabled the teammate protection mechanism. Attack. Send him back to the novice village. Wang Tsung commanded the 2 players in his team, excluding He Xiao and Xiao Qingru, to attack Lin An. These 2, one named Oreo, and the other Armani, were top-tier experts under Wang Tsung. Their class was the assassin renowned as the king of operators. Wang Tsung knew Lin An's movement speed was high, so he had the 2 assassins attempt to kill him. But Lin An's eyes were fixed solely on He Xiao, completely ignoring the 2 assassins rapidly approaching him. He Xiao had invested all his points in his spirit, and he wore no defensive gear, leaving his defense at a mere 1 point. However, as a player, He Xiao would dodge left and right, and Lin An wouldn't attempt difficult maneuvers just to land a critical hit. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute spell power 50 from the equipment silver glow staff of player Jinsi Hushi. Ding. The number of plundered attributes exceeds 9. Please discard 1. A poor start. Lin An's first arrow had failed to plunder He Xiao's talent. He Xiao didn't even seem to have checked his battle log. He still stumbled forward, intending to summon a fireball and attack Lin An. As Lin An knocked his second arrow, he warily sensed 5 squads moving towards him from all directions and decisively repositioned himself forward. The archer class had a fatal weakness. Every arrow's trajectory was traceable. If someone blocked an archer's arrow, they could take the damage for another. Of course, Lin An could arc his shot to land the arrow on He Xiao's head, but doing so required him to close the distance to He Xiao. Lin An moved forward not only to escape the encirclement, but also to be able to hit He Xiao. He Xiao realized Lin An had closed the distance. The skill Blazing Fireball in his skill bar lit up, indicating it could now be used on the target. Ever since He Xiao had advanced his talent, he had learned to use it to upgrade his skills. The Blazing Fireball was an evolved version of the basic Fireball spell. Haha, watch me blow you up with 1 fireball. He Xiao raised his staff and tapped the air lightly. The surrounding fire elements rapidly coalesced. The fireball he summoned was 3 or 4 times larger than that of a normal mage, with wisps of fiery feathers dancing across its surface. This skill clearly possessed immense power. Unwilling to break his attacking rhythm by dodging, Lin An stood his ground. The arrow from his novice longbow pierced straight through the center of the blazing fireball. The fletching caught fire, transforming the arrow into a flaming projectile. He Xiao had no room to dodge and took the hit. 8. Of course, Lin An was also reluctant to kill He Xiao. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute movement speed 1 from player Jinsi Hushi. Ding. The number of plundered attributes exceeds 9. Please discard 1. He still hadn't plundered He Xiao's talent. This was his last chance. Lin An knew that if his next arrow failed to plunder He Xiao's talent, he would have to wait for another opportunity to attack. His mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of the advanced talent, so much so that he didn't even register the damage numbers floating above his head. 1. Didn't break defense. Impossible. He Xiao thought that with his silver tier staff and the high spell power bonus of the Blazing Fireball, this attack would surely kill Lin An. But Lin An had only lost a single hit point. My spell power is 66 points. The Blazing Fireball deals double spell power damage. How could it not break his defense? He Xiao quickly calculated his spell power. A mage's base spell power was 4 points. He had leveled up 4 times, allocating all 12 attribute points to spirit, plus the 50 spell power from his silver tier staff. That equaled 66 spell power. An archer was a fragile class. Lin An was only level 2. Before throwing the Blazing Fireball, He Xiao had expected to deal at least 100 damage. But the reality was that it hadn't even breached Lin An's defense. 2-2. The 2 assassins Oreo and Armani finally closed in on Lin An, swinging their daggers towards his heart and temple. A skilled assassin always aims for critical hits with every strike. True to form, their damage numbers were double what He Xiao had dealt. But Lin An's health bar only dropped by a sliver. Brother Tsong, this is insane. This archer must have over 500 HP and more than 20 defense. Oreo realized he couldn't damage Lin An and decided to retreat. Striking once and retreating if unsuccessful was also the assassin's way. At this moment, He Xiao finally saw the information in his battle log. Damn it, the attribute on my silver glow staff is disabled, and my movement speed is disabled too. Damn it. Lin An, you were lying to me before, weren't you? Your silence talent can not only silence a player's talent, but also silence my attribute and equipment attributes. Even now, He Xiao still believed Lin An's talent was silence. Lin An wouldn't bother to explain. As long as Lin An didn't actively discard the plundered attributes, the most recently plundered ones would be retained for 10 minutes. Thus, the equipment and attributes that Xiao had plundered from him were still disabled. Xiao couldn't move, and the two assassins had withdrawn from the combat circle. Firing a third arrow would be very smooth for Lin An. Only after Xiao Qingru had fully healed, Xiao did Lin An's arrow finally strike him. 8. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the talent advancement from player Jinsi Hushi. Ding. Success. Meeting you truly is my fortune. Recalling the words he had spoken to Xiao earlier, a smile gradually crept across Lin An's lips. And now it's time for you to take your final bow. He thought to himself. Earlier, to prevent Xiao from having a chance to respawn in the novice village, Lin An had deliberately slowed his attack tempo. After all, Xiao, a mage who had poured all points into spirit, would likely not survive even 2 arrows from Lin An. Damn it, my talent is silenced too. But it's only 10 minutes. I can wait it out. Xiao still seemed so naive, or perhaps he simply hadn't grasped the complexity of Lin An's intentions. Seeing this, Xiao Qingru quickly began healing Xiao. The other priests under Wang Tsung's command also started healing Xiao on his orders. However, at that moment, Lin An's fourth arrow, like a scythe from the Grim Reaper, flew straight towards Xiao's brow. Critical hit. 10. Ding. You have killed the player Jinsi Hushi. Lin An, you bastard, it'll make you suffer. Xiao gritted his teeth as he stood up from the respawn point. He hadn't realized that after Lin An's third arrow, he had already lost any chance to compete with Lin An. The trash who had awakened grade and grade talents, whom Xiao had once scorned, were now far stronger than him. In truth, Xiao had become the very trash he used to mock. With his movement speed disabled, Xiao couldn't even leave the respawn point. He could only wait for Lin An's silence talent to wear off. At Wild Dog Ridge, Lin An had slain Xiao. A surge of joy filled his heart. Wang Tsung and his group recognized Lin An's extraordinary prowess. They voluntarily stepped aside, clearing a path for him to leave. The other players were stunned, amazed by Lin An's defense and health. Their earlier taunts now felt like slaps on their own faces. Only Xiao Qingru kept making a scene. What are you all doing? Kill him. Avenge Xiao. Brother Tsung, didn't you say you'd never let anyone bully Xiao? Why aren't you doing anything? Xiao Qingru had deliberately revealed Xiao's location, hoping to see Lin An humiliated. She couldn't accept how things had turned out. Friend. Wang Tsung didn't even glance at Xiao Qingru, addressing Lin An instead. Fighting in the newbie village is pointless. No one loses anything. This was the act of a wise man. He wouldn't engage in anything without gain. Lin An's archery was so precise, he could one-shot Wang Tsung's fragile teammates. And Wang Tsung's group couldn't break through Lin An's defense. The fight was impossible. If you want to leave, go. I won't stop you. Lin An had no desire for an all-out PK either. He still needed to check the effects of his upgraded talent. Lin An discarded a health-boosting attribute affix he had looted from a giant boar and added the upgraded talent. Upgrade SSS, pay a certain price to use on anything you possess. Effect, elevate that thing by 1 rank. Above grade is SSS. There's no S grade. The upgrade effect hasn't changed, you'll need to explore the specifics. This seemed to be the rule of Celestial Domain. Normally a player's talent maxed out its grade, but if someone could break the limit, they could attain an SS grade talent. There was no such thing as an S grade talent evolving into S grade, and then into SS grade. Lin An pondered and tried to upgrade his Plunder talent again. Only by doing so could he compare the effects before and after the upgrade. Ding. Upgrading this grade Plunder talent will cost 1 of your lives. Proceed. The cost has decreased. Then what are we waiting for? I still have 2 lives, enough to upgrade the Plunder talent once. Upgrade it now. Ding. S-grade talent upgraded successfully. You have activated the SS grade talent Plunder. Lives reduced by 1. Plunder SSS, when making a normal attack on a target, randomly loot one of their affixes. The affix permanently disappears from the target. You can choose to discard or use the affix. Affixes can be stacked infinitely. Affix range, attribute affixes, equipment affixes, talent affixes. This is an SS grade talent. Damn if I were Xiao and had this ID hide in the newbie village until I had a full set of divine gear before coming out. Xiao was too arrogant. If he had stayed in the newbie village and let Wang Tsung and his crew farm equipment for him, Lin An wouldn't have been able to touch him. Let's try to make Xiao stand at the respawn point forever. Damn, I forgot the looted affixes don't apply to my current talent effect. Lin An had wanted to stack the attribute affix he looted from Xiao onto his own stats, but he found he still had to discard 1 affix to add another. If Lin An had felt like playing around, Xiao might have been stuck at the respawn point for a while. Only if someone brought him a pair of speed-boosting boots could he move again. After some thought, Lin An decided to let Xiao move for the sake of his future plans. He also returned the 50 magic power from that way Xiao at least had 1 silver tier item. With it, he might be able to lead Xiao Qingru out of the newbie village. I'm really overthinking this. But when I think of the thousand-fold pain he Xiao and Xiao Qingru will suffer later, this small price is nothing. Lin An calmed his mind. In gaming, one should keep a steady heart. He now had 2 SS grade talents. Focusing on leveling up and stacking affixes was the right path. He even considered using the upgrade talent to upgrade Plunder again, but the game system didn't allow him to exploit this loophole. SS grade talent was the pinnacle in Celestial Domain. Just then a wild dog spawned before him. With its pitch-black back, sharp fangs, and drooling mouth, it was far from cute. But its attack was high, and Lin An loved looting attack affixes. Newbie Village Wild Dog LV. 3. HP 50 attack, 20 defense, 5 speed, 2 skills, none woe. He Xiao and those fragile mages were pretty bold. One bite from this wild dog, and they'd be dead. Its 20 attack was even more brutal than a level 5 mountain antelope. But the wild dog's HP was too low, only 50. Ranged players, if careful not to be attacked by multiple dogs at once, could easily kill this mob and gain experience before it reached them. 8. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully looted the attribute affix attack from the Newbie Village Wild Dog. Attack increased by 20. Lin An's luck was excellent. With his first arrow, he looted 20 attack points. In the Newbie Village, players only got 3 free attribute points per level up and no boosts to their 4 core stats. As a result, many players except knights had very low HP without equipment bonuses. If Lin An stacked his attack high enough, killing a player with 1 arrow would be a breeze. 42. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully looted the attribute affix defense from the Newbie Village Wild Dog. Defense increased by 5. Ding. You have slain the Newbie Village Wild Dog. Experience 10 activated Newbie Village Wild Dog Bestiary. For bestiaries now, the collection is going pretty fast. The Newbie Village Wild Dog was only 1 level higher than Lin An, but its HP was low and Lin An hadn't stacked attack too high yet. If he was just leveling up instead of collecting 10 monster bestiaries, continuing to grind at Wild Dog Ridge would be cost-effective. Time to find the next monster. Even the fastest grinding speed at Wild Dog Ridge couldn't match the leveling speed of dungeons. Moreover, the drop rates for equipment and coins in the wild were abysmally low. Lin An might grind for an hour without a single piece of equipment dropping. He decided to stick to his original plan. Brother Tsung, this Lin An is quite formidable. He killed a wild dog with just 2 arrows. Wang Tsung and his group hadn't gone far. His companion Oreo had already noticed that aside from the novice equipment, without any attribute tags, Lin An carried no other gear. Lin An had only slain a single novice village wild dog. After killing He Xiao, he spent merely half a minute advancing his plunder talent, then quickly found and killed another wild dog. Having acquired the wild dog's talent, Lin An immediately left Wild Dog Ridge without any intention of leveling there. His movement speed was extremely fast. No assassin in Novice Village 999 could keep up with him. Wang Tsung abandoned the idea of tracking Lin An. This person might be our enemy. His talent is bound to be strange, but He Xiao's talent is far more valuable to us. An advanced talent was the pinnacle for any faction. None could surpass it. One person's lead meant little. But if hundreds or thousands gained the lead, the herd effect would be terrifying. By the way, where's He Xiao? Tell him not to leave the novice village. Well, gather equipment first, then return to give it to him for upgrading. As for power leveling him, well, discuss that later. He probably doesn't want to keep getting killed by Lin An either. Lin An's sudden disappearance led Wang Tsung to mistakenly believe he had gone to block He Xiao at the village entrance. Wang Tsung and Lin An had the same thought. Since He Xiao possessed such a talent, he could still utilize it even without leaving the city. They'll message him to stay inside the village. Xiao Qingru had no choice but to stay by Wang Tsung's side. She too feared being killed by Lin, and even though death in the novice village carried no penalty, the piercing pain was all too real. I haven't even killed a level 2 chicken yet. Damn, I wonder if this feather outfit on me is made from those wild chickens. Outside the novice village, 2 places buzzed with activity: the grassland where novice village rabbits spawned, and the slope where novice village chickens appeared. Wild chickens were fierce fighters. Their beaks hurt far more than rabbit kicks, and they could flap their wings to fly onto players' heads, pecking at their eyes. Some even pecked at their own kind. With pain sensation set to 100%, the mere thought was agonizing. The most dramatic spot in the entire novice village was this slope, where most players bore traces of battle, chicken feathers and droppings. Some warriors and knights fought with one hand on their weapon and the other protecting their vitals. I'm going all out against these chickens today. Just transmigrated and haven't eaten yet. Let's kill 2 chickens and roast them. Brother, I want some too, but no cilantro, please. Everyone's morale was high. Freshly spawned chickens were taken down in seconds. When Lin An arrived, he couldn't even find a target to attack. But knowing the spawn points were fixed, he didn't wait aimlessly. Instead, after seeing a chicken spawn and get killed, he quickly moved to that spot. Soon a colorful chicken spawned directly beneath him. Lin An smoothly drew its aggro. According to Tianyu's rules for determining monster and boss ownership, it was simple, based on aggro and the final blow. Aggro accounted for 70% and the final blow for 30%. If a knight held the boss aggro throughout, even if someone else stole the last hit, the rewards and drops would still belong to the knight and his party. Knights had a natural aggro advantage, generating twice the threat of other classes. Thus, before learning taunt skills, knights couldn't play as pure tanks, otherwise damage dealers would easily steal aggro. As Lin An did now, drawing a monster's aggro immediately granted roughly 5 times the normal threat. Even if a knight tried to steal the chicken, it would take 3 hits to pull aggro from Lin An. But could a level 2 novice village chicken survive 3 seconds? No, it couldn't. Novice village chicken LV 2, HP 50, attack 5, defense 5, speed 2, skills none. These stats were mere experience fodder for new players. Perhaps feeling humiliated beneath Lin An, the chicken immediately jumped upward, aiming a critical peck at a vulnerable spot. No man could endure such pain. Lin An leaped back half a step and smashed the chicken's head with his longbow. 8. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the novice village chicken's attribute tag defense 5. Unconventional attacks could also plunder tags. Being so close to the chicken, Lin An hadn't thought to knock an arrow. Instead, he instinctively used the longbow as a melee weapon. Tianyu's rules were very flexible. Archers could even equip daggers to ensure some close combat capability. Mages and priests could also bonk enemies with their staves. Cluck cluck. The chicken, knocked to the ground stubbornly, tried to fly again. This time it aimed to fly onto Lin An's head and defecate, to make him taste humiliation, perhaps a bit twisted. But some people enjoyed being abused all the more. Unfortunately, too many players were watching. The moment the chicken spawned, it drew countless eyes. One threw a fireball, another shot an arrow. The chicken never even got airborne before meeting its end. Ding. You have slain a novice village chicken. EXP 5. Activated novice village chicken bestiary. Hey, I landed the final blow. Why didn't I get the EXP? Damn, I'm just working for others again. Can't they spawn more monsters? There are plenty of wild dogs at Wild Dog Ridge. Why don't you go there? I'm not going to get wrecked at Wild Dog Ridge. The forums say those dogs one-shot newbies. I heard there was a PK at Wild Dog Ridge just now. Lin An versus Jin Shi. Lin An killed him even with Wang Tsung backing him up. Lin An. That name sounds familiar. Whoa, that archer who almost got pecked in the crotch. That was Lin An. He can handle Wild Dog Ridge, so why is he here fighting us for chickens? I think he's on his way back to the village to block Jin Shi. Damn, is he that relentless. Once someone crosses him, it's a fight to the death. Ha, if someone stole your girlfriend, could you take it lying down? Of course I could. A wise man knows when to bide his time. Right now it's time to level up. Coward. Who are you calling a coward? He'll fight you. Fight the chickens. Grind EXP. Lin An's face remained expressionless as he overheard the murmurs of others, as if he were not the protagonist of this tale. He had already collected the bestiary entries for the low-level monsters ranging from 1 to 5. His next destination was the advanced monster hunting zone of the novice village, where the likelihood of encountering other players was minimal. This would allow Lin An to quietly complete his quests. He circled the novice village and returned to the foot of the towering mountain. Upon its slopes dwelled not only the highland antelopes, but also the level 6 highland snow leopards and the level 10 wandering miners. The hidden quest to unlock the solo instance was tied to these wandering miners. However, Lin An needed to first collect their bestiary entry before he could return to the novice village to accept the quest. The highland antelopes were prey for the highland snow leopards, and their territories overlapped. Lin An sprinted swiftly up the mountainside. From a distance, he could already spot a snow leopard fiercely chasing an antelope. After all, this was a game. Snow leopards, rarely found in the wild on Blue Star, now seemed to be overrunning the place. As far as the eye could see, there were at least a dozen of them. They seemed almost eager to reveal themselves to Lin An, each one either moving about or lounging on rocks to bask in the sun. Highland Snow Leopard LV. 6. Health 200, attack 30, defense 20, speed 4, skills none. Perfect 4-dimensional attributes. Its speed matched that of the antelope, its attack was formidable, and both its health and defense were high. Lin An, being kind-hearted, could not bear to see the highland antelope chased by the snow leopard. Thus he selected the swiftly moving snow leopard as his target. This was the moment to test the archer's gameplay skills. Lin An predicted the snow leopard's position 1 second later and loosed an arrow at that spot. Whether for ranged or melee players, predicting an enemy's future position or the landing point of their skills was a mandatory lesson. 9. Ding. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the Highland Snow Leopard's defense attribute, increasing your defense by 20. Lin An's attack power was as high as 29 points. Killing low-level monsters had clear advantages, but the Snow Leopard's defense was 20 points. It was moving at high speed, making it difficult for Lin An to land a critical hit. Thus the damage he dealt was somewhat laughable. However, this was because most of the attributes Lin An had stacked were health cap and defense, making his attack power appear relatively low. Struck by Lin An's arrow, the Highland Snow Leopard's aggro soared instantly. It abandoned its pursuit of the pitiful antelope and turned to charge at Lin An. Lin An continued to fire arrows. The Snow Leopard's defense attribute had already been plundered by Lin An, and its attack power was no match for his defense. This king of the Highlands before Lin An was as weak as a lamb about to be dragged into the slaughterhouse. 29 Ding. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the Highland Snow Leopard's attack attribute, increasing your attack by 30. 59 Ding. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the Highland Snow Leopard's health cap attribute, increasing your health cap by 200. Ding. You have slain the Highland Snow Leopard. Experience 40 activated Highland Snow Leopard bestiary. Lin An only at level 2 had slain this level 6 Snow Leopard, earning a substantial amount of experience. It was equivalent to killing 8 chickens. The Highland antelope that had been chased by the Snow Leopard, realizing the threat was gone, returned to its activity zone according to the game's rules. Then as Lin An lingered in the area, the Highland antelope, seemingly mindless, charged at him, attempting to gore him with its horns. 98 Ding. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the Highland antelope's health attribute, increasing your health by 100. Ding. You have slain the Highland antelope. Experience 15 Ding. Your level has increased to 3. You have received 3 distributable attribute points. Lin An was not a merciful man. This antelope was blind to danger and insisted on provoking Lin An. Who else could it blame? Having finally reached level 3, Lin An still hadn't caught up with the top-tier players in the novice village. Wang Tsung's group was already approaching level 5. Knowing what he had to do, Lin An felt no anxiety over his level deficit. He allocated all his attribute points to strength and then pulled up the novice village map. There were 2 paths to leave the novice village. The most convenient and safest route was to reach level 10 and then use the teleportation array to travel to the outside world. The other path lay within the mountain before Lin An. Long ago, this mountain was rich in mineral resources. The villagers had dug a tunnel through it to transport the ores they mined for sale. But one day the mine tunnel collapsed, burying all the miners working inside. No one ever thought of mining there again. Over time, the buried miners turned into wandering spirits, continuing to dig day and night. Gradually, the collapsed tunnel was cleared by these spirits. The passage out of the novice village was thus restored. However, those wandering miners had become an insurmountable obstacle for everyone. So this mine tunnel could still be utilized. Lin An located the coordinates of the mine on the map, determined the direction, and ignoring the snow leopards and highland antelopes along the way, headed straight for it. His movement speed surpassed even the snow leopards. Unable to catch up, the leopards could only whimper behind him. The mine entrance was easy to find, marked by the wooden frames left behind to support the mountain. The surrounding slopes were also littered with abandoned rocks. There were no signs of player activity nearby, but a bold NPC had come to scavenge for metal ores. Novice Village Blacksmith Apprentice, Tianyu LV. 5 health, 300 attack, 30 defense, 30 speed, 1 skills, blacksmith's hammer. It's rare to spot a green name on this mountain. Neutral and friendly NPCs had green names while peaceful players had blue names. All hostile targets, whether monsters, players, or NPCs, were uniformly red. An adventurer. My goodness, an adventurer has actually made it to the shadowy mine, exclaimed the blacksmith apprentice Tianyu upon seeing Lin An. Veteran players of online games knew what encountering an NPC in the wild, especially in a special area, signified. The scent of a quest. However, in his past life, Lin An had never seen any forum posts about players receiving quests from an NPC outside the shadowy mine. Master Blacksmith, what are you doing here? The wandering miners inside the shadowy mine are quite ferocious. Lin An, adopting a try-it-and-see attitude, struck up a lively conversation with Tianyu. Tianyu appeared to be only 20 years old. A simple set of armor bolstered his attributes. Years of labor in the forge had left his skin a ruddy tan. Lin An's flattering address made Tianyu lower his head with a shy grin. Just an apprentice, far from being a blacksmith. Master says I still have a long way to go before I can become a true one. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of praise? As an outstanding youth from Blue Star, China, Lin An found it effortless to make an NPC happy with just a few words. If Lin An's position were a general manager's assistant, how should the subordinates address him? Assistant Lin. General assistant. Neither. They should call him General Lin. When addressing a deputy, drop the deputy. Always flatter by raising their status. A blacksmith apprentice like Anyo would surely be delighted to be called Master Blacksmith. Even though Anyo remained humble, Lin An had a ready reply. Master, Anyo, your master is right, but so am I. With those robust arms of yours, I can tell you have great potential in the path of blacksmithing. You may not be a blacksmith now, but a month, 3 months, or a year from now won't you be promoted? Young people even buy houses and cars with future money, enjoying life ahead of time. Brother Anyo was almost certain to become a blacksmith in the future. Calling him that in advance, was there anything wrong? Not at all. Haha, that's what I think too. Master said he'll test me in a few months, and if I pass he'll retire and enjoy his old age. Anyo was simple and honest. His greatest wish was to become the village blacksmith, crafting farm tools for the villagers and armor for the warriors. Even expressing such a wish wasn't overreaching. In comparison to endlessly respawning monsters, the NPCs in Tianyu continent possessed far greater intelligence, resembling living, breathing people. They could live freely in the Tianyu continent. Lin An thought that by building a rapport with Anyo, even if he couldn't get a quest, he might at least secure a discount when restocking arrows later. I believe you'll pass the test and become a qualified blacksmith. By the way, are you here at the Shadow Mine looking for ores? After a few pleasantries, Lin An didn't forget his goal of extracting a quest from Anyo. It was obvious that Anyo had come searching for ores. The only question was whether the ore he sought would be hard to find. Yes, Master said there might be calcite or near the mine, but I've searched everywhere and found nothing. Maybe someone picked them all up. I'm planning to go back and report. Anyo was visibly disappointed at failing his master's task, his smile fading. But smiles don't truly disappear. They merely shift from one face to another. Lin An grinned cheerfully. Anyo, just because there's no ore outside doesn't mean there's none inside. I can help you enter the Shadow Mine to find calcite. Anyo's face was full of worry. Master said we must never enter the Shadow Mine. It's a forbidden area of the village. You shouldn't go either. I'd rather just face his scolding. There was hope. When an NPC says that, it almost certainly means there's a quest. Anyo, we may have just met, but I already feel like you're my own brother. If you can't find the calcite, your master will be disappointed. Let me handle this task. Don't worry, those wandering miners can't harm me. Lin An was willing to throw away all restraint to secure the quest. If this were a beautiful female NPC, had already resort to charm tactics to seduce her. Anyo hesitated for a moment, still afraid of his master's reprimand. Brother Lin An, I trust you. If you encounter danger, you must retreat. I won't give up looking for calcite either. They'll search nearby. If you come out and don't see me, just look for me at the village entrance. Hey, race a mining pick, you might need it inside the Shadow Mine. Ding. Blacksmith apprentice Anyo has issued you a quest, find calcite ore. Obtain worn mining pick, white equipment, requirement level 0, durability 1100. 4 life skill gathering tools like picks, sickles, and fishing rods. Each successful gather consumes 1 durability point. Anyo was truly stingy. He couldn't even spare a decent pick. Lin An could only use this one to mine a single piece of ore. After accepting the quest, Lin An parted ways with Anyo and hurried into the mine. Inside the Shadow Mine, it was pitch black. The biting wind carried a foul stench from the other end of the mountain. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of mining echoed loudly through the cave. The wandering miners were tirelessly extracting ore. Lin An could vaguely make out the surroundings. The Shadow Mine was an uncharted map. Even when he pulled up his full map, he could only see the areas he had already explored. A glow. Those are the eyes of a wandering miner. In the dimness, 2 blue flames bobbed up and down in the darkness. The eyes of a wandering miner were indeed blue ghost fires. That spot must have one. Lin An held his breath, knocking an arrow onto his bowstring. With a swoosh, the arrow flew and a damage number appeared, 32. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered a stat from the wandering miner, movement speed 1. Its defense is really high. With Lin An's attack power at 6, dealing such low damage could only mean the wandering miner had formidable defense. In the darkness, the startled wandering miner froze for a moment, its sluggish mind taking a while to register the arrow embedded in its forehead. The miner turned its head toward Lin An's position, trying to attack him, but its feet seemed mired in mud. I can't move, can you? Lin An walked over and studied the miner up close. He had never been to the Shadow Mine in his past life. Encountering this wandering miner now felt like a strange twist of fate. Wandering miner LV. 10 HP, 468 attack, 40 defense, 30 skill combo strike. Lin An approached not just to inspect its stats, but primarily for the calcite ore. Though these wandering miners had become restless spirits, they still instinctively mined or was likely to be found wherever they stood. In a corner of the cave wall, half a meter in front of the miner, a bluish-green calcite ore emitted a faint, barely noticeable glow. Calcite, or LV. One of the most common metal ores used to forge weapons or equipment. Truly it was found without effort. Both of Lin An's goals for entering the shadow mine were about to be accomplished. Roar. Ignored by Lin and the wandering miner, let out an enraged howl utterly devoid of human intellect. A lonely ghost was nothing but a beast. They would attack any living creature on sight. 32. Ding. The plunder talent has been activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute trait of the wandering miner, increasing your attack by 40. Ghost-type wild monsters and bosses had no weaknesses. Lin An could not land critical strikes either, so he had to slowly chip away at the wandering miner's health. 72. Ding. The plunder talent has been activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute trait of the wandering miner, increasing your defense by 30. 102. Starting from the fourth arrow, Lin An could no longer plunder attribute traits from the wandering miner. But stripped of its defense and unable to move no matter how thick its health bar was, it was merely a target. Lin An fired 3 more arrows in succession. The wandering miner's semi-transparent body gradually turned fully transparent, and the 2 flames in its eyes flickered out. Ding. You have slain the wandering miner. 200 EXP. Activated wandering miner bestiary. Dropped a piece of equipment. Lin An heard a clattering sound. The mining pick the wandering miner had wielded seemed to fall to the ground, not vanishing along with the monster. Obtained worn mining pick. Worn mining pick, white equipment. Equipment requirement level 0. Durability 100,100. Excellent. A mining pick with full durability. The pick that Tianyu gave me is worthless. This one at least can be upgraded. Lin An had yet to attempt upgrading equipment. He had 2 pieces of gear in his backpack, the lowest level requirement being level 4, which he had not yet reached. But the mining pick's level requirement was 0. Even after upgrading, it would still be usable. Ding. Upgrading the worn mining pick requires 5 copper coins. Proceed. It costs coins to upgrade. Lin An glanced at the 11 copper coins in his backpack and dismissed the idea of upgrading the pick for now. He'll upgrade the copper coins first. Ding. Upgrading copper coins requires 50 copper coins. Proceed. So coins can be upgraded too, but I can't afford the cost. The upgrade talent was a form of enhancement possessing the ability to alter material composition. Lin An discovered this when he upgraded his coarse linen underwear. Linen turning into cotton fundamentally changed the material. According to the hierarchy of the coin system, the tier above copper coins was silver coins. However, Lin An needed to gather 51 copper coins before he could use the upgrade talent to turn them into a silver coin. After that, if the cost to upgrade silver coins to gold coins was the same, then Lin An would still need to gather 51 silver coins to upgrade. But once he had a silver coin, he could trade it with others for copper coins. By repeating this process, he would never be short of in-game currency in the future. Unable to upgrade either the pick or the coins for now, Lin An used the wonderability pick Tianyu had given him to mine chalcopyrite ore. Obtained chalcopyrite or LV. 1. The worn mining pick has been destroyed. When equipment's durability runs out, it is destroyed. However, it could be repaired at a blacksmith or by a player who has learned the equipment repairman sub-profession. There was no need to repair a life skill tool like a mining pick. Buying a new one cost less than repairing it. Though the pick had lost its value, Lin An did not discard it. This broken pick would still serve a purpose later. I can upgrade this or 2. I'll mine another chalcopyrite, or to keep in reserve. Lin An thought that submitting an item of higher value than the quest requirement might yield better rewards. So he searched the shadowy mine for another chalcopyrite ore. Obtained chalcopyrite or LV. 1. Upgrade this or ding. Upgrading chalcopyrite or requires 10 copper coins. Proceed. Proceed. Ding. Chalcopyrite or upgraded successfully. Obtain fine iron or LV. 2. Upgrade again. Ding. Upgrading fine iron or requires 1 silver coin. Proceed. Damn, it'll stop here. Still too poor. If Lin An had the money, he would have upgraded this, or all the way to level 10, then given it to Tianyu, shocking him for a lifetime. In Heaven's domain, materials like ores and herbs ranged from level 1 to 10. Beyond that were immortal grade materials, and above those divine grade. The quest Tianyu had given Lin An was already marked as complete, ready to be turned in. He still had 3 bestiary entries left to collect. Lin An decided to return to the village first. He would hand in the quest. Just then, a line of text drifted across the top of the public chat channel. Sanxue, Lin An, accept my friend request. I need to ask you something. Lin An saw that Wang Tsung had sent this message and wondered why he was taking the initiative to contact him. After a moment's thought, he figured it was likely that Xiao had discovered his SS-Rank talent was still disabled after all this time. That was why Wang Tsung was sent to ask Lin An what was going on. Lin An did not accept Wang Tsung's friend request. Ever since a post about Lin An's PK with Xiao at the village entrance appeared on the forum, many players had been actively sending him friend requests. Annoyed, Lin An turned off the notifications to avoid being disturbed. A shout in the newbie village costs a gold coin. Wang Tsung sure has a lot of people under him, even farming gold for him. Lin An hadn't done much leveling, so he didn't have much money. Wang Tsung's subordinates had been leveling and producing equipment, making it far less difficult for them to scrape together a gold coin. But though Lin An said this, he didn't truly think so. Apparently, in his past life, the guild Wang Tsung founded Forbidden Summit was propped up by massive capital in the early stages, and it never lacked operational funds in its later development. Wang Tsung could even pay salaries to guild members. When the humans from Blue Star were transported into the game, Heaven's Domain, everyone started from the same level, especially in terms of finances. Yet Wang Tsung remained consistently wealthy both on Blue Star and in the game. That was quite impressive. Was this the legendary fate of the rich? The newbie village shout Wang Tsung sent soon faded. It made more players in newbie village 999 aware of the name Lin An. Hot on its heels was a message from Xiao Qingru. Lin An had neither blocked nor deleted Xiao Qingru as a friend, so she could naturally send him messages. Rooming, Lin An, what did you do? Give he Xiao his talent back, right now. Rooming, don't pretend you can't hear me. Rooming, playing dead huh? Don't you want me back? This is between us, what does he Xiao have to do with it? Return his talent, and I might consider getting back together with you. Rooming, Lin An, what's wrong with you? Didn't you love me the most? Can't you even agree to such a small condition? Annoyed by the constant barrage of notification sounds from Xiao Qingru's messages, Lin An irritably replied and deleted her from his friends list. Lin An, with that mouth of yours all you ever do is spew nonsense. Get lost you bitch and go lick your first love's boots. I'm going to marry this game. Having said that, Lin An permanently removed Xiao Qingru from his friends list. But because she had assisted he Xiao in killing Lin An once her avatar would remain on his enemy list, Lin An deliberately deleted her as a friend. This did not mean he would give up his revenge on that pair of dogs, Xiao Qingru and he Xiao. Plundering just one talent from he Xiao was merely the beginning. Lin An had yet to make them taste the despair of death. For now he set aside this trivial interlude. Lin An dashed swiftly toward the entrance of the novice village. His speed was remarkable, and in the game world, he could maintain his maximum pace indefinitely. This was the disparity between the game world and reality. In Tianyu, there was no need to worry about sleep, hunger, or fatigue. From this perspective, it was indeed fortunate for those on Blue Star who could barely secure enough food and clothing to be transported into this game world. Lin An, you're finally back. Those wandering miners didn't hurt you, did they? After Lin An entered the mine, Nyo had searched near the entrance for a while, but found no chalcopyrite, or so he returned to the village entrance, which was still crowded with players. Players swarmed around the NPC lingering outside the village eagerly, trying to strike up conversations in hopes of receiving quests. Nyo grew increasingly irritated by their persistence. To be honest, none of these players treated the NPCs as real people. Only Lin An, having spent a year living in the Tianyu continent, regarded the NPCs as its native inhabitants rather than mere data. Thus, Lin An could communicate naturally with NPCs. Moreover, as the game progressed, the role of NPCs became ever more crucial. No one could afford to ignore them. They couldn't harm me. I've already obtained the chalcopyrite ore you needed, and I also found a piece of refined iron ore. Do you need it? Lin An pulled out both ores from his backpack and handed them to Nyo. Nyo had been anxious, believing that a low-level player like Lin An challenging the wandering miners was nothing short of a fantasy. But now that Lin An had produced the ores, Nyo's suspended heart finally settled. Furthermore, upon seeing the refined iron ore in Lin An's hand, his dark, ruddy face began to tremble. Refined iron ore. Is this truly refined iron ore? My master has always desired a piece of refined iron ore to forge a weapon, so he could retire without regret. I never imagined you'd find such a long extinct ore in the shadow mine. Lin An was almost grinning ear to ear. The allure of an ore to a blacksmith was immense. Refined iron ore was a level 2 resource unobtainable in the novice village. Lin An's ability to produce it delighted Nyo. Lin An, let me take you to meet my master. He will surely reward you generously. Nyo cheerfully led Lin An into the village, leaving a crowd of stunned players behind. How did he get a quest? Isn't that Lin An? Damn, his luck is incredible. Is this the fortune he gained from sacrificing his girlfriend? Screw it, I'll try my luck with another NPC. Everyone wanted to pick up quests from NPCs as it doubled the efficiency of leveling up compared to mindlessly grinding monsters. But quests weren't so easy to obtain. Aside from hidden quests, the novice village offered no universal tasks accessible to all players. At this very moment, many archer players, having exhausted their arrow supplies, flocked to the shop to purchase more. Master, I found the chalcopyrite ore. This adventurer Lin An helped me acquire it, and he also brought a piece of refined iron ore. Nyo excitedly introduced Lin An to the blacksmith Wang Dakui. The taciturn Wang Dakui accepted the ores and methodically issued Lin An's quest reward. Adventurer, this is your due reward. Thank you for helping Nyo complete the task. Ding. Quest find Calcopyrite, or completed. Reward 500 experience points, 50 copper coins bonus for overachievement, 1000 experience points, 1 silver coin. Ding. Your level has increased to 5. He jumped 2 levels. Questing truly yielded abundant experience. And the blacksmith was generous with coins as well. Unfortunately, there were no equipment drops. After completing the quest, Lin An chatted briefly with Nyo and Wang Dakui. Confirming they had no more tasks, he prepared to leave. But an archer player blocked his path. Lin An, you're quite famous. That quest just boosted you 2 levels. Can you teach me how to get quests? The player in front of him had a sleazy appearance, especially when he smiled. Lin An glanced at his in-game name and asked with curiosity, a South Korean. How is there a foreigner in Novice Village? No. 999. Oh, you must have been in China before the transmigration. This archer was named Piao Guochang, a distinctly South Korean name. But he shook his head. Bro, I'm Chinese. I chose this name because I'm an archer. Get it? Piao Guochang can shoot. It's a homophonic pun. Holy crap. There were so many witty people. Lin An was astonished. It seemed few would pick a straightforward in-game name like he did. Alright, even if you're Chinese, I have no tips to share. Getting quests is all about luck. As a transmigrator, Lin An kept his mouth tighter than anyone. His game knowledge was the capital that kept him ahead of other players. Why would he casually divulge such secrets? Big bro, you're an archer too. Let's team up. My talent is in a rank talent, archer instinct. I'll screenshot it for you. If you let me join you, I'll be your permanent teammate. Piao Guochang persisted, even showing Lin An his most private talent. Archer instinct A for all archer players in the same party or group, including yourself. Range increases by 20, damage increases by 20, as skill cooldowns decrease by 20, and accuracy and critical hit rates increase by 20. A godly skill. A team-oriented godly skill. As Lin An saw this talent, a flicker of familiarity stirred in his mind regarding the name Piao Guochang. This person seemed to gain some renown later, even capable of determining the outcome of large-scale battles. However, in his past life, Lin An had always played solo, never joining a guild, so he hadn't recognized him. A 20 increase in accuracy. Damn, I'm really tempted. But since talents can't stack now, and I have no reason to fight, I won't plunder it. As mentioned earlier, attacking targets above your level reduces accuracy proportionally. But with this talent's boost, even if Lin An went after the highest level boss in the game, he'd still have a 20 hit rate. Combining Plunder with Archer Instinct. Invincible. The critical hit rate was also excellent. Without striking a target's weak point, critical hits wouldn't trigger normally, but with this boost, even regular attacks had a chance to crit. In the future, Lin An would surely use the Plunder modifier to accumulate a 100 critical hit rate. Assassins and archers were classes that absolutely needed to stack critical hit stats. Add me as a friend. Your talent is indeed formidable, but I have matters to attend to now. If we can level up together in the future, I'll contact you. Lin An recognized the value of Piao Guochang's talent. He had no intention of seizing the archer's instinct as they were still in the novice village, and Piao Guochang had not offended him. Moreover, Lin An knew of S-Rank talent similar to archer's instinct, but far more potent. Thus, he decided it was better to first build a good rapport with Piao Guochang. Once they left the novice village and accuracy became crucial, he could enlist Piao Guochang for greater endeavors. This way, he could enjoy the benefits of both talents simultaneously. Alright, I'll find more powerful archers in the novice village. We'll play together then. Piao Guochang replied, still dreaming of becoming the leader of archers. But Lin An's intention was for him to obediently serve as a talent-boosting companion. Teaming up with Piao Guochang could wait for another time. In the realm of Tianyu, any player who activated a rank talent would eventually make a name for themselves. Even support-type talents could find their own path. Leaving the village, the surrounding players thinned out. Lin An stealthily retrieved 2 long-neglected leather armors from his backpack. One was a top, the other trousers. The top was a level 4 white equipment, and the trousers were level 5 white equipment. Advanced boar hide top. Ding. Advanced boar hide top white equipment requires 50 mana points. Advance. Damn, not enough mana. Good thing I haven't allocated my free stats yet. Lin An cared little about how he allocated his stats. The plunder trait could stack infinitely. The 3 attribute points per level were negligible. To advance equipment, adding points to spirit to boost mana was entirely worthwhile. He allocated 6 free attribute points to spirit. Lin An's mana rose to 70 points. He returned to the novice village's pharmacy to buy some mana potions before starting the equipment advancement. Ding. Boar hide top white equipment advanced successfully. Obtained wild boar leather armor bronze. Ding. Sheepskin trousers white equipment advanced successfully. Obtained antelope leather pants bronze. Wild boar leather armor bronze requirement level 4, a durability 100100, stats strength 5, constitution 10, defense 10. Antelope leather pants bronze requirement level 5, durability 100100, stats strength 6, constitution 12, agility 10. Continue advancing. Ding. Advanced wild boar leather armor bronze requires 500 mana points. Advance. What else can I advance? You're forcing me, an archer, to stack magic power. Lin An was utterly exasperated. If the advancement talent demanded coins to upgrade equipment, that would be fine. But now it forced him to use mana, which was a deliberate hassle. After all, the advancement talent was perfectly suited for Xiao. It was only natural that Lin An found it unwieldy after seizing it. Regardless, wearing 2 pieces of bronze equipment felt different. The stat boosts weren't massive, but they were extra gains nonetheless. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. After changing into the new trousers and top and tossing the old feather gear into his backpack, Lin An finally looked somewhat like an archer. His previous novice set made him feel like a primitive tribal archer. He's wearing bronze equipment. He stole my talent. Lin An, everything you said before was a lie. Because Lin An had returned to the novice village to buy mana potions, he was discovered by Xiao and Xiao Qingru, who were searching for him. The novice village was small. If they truly wanted to ambush him there, they would certainly succeed. Seeing the bronze equipment on Lin An, Xiao could no longer doubt that his advancement talent had been plundered. If he still couldn't figure it out, he might as well bash his head against a pig. It's just tit for tat. You and Xiao Qingru didn't tell me the truth either. Lin An said, his face twisting with disgust at the sight of Xiao. The novice village was a safe zone, so Lin An couldn't attack even if he wanted to. Lin An, you want to steal Xiao's life? I won't allow it. Xiao Qingru had become a madwoman. In just 2 or 3 hours, her life had experienced dramatic ups and downs. She rushed at Lin An, claws extended to scratch his face. Lin An narrowed his eyes and kicked her. His size 45 shoe struck her abdomen, sending her flying to the ground. Idiot, do I need to steal his life? Don't forget who supported you 2 bastards back on Blue Star. Today's events are just me collecting some interest. A man hitting a woman. This was Lin An's first time, but certainly not his last. You hit me, Xiao Qingru didn't lose health, but she felt the pain intensely. You said you loved me the most. I just don't love you anymore. Why has your love turned to hate? Lin An, you'll die a miserable death. Xiao Qingru's words stunned the onlooking players for a whole year. The bystanders now understood the situation between the 3 of them. Yet Xiao Qingru demanded that Lin An treat her as before. Lin An was exasperated, feeling like a fool for ever loving such a woman. Since he began to despise Xiao Qingru, everything about her seemed increasingly unbearable, even her features appearing ugly. Lin An, calmed down. Wang Tsong couldn't stand it either, knowing that Xiao and Xiao Qingru were no match for Lin An, were old friends. The Wang and Lin families were once partners. Before your father passed, he always sent me a birthday gift every year. For the sake of our past friendship, tell me, big brother, how long will Xiao's talent be taken? Wang Tsong tried to appeal to emotions. His words were true, but back then Lin An's father sent gifts to Wang Tsong from a position of inferiority, like a vassal offering tribute to an emperor. Lin An understood the laws of society and couldn't resent Wang Tsong for being born lucky. After all, Lin An's own birth wasn't bad either. It's permanent. Xiao is finished. Also, my father is gone and I sold the company long ago. Not a single person from the Wang family showed up at the funeral, not even a lackey. So don't talk to me about past bonds from now on. Only interests matter. If you want to use my talent, I can charge you to upgrade your equipment or skill books. As for how to deal with these 2, that's up to you. Lin An then accepted Wang Tsong's friend request. Since the advancement talent was already exposed, he might as well make it crystal clear and drive Xiao and Xiao Qingru into utter despair. Wang Tsong was by no means a good person. Of this Lin An was 100% certain. So when Lin An declared that Xiao was finished, the discontent Wang Tsong harbored toward Xiao erupted like a volcano. Hold him down. Make him kneel. Slap his face. Damn it, daring to act cocky in front of me. Wang Tsong will never allow such an arrogant bastard to exist in Novice Village 999. Wang Tsong's mood shifted faster than turning pages. His underlings swiftly pinned Xiao to the ground. Wang Tsong strode over, grabbed Xiao by the chin and snarled, "Who do you think you are? Just because you got lucky and awakened a powerful talent, you think you're something special. A true master knows to keep a low profile and let their actions speak. And you're nothing." Then Xiao's face began to accompany each slap in a brutal symphony. Such arrogant behavior could only occur in a novice village. If they left the novice village and went to other cities, and Tianyu patrolling guards would have arrested anyone who dared strike another like that. Wang Tsong, you just licked my boots, and now you're licking Lin An's. Aren't you afraid I'll recover my talent and come after you? Xiao, exhausted and humiliated as more and more players gathered to watch, couldn't help but threaten Wang Tsong. But was Wang Tsong the type of rich, second-generation heir to back down from a threat? Of course not. Screw you. Beat him to death. Me lick your boots. You think you're worthy. Seeing He Xiao wasn't beaten badly enough, Wang Tsong walked over to Xiao Qingru and pointed at her nose, cursing, "You slut, are you blind? Instead of enjoying the good life with my big brother Lin, and you choose to hang out with this piece of trash. But it's just as well. You're paler than a paper doll's painted eyes, whiter than my wall. A fiend like you should die early and rot in hell. I'm telling you too, don't let me catch you in the wild again. They'll kill you every time I see you. Paper doll's painted eyes." Wang Tsong sure had a way with metaphors. Xiao Qingru was so brutally cursed by Wang Tsong that she didn't even have the courage to talk back. If Wang Tsong had used his full power to scold her, he could have gone on for a day and a night without repeating himself. Lin An, and it was all He Xiao's fault for tricking me. Please don't leave me, okay? Perhaps Wang Tsong's curses had jolted Xiao Qingru awake. She scrambled to Lin An's feet, clutching his calf, begging for his forgiveness. Get lost. Lin An kicked Xiao Qingru away. You do whatever he tells you. If he told you to die, would you? Stop putting on a fake show in front of me. What, you think you can act better than me? Watching the miserable state of He Xiao and Xiao Qingru, Lin An felt a surge of inexplicable satisfaction. If his sole purpose in this second life was to destroy these two, it would be a terrible waste of the Creator's gift of rebirth. Time to level up. Coming back to the novice village just stirs up so much trouble. Lin An had made up his mind. He wouldn't set foot in the novice village again until he had collected all 10 monster illustrations. His backpack was stocked with enough arrows and mana potions. Even if he ran out of arrows with his stats, he could still kill monsters efficiently using a longbow. As soon as Lin An left, Wang Tsong stopped bullying He Xiao and Xiao Qingru and took his crew out to level up. On the forums, players from other novice villages had already reached level 7 or 8. There were too many gossiping onlookers in Novice Village 999, slowing everyone's leveling pace. To activate the achievement of Novice Village Overlord, he still needed to collect the Hornet illustration, the Scarecrow illustration, and the Treant illustration. The spawn points of these 3 monsters were not far apart. The Scarecrows lingered in the forest clearing near the Treants and Hornets territory. Lin An wouldn't have to travel too long this time. On the way, Wang Tsong kept messaging Lin and inviting him to join his team and offering a generous salary of 1 gold coin per day. At this stage, 1 gold coin was probably equivalent to 1 million on Blue Star. But Lin An had an advanced talent. Did he care about money? After completing a Nio's quest, Lin An had 1.5 silver coins in his pocket. If he was willing to trade time for money, he could keep upgrading copper coins and amass boundless wealth in no time. Lin An hadn't done that yet simply because it wasn't time to spend. He temporarily disabled friend message notifications. The largest farmland outside the novice village came into view. The crops on the farmland were lush green, but weeds had overrun every place where one could step. No villagers were busy working the fields. Only scarecrows were hopping around the farmland. These scarecrows had become demonized. They not only chased away birds that ate the crops, but also attacked the villagers who tilled the land. Scarecrow LV. 7 health, 200 attack, 35 defense, 15 speed, 1 skills, none. Watch the arrow. Since physical attacks couldn't exploit the Scarecrow's weakness, Lin An just fired randomly. As long as he hit, he could deal the proper damage. 98. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the Scarecrow's attribute defense, increased by 15. Bronze equipment was still too overpowered in a novice village. With just 2 pieces of bronze gear and the attributes he had stacked before, Lin An's attack power had already reached such heights. 98. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the Scarecrow's attribute health cap, increased by 200. Ding. You have slain the Scarecrow. EXP 40 activated Scarecrow illustration. Beautiful. 2 more to go. Although the trigger conditions for hidden quests in the novice village were harsh, they were not impossible to fulfill. For other players with enough effort, they too could collect 10 illustrations. But their efficiency would never match Lin An's. Crossing the farmland ahead lay a forest known as the Twisted Woods. The trees were laden with beehives, and some ancient trees corrupted by demonic influence had turned into treants. Lin An rushed into the Twisted Woods. A single arrow shot instantly killed a hornet, plundering 200 health points from it. He then fired 3 arrows at a treant, plundering 0 movement speed, 30 defense, and 40 ability power. Treants were mage-type monsters that couldn't move. His luck was incredible. Plundering the movement speed attribute from a treant was essentially useless. But finally, he had collected all 10 monster illustrations. Ding. You have collected all monster illustrations in the Novice Village. Achievement activated. Novice Village Overlord Lin An had gained an achievement, but the system didn't tell him he could go to the village chief to accept a hidden quest. If there were such hints, the game would be too easy. Back to the village. This is my 4th trip back. Lin An really didn't want to waste time traveling, but he had no choice. For the solo dungeon for the hidden class change scroll. Charge. Is he trying to be a lone wolf, or does he want to form his own guild? My offer wasn't low, was it? Wang Tsung kept staring at his friend's list, but there was still no message from Lin An. He placed great importance on advanced talents. Especially after discovering that Lin An could snatch other players' talents, Wang Tsung became even more reluctant to make an enemy of him. Winning Lin An over to his team had become Wang Tsung's top priority. Brother Tsung, that kid was seduced by a woman like Ru Ming and turned into a simp, so he definitely likes women. My suggestion is... Oreo's advice to Wang Tsung was to find a woman to tempt Lin An. What a loser. He's a disgrace to the rich second-generation crowd. With money you can find any kind of girl you want. Wang Tsung truly couldn't understand how Lin An, who had tens of millions in assets back on Blue Star, could be so bewitched by a woman. From his perspective, such a naive rich kid was extinct on Blue Star. Xingxing messaged me earlier, and I haven't replied yet. Her in-game name is Moondog. I can see it. Lin An likes this type of woman. He'll have her approach Lin An now. You guys keep an eye on the forums for any info about him. This time we'll make it real. Wang Tsung figured sacrificing a girl to bring Lin An under his wing was worth it. As for whether Lin An and that girl would develop real feelings later, it didn't matter to him anymore. The key was authenticity, no deception. In the novice village at the old village chief's house. In any online game with a starter area, the village chief's place was always the busiest spot. Lin An couldn't even get within a few dozen meters of the chief's house. It was packed. Chief Grandpa, give me a quest. He'll be your real grandson and take care of you in your old age. Chief Grandpa, when you die, he'll visit your grave every Qingming festival and burn plenty of paper money. Just give me plenty of quests. Old man, you're just an NPC. Why are you frowning when we asked for a quest? Exactly. Who developed Sky Realm? Does this game even have a quest system? There must be a quest system. Someone just saw Lin An complete the blacksmith's quest and level up twice. 2 levels. Damn, that guy's just lucky. The novice village blacksmith is just slow-witted. If Lin An could get a quest from a stubborn old geezer like this one, ID Neil and call him dad. Thousands upon thousands of players couldn't get any quests, but they refused to leave hanging around endlessly. This gave Lin An a headache. But soon he came up with a clever idea. Advance copper coins. Ding. Advancing copper coins requires 50 copper coins. Proceed. Advance. Ding. Coins advanced successfully. Obtained 1 silver coin. The silver coins in Lin An's pocket went from 1 to 2. After all, it was free wealth, so spending it didn't hurt. Whoa. A silver coin. Whose silver coin fell on the street? Lin An held up a silver coin and shouted to the crowd. Then he exchanged his remaining silver coin for 100 copper coins and scattered them down an empty street. Someone's throwing money. Money on the ground. Copper coins everywhere. Grab them quick. Lin An staged the whole scene and wasn't stingy with his spending. Even the players who witnessed him tossing the coins rushed over to pick them up. That copper coin is mine. Screw you, I grabbed it first. It's in my bag now, so it's mine. I saw it first. How didn't anyone tell you? When it comes to picking up money, you need quick hands, not just quick eyes. Whether on Blue Star or in the game world, the allure of coins was irresistible to humans. As soon as the players crowding the village chief's house heard about the money, they rushed out. They didn't stop to think. Could they even reach the spot in time to grab any? Lin An successfully lured the players away and walked up to the old village chief. Chief Grandpa, long time no see. Lin An distinctly remembered this was his 4th time dealing with the old chief. An old acquaintance. A wave of familiarity like he had traveled back a year washed over Lin An. He confirmed it. He had truly lived a second life. Long time no see. Adventurer, I've never met you, but your face does look familiar somehow. The old village chief's wrinkled face was etched with stories. In the days to come, he would have to greet and see off countless players. Forget it, don't try to cozy up to me like those other adventurers. I have no quests, and there's nothing valuable in my house. Be on your way. The old chief's words made Lin An's heart tremble. Familiar. The old chief never lied. And Lin An hadn't visited the chief's house today. Sky Realm truly had a kind of magic. Setting aside things he couldn't understand for now, Lin An displayed the achievement of Novice Village Dominator. Chief Grandpa, and the one you've been waiting for. To accept a hidden quest, one only needed to fulfill the prerequisites. That is, as long as Lin An showed the achievement, the chief would surely give him the quest. Sure enough, the old chief's murky eyes suddenly brightened. Adventurer, you are indeed the one I have been waiting for. The wandering miners in the shadow mine and the corpse king lurking deep within have long plagued our village. Only by eliminating these wandering miners and the corpse king can the village's young men return to the mine and restore the village's vitality. Moreover, those wandering miners are our ancestors. If I can grant them peace in my generation, then even if I die and descend to the underworld, I can face my forebears with honor. Ding. The novice village chief has issued a hidden quest: eliminate the wandering miners and the corpse king. Accept. You have accepted the hidden quest. Quest objective: wandering miners 099 corpse king 01. Kill these wandering miners and the boss corpse king. Lin An opened a solo instance. Grinding through the dungeon would likely get him to level 10 with plenty of experience to spare. After all, the novice village didn't cap experience. In his past life, Lin An knew a player who was so afraid of dying that he kept leveling in the novice village, vowing to reach max level before leaving. By the time Lin An was poisoned to death by that treacherous couple Xiao and Xiao Qingru, that player still hadn't reached max level. After accepting the quest, Lin An turned to face the chaotic crowd of players. Some had already caught on and were once again surrounding the village chief's house. Hey you there, Crimson Knight. Didn't you just call the chief a dead old man? Didn't you say you'd kneel if I got a quest? Kneel down. Lin An knew that in the past few hours countless players must have cursed the old chief. Some had wished him dead, some had insulted his mother, and some had dragged Lin An into it. Lin An had to vent on behalf of the old chief. Kneel. Who the hell do you think you are? You expect your daddy to kneel just because you say so? Crimson Knight's face was full of tough flesh. He wasn't afraid of Lin An at all. Of course, since they were all players, nobody feared anyone else. Besides, the novice village was a safe zone. Lin An, an archer, might not even beat a knight in a real fight. I said, kneel. You will kneel. Lin An raised his longbow and drew 2 arrows, the bowstring tightening under his left hand's pull. In the blink of an eye, 2 arrows flew out. They struck Crimson Knight's knees with pinpoint accuracy. The attack didn't deal damage, but Lin An's strength was 23 points, and the arrows flew at an incredible speed. The impact force was more than a normal human could withstand. Intense pain racked Crimson Knight's entire body, and he lost control, dropping to his knees facing Lin An and the old village chief. Holy crap! Isn't Lin An supposed to be a tanky archer? How does he have such immense strength? 2 pieces of his gear are bronze-tiered, damn it. I don't even have a single white item, and he's already sporting bronze equipment. What a disgusting person. We're all from the same nation, yet he sides with the NPCs instead of us players. I heard he's a sycophant. Looks like all the quests he got were by licking up to those NPCs. Trash. A spineless piece of trash. The players dared only to mutter their insults in hushed tones. When Lin An's gaze swept across the crowd, every one of them lowered their heads. Yet there were also many who dared to meet Lin An's eyes. I'm off to do my quests. You lot can keep cursing the NPCs. By all means, don't grovel. Lin An sneered as he strode forward, and this time the players parted ways for him. As for the Crimson Knight, he was already lying on the ground like a dead dog, convulsing. With 100% pain sensation, this alone had already stripped many blue star humans who had just crossed into the celestial domain of their courage to take risks. Amid the crowd, a female player named Moondog kept her eyes fixed on Lin An. She was a minor internet celebrity. Having crossed into the celestial domain, all the glamorous conditions she once had faded away. Now Moondog was left with only her perfect figure and pretty face. If not for hitting rock bottom, Moondog would never have willingly contacted the notorious Wang Tsong. It was precisely because Moondog had once been aloof that Wang Tsong told her if she wanted to survive in this game without losing her life or becoming someone's plaything, she'd better latch onto Lin An as soon as possible. As luck would have it, Lin An returned to the village. Moondog received Wang Tsong's message and followed him. Watching him teach the Crimson Knight a lesson, her heart fluttered like a startled deer. He's kind of handsome and just my type. Afterward, Moondog followed Lin An out of the novice village. Wang Tsong had people search for information on Lin An and discovered that all his actions shared a common trait. He was highly goal-oriented and straightforward in everything he did. This left Wang Tsong somewhat baffled. Logically, blue star humans who had crossed into the celestial domain should all be disoriented. Yet Lin An always had a clear objective. Lin An himself had been careless revealing such a significant clue to others. Moondog watched Lin An's receding figure. Following the information Wang Tsong had given her, she simply trailed him in a straight line and indeed managed to keep him in her sights. Lin An charged ahead without a care, unafraid of being followed because the path required passing through many monster territories. Lin An's own movement speed was high, so minor monsters couldn't keep up with him. But what about the players tailing him? They would inevitably be harassed by those monsters. Thus Lin An believed no player could track him. Besides, he would quickly relocate, and even if others dealt with the monsters, they'd fail to find the departed Lin An. But this time, Lin An was truly tailed to the end by Moondog. When Moondog followed Lin An into the territory of the mountain antelopes, those creatures actually approached her willingly. Moondog chose the strongest mountain antelope and mounted it, thus gaining a steed. As she passed through the snow leopard's territory, not a single leopard attacked her. Clearly, One of Moondog's talents must grant her immunity from harassment by these minor monsters. As for this kind of talent, well, it's not particularly useful in ordinary situations, but at certain critical moments it can unleash the effect of an SS grade talent. If a player with this talent were an assassin, it would undoubtedly achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts. However, like most female players, Moondog's class was priest, a healer. According to what that player said on the forum, completing the quest objective, killing the Lich King, grants the item needed to enter a solo instance. So I can finish the quest, clear the instance, then go back to turn in the quest, and leave the novice village. Perfect. Lin An didn't want to linger in the novice village. He knew full well how splendid the outside world was. Time to kill. Lin An burst into the shadowy or cave and began slaughtering the wandering miners. 99 wandering miners were scattered throughout the maze-like cave. Lin An methodically cleared the tunnels from left to right. This way he wouldn't get lost. Gradually, 50% of the shadowy or cave's dark areas were explored by Lin An. He had just killed 50 wandering miners, successfully plundering 28 HP affixes, 16 defense affixes, 17 attack affixes, and 21 movement speed affixes. This added 14,000 HP, 480 defense, 680 attack, and 21 movement speed. Lin An's attack power now far exceeded the HP of the wandering miners. He could no longer pluck 3 attribute affixes from a single miner. Still, each attack randomly plundered 1 attribute affix, which was quite good. I'm truly invincible now. Lin An felt no player could rival him. His HP alone had increased tenfold compared to before. After killing so many wandering miners, Lin An leveled up again. This time he allocated the attribute points to Spirit to compensate for his insufficient mana. Since minor monsters and bosses had no mana bars, they released skills based on phases or randomly. If Lin An didn't fight other players, his mana would likely be insufficient for a long time. Help! From a tunnel on the left side of the shadowy or cave came a scream. In this claustrophobic environment, the cry of terror quickly spread throughout the entire cave, echoing off the walls. There's an expert. Lin An was quite surprised. To get through the mountain antelope and snow leopard territories into the cave, they must be at least level 6 or 7. Lin An instinctively assumed that any player who could venture into the cave alone must be a skilled one. Ordinary players simply couldn't make it in. To avoid any unexpected trouble, when he later faced the boss, Lin An decided to first check the tunnel from which the scream had come. He moved swiftly. Out of combat, Lin An could cover over 20 meters per second, a speed that was already superhuman. Lin An's most extraordinary attribute was his movement speed. Other players needed to add 100 points to their agility stat to increase movement speed by 1 point, while Lin An's movement speed was already over 27. From the tunnel where the cry for help emerged, Moondog was besieged by 2 wandering miners. She was only level 3 at the moment without any stat boosts from equipment. Her survival was entirely due to the Highland Antelope that had carried her into the mine. Just as the wandering miners were about to strike her down, the Highland Antelope shielded her, offering protection. Yet the antelope's health was minimal. A level 5 creature stood no chance against level 10 foes, let alone 2 of them. But Moondog could still heal the Highland Antelope, barely sustaining the struggle. Lin An rushed over, squinted, and saw a female player and a Highland Antelope locked in combat with the wandering miners. A summoner. Or does she have some special talent? Some fortunate mages and priests had the chance to become summoners. Yet the ratio was extremely low. The summoner was a relatively common hidden class. Skilled summoners often outperformed even mages. Finally, someone's here. Help me quick, or this little sheep will die. Moondog shouted for aid rather than fleeing outright. This was because she knew Lin An was inside the mine. Now that he appeared, Moondog followed her prearranged plan to beg for his help. Look out for yourself. Drawing my sword for justice isn't my style. After you die and respawn in the newbie village, don't come to dangerous places like this. Fine, I'll help you return to town. In Lin An's eyes, the Highland Antelope appeared with a red name while he hadn't declared war on Moondog. If she were a summoner, and the antelope her summon or pet, it would have been green or blue. Thus, Lin An had been puzzled whether Moondog had become a summoner or possessed a special talent to control creatures. He drew his bow and loosed an arrow at the Highland Antelope. 112. Ding. The Plunder talent activated. You successfully plundered the Highland Antelope's attribute affix. Attack increased by 15. Ding. You killed the Highland Antelope. Experience 5. The Highland Antelope perished under Lin An's attack. The 2 wandering miners, losing their target, turned to assault Moondog, ignoring Lin An, who stood by coldly. Moondog had imagined Lin An refusing to help. She had also envisioned him saving her due to her beauty, staging a heroic rescue. She had even considered Lin An attacking her to protect his own interests, barring other players from the shadowy mine. But she never expected him to act as if he had declared war on her, yet somehow not. Lin An killed the Highland Antelope and stopped. Moondog, relentlessly pursued by the two wandering miners, panicked and fled toward Lin An. "Please save me," she cried pitifully as she ran, her large eyes filled with pleading, a playful smile on her lips. "I can be your little doggy. Pretty please help me, okay?" Admittedly, Moondog was quite adorable. Lin An would be lying if he said he felt nothing at the sight of a beautiful woman. But upon seeing her nickname, all impure thoughts about this cute girl vanished. Moondog, and S-Rank talent holder. No player knew the exact name of Moondog's talent. Yet she became the only player in the game's Sky Realm to ascend as an empress. Lin An wasn't exaggerating. In his past life, he had dealt with Moondog, who was then as cold as ice, utterly unlike her current self. So at first he hadn't recognized her. Moondog became empress not through ruthless tactics or immense personal power. Her talent had an effect that made all animals feel an affinity toward her. From rabbits on the roadside to divine dragons soaring the heavens, none would attack her and were even willing to befriend her. Moondog was not an empress of a human empire. Her realm contained no players or humans, only animals. Lin An showed immense restraint by not plundering her talent. Had he lacked such restraint, his first thought wouldn't have been her beauty, but scheming to steal her talent. A pity. Lin An's plunder talent destined him to be a lone wolf standing against all wild creatures. With this in mind, he suppressed his urge to act. Moreover, Moondog was a famous internet celebrity on Blue Star. Lin An had never liked influencers. Her sudden appearance in the shadowy mine surely had a strong purpose. "Don't force my hand. If you don't want a painful death, sever your own meridians and respawn in the newbie village." Lin An offered Moondog a sound suggestion. Sky Realm thoughtfully gave every player an anti-stuck mechanism, severing meridians. Perhaps seppuku for players in the land of cherry blossoms. In short, it meant killing oneself. This death was painless and allowed quick return to town. But Lin An rarely saw players use this feature. Using it in the newbie village was fine, but after leaving, each use cost 1 life from a total of 3. Unless truly cornered, no one would consider self-severing. "You." Moondog's big, adorable eyes brimmed with tears. "Lin An Ruming hurt you, and leaving her was right. But you can't be heartless to every girl. Not every girl is like Ru Ming. I'm very good. Won't you give me a chance to get to know you?" Moondog revealed her hand as she had indeed come with a goal. Lin An was truly surprised. He had become a sought-after prize, with even the future empress trying to seduce him. "Try and you'll die. But first you need to die." Moondog, having wasted too much time on chatter, lost her chance to self-sever. A wandering miner struck her delicate body with its pickaxe. Faced with Lin An's ruthlessness, Moondog didn't abandon her plan. Her body trembled, and she fell into his arms, her large eyes gazing at him with unwillingness. She delayed respawning in the newbie village. Lin An didn't savor the soft touch in his embrace. Flirting was his hobby, but he wasn't so blinded by lust as to lose reason. Lin An tossed Moondog's corpse aside, muttering, "What a damn nuisance. Die somewhere else, not in my arms." Moondog was furious. She finally chose to respawn in the newbie village, not lingering in the shadowy mine. Lin An then took on the aggro of the two wandering miners. He easily fired 2 arrows, eliminating them. "Trying to pry into my secrets? No way." Lin An gave a cold snort at the spot where Moondog's corpse had vanished. Within the next half hour, Lin An located and slew all the surviving wandering miners left in the shadowy mine. This included the 2 who had killed the moonhounds. These miner monsters provided Lin An with Fortinine attribute entries: 13 for health, 16 for attack, 10 for defense, and 10 for speed. Lin An even leveled up to 7. Gazing at his health exceeding 20,000, attack nearing 1,500, and defense close to 1,000, he himself felt a shiver of awe. A normal player would need to reach at least level 50 and wear a full set of golden equipment to boast such high stats. Yet he had amassed them in just half a day. The Corpse King should be appearing now. Lin An knew that only after slaying 99 shadowy miners would the novice village's final boss emerge. Ding. As you have slain all shadowy miners in the shadowy mine, you have enraged the bronze-grade Corpse King. It will appear in 10 seconds. As the system notification drifted out, the mine began to tremble. Rubble cascaded from above Lin An's head, and the entire shadowy mine seemed on the verge of collapse. A stone wall less than 10 meters in front of Lin An shattered directly. From within extended a zombie's palm covered in red fur. Following that red-furred zombie hand, a colossal figure slowly squeezed out of the crack. Its body was tall and bloated, densely covered in red fur that blazed like searing flames. The Corpse King's head was abnormally large, its 2 ghastly white eyeballs nearly bulging from their sockets, emitting a faint, eerie light that seemed to pierce into the very fears of one's heart. A hideous grin hung at the corner of its mouth, revealing a row of sharp fangs still stained with traces of blood, exuding a nauseating stench. The Corpse King's skin was a sickly gray-white covered in cracks, as if it might split open at any moment. With the Corpse King's full emergence, the temperature within the mine plummeted. A wave of ice-cold air rushed forth, sending chills down one's spine. Its eyes were locked onto Lin An, as if regarding a lifeless object. That gaze was filled with cruelty and murderous intent, inspiring utter despair. Human, it's been so long since I've seen a fresh human. He obediently offer up your flesh and blood. Lin An had faced every kind of boss. He had slain immortal-grade bosses and even challenged god-grade ones. How dare a mere bronze-grade boss act so arrogantly before him? To be frank, the Corpse King looked terrifying, but its strength was nothing impressive. Corpse King LV. 10 bronze-grade boss. Health 8,000. Attack 500. Defense 200. Speed 1. Skills combo Strike Bloodthirst. The Corpse King's attack couldn't even penetrate Lin An's defense. Lin An drew his bow and shot an arrow into the chest of the red-furred zombie. 1,228 ding. The Plunder talent has been activated. You have successfully plundered the Corpse King's attribute entries. Health increased by 8,000. The Corpse King had only just appeared when Lin An's arrow plundered 8,000 of its health, killing it instantly. From its emergence to its death, a mere 3 seconds had passed. Lin An almost felt sorry for the boss. Ding. You have slain the bronze-grade boss Corpse King. Experience 2,000. Ding. Your level has increased to 8. You have gained 3 distributable attribute points. Ding. You are the first player in Novice Village 999 to slay the bronze-grade boss Corpse King. A system announcement will be made shortly. Do you wish to hide your name? Do not hide. In his past life, Lin An was an extremely low-key person, but in this life he decided to be more high-profile. Novice Village 999 announcement: player Lin An has achieved the first kill of the bronze-grade boss Corpse King. Reward 1 gold coin. Killing a mere bronze-grade boss. The system rewarding a single gold coin was already quite generous. Lin An was quite content. He saw 3 items had dropped beneath the Corpse King, one of which was surely the item to open a dungeon. He then stepped forward to collect the loot. However, the players of Novice Village 999 who saw this system announcement were far from calm. Damn, it's that Lin An again. Fuck, I thought he was just fooling around with love and hate. How did he manage to find a bronze-grade boss? The system only announced his name. Did he solo it? He's a fucking freak. I can't even beat the stray dogs in the village, and he soloed a bronze-grade boss. Those who didn't know Lin An well were merely envious or found him freakish. But in the eyes of certain individuals, Lin An was beyond freakish. Especially Moondog. After dying and respawning in the village, Moondog went to find Wang Tsong to help her level up. This woman was clever. Knowing Wang Tsong needed something from her, she began to use him. Otherwise, relying on her being a priest, it would be difficult to quickly level up and leave the Novice Village. As a price, Moondog also shared information about Lin An with Wang Tsong. You died half an hour ago. At that time, there were still many minor monsters in the shadowy mine. Lin An fought those monsters and still managed to kill the boss in such a short time. Are his equipment pieces still those 2 bronze-grade items? I get it. His original talent was Scrade. After stealing Jinsei Hex's talent, he upgraded his own to SS Scrade. No wonder he took the initiative to reveal to Rumung that talents could be upgraded. Lin An wanted to use Jinsei Hex's life to advance his own talent. That idiot Jinsei Hushi actually used his 2 lives to make a wedding dress for Lin An. Wang Tsong's analysis was fierce, but in cursing He Xiao, he forgot that it was he who had forced He Xiao to advance his talent. Nevertheless, his analysis was entirely correct. A normal Scrade talent couldn't make a player so freakishly strong at the novice stage. And Wang Tsong happened to know that Scrade wasn't the limit. SS Scrade was the pinnacle of Tianyu. With 2 SS Scrade talents, it was no wonder Lin An could solo a bronze-grade boss. 2 SS Scrade talents. Through Wang Tsong's analysis, Moondog's curiosity about Lin An more than doubled. Lin An's mind wasn't preoccupied with how many people were discussing his solo boss kill. The 3 items dropped by the Corpse King held an immense allure for him. Obtained hard corpse bow bronze flowers scattered from heaven, bronzegrade red corpse, fur bronzegrade. A weapon, a skill book, and an item. Red corpse fur bronzegrade. When burned within the shadowy mine, it can summon the teleportation portal to the single-player dungeon Swamp of Terror. Flowers scattered from heaven, bronzegrade, an archer skill. Can be unleashed on an area. The fired arrow disassembles midair into 99 bolts that attack hostile targets within that area. Each bolt deals damage equal to 10% of the player's attack power. Cost 100 mana. Cooldown 5 minutes. Hard corpse bow bronze. Equipment requirement level 10. Durability 100,100. Attributes Strength 15, Attack 30, Attack Speed 1. Finally, a skill book dropped. There was only one way for players to learn skills by defeating monsters and bosses. Of course, one could also purchase them with money. However, skill books were generally far more expensive than equipment. Their tiers mirrored those of items and gear. Tiers ranged from bronze to divine. Higher tier skills were more costly and came with learning prerequisites. Naturally, bronze tier skills could be learned without any restrictions. Advance Heaven Scattering Blossoms. Ding. Advancing Heaven Scattering Blossoms bronze tier requires 50 silver coins. Proceed. Advance. Lin An understood the importance of skills. As long as he had the money, he was willing to spend it on advancement. Besides, he was not short of funds. Ding. Heaven Scattering Blossoms bronze tier advanced successfully. Obtained Heaven Scattering Blossoms silver tier. Continue advancing. Ding. Advancing Heaven Scattering Blossoms silver tier requires 50 gold coins. Proceed. What a drain on the purse. Yet to acquire a superior skill. Lin An decided to trade time for money. He methodically upgraded all the silver coins in his inventory to gold coins. After repeating the process over 100 times, Lin An's backpack now held 100 gold coins. He continued advancing the skill. Ding. Heaven Scattering Blossoms silver tier advanced successfully. Obtained Heaven Scattering Blossoms gold tier. Advance. With a few divine skills, you'll be invincible. Ding. Advancing Heaven Scattering Blossoms gold tier requires 10 bronze tier skill books. Proceed. Forget it. I can always advance the skill later after learning it. In his previous life, Lin An had played the game with Xiao for a year. He knew the exorbitant cost of advancing talents. If it weren't for Xiao sacrificing 2 lives to upgrade and grade talent to SS grade, advancing a gold tier skill would likely have required 10 silver tier skill books. Lin An learned the skill directly. The gold tier Heaven Scattering Blossoms had 50% more damage than the bronze tier version, increasing its attack power from 10% to 60%. This was a significant boost. Area effect skills inherently had low damage, so achieving this effect was already quite impressive. Can dungeon opening items also be upgraded? Lin An couldn't equip the level 10 gear yet, so he didn't even glance at the hard stiff bow. He considered upgrading the red stiff hair. At worst, he would fail to open a solo dungeon, losing the chance for a hidden class change. Advance Red Stiff Hair. Ding. Advancing Red Stiff Hair bronze tier requires 50 gold coins. Proceed. The cost of advancing a bronze tier item was the same as advancing a silver tier skill. Lin An was genuinely surprised. It seemed the Red Stiff Hair item held some secrets. Advance. Since he had enough coins, he proceeded immediately. Ding. Red Stiff Hair bronze tier advanced successfully. Obtained Orange Stiff Hair silver tier. Orange Stiff Hair silver tier burn it within the shadow or cave to summon a portal to the 5-player dungeon Dread Chill Pool. The dungeon changed. I hope I haven't messed up my hidden class change scroll. Lin An had acted purely out of curiosity, and it turned out the item could indeed be upgraded. Since I've already botched it, I might as well upgrade it again. A 5-player dungeon was certainly more difficult than a solo one. Logically, it shouldn't appear in a beginner village. But with a bug-level player like Lin An around, the players in beginner village 999 would be the ones to suffer. Ding. Advancing Orange Stiff Hair silver tier requires 500 gold coins. Proceed. It still demanded money. Lin An was actually relieved it didn't require something else. What else could he do but continue upgrading copper and silver coins? 15 minutes passed. Lin An finally gathered 500 gold coins and continued advancing the stiff hair item. Ding. Orange Stiff Hair silver tier advanced successfully. Obtained Yellow Stiff Hair gold tier. Yellow Stiff Hair gold tier burn it anywhere within the beginner village to summon a portal to the 20-player dungeon Azure Serpent Cave. A 20-player dungeon. The next step would be a 100-player one. The dungeons in Celestial Domain were divided into 4 difficulty levels: Normal, Hard, Nightmare, and Hell. Each difficulty had solo 5-player, 20-player, and 100-player variants. As the number of participants increased, so did the dungeon's difficulty. Lin An wouldn't know the exact level of the dungeon summoned by the stiff hair until it was summoned. Nevertheless, even a normal level 20-player dungeon was beyond the capabilities of the current players in the beginner village. Continue advancing. Ding. Advancing Yellow Stiff Hair gold tier requires a zombie core gold tier. Proceed. Lin An currently lacked the resources. He had never even heard of a zombie core. Celestial Domain had hundreds of millions of items. Lin An's mind was still human. He couldn't possibly remember every single one, especially one he had never encountered. I can open the dungeon now. Where should I place the portal? Might as well put it at the village entrance. A mischievous grin spread across Lin An's face. He decisively returned to the beginner village and set up the dungeon portal at the village entrance. Once this idea took hold, Lin An chose to self-destruct. Instant recall. The skill's cooldown was 10 hours, which was a pity because constantly using self-destruct to cut travel time within the village would have been incredibly convenient. Lin An emerged from the beginner village's respawn point where several players were grumbling. How embarrassing, can't even beat a chicken. Hey, don't lose heart. The village chickens peck so hard it hurts like hell. Dying to a chicken is no shame. I've been playing for ages and only reached level 1. I can't even snatch a mob. How did those people get to level 7 or 8? They're the top players killing monsters above their level. Of course they don't compete with us for the weak ones. If only there was a place without competition where I could grind experience quietly and not feel so exhausted. Many inhabitants of Blue Star were struggling to adapt to this new rhythm. Players at level 0 and 1 still made up over 90% of the total player base. Lin An knew some of them might not leave the beginner village for weeks. He had no interest in concerning himself with their fate. Lin An walked briskly, careful not to reveal his extraordinary speed. Still, it only took a few minutes to reach the village entrance from the respawn point. The village entrance was as bustling as ever. Lin An approached a mage player who was forming a party and directly applied to join. This mage was called Thunderclap, 9 Heavens. Seeing the name Lin An apply, he instinctively approved. But a second later, noticing Lin An's level, he snapped to attention. Lin An, you're Lin An. Lin An nodded. In beginner village 999, there should only be one Lin An at level 8. Thunderclap, 9 Heavens, slapped himself. Lin An was now a top-tier player, and he had actually joined his party. What do you need, big shot? Lin An smiled. Just need a light. Thunderclap, 9 Heavens twitched. Want to smoke? I need you to summon a fireball so I can light something on fire. Lin An's eyes darkened, almost shooting an arrow at him. All right, on it. Thunderclap, 9 Heavens nervously raised his staff and conjured a fireball in midair. Lin An then produced the yellow stiff hair and touched it to the fireball. The moment it made contact, the hair ignited rapidly, emitting a wisp of blue smoke that dispersed into the surroundings. Ding! You have successfully summoned the portal to the 20-player dungeon Azure Serpent Cave normal. Beginner Village 999 announcement. Players Lin An and Thunderclap, 9 Heavens have summoned the portal to the 20-player dungeon Azure Serpent Cave normal. Location: Beginner Village, 2157, 3295. Another free system announcement. Lei Dong Jiutian saw his name floating across the screens of all players in Novice Village 999 and couldn't help but tremble. Big shot, am I famous now? Lin An nodded slightly. Yes, you are famous. Thank you for the fire. Lei Dong Jiutian had finally managed to establish a connection with Lin An, and now the purple dungeon portal appeared before him. He couldn't bear to miss this golden opportunity. Big shot, can you take me through the dungeon? I'm already level 4 with a brank talent called Burn. My attacks inflict a burning effect on targets, dealing force damage every second. Lin An didn't really resent Lei Dong Jiutian's eagerness to be carried through the dungeon. If their roles were reversed, Lin An wouldn't give up this chance to rise either. But Lin An truly had no interest in babysitting. Lei Dong Jiutian's talent wasn't that impressive in Lin An's eyes either. Find someone else to run the dungeon with. I won't waste your time. Lin An left the party, walked to the dungeon portal alone, and chose to enter the Azure Serpent Cave dungeon. Ding. This dungeon is for 20 players. Confirm solo entry. Confirmed. Whether it was a 20-player dungeon or a 100-player one. As long as the player was willing, they could challenge it alone. And the final reward would be theirs alone. Lin An had the strength. He would definitely solo this dungeon and claim all the rewards. Upon entering the dungeon, there was a safe zone 10 meters in diameter. At the top of Lin An's screen was a countdown timer with 3 small dagger icons on the timer bar. These 3 daggers represented the dungeon's rating: SS-Rank SSS-Rank and a rank. Completing the dungeon within the time limit would earn additional rewards. To achieve the SS-Rank reward, the Azure Serpent Cave needed to be cleared within half an hour. The countdown began the moment the player left the safe zone. Lin An hadn't cleared this dungeon in his past life, nor had he seen any guides for it on the forums. The player who unlocked the Novice Village dungeon didn't have an advanced talent, so it was a solo dungeon. With no experience to rely on, Lin An could only explore on his own. He left the safe zone, and the full shape of the Azure Serpent Cave gradually revealed itself. The moment he stepped out of the safe zone, Lin An felt as if he had entered a completely different world. The cave was deep and winding, its stone walls glowing with a faint blue light, as if shrouded in a mysterious mist. High above, bizarre stalactites hung, some sharp as swords, others round like pearls, casting dappled shadows in the dim light. The ground was damp and slippery, every step required caution to avoid falling. A pungent smell of sulfur mixed with a faint snake stench filled the air, making one involuntarily wrinkle their nose. Occasionally low hisses echoed from deep within the cave. The passages were a tangled maze like a vast labyrinth. Relying on his sharp instincts and extraordinary memory, Lin An carefully explored every possible path. He remained vigilant at all times, for in this unknown place any negligence could bring fatal danger. On the walls, strange runes flickered with a ghostly glow. Suddenly, a small red snake dropped from a stalactite. Lin An stepped back, alertly dodging its attack. Red Ringed Snake LV. 10 Elite Monster HP, 700 Attack, 100 Defense, 30 Speed, 3 Skill Snake Fong. After this red ringed snake appeared, dozens more similar ones emerged around it. So this is the intensity of a 20-player dungeon. In a solo dungeon, at most 4 or 5 monsters would appear at once, and an elite monster wouldn't show up right at the start. But this dungeon had not only a high number of monsters, but also high quality. I was just wondering how to use my AoE skill. Without the SS rank reward for clearing in 30 minutes. Lin An would have chosen to kill these red-ringed snakes slowly with basic attacks. But for efficiency, he shot a deadly arrow directly above the snake group. Heavenly Floral Scatter. Lin An released the fully drawn bowstring, and the arrow, brimming with power, streaked across the sky like a meteor. Just as it was about to hit the snake swarm, it miraculously exploded midair. In that instant, it was as if a rain of death descended from the heavens. 99 crossbow bolts scattered in a dazzling burst of light, each one precisely locking onto the red-ringed snakes below. The bolts fell like raindrops, carrying a whistling wind and deadly edge, each strike bearing 60% of Lin An's attack power. The red-ringed snakes had no time to dodge, watching helplessly as the overwhelming assault descended upon them. In an instant, screams erupted from the snake's swarm, blood splattered everywhere, and one by one the red-ringed snakes fell under the barrage of bolts, soon covering the ground with a layer of corpses. Ding. You killed a red-ringed snake. EXP 50. Ding. Your level has increased to 9. You have gained 3 attribute points to allocate. Haha, this is insane. Even with only 60% of Lin An's attack power, Heavenly Floral Scatter could still deplete the red-ringed snake's entire health bar. This single skill wiped out all the red-ringed snakes. Copper coins scattered across the ground along with 3 or 4 pieces of equipment. Lin An quickly picked up all the loot and continued deeper into the snake cave. From the entrance, it was very narrow, barely allowing passage. After walking dozens of steps, the space opened up. Lin An was referring to the snake cave. After passing through the narrow passage, the underground cavern suddenly brightened, and an underground river appeared before Lin, and its water pitch black. What changed was the environment, but what remained unchanged was the stench. When Lin An appeared, black snake heads emerged from the river's surface, looking extremely eerie. Blackwater Snake LV. 10 Elite Monster HP, 1000 Attack, 150 Defense, 50 Speed, 3 Skill Snake Venom. The monster's attributes were getting stronger. Lin An couldn't use Heavenly Floral Scatter this time. The skill had a 5-minute cooldown. The Blackwater snakes immediately emerged from the river, swimming toward Lin An, their numbers far exceeding 100. 1,000 Snake Assault. Could ordinary players withstand such an onslaught? Lin An once again felt pity for the players of Novice Village 999. No other Novice Village has a dungeon, only ours does. Our village has produced a godly being. Thank you, Lin An. I was wrong to curse you before. It seems this dungeon requires completing some hidden quest to activate. On the forums, players from other Novice villages are kneeling before the village chief, begging for quests. Who cares about them? At least we don't have to fight over mobs in the wild anymore. This dungeon seems to have unlimited entries, awesome. Lin An is such a sweetheart. Afraid we couldn't find the spot, he even summoned a dungeon portal at the village entrance. I want to marry him and have his babies. The players of Novice Village 999 were in an uproar. They had no idea of the true value of a 20-player dungeon. 99% of them thought it was simply a dungeon requiring 20 people to enter. Perhaps this dungeon would require some teamwork. But honing skills inside, while grinding experience, was far better than seeing not even a single mob in the wild. The moment the system announcement appeared, almost every player in Novice Village 999 chose to return without a second thought. All at once, the public opinion of Lin An had completely shifted. When Lin An soloed the boss, the benefits were his alone. But Lin An had unlocked a dungeon. This was a boon everyone could enjoy. One who brings firewood to warm the masses must not be left to freeze in the snow. One who clears the path for freedom must not be left to struggle in the thorns. Lin An's reputation had improved. Naturally, Xiao Qingru and He Xiao, who had opposed him, became public enemies. These two now dared not stay in the crowded Novice Village. They could only go against the tide, leaving the village for places without players to level up in solitude. Everyone was still in the team formation stage. Assembling a capable group of 20 players was no easy task. Even Wang Tsong, surrounded by gaming experts, was busy organizing his team. No one knew what awaited inside the dungeon. Those entering first were pioneers, so a well-balanced class composition was crucial. After several minutes of effort, Wang Tsung finally assembled a team with 2 knights, 4 priests, 1 assassin, and 13 standard damage-dealing classes. Since they were venturing into the unknown, they needed to ensure survival without sacrificing damage output. Hence, they brought extra priests. Yugo was also recruited into Wang Tsung's team, as Wang Tsung was currently in need of his favor. Besides, Yugo was a priest, and all he had to do was heal. Everyone be careful. Once we leave the safe zone, we all stand behind the knights immediately. All damage dealers focus fire to take down the mobs. Knights hold aggro. Priests keep the knights healed. Assassins sneak ahead to scout while we fight. Wang Tsung was an experienced commander, issuing calm and precise orders. But when the red ring snakes appeared, even the veteran players and gaming elites in the team lacked the courage to raise their weapons, scattering in retreat. Damn, 80 snakes at once. How the hell do we deal with that? 100 attack power. 2 bites and I'm done for. I was too slow. Those snakes killed me. I lost 30% experience. What? You lose experience upon death in this dungeon. There's no death penalty in the novice village. That bastard Lin An. What kind of twisted dungeon did he create? Wails of despair echoed through Wang Tsung's team channel. The 2 knights in Wang Tsung's team were already well-equipped and skilled. Each knight had 2 bronze-tier items and 2 white-tier items with all stats allocated to Constitution. Their health pools were around 400 points. If they could take on the red ring snakes one by one, the pressure on the knights and priests would be manageable. But tanking dozens of snakes simultaneously was impossible unless their defense reached 80. Let's get out. We can't clear this dungeon until we reach level 10, but what's the point of staying in the novice village after that? Wang Tsung decisively gave up on pioneering the dungeon. He hadn't seen the black water snakes that appeared after the red ring snakes, otherwise he wouldn't have thought clearing it was possible at level 10. The black water snakes had 50 more attack points than the red ring snakes. Even if Wang Tsung's 2 knights raised their defense to 80, it wouldn't matter. 10 black water snakes biting simultaneously would one-shot them. Wang Tsung's team couldn't even handle the weakest red ring snakes in the Green Serpent Cave. The other players of Novice Village 999 were nothing but cannon fodder. While they wasted their experience in the dungeon, Lin An was already engaging the black water snakes. Every arrow in his quiver could kill one. These elite mobs were merely delivering attribute affixes to Lin An. But even Lin An couldn't fight 100 enemies at once. Unable to slay over 100 black water snakes simultaneously, he retreated while firing arrows. Of course, Lin An's defense was high enough that these elites couldn't break through. But the thought of those slimy black water snakes crawling onto him, slithering into his clothes, the mere idea sent involuntary shivers down his spine. Too unsettling. If a black water snake bit him in a vital spot. Damn. He couldn't bear to think about it. It was simply too grotesque. 1000. Ding. The plunder talent has been activated. You have successfully plundered the black water snake's attribute affix. Attack increased by 150. Ding. You have slain a black water snake. Experience 60. Ding. Your level has increased to 10. You have gained 1 point of 4-dimensional attribute and 3 assignable attribute points. Level 10. Grinding experience in the dungeon was truly satisfying. If Lin An had activated a solo dungeon, he might have only reached level 10 or 11 after clearing it. But now he was already level 10 while still clearing normal mobs. Starting from level 10, all players would gain 4-dimensional attributes. 1 point of 4-dimensional attribute meant adding 1 point to strength, constitution, spirit, and agility. Physical classes would gradually gain mana to use, while squishy classes could see slight improvements in health and defense. Lin An had slain a total of 120 black water snakes, acquiring 120 attribute affixes in total. His attack increased by 6,000 points, health cap by 32,000, defense by 1,500, and movement speed by 54. Having reached level 10, he could now equip the gear stored in his inventory. Lin An upgraded all this equipment to bronze tier and equipped everything. Attribute panel. Nickname Lin An. Class Archer. Remaining lives 1. Level 10. Experience to next level 08000. Strength 49. Spirit 23. Constitution 35. Agility 40. Attack 7,504. Spell power 63. Health 54,450. Mana 230. Defense 2,453. Movement speed 91. 4. Attack speed 2. 4. Assignable attribute points 0. Talents Plunder SSS Advancement SSS. Skill Scattering Petals. Equipment Stiff Bow Bronze Boar Hide Armor Bronze Antelope Hide Pants Bronze Snake Scale Boots Bronze Wandering Bracers Bronze. Lin An's basic attributes were not particularly high. He had only 5 pieces of equipment on him, but the other attributes, those that could be displayed, had already reached a level that would strike fear into anyone who saw them. With these attributes, he could easily overwhelm even the final boss of the Azure Serpent Cave. No sooner had Lin An changed into his new gear and glanced over his attribute panel than the waters at the center of the Blackwater River began to churn as if boiling. The river surged upward from below. Ripples spread outward in layers striking the shores. Soon a colossal serpent's head slowly emerged, its skull covered in horny scales. On that horn-covered head, faint mysterious patterns were barely visible. The giant serpent did not fully emerge from the water. Its lower body remained hidden beneath the turbulent currents. Blackwater Mystic Serpent LV. 10 Bronze Tier Boss, HP 15,000 Attack, 1,000 Defense, 300 Speed, 0 Skills, Swallowhole Serpent Fang Pierce, Speed is 0. This thing can't move. Lin An had encountered monsters or bosses with 0 speed before, but those were mostly plant-type creatures. A serpent-type boss that couldn't move. This was truly a first for him. It seemed the Blackwater Mystic Serpent was the final boss of this 20-player instance. Ordinary instances typically had only one boss. The higher the instance's difficulty, the more phases it had. Hiss! The Blackwater Mystic Serpent opened its gaping maw at Lin An, revealing sharp fangs. Saliva dripped like silken threads into the river, splashing ripples. Ding! The Blackwater Mystic Serpent has used the skill Swallowhole on you. Before Lin An could strike first, the serpent's massive head lunged forward. Lin An had no time to dodge and was swallowed whole by the Blackwater Mystic Serpent. 5445 5445, a percentage-based health-draining skill. The Blackwater Mystic Serpent's skill Swallowhole devoured its target entirely, digesting them with stomach acid. The health loss rate reached 10%. Lin An could not control his body at all, so he could only jab wildly with his stiff bow inside the serpent's esophagus. 2201 Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute trait of the Blackwater Mystic Serpent, increasing your attack by 1,000. 5445 skills that drain health proportionally disregard the user's attack power entirely. Thus, even though Lin An plundered the serpent's attack trait, his health continued to plummet rapidly. 2201 Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute trait of the Blackwater Mystic Serpent, increasing your maximum health by 15,000. Ding. You have slain the Bronze Tier Boss Blackwater Mystic Serpent, experience 5,000. Ding. You are the first player in Novice Village 999 to slay the Bronze Tier Boss Blackwater Mystic Serpent. A system announcement will be broadcast shortly. Do you wish to hide your name? Do not hide. Novice Village 999 announcement: player Lin An has achieved the first kill of the Bronze Tier Boss Blackwater Mystic Serpent, earning a reward of 2 gold coins. Lin An felt his body sinking along with the serpent. He was now desperately crawling toward the serpent's mouth. Monster corpses typically took a minute to despawn, a window for life skill players to harvest. But a boss corpse remained for 5 minutes. Lin An did not want to spend a single second longer inside the Blackwater Mystic Serpent's body. Waiting 5 minutes would be worse than pretending to be a couple with Xiao Qingru. When Lin An finally emerged slick with mucus from the serpent's esophagus like a newborn, he found himself in the middle of the Blackwater River. The items dropped by the Blackwater Mystic Serpent had all spawned on the riverbank. Lin An swam back to shore with effort and gathered the loot. Obtain Serpent Fang Necklace, Bronze Blackwater Belt, Bronze Blackwater Serpent, Gall, Bronze Shadow Arrow Envoy, Class Change Scroll A. It dropped. Huh. The hidden class change scroll really dropped. The only hidden class change scroll in the Novice Village had finally fallen into Lin An's hands. But Lin An did not get excited and rushed to examine the hidden class. The instance timer was still ticking. He had to leave the instance to pause the timer, then claim the completion reward at the instance portal. What kind of twisted instance is this? Our raid of 20 went in and didn't last 5 seconds before wiping. I take back everything I said praising Lin An. He created this instance just to slow down our leveling efficiency. That guy has ulterior motives. Putting the instance portal at the village entrance. Is he trying to spite us? How did he solo the instance boss? I didn't even get to see what the boss looked like. Brothers and sisters who haven't entered this instance don't go in. Dying once costs 30% experience. Is it possible that you wiped because your skills are just too terrible? I Xiao Ritian have activated an grade talent. You grade talent waste can't clear it because you lack ability. Raid needs 19 knights. My talent is a grade Everlasting Vitality, which continuously heals teammates. If our attack isn't enough, we'll just tank through it. Count me in. Some players who had quickly faced reality had already left the village to grind in the wilds. Others who thought highly of themselves wanted to keep challenging. Pioneering an instance required stubbornness. Some believed that by continuously optimizing the team composition and tactics, they would eventually clear it. Even forming a team of 20 players whose talents perfectly synergized might overwhelm this 20-player instance. In fact, if Wang Tsung's team had made good use of Yuga's talent, they could have at least reached the Blackwater Mystic Serpent. But Yuego held back. She never told Wang Tsung the true effect of her talent. Otherwise, if Yuego had tanked at the front drawing away most of the monsters, the remaining 19 could have focused down the smaller mobs and slowly fought their way to the Blackwater Mystic Serpent. When Lin An emerged from the instance, he found the area crowded with people. He silently lowered his head, planning to claim the instance reward and make a quick escape. Some players had guessed correctly. Lin An had deliberately placed the instance portal at the village entrance to annoy other players. He never missed a chance to do something that benefited himself at others' expense. According to the Valley Relativity Theory, the slower other players leveled up, the faster Lin An's leveling speed became. Ding! You have successfully cleared the 20-player instance Azure Serpent Cave Normal. Clear rating SSS. Reward obtained experience 40,000 Serpent Eye Ring Bronze. Ding. Your level has increased to 13. You have gained 3 points in all 4 primary attributes and 9 distributable attribute points. Truly excellent. Lin An could equip all 3 pieces of gear from the Blackwater Mystic Serpent and the instance completion reward. Lin An allocated all distributable points into Spirit. His mana finally reached 350 points, just 150 short of advancing his Bronze tier equipment to Silver tier. Novice Village 999 System Announcement. Player Lin An has successfully achieved the first clear of the 20-player instance Azure Serpent Cave Normal, earning a reward of 5 gold coins. What a system! Why didn't you ask me if I wanted to hide my name? Damn it. Lin An was caught off guard by the system announcement. As soon as it was broadcast, all the players around him noticed Lin An. Don't blame me. I didn't tell you to run the dungeon at this stage. You can't blame me for losing experience. Lin An covered his face with both hands, trying to squeeze through the crowd. All he needed to do now was find the village elder to turn in the quest, and he could leave the novice village. The dungeon incident was another one of Lin An's deliberate provocations. So Lin An expected everyone to curse him. But when he was exposed, the surrounding players didn't scold him at all. Instead, they smiled at him, and the female players even winked at him. A priestess weighing around 300 Jean kept blinking at Lin An. Of course, because she was so fat her eyes were reduced to mere slits. Even when she blinked to Lin An, it looked like 2 layers of flesh were squeezing together. What could possibly be squeezed out? Tears. What's wrong with all of you? If you're upset, just declare war outright. If you don't dare, then curse me. Final, let it go in one ear and out the other. Lin An felt that so many players smiling at him was truly unsettling, and his unease grew. You're not afraid to retaliate, are you? Folks, there are so many of you. Even if I wanted revenge, I couldn't possibly get back at everyone. Since you want curse me or declare war, just let me out. There were too many players. It would take Lin An some time to push his way through. You've got it wrong, Big Shot, Lin An, said a warrior named Gentle Riverside Grass. Big Shot, since you've cleared the dungeon, how about taking me through it too? Or maybe you could share a guide. Big Shot, name your terms. As long as I can meet them, I'll give you everything I've got. This generation of players really had a knack for choosing names. When Lin An saw that name, he thought the warrior before him was a cultured man. Then he realized that Gentle Riverside Grass was in fact exceptionally artistic. So that's your game. Sorry, I don't have time to write a guide or run dungeons with you. Make way or I'll switch to personal free-for-all mode. Lin An realized these players all wanted a free ride, so his attitude naturally changed. These people were dreaming big, letting Lin An lead them through the dungeon, and they wanted to negotiate terms. Lin An wasn't short on money or gear, and he already had a hidden class advancement scroll. Why would he bother bargaining with other players? He would just do as he pleased. Big Shot, take me along. You can do anything to me. Brother Lin An, look at me. I'm 10,000 times prettier than that Ru Ming. Do you need a pendant? I can hang on your leg forever. Big bro, I've got great strength. I'll be your beast of burden. This gear is a level 8 white item, Big Shot. Take it as a gift. Just run the dungeon with me once. Boo-hoo, I'm so pitiful. I've got an 80-year-old mother at home, a gambling-addicted father, a sister who can't afford college tuition, a wife who ran off with someone else, and a baby girl crying for milk. Big Shot, please help me, okay? Lin An had already flatly refused these players, but they persisted. To be honest, a few of the female players were genuinely attractive. But winning him over with their looks was utterly impossible. Lin An had already died once. The despair of being betrayed by his girlfriend just before his death was something he would never forget. Since you won't move aside, I'll have to make my own path. Lin An raised the hardened bow, activated personal free-for-all mode, and fired an arrow into the sky. Flower shower. Countless players turned red named before Lin An. He decided to clear a path. The arrow in the sky split into 99 bolts raining down, and instantly 99 players fell to the ground. Although Lin An had activated personal free-for-all mode, as long as he hadn't actively attacked these players, they still had to declare war if they wanted to attack him directly. Personal free-for-all mode only saved Lin and the trouble of declaring war on each player individually. He attacked. My god, what a madman. Everyone was begging him, and he's the one who lost his temper. This guy's got some serious anger issues. Can't afford to mess with him, can't afford to mess with him. Just because he's good at the game, he acts so arrogant. Lin An's direct action drove some players away. Many people still behaved as they did back on Earth. When faced with trouble, their first instinct was to avoid it. As the saying goes, avoidance may be shameful, but it works. Once the path before Lin An was cleared, he deactivated personal free-for-all mode. As for the 99 unlucky souls he had just killed, they couldn't muster the courage to seek revenge. How could they retaliate when they couldn't beat him? Lin An returned smoothly to the village elder's home. Since Lin An had already accepted the hidden quest, and everyone had seen it, there were fewer players pestering the elder for quests. Grandpa Elder, I've slain 99 wandering miners, and that zombie king. Lin An said with a smile to the old village elder who still sat at the door, gazing into the distance. Hearing that Lin An had completed the quest, the old village elder's wrinkles gathered together, forming a dry grin. Young man, I knew I could trust you. This is your reward for proving yourself. Ding. Quest: eliminate wandering miners and zombie king completed. Reward: 10,000 experience points. The old village elder must have been quite poor, as such a difficult quest only offered experience as a reward. However, the quest had led to a bronze tier boss and a 20-player dungeon, which had already filled Lin An's pockets. Finally, he could leave the novice village. He hoped he wouldn't have to return to this place. With this wish, Lin An hurried to the teleportation array. The novice village's teleportation array would send players to their corresponding cities. In the game, Celestial Realm, NPC cities had 3 tiers. County towns, secondary capital cities, prefectural cities, and main capitals, the imperial capital. The Wind Moon City, where Lin An was poisoned by Xiao Qingru, was the imperial capital of the Wind Moon Empire, a main capital. Players from Novice Village 999 could only teleport to 3 county towns: Cloud Shadow County, Rosy Dawn County, and Darkwood County. These 3 county towns were under the jurisdiction of the secondary capital Cloudream Prefecture. In his past life, Lin An had chosen Cloud Shadow County, and this time, he selected the same town. Ding. Teleporting to Cloud Shadow City costs 1 silver coin. Proceed with teleportation. Teleport. It was just money. He had plenty. Using teleportation fees to drain coins from players was one of the ways Celestial Realm maintained the value of its currency. With a flash of white light, Lin An's body vanished from the teleportation array. After he disappeared, the number next to the Cloud Shadow City option on the array increased by 1. This number didn't just track Novice Village 999. It recorded the total number of players who could teleport to Cloud Shadow City from all villages. When other players chose which county town to teleport to, they could see which one had more players and which had fewer, allowing them to decide based on their needs. Cloud Shadow City, a small county town on the border of the Wind Moon Empire. Though the residents were constantly harassed by alien tribes from beyond the frontier, the Empire's mighty army was formidable enough to allow them to eke out a living. Lin An's arrival at the teleportation array of Cloud Shadow City brought subtle changes to this small town. He was a player who had appeared in Cloud Shadow City. Once a flood of players poured into this city, the lives of the NPCs would no longer remain as tranquil as before. Cloud Shadow City, a haven for recluses on the Empire's border with weak official control and the army preoccupied with war. What a perfect place. A torrent of memories surged through Lin An's mind. In his previous life, he had spent 3 months in Cloud Shadow City, leveling up to 80 before teleporting to the Cloudream Prefecture City. There was no helping it. Lin An's talent did not enhance his leveling efficiency. That was why he had lingered in Cloud Shadow City for so long, but it also gave him a deeper understanding of this land. Lin An had also joined a player guild here, Undying Myth. However, as a lone wolf player, he seldom participated in guild affairs, only taking part in a few guild wars. If not for the guild leader Coldstar recognizing the importance of Lin An's plunder talent, Lin An wouldn't have lasted long in the guild. Coldstar will meet again soon. Lin An had no intention of joining a guild for now. Besides, the first guild token in Sky Realm only appeared a month after the Blue Star humans had transmigrated into this game world. Players had to defeat a gold tier boss above level 50 to have a chance at obtaining a guild token. Given Lin An's current progress, he might just secure the first guild token in the game. So matters of joining a guild could wait. Whether to join someone else's guild or form his own, Lin An would need to think it over. But Lin An would definitely join a guild. That was certain. Joining a guild granted attribute bonuses. Why wouldn't he? The top priority is to get an item that increases life count. I only have 1 life left. If I'm unlucky enough to encounter a spirit beast, immortal beast, or divine beast that spits and kills me, that would be too tragic. Lin An's current goal was singular: to increase his life count from 1 to 2. He chose Cloud Shadow City because it had indeed produced an item that boosted life count. Goblin Fruit. A dark gold tier item. Not high in tier, but extremely rare. Lin An knew of this fruit because in his previous life it was obtained by his guild leader Cold Star. Cold Star said he found the fruit in a cave while completing a quest for his hidden class advancement. The terrain of Cloud Shadow City was not complicated. There was only one possible location for a cave. That spot was to the southwest of Cloud Shadow City. Lin An decided to search for the goblin fruit there in the coming days. Moreover, a dark gold tier item was bound to be guarded by a dark gold tier boss. Seizing on that clue, finding the goblin fruit wouldn't be too difficult. Before that, Lin An's first task was to advance to the hidden class Shadow Arrow Envoy. Shadow Arrow Envoy Advancement Scroll. Ding. Shadow Arrow Envoy Advancement Scroll. A requires 100 gold tier skill books. Do you wish to advance? Good, advancing to a hidden class isn't that hard. 100 bronze tier skill books will do. He'll get the class first and worry about advancement later. Lin An knew that even after a successful class change, he could use his advancement talent to further upgrade this hidden class. The basic archer class had no rating and thus no room for advancement. But hidden classes all had ratings, so they could naturally be advanced. Lin An unrolled the advancement scroll, activating the quest to become a Shadow Arrow Envoy. Ding. You have accepted the Shadow Arrow Envoy class change quest. Castle Shadow. Quest introduction. A shadow often appears at the Rose Castle residence of the Cloud Shadow County Princess, west of Cloud Shadow City. Please go to the Rose Castle to assist the Cloud Shadow County Princess in resolving her troubles. The internal structure of the Wind Moon Empire resembled that of ancient China's Han Dynasty. Cloud Shadow County was the fief of a princess who was thus referred to as the County Princess. Her title derived from the county's name. Damn, the Cloud Shadow County Princess never married, it seems. Being in theft to this remote border county, she's really unlucky. Lin An had never met Her Highness in his previous life, but he had heard of her experiences. The Cloud Shadow County Prince's elder brother had failed in his bid for the Wind Moon Empire's throne against the current emperor. If she as his sister remained in Wind Moon City, her fate would surely be bleak. Thus the county princess begged the emperor to change her fief to Cloud Shadow County and allow her to return there. For some inexplicable reason, the emperor actually agreed to send an unmarried princess back to her fief. Time to see the princess. And a rank hidden class isn't too weak. After the class change, you'll learn a few skills. Normal classes could only learn skills by obtaining skill books. But hidden classes granted one or more exclusive skills upon successful class change. This was one reason why so many players desired to become hidden classes. Lin An went to the blacksmith shop in Cloud Shadow City, bought 30 sets of refined iron arrows, 2 sets of mana potions, and 1 set of health potions, then left the city. A player's default inventory had only 50 slots. To increase bag space, one had to acquire various bags. The default inventory could not be upgraded. Thus Lin An had to make the best use of these 50 slots. Lin An had only been in Cloud Shadow City for less than 10 minutes before heading out. Shortly after he left, the teleportation array in Cloud Shadow City began to flash with white lights as the first-tier players finally reached level 10 and arrived in this county town. Those expert gamers leveled up quickly. Lin An is already in Cloud Shadow City. Moondog, I've brought you to level 10. Don't let me down. Wang Tsung learned about the Shadow Mine from Moondog. Then his team took Moondog to grind experience there. This group was already at a high level, on the verge of reaching level 10. It was only because they were leveling Moondog that they had fallen behind. Don't worry, you'll find him. Moondog's beautiful eyes trembled. Her unique talent, the full extent of which even she didn't know, was unparalleled. But Moondog felt that as long as she wanted to find Lin An, she would succeed. Because Lin An had come to Cloud Shadow City, many players followed. As for how others knew Lin An's choice, it was because the teleportation array showed the number 1 next to the Cloud Shadow City option. The first player to teleport away from Novice Village 999 was Lin An. So it had to be Lin An who came to Cloud Shadow City. Many expert gamers who should not have appeared in Cloud Shadow City now flocked there. For instance, Wang Tsung, who should have led his team to Radiant City to dominate, instead chose Cloud Shadow City in his quest to recruit Lin An. The Ross Empire. Novice Village No. 1999. Chekhov felled the last Brown Bear King in the solo dungeon, and his level finally reached 10. Just as he was about to proudly post his dungeon clearing video on the forum, he stumbled upon the most popular thread. Lin An of Huaxia Nation from Novice Village No. 999 cleared the 20-player dungeon Azure Serpent Cave, one-shotting 99 players with a single arrow, a celestial demon descending. What? One person can clear a 20-player dungeon. How? My talent is in S-Rank Invincible, and I barely managed to defeat that Brown Bear King. Chekhov clicked into the thread and saw only the system announcement from Novice Village No. 999, along with a video of Lin An one-shotting 99 players with a single skill. Among those slain were over a dozen knights. Yet without exception they were all annihilated by Lin An's single strike. Strong. Fengyue Empire await my southern conquest. This Lin An dares to steal my thunder. You are doomed to die. The Ross Empire lies directly north of the Fengyue Empire. Due to its higher altitude and cavalry advantage, it has always been a thorn in the Fengyue Empire's side. The background information of Celestial Realm had already been implanted into everyone's minds before they transmigrated into this world. However, few paid it much attention. The Peninsula Kingdom, Dingping City. Since it was merely a kingdom, players born here inherently had fewer resources than those in the Fengyue Empire or the Ross Empire. The entire kingdom was only equal to a prefecture of the Fengyue Empire. Park Buching had just teleported from the novice village to Dingping City. Believing himself to be the first player to leave, he was brimming with ambition to achieve greatness and make the world know. The peninsula is the best in the world. Yet his subordinate sent him a message saying that Lin An of the Fengyue Empire had already left novice village 999 half an hour ago, and by then Lin An had already reached level 13. It was only because he had to clear a 20-player dungeon that he was delayed, otherwise he would have left even sooner. Lin An. With a surname like Lin, he must be one of us South Koreans. Park Buching and the other South Koreans believe that surnames like Lu Lin, Li Jiang, and Song all originated from South Korea. Truly worthy of being a South Korean, so exceptional. I must find someone to contact him. Such talent will surely return to the Peninsula Empire and help me achieve my imperial ambitions. Lin An was still walking along the official road outside Yunnan City toward Rose Castle. He never expected to be transformed from a Huaxiao native into a South Korean. But even if Lin An knew, he would only laugh it off. The South Koreans, they could claim their nation was the strongest in the universe. What could Lin An possibly say in response? Even the people of the land of the rising sun, upon transmigrating into Celestial Realm, had a Fusang Empire to accommodate them. As for the South Koreans, how laughable, how utterly absurd. A mere kingdom, easily crushed with a flick of the hand. Rose Castle finally here. Princess Yunnan, incoming he. Lin An walked 10 li along the official road flanked by lush trees and the occasional chirping of birds. At last a splendid field of roses came into view. Roses of every hue bloomed in profusion, layered upon each other, encircling a castle at the very center. This castle was unlike the towering Western-style towers. The castle walls were built of bluestone. To defend against potential enemies and bandits, the county mistress of Yunnan had constructed a wall nearly 20 meters high around her retreat. As for why the wall wasn't built higher, simply because the city walls of the imperial capital Fengyue City were 20 meters tall. The county mistress knew the rules well and dared not overstep them. Who goes there? This is the county mistress retreat. Do you have a death wish approaching this place? Lin An crossed the rose field, intending to enter the castle to meet the county mistress of Yunnan. Yet the guards at the gate refused him entry. Knowing that the NPCs in this game were virtually indistinguishable from real people, Lin An chose not to force his way in. Gentlemen, I am an adventurer from afar. Hearing in Yunnan City that Her Highness is troubled by some matters, I have come specifically to ease her worries. An adventurer? A guard raised an eyebrow. Indeed, an adventurer. We've long heard that adventurers from another world would appear in the Celestial Realm, but we never expected to see one so soon. Since you are an adventurer, follow me. But be sure not to offend the county mistress. In the world of Celestial Realm, NPCs referred to players as adventurers, and their minds were implanted with the rule that adventurers did not have to fully abide by the laws of the Celestial Realm. For example, if Lin An were to meet the Emperor of the Fengyue Empire, he would not need to kneel and would face no punishment. As long as Lin An did not indiscriminately kill within the palace or cities, the NPCs would not trouble him. Inside Rose Castle, the retreat resembled a Chinese-style garden. The county mistress of Yunnan dared not build an overly lavish palace, and the taxes of Yunnan County did not permit such extravagance. Lin An was led by a guard to a side hall where a palace maid then guided him to the rear hall. Throughout the journey, the maid appeared tense and did not exchange a single word with Lin An. Is the princess ill? Lin An's quest description mentioned that a ghostly shadow often appeared within the castle, leading him to suspect that the county mistress had been frightened. Adventurer, please address Her Highness as the county mistress, the maid said, avoiding Lin An's question and simply correcting his address. Lin An paused, never having considered the distinction between the two titles. Now, with the maid's reminder, he realized that only those close to the county mistress could call her princess. Outsiders had to use her noble title. Thus was the boundary drawn between intimacy and distance. The rear hall of the retreat was the county mistress' private chambers. Upon being led there, Lin An could not see her. A screen stood before him. The imperial family of the Fengyue Empire was indeed meticulous in their customs. As a man meeting a princess, and an unmarried one at that. Lin An had to be mindful of propriety. Adventurer, you say you have a way to ease my troubles. Speak, what is your plan? From behind the screen, a voice so soft and tender that it made one wanna hum drifted out. The voice entered Lin An's ears, and he felt as if he were treading on cotton. Yet the voice was faint, as if it might fade away at any moment. Judging by the voice, she was undoubtedly a peerless beauty. Your Highness, I am Lin An. Are you unwell? Allow me to diagnose your ailment first. Lin An only knew the quest introduction. He had no real plan to ease the county mistress' troubles. What he could confirm was that she was certainly ill. You are a healer. Lady Yunin finally showed a flicker of interest in Lin An. Lin An directly dashed Lady Yunin's expectations, denying, I am not a healer, but if you have any quality herbs or pills, you can bring them to me. My talent can elevate these medicines. The Tianyu continent was no ordinary world. After all, it was a game. Poison was poison and spirit medicine was spirit medicine. Lady Yunin's ailment persisted solely because the medicines she consumed were not potent enough. The concept of prescribing the right remedy for the illness did not exist on the Tianyu continent. Lin An silently thanked Xiao for gifting him the advancement talent. Otherwise, he would have been at a complete loss on how to begin this class change quest. Didn't your subordinates inform you to address me as Lady? Lady Yunin's voice turned icy. She felt Lin An was mocking her. I have never heard of any prodigy who could alter the essence of a pill. Get lost. Disappear from my sight. Lin An chuckled softly. Your Highness, the palace maid who brought me here did instruct me to mind my manners. But I am an adventurer. Even if I called you darling or sweetheart, it wouldn't matter much, would it? Your Highness, as far as I know, a lady only manages the tax revenue of one county. You have no authority over other administrative affairs. Even if I were rude, the magistrate of Yunin County wouldn't issue a deportation order against me just because of a princess exiled to her fiefdom by the emperor. Besides, if I just did whatever you asked, wouldn't that make me look spineless? Lin An was undoubtedly born with a rebellious streak. Since Lady Yunin showed him no respect, he immediately turned hostile. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. A disgraced princess is bullied by all. Lady Yunin was emotionally shattered by Lin An's words. She was despised within the county. The officials found her a nuisance, yet due to her status, they couldn't openly confront her, so they made things difficult for her at every turn. This had forced Lady Yunin to live outside the city walls alone. Boo-hoo, how miserable I am. Father is dead, mother is dead, my brother is dead too. I have no family left, and now I'm being bullied by an adventurer. The more Lady Yunin thought about it, the more sorrowful she became. Compounded by her illness, she broke down completely and began to weep. Yet none of the palace maids outside came in to comfort her. It seemed the attendants who had followed her to Yunin City were not particularly loyal to her. A Yandra princess. Lin An was bewildered. Why was it so difficult to change classes? Your Highness, please don't cry. Why don't you try doing a handstand? The tears might flow back. And I wasn't lying to you earlier. Look, this is a bottle of red potion for restoring health. He'll upgrade it for you to see. Thinking there was no one else around, Lin An decided he had nothing to fear. He skirted around the screen and walked towards a large bed that could accommodate 7 or 8 people. Lady Yunin was lying on her side on the bed. 4 or 5 layers of pale yellow gauze hung from the ceiling beams connecting to the 4 corners of the bed. Lin An could only discern her graceful figure, but not her face. Advance the red potion. Ding. Advancing red potion LV. 1. I requires 10 copper coins. Proceed. Advance. Ding. Red potion LV. 1. Advanced successfully. Obtained golden wound ointment LV. 2. Golden wound ointment LV. 2. Restores 500 HP upon use. Cooldown 60 seconds. Your Highness, look. Hasn't the red potion in my hand turned into golden wound ointment? Lin An laughed and reached his hand inside the gauze curtain, completely disregarding the propriety between men and women. This unmarried princess needed a bold approach. Otherwise, who knew how long she would keep crying? This is an overstep. How can you perform magic? The red potion really did turn into golden wound ointment. Lady Yunin still didn't believe Lin An could advance anything. Seeing her disbelief, Lin An kept his hand inside the curtain. Your Highness, watch closely this time. This is not a trick, it's a genuine talent. Advance again. Ding. Advancing golden wound ointment LV. 2. Requires 50 copper coins. Proceed. Advance. Ding. Golden wound ointment LV. 2. Advance successfully. Obtained great returning pill LV. 3. Great returning pill LV. 3. Restores 2000 HP upon use. Cooldown 60 seconds. Lady Yunin watched the entire process this time, not daring to blink. Heavens, it really changed. Lin An withdrew his hand and swept the gauze curtain aside. Lady Yunin's visage instantly imprinted itself upon his heart. Her hands were like tender sprouts, her skin like congealed fat. Dressed in an adorable, yet dignified goose-yellow palace gown, her bright eyes seemed to speak. Her complexion was pallid, suggesting a long illness. Lady Yunyun's appearance was like a piece of uncut jade, warm, pure, flawless, and unparalleled. Her figure was exquisite, her features flawless. Though her face lacked color, her lips, touched with vermilion, were vividly alluring, inviting a gentle kiss. You? Why did you pull back the curtain? Step back at once. Startled and somewhat shy upon seeing Lin An's face, Lady Yunin grabbed a thin blanket nearby and hastily covered herself. On that several-meter-wide bed, only that quilt offered her a sliver of security. Your Highness, I mean no offense. I only wish to prove my ability to cure you. Please allow me to see the pills you take daily, and I will attempt to advance them. Lin An did not press further. He let the curtain fall and stepped back, asking Lady Yunin for the medicine. Cough. Lady Yunin coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. This is a sickness of the heart. Recently, a shadow has often appeared in the rear garden, frightening me. Go and investigate. If you can uncover the truth, I will recover. Ding. Go to the rear garden and investigate the truth of the phantom shadow. This hidden class quest followed a storyline. Lin An had no choice. He preferred direct combat. I shall go investigate then. Lin An had no intention of discussing life with the stunning princess, or if he did, now was not the time. He hurriedly left the rear hall to find the garden. Lady Yunin was particularly fond of roses, and the garden in her palace was planted with them. However, the area also featured several rockeries and a stream diverted from elsewhere. Lin An's target was those rockeries. Any shadow was either a ghost or a person. Moreover, the class Lin An was to change into was the Phantom Shadow Archer, suggesting this shadow was likely not a villain, hence the quest's narrative nature. Lin An would probably complete his class change with this shadow. The rockeries in the garden varied in size, but only one was peculiar. That particular rockery was twice the height of a man, its back against the palace wall. Going around it revealed a cave. So easy. I Sherlock Holmes Adagawa Conan Duke of Dibao Qingtian Lin and thought it would be much harder. Lin An was 100% certain that the phantom shadow frightening Lady Yunin was hiding in the cave. But the difficulty of this A-rank hidden class quest seemed far too low. The shadow concealed within the cave also heard Lin An's voice. Adventurer hardship or ease is never determined by the present moment. Do not be quick to judge anything. Without waiting for Lin An to enter the cave and seek him out, he emerged first, refuting Lin An's recent words. Gifted with extraordinary talent and exceptional bone structure. The one I have been waiting for is you. Rising above millions of adventurers, you are surely capable of inheriting my legacy. The shadow within the cave was indeed nothing more than a humanoid silhouette. Lin An could only see his name, everything else was obscured, his level and attributes marked only with question marks. Chen Pingan, the Shadow Arrow Envoy. Was it you who placed the class change scroll in the novice village? No wonder. If Chen Pingan spoke the truth, it meant that from the moment Lin An obtained the hidden class change scroll, he had already passed Chen Pingan's trial, clearing the dungeon and completing the novice village chief's task. Achieving these two feats demonstrated that Lin An had distinguished himself among the players. And such talent truly deserved a superior hidden class. Thus Chen Pingan saw no need to continue testing Lin An. As for why Lin An could not complete the class change immediately upon opening the scroll, it merely indicated that Chen Pingan had words to speak with him. Let me facilitate your class change. Step into the shadows. The Shadow Arrow Envoy. A profession that perfectly merges archery with the art of assassination, gliding through darkness and weaving nets of death with arrows. Ding. Shadow Arrow Envoy Chen Pingan offers to conduct your class change. Do you accept? Accept. Lin An had no reason to refuse this hidden class. Should he encounter a superior hidden class later, he could change again. Even if he gathered 100 bronze tier skill books, he could further advance this hidden class. Ding. You have successfully changed classes. You have successfully mastered the skills Shadow Glide Spiritier, Shadow Arrow Feather Spiritier, Nether Aim Spiritier, Shadow Ward Spiritier, Shadow Eruption Spiritier. Good heavens. 5 spirit tier skills. Ahahaha, this is incredible. Lin An had hoped to acquire 3 skills upon class change, yet he ended up with 5. Shadow Glide Spiritier instantly meld into shadows and freely traverse between them. Duration 1 minute. Skill cost 500 mana. Cooldown 5 minutes. Shadow Arrow Rain Spiritier, arrows enveloped in shadow energy transform into a rain of arrows covering a vast area. Each arrow inflicts 150 of the player's attack damage and can track enemies, leaving them no escape. Skill cost 1000 mana. Cooldown 5 minutes. Nether Aim Spiritier, the Shadow Arrow Envoy possesses nether eyes, enabling precise tracking of enemies in darkness. Arrows always strike vital points. Critical hit rate increased by 100. Duration 1 minute. Skill cost 500 mana. Cooldown 5 minutes. Shadow Ward Spiritier. The Shadow Arrow Envoy can summon shadow energy to form a shield blocking enemy attacks. Shield value equals maximum health. Skill cost 1000 mana. Cooldown 5 minutes. Shadow Eruption Spiritier. When sufficient shadow energy accumulates, the Shadow Arrow Envoy can unleash a powerful burst dealing 10 times the attack damage to a target enemy. Skill cost 10 shadow points. After successfully changing classes, a new shadow point gauge appeared beneath Lin An's mana bar. While others had only 2 status bars, health and mana, Lin An now had 3. Stay in the shadows for 1 minute and your shadow points increase by 1. This class is immensely powerful and holds boundless potential. I hope you can make the most of it. After completing Lin An's class change, Chen Ping'an's shadowy form nearly dissipated. My time has long been limited. Now that I have passed on my legacy, it is time for me to end this journey of life. The Lady of Cloud Shadow County is the younger sister of my sworn brother. Before his death, he entrusted her to my care. Henceforth, the duty of protecting her falls upon you. Do not be overly anxious. As long as the Lady of Cloud Shadow County remains within the castle, she will be safe. It was another crisis that reduced me to this wretched state. Lin An, if possible, please deliver this ring to the Shadow Clan's Celestial Pavilion. As Chen Ping'an's form swelled the ring, he proffered fell to the ground before reaching Lin An's hand. Upon hearing the mention of the Shadow Clan, a sense of foreboding stirred within Lin, and yet he still picked up the ring. Respect for the dead prevailed. Since Chen Ping'an had facilitated his class change, Lin An could not outright refuse the dying man's entrustment, even if he might not fulfill it. He would see to it later. Lin An also took to heart Chen Ping'an's words concerning the Lady of Cloud Shadow County. After all, he would be staying in Cloud Shadow County for some time. He could keep an eye on the Lady of Cloud Shadow County when possible. However, permanently protecting an NPC princess was beyond his capability. Ding. Class change quest completed. With Chen Ping'an's complete demise, the hidden quest vanished from Lin An's quest log. Logically, Lin An could have departed immediately, yet he felt the matter should be laid to rest. Thus, he returned to the Lady of Cloud Shadow County's bedchamber and told her there were no shadows in the garden, that it was merely a hallucination born of her recent lack of rest. Lin An lied simply because the Lady of Cloud Shadow County appeared not to know Chen Ping'an. Having once lived in the palace, she was sent to her fief after her brother's death. Thus, it was likely that the latter's brother had never introduced Chen Ping'an to her. Why else would Chen Ping'an have hidden in that cave? The Lady of Cloud Shadow County harbored no suspicion of Lin An's words. She promised to have the palace physician prescribe sedatives and then dismissed Lin An. Lin An felt a pang of regret. He had hoped to ask the lady about items that could increase the number of lives. As a member of the royal family, she surely knew of such miraculous remedies. It seems I must rely on my own efforts. I thought I could latch onto a wealthy patron this time. Lin An lamented, deeply disappointed as he left Rose Castle. As a man who yearned for an easy life, Lin An was naturally averse to striving. If he could truly secure the patronage of the Lady of Cloud Shadow County, it would be bliss. Though the lady was out of favor with the emperor, she was still a princess. Moreover, Lin An was only level 13, still in his infancy. Even a modest piece of equipment or a high-level item from the Lady of Cloud Shadow County would suffice to delight Lin An. In Novice Village No. 999, while Xiao Qingru and He Xiao were summoning the dungeon portal, with Lin and other players rushed back to the village while they chose to grind levels in the wilderness. It must be said this was a wise choice. Xiao Qingru was a priest, He Xiao a mage, and both were already equipped with gear. Before Lin An plundered He Xiao's talent, He Xiao and Xiao Qingru had already acquired bronze and silver equipment. With the boost from their gear, they managed to catch up in levels, both reaching level 10. They owed some thanks to Wang Tsong. Had he not led them to level 4 earlier, their subsequent leveling would not have gone so smoothly. The forum says Lin An went to Cloud Shadow City. He holds grudges easily. Qingru, let's head to Rosy Dawn City instead. In his past life, He Xiao had indeed taken Xiao Qingru to Rosy Dawn City. Of course, that was because Wang Tsong had also chosen Rosy Dawn City. But this time Wang Tsong went to Cloud Shadow City to recruit Lin, and yet He Xiao still wanted to go to Rosy Dawn City. It was a curious coincidence. The same choice, but for entirely different reasons. Xiao Qingru did not immediately agree to go with He Xiao. He Xiao still had his silver equipment and was leveling at a decent pace, but as time passed, other players would close the gear gap. At that point, the difference would come down to talent. But now He Xiao, once the owner of an SS-Rank talent, was a talentless waste. Xiao Qingru at least still had a rank talent. He Xiao, I'm sorry. I've thought it over these past few hours. You can't give me the happiness I want. All along, my sense of security came from Lin An. I never appreciated what I had until I lost him. Now I realize how extraordinary the man I once had truly was. Xiao Qingru walked resolutely into the teleportation array and chose to go to Cloud Shadow City. She was no fool. Though she appeared to follow Xiao, she had always been decisive and acted in her own best interest. Damn it, you're nothing but a bitch. All that talk of a pure love, a first love, it's all crap. All of it. Xiao had experienced the extremes of fortune. Lin An had reduced his lives to just one, and now that Xiao Qingru had left, he would have to rely on himself. Screw it. Fine, everyone can leave. I won't leave the village. You all can die for all I care. Let's see who laughs last. Xiao figured that if he left the novice village, Lin An would still target him. Initially, the teleportation array was not fully open. Players in Cloud Shadow City could not use the array to go to Rosy Dawn City. But once it was open, Lin An could go after Xiao, or even travel on foot to find him. Xiao would likely die for good. He calculated that the novice village was safest. No one could kill him permanently there. He could wait until the outside world fell into chaos and Lin An was done for, or until his own talent returned. Then he could leave the village. After all, the game had a forum. He could just browse it every day, living like a shootin' back on Earth. Ruming Lin An, I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. Please add me back as a friend. I've kicked Xiao out of my life. I'll make it up to you every inch of my body. A shout appeared in the Cloud Shadow City chat channel. Xiao Qingru had sold all her equipment and taken coins from Xiao. After doing some other things, she finally scraped together 10 gold coins and used them to broadcast the message citywide. A shout in the novice village cost 1 gold coin, in a county 10, in a secondary main city 10,000, in a main city 1 million. It was no easy feat for Xiao Qingru to gather 10 gold coins. Lin An, leaving Rose Castle for the southwestern mountains, saw her broadcast on the way. I'm regretting it now. Too late. Lin An shook his head and continued into the forest. The southwest of Cloud Shadow City was damp with an abundance of underground rivers forming many caves and caverns. Han Xing had completed his class change at level 70 and the goblin fruit was a dark gold grade item, so Lin An searched the level 60 to 80 monster zones. The highest level monsters in the southwestern woods of Cloud Shadow City were level 80, making the area not too difficult. Lin An just needed time to search. He was sure to find it, and if not, he could just grind levels. There was a quest in the southwest that rewarded a class skill book. Lin An's goal was to take that quest. He knew the way well, and soon found the NPC who issued it. This NPC would give the same quest to any player who found him, rewarding a bronze grade skill book upon completion. Additionally, the quest had an excellent hidden reward known only to Lin An. At the edge of the misty forest, an NPC soldier sat on a rock, gnawing on a hard piece of bread, his eyes full of bitterness. But upon seeing Lin An, he perked up. Adventurer, the county magistrate sent me to collect venom sacs from misty poison bees. Can you help me? I'll reward you handsomely. Ding. The Cloud Shadow City quartermaster has issued a quest, collect venom sacs 09 accept. Lin An liked quests that required no small talk. Ding. You have accepted the quest, collect venom sacs. The misty forest was filled with misty poison bees. Lin An just had to find the hives in the trees and attack them. Flower Shower. Lin An didn't have enough mana for the Shadow Archer's area attack skill, but Flower Shower was sufficient against these bees. Ding. You killed a misty poison bee. Experience 150. Ding. Your level increased to 14. You gained 1 point in all attributes and 3 assignable points. Lin An didn't even see the bees. Attacking one hive killed 99 of them. The quest items, the venom sacs, fell like pine nuts from a tree. But one hive certainly held more than 99 bees. In the blink of an eye, a dense swarm of misty poison bees emerged from the hive Lin An had struck. Misty Poison Bee LV. 15, HP 700, attack 60, defense 30, speed 2, skill Misty Poison. This is truly a paradise for farming experience. Each hive contained roughly 150 mist poison wasps. Moreover, attacking just one hive would cause all the mist poison wasps to swarm out and attack you. For ordinary players, completing the quest to obtain a bronze grade skill book was actually quite difficult. There was no helping it. Since everyone had left the novice village, they had to experience the perils of this game. Lin An didn't find the quest particularly challenging, but in his past life, it took him a full hour to slowly gather 9 poison sacs. Because he had to keep running, and being caught by the wasps meant certain death. All the mist poison wasps in this forest are mine. NPCs would issue quests without limit, but the respawn time for mist poison wasps in the misty forest was 1 week. In other words, if Lin An killed all the mist poison wasps here, players in Cloud Shadow City would be unable to complete this quest for the entire week. However, players who teleported to other towns could complete similar quests. In any case, it boiled down to one thing: players in the same novice village as Lin An were truly blessed, and players in the same city as him were also blessed. 700. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of the mist poison wasp. Attack increased by 60. Ding. You have slain a mist poison wasp. Experience 140. 700. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of the Mist Poison Wasp. Defense increased by 30. Ding. You have slain a Mist Poison Wasp. Experience 140. Lin An killed the Mist Poison Wasps while picking up the poison sacks from the ground. The Mist Poison Wasps were not entirely defenseless. They raised their abdomens and sprayed a milky white poisonous mist into the air. Ding. Mist Poison Wasp has used the skill Mist Poison. The Misty Forest was named after the Mist Poison Wasps. The reason these wasps had mist in their name was precisely because they released their poison by expelling toxic gas. This toxic gas, resembling a thick fog, not only obstructed the player's vision, but also caused those trapped within it to rapidly lose health. 55. Lin An's health was steadily dropping. This skill caused players to lose 1,000th of their maximum HP per second. That ratio seemed manageable. However, as more wasps used mist poison, the damage ratio increased. Currently, over a dozen damage numbers popped up above Lin An's head every second, but this still didn't threaten his life. With his weapon equipped along with the movement speed bonuses from his gear, Lin An's attack speed had reached 243. He could fire at least 2 arrows per second. This attack frequency dealt a heavy blow to the mist poison wasps in the sky. In less than half a minute, Lin An had wiped out all the wasps from one hive, and his inventory now held 150 poison sacks. Keep going. Lin An had long gathered the 9 poison sacks required for the quest, but he didn't return to turn them in. This quest was quite special. If you turned in 9 poison sacks, you would only receive 1 bronze grade skill book. But if you turned in 18, you would get 2 skill books. In short, as long as the number of poison sacks turned in was a multiple of 9, you would receive a corresponding number of bronze grade skill books. This was a discovery made by a bored player half a year after the game launched. That player had already reached over level 100 and wanted to return to train life skills, so he went back to Cloud Shadow City. The Misty Forest had a certain medicinal herb, and while practicing his herbalism skill, he killed a large portion of the annoying wasps there. When he went to submit the poison sacks, he suddenly discovered he could submit them all at once. He then obtained many bronze grade skill books. By that time, bronze grade skill books were no longer worth much, so this player posted the secret on the forums as an interesting tidbit. Since Lin An had come from Cloud Shadow City, he naturally paid more attention to matters concerning it, which was how he knew this secret. 700. Time slipped away. Lin An had spent about 10 minutes in the Misty Forest. His level shot up rapidly, reaching level 15, where it then stagnated. Mist Poison Wasps were level 15 monsters. Since Lin An's level matched the monsters, he didn't gain much experience, but the number of poison sacks in his inventory had already reached 891. And no more mist poison wasps appeared in the forest. Ding. Because you have slain all mist poison wasps in the Misty Forest, you have enraged the bronze grade boss Mist Wasp Queen. It will appear in 10 seconds. A boss. Awesome. Every map had a boss, but the conditions to summon one were extremely harsh. Some bosses could be found by simply searching, but others required you to exterminate their entire species before they would appear. Mist Wasp Queen LV. 20. Bronze grade boss. HP 25,000. Attack 1800. Defense 500. Speed 3. Skills Mist Poison Combo Attack. Excluding the Mist Poison Wasps killed by area effect skills, Lin An had slain 594 with normal attacks. His current attribute affixes stacked together had surpassed all limits. His attack power was close to 20,000. This bronze grade boss was nothing but a pushover before him. 19,069. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of the Mist Wasp Queen. Max HP increased by 25,000. Ding. You have slain the bronze grade boss Mist Wasp Queen. Experience 15,000. Back in the town, there was no system announcement for the first kill of a bronze grade boss. That was fine. Better to keep a low profile. As a boss, the Mist Wasp Queen dropped 3 items. Obtain Mist Ring Bronze, Mist Poison, Bronzegrade Wasp Queen's Poison Sack, Bronzegrade. Silver Coin 16. Turning in the quest will get me 99 skill books. With this one, that makes exactly 100. Lin An had no intention of learning these bronze grade skills. His plan was to gather 100 bronze grade skill books, and then upgrade them all to gold grade, thereby advancing his rank hidden class to S-Rank. Time to turn in the quest. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin An went back to find that NPC soldier. He was completely unaware that 2 pairs of eyes had been watching him from the jungle. After he left the person watching him, and a chameleon emerged from the shadows. 1 arrow killed a level 20 bronze grade boss. 25,000 HP vanished in an instant. Lin An, what exactly is your talent? The player observing Lin An from the shadows was Moondog. She had tracked his movements with ease and had even tamed a silver grade chameleon boss along the way. This chameleon allowed Moondog to conceal herself perfectly, which was why Lin An couldn't detect her. In truth, if anyone had a freakish talent, Moondog's talent was equally monstrous. Warrior, thank you for exceeding the task. This is your reward. The NPC Soldier Mechanical as a robot dispensed rewards to Lin An based on the number of task items he turned in without any regard for how abnormal Lin An's behavior was. Ding. You have completed the task, collect poison sacks. Reward: precise shot bronze 29, rapid fire bronze 27, tracking arrow 24, rain of arrows bronze 18, basic trap 1 bronze. These 5 skills were all fundamental archer abilities. Lin An didn't bother to examine the effects of these skills as he had no intention of learning them. As long as his attack power was high enough, a normal attack would serve as a skill. Ding. Advancing precise shot bronze requires 50 silver coins. Proceed with advancement. Advance. Ding. Precise shot bronze has been successfully advanced. Acquired precise shot silver. Continue advancing. Ding. Advancing precise shot silver requires 50 gold coins. Proceed with advancement. Advance. Ding. Precise shot silver has been successfully advanced. Acquired precise shot gold. After that, Lin An was constantly advancing skills, or his currency. His actions never ceased. Yuego, observing Lin An from the shadows, saw a continuous white light flickering on his body, but his level did not increase. Based on Wang Tsung's description of the visual effects of using the advancement talent, she deduced that Lin An was advancing something. But exactly what it was, Yuego couldn't guess. However, she could now confirm that Lin An truly could use Xiao's talent. A dual talent player. Lin An, you must have advanced your own talent too, and you knew the cost of advancing a talent. That's why you tricked Xiao into losing 2 lives. So, dual SS-Rank talents. Oh my god. How is anyone else supposed to play the game like this? Yuego had a bit of detective potential. She reasoned that since Lin An knew advancing a talent cost 2 lives, it meant he had tried to advance in strength talent before. But the price was too high, so he gave up. That was the story behind Lin An tricking Xiao into advancing his own talent. By advancing an SS-Rank talent first, and then advancing his original talent, the cost was greatly reduced, allowing Lin An to upgrade his own talent to SS-Rank as well. That's why Lin An was so formidable now. These were all thoughts in Yuga's mind. She guessed correctly, but she couldn't fully grasp the exact effects of Lin An's talents. It was all Lin An's fault for one-shotting those small monsters and the boss. If they had survived, Yuego could have seen the attribute entries that disappeared from them. Each advancement took Lin An 2 seconds. Just advancing the silver coins alone took him nearly 3 hours. Then he spent a few more minutes advancing the skill books. He stood there like a wooden post, motionless for such a long time, his body constantly flashing with white light. If it were night, Lin An would have been the perfect beacon. After such a long time, more and more players gathered around the misty forest. When the first player posted Lin An's behavior on the forums, even more players came to watch the spectacle. What's he doing? His body keeps flashing white light. Is he cultivating immortality? Who knows? That NPC next to him is an idiot, just keeps giving us quests without telling us how to complete them. Where are we supposed to find poison sacks? One's a lunatic, the other's a fool. No wonder Lin An's standing there like that. He and that NPC are a perfect match. Let's go, let's go. Lin An's already level 15. No idea how he leveled up so fast. Don't leave. We finally got a quest. We have to figure out how to complete it. You figure it out. This misty forest doesn't even have any monsters. It's safer than a safe zone. Normal players left after watching the excitement to go level up. However, some players who had ulterior motives regarding Lin and had no intention of leaving. Brother Tsung Lin and is using his advancement talent. Everyone suspects he used his own life counts to advance his original talent, which is why he's so far ahead. Should we strike while the iron is hot and kill him? If he dies, the advancement talent will probably go back to Jinsi Hushi. Ru Meng is on our side. It shouldn't be too hard to trick Jinsi Hushi into coming back. Oreo had always been the one with the most cunning ideas around Wang Tsung. If this plan could be executed successfully, it could really take Lin An's life. But Wang Tsung didn't think of agreeing with Oreo's plan. Shut up. What a terrible idea. Have you forgotten he's a tanky archer? He's advancing items here, not meditating in seclusion. If you attack him, won't he fight back? Don't forget he's a tanky archer. Wait quietly. Let him finish his business, then we'll recruit him. Ru Meng, I gave you the gold coins to spam the world chat, and I've been leveling you up. If you can't be useful, don't blame me for turning hostile. After scolding Oreo, Wang Tsung turned to threaten Xiao Qingru beside him. Lin An had wondered how Xiao Qingru could possibly gather 10 gold coins even after cheating Xiao out of his money and selling all his equipment. It turned out Xiao Qingru had also asked Wang Tsung for money. Not stupid after all. She knew how to use others to achieve her own goals. Yuego had also emerged from her stealth state and stood behind Wang Tsong. She felt no concern about Xiao Qingru's presence. A woman understands a woman, and a woman also understands a man. Yuego didn't think Lin An would ever change his mind. I want to advance to the Shadow Arrow Envoy class. Lin An had been busy for so long, treated like a monkey on display, all for this moment. Ding. Ding. Advancing to the class Shadow Arrow Envoy A requires any 100 gold rank skill books. Proceed with advancement. Advance. Ding. Class Shadow Arrow Envoy A has been successfully advanced. Your class has been changed to Arrow Shadow Soul S. Ding. You have successfully comprehended the skills Arcane Shadow Immortal rank and I am the Shadow Immortal rank. Arcane Shadow Immortal rank passive skill. Without needing to enter a shadowy area, shadow value increases by 1 per minute. Shadow value cap increases to 100, grants 30 damage reduction. When fighting in shadows, grants 50 damage reduction. I am the Shadow Immortal rank domain skill. Upon activation, creates a shadow domain within a 100-meter radius centered on the caster. Hostile targets within the domain have their movement speed reduced by 50, critical hit chance increased by 50, and defense reduced by 50. Activation consumes 1 point of shadow value every 10 seconds. Immortal rank skills. I've made it Taoist. What does it mean to be awesome? This is what it means to be awesome. Lin An laughed maniacally at the sky. In his past life, he had worked for a whole year without learning an immortal rank skill. In this life, on his very first day of transmigrating into Tianyu, he had already obtained 2. S-Rank hidden class is this powerful. What about SS-Rank? Let's try advancing and see the cost. Ding. Advancing to the Shadow Arrow Soul S-Rank requires 1 life. Do you wish to advance? The price to break through the S-Rank limit was nothing less than a life. Lin An had only 1 life left. He couldn't further advance this hidden class, but it had already granted him 2 immortal grade skills and 5 spirit grade skills. Incredible. As soon as the passive skill Shadow Mystery was activated, Lin An's solid flesh transformed into a phantom with 90% transparency. This bodily change was due to the damage reduction effect of Shadow Mystery. A 30% damage reduction was already outrageously potent. Wang Tsong saw a flash of multicolored light over Lin An. Bitterness welled in his heart, but he still forced a smile and walked over to congratulate him. Congratulations, Lin An. Looks like you've grown stronger again. Wang Tsong had seen 7-colored light on He Xiao, so the 5-colored light on Lin An could only mean he had obtained something of S-Rank or an immortal grade item. He couldn't guess exactly what it was, but just knowing this information drove him mad with jealousy. Why? Why? If I had protected He Xiao back then, I would be the one reaping the benefits now. Ar. Wang Tsong could only roar in his heart, utterly afraid to show any envy in front of Lin An. Thanks everyone. Scatter now. There's no show here. This isn't the newbie village. Dying here costs you a life. A word of advice, less gawking, more grinding for experience. Lin An gave Wang Tsong an awkward smile before urging the surrounding players to disperse. Reminded by Lin An, the hundreds of players quickly stepped back, finally realizing this wasn't the newbie village. Even if everyone had 3 lives, losing 1 meant sacrificing 20 or 30 years of lifespan. Who could bear that? Xiao Qingru was waiting for Lin An to notice her and rush over excitedly to embrace her, but she saw that his eyes didn't even glance her way. Lin An, don't you love me anymore? But I still love you. Please forgive me this once, okay? Xiao Qingru rushed up and wrapped her arms around Lin An's waist, but his face twisted in disgust. Lin An wanted to kill Xiao Qingru outright, making her lose 1 life, but then he thought, doing so might terrify her into hiding in the newbie village forever. In truth, of the billions of humans from Blue Star who had been transported to the celestial realm, at least half had remained permanently in the newbie village. Most of these were the elderly, along with some families with children. The elderly chose to live out their days in the newbie village. Those with children chose to raise them there. They simply waited as the years passed, either until their lifespans ended or until their children grew up and left the newbie village. Though called a village, these newbie settlements could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. As for survival, they relied on the endless respawning minor monsters beyond the village borders. Lin An wanted Xiao Qingru and He Xiao to suffer endless torment and agony so naturally he couldn't kill them so easily. Besides, he had only seen Xiao Qingru so far, not He Xiao. How could he strike now? Where's He Xiao? Is he afraid? Lin An broke free from Xiao Qingru's embrace and asked her about He Xiao's whereabouts. Xiao Qingru understood immediately and spilled everything she knew. That despicable He Xiao doesn't dare leave the newbie village. But I'm sure he'll eventually crack from loneliness. When that happens, you'll trick him into coming before you, my darling, and you can kill him with your own hands. See, the one I love most is you. I couldn't care less about He Xiao. Truly ruthless. Xiao Qingru was heartless indeed. Lin An believed she was telling the truth. But still, he had already died once. What right did he have to forgive Xiao Qingru? If Lin An actually did that, he would be betraying himself and squandering the second chance fate had given him. Alright, once you trick Xiao into coming before me, he'll forgive you. But until then, don't hang around me. If you annoy me, you'll take action. Lin An proactively added Xiao Qingru back as a friend, giving her a sliver of hope. This woman was already insane. In this strange world, her only way to a comfortable life was to cling to Lin An as her lifeline. He'll definitely bring Xiao here. When that time comes, we'll get married. We'll have a grand wedding. And if this game lets us have babies, it'll give you a whole soccer team of children. Honey, I will love you forever and ever. Xiao Qingru tried to nuzzle her head against Lin An's chest, but he pushed her away. You'd better hurry. I'm no longer the devoted man I used to be. Someone once said, don't hang yourself on one tree. There's a whole forest out there. Plenty of beautiful women are interested in me now. I don't have the patience to wait for you alone, understand? To spur Xiao Qingru into luring Xiao out of the newbie village faster, Lin An deliberately said this, even casting a lecherous grin at Moondog behind Wang Tsung. Moondog had long seen through Lin An's act, but when he shot her an ambiguous glance, she still blushed and turned her head away. Xiao Qingru had already noticed Moondog, a woman prettier, cuter, purer, and with a better figure than her. Back on Blue Star, she knew Moondog was the dream goddess of all male otaku. And wasn't Lin An exactly that, an otaku? A surge of crisis welled up in Xiao Qingru's heart. She wanted nothing more than to charge at Moondog and fight her right there. But Xiao Qingru was a priest with no combat ability. In warning certain women, Lin An is my boyfriend and future husband. Anyone who dares to seduce him will have to answer to me. Xiao Qingru couldn't fight, so she could only use her words. Lin An was tired of the act, and every time she mentioned marriage or called him husband, it reminded him of that grand wedding and the poisoned wine. It seemed like a year had passed since that wedding, but for Lin An it was less than 10 hours ago. The piercing grief still lingered within him. Until Xiao appears before me, I'm not your boyfriend, and we have nothing to do with each other. So don't ruin my reputation. Forget it. I'm going to find some peace and quiet. You all have fun. Lin An planned to slip away. His level was still too low. To find the goblin fruit, he needed to level up to at least 50, so that when he attacked monsters and bosses above level 60, he wouldn't suffer too many misses. Since advancing a hidden class also cost a life, Lin An was in dire need of items that increased life count. To be safe, he needed to boost his lives to 3 before advancing his class. Lin and I didn't bring Ru Meng here on purpose. She insisted on following me. Wang Tsung caught up to Lin An, who was about to leave, and directly distanced himself from Xiao Qingru. In that act, just now, only Xiao Qingru was fooled by Lin An. Everyone else could see that Lin An was toying with her. I noticed you've been using the advancement talent constantly. I guess you must be upgrading coins, because only such a bulk operation would take up so much time. If you join my team, it'll give you 100 gold coins every day, and as the game progresses, that number will only increase. That way you won't have to waste time on meaningless tasks like upgrading coins. Wang Tsung touched on Lin An's sore spot, making him stop in his tracks. Since you're so wealthy, I have over a dozen pieces of equipment here. Why don't you buy them? They're all bronze tier 1 gold coin each. Not too expensive, right? Lin An's backpack was already full. It only had 50 slots, and after accounting for essential arrows and potions, there weren't many left. As luck would have it, Lin An's inventory was packed. Many pieces of equipment were useless to him, and his mana pool hadn't yet reached 500 points. Unable to upgrade bronze tier items to silver tier, he decided to sell the equipment for some coins. Deal? He'll buy all of it. But what about joining my team? Wang Tsung looked expectantly. Lin An considered for a moment. There was no need to offend a wealthy patron, so he chose not to give a definitive answer. Like he had with Xiao Qingru, he left Wang Tsung a glimmer of hope. Once you've established a guild, they'll think about joining you. Until then, I believe solo leveling is the fastest way to gain experience. In the future, I can sell you any equipment I don't need. Also, if we cross paths, I can help you advance unbound items, but you'll have to bear the cost, and it'll take a fee. As for what I want, we'll discuss that later. Lin An had only maximized the plunder talent so far, but he hadn't yet fully utilized the advancement talent. If he could use it to gain the benefits he needed, Lin An could indeed accelerate his growth. Wang Tsung didn't fully trust Lin An's words, but he was clever enough to know how to respond. Alright then, he'll work hard to build the guild as soon as possible. When that happens, he'll save the vice leader position for you. As for mutually beneficial trades, I'm all for it. You couldn't upgrade bronze equipment to silver because you lacked mana, right? Since we're cooperating, let me show some sincerity. With that, Wang Tsung pulled a sapphire blue gem necklace from his backpack. Sorcerer's Wellspring Bronze level requirement 10 durability 100100 stats spirit 10 spell power 15 mana 100. A necklace wearable by all classes boosting spirit and mana. Lin An didn't stand on ceremony. He put the necklace on immediately. He originally had 430 mana points. With this necklace, his mana reached 630. Wait a moment. He'll advance those bronze tier items to silver tier and sell them to you for 1 gold coin each. This necklace is very important to me. Having gained a favor, Lin An had to reciprocate with some benefits. With this necklace, he could not only upgrade equipment to silver tier, but also use skills that required over 500 mana points. Advanced Sorcerer's Wellspring. Lin An wore the necklace and advanced it first. The more mana he had, the faster his recovery and the more efficient the advancement process. Ding. Advancing Sorcerer's Wellspring Bronze requires 500 mana points. Proceed. Advance. Ding. Sorcerer's Wellspring Bronze advanced successfully. Acquired Surging Spring Silver. Surging Spring Silver level requirement 10 durability 100100 stats spirit 25 spell power 40 mana 300. Damn, couldn't it have added 2 more points of spirit? Lin An's current mana was exactly 980 points. If this necklace had provided 20 more mana or 2 more spirit points, his mana would have broken 1,000. That would unlock all the skills granted by his hidden class. Let's advance it again. Ding. Advancing Surging Spring Silver requires 10 bronze tier items. Proceed. The cost of advancing a silver tier item was 10 bronze tier items. Not too harsh. Lin An really wanted to use the bronze items in his pack to upgrade the necklace, but he couldn't go back on his promise to Wang Tsung. Forget it. He'll farm more equipment later and aim for a full set of gold tier gear. Lin An had plundered so many attribute bonuses that he didn't have a high demand for equipment, but gear could still cover his weaknesses. Things like attack speed and mana. But these matters couldn't be rushed. Lin An tossed a mana potion into his mouth, waited for his mana to recover above 500 points, and began advancing other equipment. After dawdling for 10 minutes, Lin An finally sold all the equipment to Wang Tsung. Having acquired over a dozen silver tier items in one go, Wang Tsung's eagerness to gain experience surged. Knowing he couldn't recruit Lin An for now, he hurried off to level up. Maintaining a lead in levels was the only way to challenge bosses early and establish a guild sooner. Wang Tsung didn't understand Tianyu, but he understood games. Almost all online games followed the same pattern. After Wang Tsung left, Lin An opened his friend list and found Piao Guochang. The list showed Piao Guochang was level 10, meaning he must have left the newbie village. Lin An, buddy, have you arrived at Cloud Hidden City? Piao Guochang, big shot, you finally contacted me. Since you're in Cloud Hidden City, where else would I be? Of course I'm following you, my lord. Lin An, do you know where Misty Forest is? Come find me directly, and it'll take you leveling. Piao Guochang, really? Lin An, absolutely. No show, no second chance. You have half an hour. Piao Guochang, I'm on my way. Everyone was eager to boost their strength, but Lin An was even more anxious. He was practically dying of impatience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have actively sought out Piao Guochang. For a lone wolf to voluntarily team up with another player and share experience. Even more so, both Lin An and Piao Guochang were archers, so any archer equipment that dropped would have to be decided by rolling dice. If it weren't for his desperate need to level up, Lin An definitely wouldn't have contacted Piao Guochang. But what could he do? Piao Guochang's talent was just too tempting to Lin An. Archer's instinct. If only talents could stack. If they could, Lin An would have torn off his hypocritical mask and dealt harshly with Piao Guochang. Only 20 minutes had passed. Piao Guochang came running from the east, gasping for breath, hands on his hips, looking utterly exhausted. Lin An scanned Piao Guochang's equipment. His weapon and coat had been replaced, indicating he was faring decently. Join the team. They'll take you leveling and let you experience the thrill of leveling up like a rocket. Piao Guochang looked at Lin An and nodded excitedly. When he first encountered Lin An at the blacksmith in the novice village, he had thought about making Lin An his underling. But after Lin An rose to fame, Piao Guochang just hoped to be his follower. Piao Guochang's talent, Archer Instinct, wasn't a great ability. Its specific effect was to grant a buff to archer players in the team. Archers in the same team as Piao Guochang gained a 20% increase in range damage and skill cooldown reduction, plus a 20% boost in hit rate and critical strike chance. If one were to compare this talent solely with Lin An's newly comprehended immortal grade skill, Eye in the Shadow, Piao Guochang's talent actually proved stronger. Lin An's domain skill weakened enemies, seemingly reducing most of their attributes by 50%. However, activating this domain consumed shadow points, so Lin An couldn't keep it active continuously. Piao Guochang's Archer Instinct, on the other hand, could remain active indefinitely and provided tangible attribute boosts. Increased range damage, hit rate, and critical strike chance. Every one of these was a highly sought-after stat for archers. Leveling up with Piao Guochang was like equipping several divine artifacts. With a 20% boost to hit rate and an extra 20% range accounting for the hidden suppression of high-level monsters, I'm now level 15, and it's appropriate to challenge level 35 mobs. I won't encounter anything too troublesome or unmanageable. Lin An was cautious. He could have sought out goblin fruits. With his current health of 144,000 and attack power nearing 20,000, even level 50 mobs would be instantly slain. Of course, if luck was against him, his arrows might always miss. And if he encountered a gold-grade boss, Lin An would likely be unable to defeat it. So it was better to play it safe and go after level 35 mobs. With a 20% hit rate, landing 1 arrow out of 5 was acceptable. Xiao Qingru and the team overheard Lin An's muttering and felt deep fear. It wasn't the high-level monsters that terrified him. It was Lin An. Being in the same party, Xiao Qingru naturally checked Lin An's status. 980 mana points, comparable to a mage of the same level. And then, 144,100 health points. Xiao Qingru nearly fell to his knees upon seeing that number. Is he human? Is this even human? Lin An is nothing short of a humanoid boss. What are you staring at? Hurry up and follow. At your pace, ITLL, take us an hour to get there, Lin An urged, noticing Xiao Qingru frozen in place. If he weren't worried that Xiao Qingru couldn't reach the leveling spot alone, he would have gone ahead already. Xiao Qingru nodded numbly. We'll keep up. Lin An's health had dealt a massive blow to him. After activating his A-grade talent, he had believed he would rise to become the game's greatest archer. After Lin An became famous, Xiao Qingru thought he'd be just a step behind ranking in the top 3. But now he knew. An A-grade talent is nothing. Not to mention those who've activated S-grade talents. Even among those with A-grade talents, there might be one stronger than mine. The proportion of players activating A-grade talents was low, but with billions of humans on Blue Star, the ratio became a joke. This Lin An is insane, venturing so deep into the leveling zone. Does he think he's invincible? Moondog had nothing better to do. Her intense curiosity about Lin An, coupled with her ongoing exploration of her own talent, led her to tail him again. With the chameleon's help, she wasn't worried about being discovered. The mobs in the southwestern area of Cloud Shadow City were all living animals. Moondog's talent made these animals friendly toward her, so following Lin An was actually safer than trailing Wang Tsong and his group. The ants, birds, and butterflies in the forest served as her spies. Even if she fell a few miles behind Lin An, she could track his movements. Her talent was incredibly overpowered. It was fortunate she was a priest. If she had been an assassin, the full potential of this S-grade talent might have been unleashed. Ding! You have entered Moonlit Forest. After an hour of trekking through countless woods and mountains, they finally arrived at the leveling spot Lin An had in mind. No need to go further. We'll level here. Your only task is to protect yourself and not die. The mobs in Moonlit Forest don't venture to the outer areas, so when I head inside, follow behind me. They won't attack you first. Lin An explained the precautions to Xiao Qingru. Xiao Qingru was puzzled. Wait, boss, how do you know all this? Lin An turned and smiled. I changed to a hidden class. The old man who helped me with the class change gave me a book about the customs, geography, and monsters of the Wind Moon Empire. That's how I know. Lin An didn't care if Xiao Qingru believed him. He planned to use this excuse to brush off anyone who discovered his foresight. The thing was, such a book really existed in the Wind Moon Empire. It couldn't be bought in county towns, but it was available in bookstores of secondary main cities. Additionally, every county town sold maps of its own territory. They cost 100 gold coins. Apart from wealthy players like Wang Tsong, normal players couldn't afford these maps. Oh, I see. Xiao Qingru, half believing, followed Lin An into Moonlit Forest. Moondog, who had trailed behind, felt Lin An was bluffing. This guy is so wicked, always playing tricks on honest folks. Know that woman Ru Ming isn't honest, and Wang Tsong isn't either. Only him, the honest one. Moondog was a bit adorable. She still remembered the mischievous grin Lin An had given her. That blatant teasing, though meant to provoke, Xiao Qingru still made her little heart race. As Moondog entered Moonlit Forest, she happened to hear Lin An softly call out a skill. Shadow Aim. The spirit-grade skill Shadow Aim granted Lin An a 100% boost in critical strike chance, and gave him eyes that could see through illusions. Who's there? Moondog. Are you making a habit of tailing me? Lin An's eyes, due to the skill, had their pupils vanish, leaving behind endless profound darkness in his sockets. Fixed by Lin An's gaze, Moondog reluctantly emerged from a thicket, accompanied by the silver-grade boss chameleon. Yugo had been discovered. At first, she felt a sting of unwillingness. Yet she was clever and immediately understood why Lin An had found her. So you advanced into a hidden class. Fine. Since you found me, can I group with you to level up? Lin An had seen shameless people before, but never a woman who was both beautiful and brazen. When Pu Guchang saw Yugo, he gaped lecherously. Disgusting. Yugo only shot him a glance, then turned her attention back to Lin An. You're the disgusting one. No matter how sleazy Pu Guochang was, he was Lin An's teammate now. One was an annoying tag-along, the other a loyal companion. Lin An naturally chose to speak up for him. Leave this place at once. If I catch you stalking me again, I'll send you straight back to Xiao Qingru. Lin An did not joke. All he wanted now was to level up quickly. He had no energy to waste flirting. He had only one life left. If he did not take things seriously, one careless mistake could be fatal. Yugo found Lin An impervious to flattery. Pestering him would only backfire. Her pride would not permit her to play the role of a groveling admirer. Who said I'm following you? I'm heading toward higher-level spawn zones. I have my reasons. Because Yugo's talent was so peculiar, she could not level in ordinary monster spawn areas unless another player carried her along. She wanted to break the deadlock and find a place like the mine near Xiao Qingru. Lin An's presence felt special. Yugo thought that by shadowing him, she might locate such a leveling spot. Let's keep grinding. Ignore her and stay away. That badger just ran off. The small creatures that spawned in Yuezhao Lin were the Yuezhao Huan. They were burrowers, seldom emerging by day and coming out at night to hunt. The Yuezhao Huan were timid. When they realized they could not win, they fled back into their burrows. They favored damp forests. Burrow, forest, damp. These three conditions also happened to be necessary for the growth of goblin fruit. Boss, are we really not taking Yugo to level with us? Pu Guochang was truly a sycophant and shameless. Even after Yugo called him disgusting, he kept fawning. Admirable in a strange way. One more word, and you're walking back to the city. Lin An tossed out a saying as he walked on. A man relies first on status, second on money. With money in his pocket, even Wu Dalong could marry Pan Jinlian. He pushed deeper into the Yuezhao forest to find the entrance to the burrow where the Yuezhao Huan lived. His investigative skill was still active. His eyes could pierce the darkness and reveal the Yuezhao Huan hiding within it. Most of the Yuezhao Huan's body was black or brown, but its back was silver. At night, that silvered ridge reflected moonlight in a strangely beautiful way. Yuezhao Huan LV. 32. HP 3000. Attack 400. Defense 150. Speed 2. Skill Bite. There are Yuezhao Huan ahead, 3 of them. Don't move forward. Lin An reached out and held Pu Guochang back. The man provided buff effects. Lin An did not care much whether Pu lived or died, but if Pu fell, the rate at which Lin An could level would slow. Pu Guochang slid back about 10 meters. Only then did Lin An take out his hard stiff bow, upgraded to silver tier. 3000. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the Yuezhao Huan's attribute entry, defense 150. Ding. Ding. You killed the Yuezhao Huan. EXP 1000. Boss 1 monster gives 1000 experience. Pu Guochang received half of the loot experience. If Lin An had been solo here, a single level 32 Yuezhao Huan could have granted him 2000 experience. But without Pu Guochang, Lin An's hit chance against the Yuezhao Huan would plummet to only the teens. With Pu Guochang present, accuracy was more than doubled. Even sharing half the experience was worthwhile. Moreover, these were merely the outer Yuezhao Huan. Those within the burrow might be level 35. A level 15 Lin An's chance to hit a level 35 creature would be at most 1%, yet Pu Guochang could add 20%. By that reckoning, Pu Guochang provided a 20-fold boost to Lin An's accuracy. If only Pu were not a man. With that innate archer's talent, Lin An would hang him on like a permanent buff. Alas, Pu Guochang was not only male, he was not handsome. Lin An 30 meters away kept firing arrows at the distant Yuezhao Huan, but luck was not on his side. Several arrows missed. Missed. Even missed arrows draw a monster's hate. The 3 Yuezhao Huan in the underbrush charged toward Lin An. They had not thought Lin An formidable, and so did not flee. But when Lin An's next arrow struck one, the other 2 immediately changed course and fled deeper into the forest. 3000. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the Yuezhao Huan's attribute entry, attack 400. Ding. Ding. You killed the Yuezhao Huan. EXP 1000. Keep up. They'll surely run back to their burrow. Lin An sheathed his bow without even picking up the copper coins that dropped and hurried after them. To avoid losing them, and to prevent the fleeing pair from panicking into reckless flight, Lin An increased his speed only slightly above the Yuezhao Huan's. That pace was already hard for Pu Guochang to match, but thankfully the map always showed teammate positions. Even if he lagged, he would not be lost. The Yuezhao Huan fled toward a small earthen mound. There was an entrance there leading into the burrow, but it was only large enough for a Yuezhao Huan to enter. He'll go in and check. Wait outside. Lin An could squeeze through the opening. Pu Guochang could not unless he dug the hole larger and crawled in. Yuying Chuansua. The cave mouth was pitch black. Lin An invoked his hidden class ability by shooting a Yuming arrow and used the skill Yuying Chuansua Shadow Traverse, becoming a shadow that melded with the cave's darkness. Hidden class skills were absurdly powerful. Pu Guchang watched Lin An vanish into shadow, and after a long moment managed 2 words, incredible. What's so incredible? The shadow traverse lasted 1 minute and had a 5-minute cooldown. Lin An had simply become a shadow to scout the burrow and then re-emerged. On your body. Pu Guchang was left speechless when Lin An suddenly reappeared. As Lin An entered the cave, the sight before him matched his expectations. Since this was a monster respawn zone, it was only natural that players could enter. Let's dig a tunnel. The passages inside are tall enough for us to stand upright. We can just dig a bit and get in. Xiao Guchang, realizing there was finally something he could do, immediately chimed in, "Boss, let me dig the tunnel. You take a rest." Before the words had even faded, Xiao Guchang pulled out a few arrows from his backpack and started scraping at the mound of earth. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Lin An quickly tossed a mining pick from his pack. Use this to dig. This mining pick was something Lin An had obtained back in the novice village by killing a wandering miner. He never expected it would finally prove useful in a situation like this. With a proper tool in hand, Xiao Guchang dug with even greater fervor. In just a few minutes, he had excavated an entrance large enough for a person to crouch through. Sorry for the delay. I figured you boss are a man of dignity and wouldn't want to crawl in. Xiao Guchang made a gesture for Lin An to enter the cave, first crouching down. Buddy, your flattery missed the mark. Lin An neither crouched nor crawled into the cave. Instead, he transformed into a shadow and drifted inside. The interior of the cave was dim, perfectly suited for Lin An's hidden class. The skill Shadow Teleport allowed him to instantaneously move within the cave. He could leap from one patch of shadow directly to another. Small openings at the top of the cave let in beams of light every few meters. Moon badgers, all moon badgers. One is lying under every opening. They're all experience points. Xiao Guchang followed Lin An into the cave, his eyes fixed on the line of moon badgers that appeared every few meters. Each moon badger represented 1,000 experience points. Xiao Guchang was only level 10. Killing just over a dozen moon badgers would be enough for Lin An to level him up once. Moreover, the moon badgers in the cave were level 35, granting even more experience than those in the forest. Keep your voice down. Lin An didn't want to awaken all the moon badgers. By carefully managing his attack range, he could slay them without disturbing the others and explore the entire cave. 3,500 ding. The Plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the moon badger's attribute affix. Defense increased by 150. Ding. You have slain a moon badger. Experience 1100 miss. Miss? Miss? Lin An maintained a slow advance, hitting roughly 1 arrow in 5. All the moon badgers shared the same habits. If Lin An missed first, they would think he was a novice and charge at him in anger. But when he did hit, they would die instantly. Meanwhile, the other moon badgers would still be resting. In less than a minute, both Lin An and Xiao Guchang were bathed in the white light of a level up. As they delved deeper into the cave, the number of moon badgers that had fallen to Lin An reached exactly 100. His level finally rose to 20, while Xiao Guchang reached level 18. Killing monsters 10 to 20 levels above oneself. The experience gain was exhilarating. The leaderboard is about to appear. My hidden class is going to be exposed. Lin An stopped in his tracks as he reached level 20. At that moment, the game system announcement chimed. World announcement: player Lin An from the Fengyue Empire has been the first to reach level 20. The global server level leaderboard is now open. Players must reach level 20 to qualify. The leaderboard will display only the top 99 players and their classes. Leaderboard 1. Shadow of the Arrow Lin An 20. Only Lin An's name appeared on the leaderboard. Crowned today, lonely as the snow. In his past life, Lin An had never made it onto this leaderboard due to his talent. Boss, you're a hidden class. Damn, that's awesome. The leaderboard announcement was a world announcement. Billions of players who had crossed over from Blue Star to Tianyu could see it. Naturally, Xiao Guchang realized that Lin An was a hidden class player. His perception was somewhat belated. Oh, it's nothing special. Keep it low-key. You'll be on the leaderboard soon too. I suggest you turn off your friend requests or you'll be swamped. Lin An had already disabled the notification for friend requests back in the novice village. His backend now showed millions of players requesting to add him as a friend. With the leaderboard's release, that number was increasing by 100,000 every second. Haha, it's fine. I don't mind. My mom always said fame comes to those who seek it early. Since you boss are giving me this chance to shine, I can't waste it. Xiao Guochang's character remained consistent. His goal in following Lin An was power, beautiful women, and wealth. Once his level reached 20 and he appeared on the leaderboard, countless players would send him friend requests. He could pick and choose the pretty girls from among them. But Xiao Guochang only intended to chat with them. He wouldn't dream of leaving Lin An to fool around with them now. The Starfire Empire. The empire farthest from the Fengyue Empire on the Tianyu continent, and the only superpower capable of rivaling it. In the southern part of their city, Keiho, a mage player, continuously raised his staff, summoning lightning to pierce through the dense ranks of mummies before him. When the world announcement came, he turned his gaze eastward. Lin An, beaten by someone from the east. My grade talent is direct ascension. How could anyone level faster than me? This mage player was named Sa. In Lin An's past life on Tianyu, Sa was the fastest leveling player, his name perpetually occupying the top spot on the leaderboard. The reason for Sa's rapid leveling was his unassuming talent, direct ascension. Direct ascension. Grade talent. When gaining experience, there was a certain probability of triggering the direct ascension effect, increasing the level by 1. The level cap for other players was 200. But Sa had no level cap. Even after reaching level 200, he would continue to gain experience from killing monsters or completing quests, allowing his level to rise further. However, the highest level equipment in Tianyu was level 200. Each level up granted Sa a bit more in 4 primary attributes and 3 additional assignable attribute points. Furthermore, as his level increased, the probability of triggering direct ascension would decrease. The talent had a higher chance of triggering when gaining a large amount of experience and a lower chance when gaining small amounts. Once Sa surpassed level 200, the maximum level of minor monsters would be 200, so the experience he gained would naturally dwindle. It was because of this characteristic that Sa hadn't stayed in the novice village to grind levels. Just wait. When I emerge, I will conquer you and the Fengyue Empire. Being beaten in his own area of expertise naturally infuriated Sa. I wonder what level Sa has reached now? It's truly no easy feat for me to stay ahead of him. Lin An also thought of Sa when the leaderboard appeared. This man's talent was no secret. All players of Sky Domain would later come to know what Abasa's talent was. While others were still struggling at level 100, Abisa had already reached the max level. Relying on his level advantage, Abisa easily became the foremost figure of the Starlight Empire. As mentioned before, leveling up wasn't just about gaining a few extra attribute points. The bonus from level suppression was the most formidable. The reason Lin An paid such close attention to Abisa was that the direct ascension talent ranked highest among the few talents he intended to plunder. Drawing on his knowledge of the top players from his past life, Lin An had already devised a plan in his mind about whose talents to plunder in order to maximize his own strength. Boss's second person has appeared on the leaderboard. How did he level up so fast? Holy crap. He was just level 20. I refreshed the page, and he's already level 21. He surpassed you. Park Gukchang suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Indeed, the name Abisa had appeared on the leaderboard. He must have gotten lucky, triggering the direct ascension effect. Then upon killing another monster and gaining experience, he triggered it again, jumping 2 levels in a row. We need to work hard too and make sure we don't fall behind. Lin An didn't want to discover later when he went to plunder Abasa's talent that Abisa was dozens or even hundreds of levels ahead of him. So for now, leveling up remained the priority. The emergence of the level leaderboard directly ignited the leveling fervor of many skilled gamers. But the resources for wild monsters were certainly not abundant. Previously in Misty Forest there were fewer than 1,000 misty poison bees, and now in Moonlit Grove, the number of moonlit badgers was pitifully small. The respawn rate of minor monsters was also much slower than in the newbie village. If players wanted to level up quickly, they had to explore new maps, which led to competition for resources. Lin An killed monsters over 10 levels above him, so he didn't have to fight with others. Boss, look ahead. Isn't that a tree root? It's so thick, thicker than my waist. Park Gukchang spotted a dragon-shaped tree root exposed from the soil in the deepest part of the cave. The key point was that this tree root had a health bar and a name. But its level was too high and all its attributes were question marks. Lin An tried using the skill Nether Aim, and only then were the tree root's attributes fully revealed. Uthwood Root LV. 50 Silver Grade Boss, HP, 50,000 Magic Power 0 Defense, 50,000 Speed 0 Skill Regeneration. The Uthwood Root blocked Lin An and Park Gukchang's path. To move forward, they had to deal with this troublesome entity. Park Gukchang was now in despair. We're doomed, boss. This Silver Grade boss has 50,000 health and 50,000 defense. How can we possibly damage it? Even if it doesn't attack us, killing it would be harder than reaching the heavens. Both minor monsters and bosses have a base health regeneration rate. A boss with 50,000 HP could recover at least 50 points per second, and the Uthwood Root also had a regeneration skill. Park Gukchang naturally felt that their path had come to an end here. Lin An, however, had a way to reduce the Uthwood Root's defense to a point where they could break through it. All he had to do was activate the skill, I Am Shadow. The Uthwood Root's defense would be leaving only 25,000. But with the Plunder talent, Lin An didn't need to reduce the Uthwood Root's defense at all. Reaching the heavens, hey. Lin An shook his head. Killing it is easier than killing a chicken for me, it just takes some time. The Uthwood Root couldn't move, it stayed right there. But for Lin An to kill it was indeed very difficult. There was no helping it. The Uthwood Root's level was as high as 50. Lin An was only level 20. There was a gap of 30 levels between them. Miss, miss, miss. Lin An kept drawing his bow and shooting arrows, watching as each attack resulted in a miss notification. Park Gukchang stared helplessly from the side. Boss, persisting like this is pointless. Let's just switch maps to grind experience. If we keep wasting time here, time won't stop for us. As if to prove Park Gukchang's point, the Uthwood root, even though it was just a tree root that couldn't move, still trembled slightly. Dirt from above the cave continuously shook loose, falling onto Lin An's head and face. Before long, both Lin An and Park Gukchang had turned into mud figures. It did no damage, but the humiliation was immense. If Sky Domain had a taunt attribute, the Uthwood root's taunt stat would definitely be maxed out. Damn, this is infuriating. Just watch me take you down. Park Gukchang was furious and also took out his bow, knocking an arrow to shoot. I keep shooting to kill it, you're just wasting arrows. Go stand aside. Lin An remained very calm. What was a little taunt like this? In his past life, Lin An had encountered a juvenile spirit-grade boss Zouyu. The Zouyu was an ancient divine beast. Even as a juvenile, the Zouyu was already a spirit-grade boss. Moreover, the Zouyu had exceptionally high intelligence. Back then, Lin An discovered this Zouyu and thought to tame it as a pet. But the Zouyu kept tossing him fruits. The first fruit was a spiritual fruit that when eaten added 10 distributable attribute points. The subsequent fruits included rotten ones, poisonous ones, and even ones that induced lust. All these fruits had the same name, and their specific effects were question marks. Lin An had no idea what eating a fruit in his hand would bring. But because the first spiritual fruit had given him 10 distributable attribute points, he ended up eating all the fruits the Zouyu threw at him. When he ate the last fruit, Lin An's health kept dropping due to poison until it was left with just 1 point. At that moment, the Zouyu took out 3 spiritual fruits and juggled them in front of Lin An. Lin An had no choice. To avoid dying in the wild and wasting a life, he gave up on the idea of capturing the Zouyu as a pet. From start to finish, the Zouyu had been toying with him. The Zouyu gave Lin An spiritual fruits with completely different effects just to see his various amusing reactions. After enduring such humiliation, Lin An learned a lesson. Life is like a spiritual fruit. You never know what effect the next one you eat will have. So when you can take action, never hesitate. When Lin An later found that Zouyu again, he killed it, and it dropped a spirit artifact. The rewards in hand were what truly mattered. So now, even though the Uthwood root taunted him, Lin An wasn't angry. He knew his goal was to kill it. In the end, the one who survives is the victor, the one who dies is the clown. Ding. The Plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of Uthwood root. Movement speed increased by 0. Hit. Lin An had fired 80 arrows. Finally, he hit the Uthwood root once. But his luck was not particularly good. He only plundered the movement speed affix of the Uthwood root. However, the Plunder talent could still activate twice more. Even if Lin An failed to plunder the health affix of the Uthwood root, at the very worst, he could still plunder its defense affix. A boss with 0 defense. Even with 50,000 health, it was merely a shockwave. Xiao Qingru saw the Uthwood root losing health, and a smile even appeared on his face, but when he saw the damage numbers Lin An was dealing, his smile abruptly froze. To prevent Xiao Qingru from seeing that he had plundered the Uthwood root's attributes, Lin An had long since turned off the Abyssal Aim skill. Thus, Xiao Qingru couldn't see the Uthwood root's movement speed affix disappear. In his eyes, everything under the Uthwood root's name was just question marks. Big shot, forget it. It's not that I think you can't kill this boss. I'm simply trying to offer a suggestion. How about we level up to 30 and then come back to massacre it? Lin An did not reply, he merely continued to shoot arrows. Xiao Qingru had not expected Lin An to be so stubborn, but since he was now following Lin An, he found it hard to leave at this moment. Soon, after Lin An had fired 128 arrows, he scored another hit. 1. Ding. The Plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of Uthwood root. Spell power increased by 0. Only 1 chance remained. Lin An knew the Uthwood root would soon be slain, so he was not particularly anxious. But the Uthwood root itself was frantically shaking the earthen cavern, trying to bury Lin An under the soil. It was the only thing it could do. Miss. Miss. 1. Ding. The Plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of Uthwood root. Maximum health increased by 50,000. Ding. You have slain the silver grade boss Uthwood root. Experience gained 100,000. Ding. Your level has increased to 22. You have gained 2 points of 4-dimensional attributes and 6 assignable attribute points. Ding. You are the first player in Cloud Hidden City to slay a silver grade boss. A system announcement is forthcoming. Do you wish to conceal your name? Do not conceal. Do not conceal. Lin An and Xiao Qingru spoke these 3 words simultaneously. Cloud Hidden City announcement: players Lin An and Xiao Qingru have teamed up to slay the silver grade boss of Woodroot. Reward 100 gold coins. Received 50 gold coins. Big shot, these 50 gold coins are for you. Xiao Qingru's level rose to 21, leaping up 3 levels. Then the system also gave him 50 gold coins. He was now somewhat flattered and overwhelmed. Coupled with the fact that he had just been saying all those things which made him seem distrustful of Lin, and he now felt compelled to offer up all the rewards, hoping to mend the relationship between them. Big shot, I was short-sighted earlier. I never imagined you were so strong, capable of instantly killing the boss. Please be magnanimous and forgive my pettiness. I swear I will never speak nonsense again. Xiao Qingru was now bowing and apologizing profusely to Lin and stopping just short of kneeling to beg for his forgiveness. Lin An was not the type to be unforgiving. He did not accept the 50 gold coins. Keep your mouth shut tight. No matter who asks, you don't tell them what just happened. As for the rest, forget it. I'm not a petty person. Our partnership is mutually beneficial, so don't grovel so much. A man, no matter when, must live with dignity. Dignity? What use did he have for that? Xiao Qingru did not understand Lin An's words, but seeing that Lin An was not angry, he set his mind at ease. As for what should and should not be said, Xiao Qingru was also clear. In Celestial Domain, people could really die. Xiao Qingru would not gamble with his own life. The stronger Lin An appeared, the tighter Xiao Qingru's lips would be. Received Uthwood Staff, Silver Regeneration, Silver Earth Spirit, All Class, Job Change Scroll C. Gold coins 9. So this is where it was. The hidden Job Change Scroll Earth Spirit. Lin An cared little for the other items dropped by the Uthwood route. His sole interest was this hidden Job Change Scroll. In his past life, Han Xing's hidden job was Earth Spirit Swordsman. This was a hidden class available to all professions. For archers, the corresponding class was Earth Spirit Archer. Other classes could also change jobs similarly. Moreover, their skills were quite alike. Your lucky break, a crate hidden job. Trigger the job change quest, and it'll help you complete it. Lin An certainly could not abandon his own Scrade hidden job for the Earth Spirit Fruit and change to Earth Spirit Archer. Even if he could later advance the Earth Spirit Archer hidden job to Scrade, he did not believe it would be superior to his current class. The Shadow of the Arrow Soul was a hidden job tailor-made for Lin An. It granted invisibility, teleportation, a domain skill, and detection abilities. This class was incredibly comprehensive. As for the Earth Spirit class, based on Lin An's memory, it merely offered slightly stronger sustained combat capabilities. Big shot, are you really giving this to me? Xiao Qingru could not believe Lin An was so casually tossing the hidden job change scroll to him. If Lin An were to trade this hidden job scroll with others, he could acquire countless resources and benefits. Take it. It's not easy to change to a hidden job in Celestial Domain. Don't disdain it just because it's a grade hidden job. I have a feeling that at most 1% of you grade talent players will be able to switch to a hidden class. Xiao Qingru knew Lin and was not lying. Regarding hidden jobs, before they had crossed over into the world of Celestial Domain, the information had already been implanted into the players' minds. Thank you, Big Shot. Huh. From now on, I'll do whatever you tell me. If you want me to push from behind, I'll gouge my eyes out and push. If you want me to fight someone, I'll fight them. If you want me to take a hit, I'll charge right up and take the blow for you, Big Shot. Xiao Qingru was quite amusing. Lin An shrugged, not taking Xiao Qingru's words to heart. As a tough guy, how could he ever let someone else push him from behind? That would be far too pathetic. Xiao Qingru received the job change scroll and activated it immediately. He quickly shared the job change quest with Lin An. Earth Spirit Archer job change quest: please travel to the Goblin Forest, 428, 954, to find the Goblin Elder and accept the second stage of the quest. Goblin Forest. I see. Xiao Qingru, you should be able to see where the Goblin Forest map is, right? Lin An had never heard of a map called Goblin Forest near Cloud Hidden City. Now it seemed. It wasn't that the map didn't exist, but that it was a hidden map unknown to ordinary players. If Lin An had known about the Goblin Forest map, he would have immediately connected the Earth Spirit Fruit with the Goblin Forest. Pu Guchang could see the complete requirements of this class change quest, and naturally, he could also see how to reach the Goblin Forest. Boss, we need to go back to the surface, then head south, cross 2 mountain ridges, and arrive at a valley. That valley is the Goblin Forest. Lin An carefully recalled the images deep within his mind. There was indeed a valley south of Moonlight Forest, but that valley was called Dragon Valley. When did it become the Goblin Forest? Of course, there were no dragons in Dragon Valley. It was merely a place where a gold-tier boss, an Earth Dragon, would spawn, hence the name. That Earth Dragon possessed at best a tenth of a divine dragon's bloodline. In truth, it was nothing more than an oversized lizard. I know where that place is, but going there, I might be fine, but you have a bigger problem. Anyway, on this journey, you must absolutely refrain from showing off. Lin An earnestly imparted some precautions. But Pu Guochang still didn't grasp what Lin An was saying. What's all this about? Pu Guochang shook his head in exasperation, then turned and followed Lin An, who had already begun leaping between the shadows. After leaving Moonlight Forest, Lin An and Pu Guochang headed south, knowing they had to cross those two mountain ridges. Fortunately, Lin An knew the route to Dragon Valley and wouldn't be attacked by wild monsters along the way. The two maintained a steady pace, trekking through the southwestern forest as if they were engaged in wilderness survival. Boss, I feel like you're Ed the Starving One and in Bear Grylls. We're just missing 2 sets of survival gear. The world of Tianyu looks truly magnificent. If I were still on Blue Star, I'd never get to explore such a primeval forest in my lifetime. Boss, look over there. That female monkey is shaking its butt at you. Its butt is so red. Pu Guochang hadn't changed his original personality. That guy was a chatterbox, always cracking jokes. Hanging from a large tree nearby was a female monkey, its back turned to Lin An and Pu Guochang, vigorously wiggling its rear. Pu Guochang saw it and actually started mimicking the monkey's movements. Stop it. Are you crazy? Lin An kicked him in the butt. Boss, why do you kick me? Don't you think that monkey is fun? Pu Guochang rubbed his butt, looking aggrieved. Life's already so bitter, can a guy have a little joy? With that single kick, Pu Guochang's emotions seemed on the verge of collapse. The grown man's lips twitched and tears nearly spilled from his eyes. Lin An then realized his mistake. It wasn't that he thought kicking Pu Guochang was wrong. He was trying to stop him from doing something even more reckless. But Pu Guochang's reaction brought Lin An to his senses. This game world had just begun. The humans of Blue Star had only recently crossed over. Many had lost their families, many had become wandering souls. The immense blow had left their psyches fragile. And Lin An had already spent a year in the Tianyu continent. His behavior was more like a player than a living person. I need to be more careful from now on. Lin An wasn't an unreasonable person. He was the one who was most out of place now. In that brief moment, Lin An's mindset quietly shifted. He had originally intended to explain why one shouldn't shake there, but in front of a monkey, but now he swallowed those words. Alright, I just find it strange. That female monkey's name was Green. In this desolate wilderness, a female monkey appearing here, neither a wild monster nor an NPC, don't you think something's off? Pu Guochang thought for a moment. You're right. Boss, is something going to happen? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding forest. The bushes began to shake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several wooden arrows whizzed past Lin An's eyes, embedding themselves into a nearby tree. Something's already happened, Lin An said with a bitter smile. He had told Pu Guochang not to act provocatively on the road. And yet the guy had to mimic the female monkey's butt shaking. Life was full of twists and turns. Lin An took it as a trial from the heavens. As mentioned earlier, Union County was a border town of the Wind Moon Empire. This city bordered several small kingdoms, and there was also an empire nearby. In short, aside from the city of Union itself, the authorities had little control over this region. Especially the rugged mountains of the southwest. They were a hidden land of dragons and tigers. Not only did many reclusive masters dwell there, but there were also primitive barbaric tribes. The people in these tribes were also NPCs. Just not NPCs of the Wind Moon Empire. The tribe living on this mountain was called the Queen Tribe, the kind of queen that shone with confidence and radiance. From the name alone, one could tell this was an all-female tribe, but they still needed to procreate. Therefore, any male passing through this mountain would be in for trouble. However, this tribe didn't want to provoke the Wind Moon Empire, so they didn't just snatch people randomly. Instead, they learned to scout. A normal person passing through would be fine, but someone like Pu Guochang. The female monkey's earlier action was a mating display, and Pu Guochang had perfectly reciprocated. I'll wait for you. Come find me when you're done. There's no rush for the hidden class change. Lin An patted Pu Guochang on the shoulder and stepped back several paces. The next second, over a dozen female savages, their vital parts covered only with palm leaves, burst out of the bushes. Being female savages, they weren't exactly beautiful. Everyone was used to the beauties on short video apps, all dolled up with makeup and filters. But the female savages of Tianyu could only be described as primitive. Apart from their well-proportioned figures, they had no other merits. Their skin was rough enough to be used as sandpaper. Enjoy yourself and don't worry about me. Lin An watched as Pu Guochang was taken away, only following behind without any intention of intervening. Pu Guochang still had no idea what was coming. Boss, could there be a hidden quest? Let me go with them. If I find any benefits, I'll message you right away. Lin An was caught between laughter and tears. The benefits of the Queen Tribe. Lin An couldn't handle that. No, absolutely not. Hurry up and go. At most you'll be done in 10 minutes. As he spoke, Lin An didn't really abandon Pu Guochang. He followed the female savages to their tribe. But Lin An didn't go inside. Soon Pu Guochang's screams echoed from the tribe. No. Spare me. I'm weak. I only have one kidney left. Yummy. Hearing the screams, Lin An crouched under a big tree outside the tribe and chuckled to himself. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, Pu Guochang emerged from the tribe, his clothes torn to shreds, looking utterly dejected. Behind him, the female savages who had come out of the thatched huts whistled at Pu Guochang. Just a few minutes. You're nothing like your name. Lin An still remembered his first encounter with Piao Guochang. He said he chose the archer class just to match his name. Piao Guochang, a master marksman. Now it all seemed like a sham. Boss, don't misunderstand. I got beaten up by them, but I endured the humiliation and obtained crucial information. Piao Guochang couldn't lift his head. When they were about to beat me to death, I yelled, "Stop, or you'll die." Then a savage said, "Even if you die, you can come back to life, but you need to find the legendary Holy Mother water." Another savage said they didn't want to abduct men either, but the spring that flows with Holy Mother water had dried up. Boss, the Holy Mother water can not only resurrect the dead, but also allow savages to conceive life. Lin An listened to Piao Guochang with unprecedented seriousness. He couldn't remain calm. From Piao Guochang's description, the Holy Mother water was an item that could increase a player's number of lives. Because in Tianyu NPCs had only one life. An item that increased a player's lives when applied to an NPC would resurrect them. Brother, I won't forget your sacrifice today. Come on, it'll take you to complete your class change quest first, then it'll help you get revenge. They're just a few female savages. Are you afraid we can't subdue them? What subdue? I was beaten. They'll say it again, I was beaten. Piao Guochang followed Lin An, explaining frantically. But Lin An just responded with a smile. They were both men, he understood the situation. While Lin An was smoothly searching for the item that increased lives, more and more players appeared on the leaderboard. First place was naturally Abe Sa, who had already reached level 25. Lin An and Piao Guochang had been traveling without time to grind experience, so their ranks had dropped to 2nd and 16th. In a few more minutes, Lin An's name would likely fall out of the top 10. In Cloud Shadow City, besides Lin An and Piao Guochang, no third player had made it onto the leaderboard. However, in the southwestern region, near Celestial Fate Waterfall, 2 maps away from Moonlit Forest, Lin An's old acquaintance Han Xing had also slain a Dirtwood root and obtained a hidden class change scroll. Han Xing and his 4 companions bathed in the experience from the boss, barely reaching level 18. Boss, should we go for the class change now? Han Xing's knight Han Mang, carrying a spear on his back, asked Han Xing. Their team composition was well-balanced: priest Han Yun, knight Han Mang, assassin Han Ying, and mage Han Bing. They just lacked an archer. Han Xing and his 5 teammates had exceptional gaming talent and had activated steer or attire talents upon entering the game. Combined with their outstanding teamwork and gameplay mechanics, they dared to grind experience in monster areas over level 30. As for accuracy issues, Han Xing's talent had an effect of forced hits, and his attacks always reduced the target's defense. The reduction was even percentage-based, but it required Han Xing to use a long sword as his weapon. Let's check it out. If we can complete the class change quest, well, do it directly. If it's too hard, well, find a place to level up first. After all, this quest has no time limit. Han Xing had also activated an Earthly Spirit class change scroll. He received a quest identical to Piao Guochang's. Dragon Valley. In the evening, Dragon Valley remained hidden beneath the clouds. Wispy red glows coiled around the mountainside, and the valley surrounded by peaks looked like an untouched secret realm. Is this the place? Lin An stood at the valley entrance, seeing the map named still Red Dragon Valley, so he asked Piao Guochang again about the quest location. Yes, it's inside the valley. Why is the map named different? Piao Guochang carefully examined the quest marker and confirmed they hadn't gone the wrong way. Lin An stepped forward first. Let's go in and see. The minor monsters inside Dragon Valley were cowardly lizards. Slaying these cowardly lizards would inevitably summon the golden tier boss, Earth Dragon. The cowardly lizards were level 45 and the Earth Dragon was level 50. Due to the vast level gap, Lin An couldn't recklessly charge through Dragon Valley with Piao Guochang. Netherworld aim. Lin An activated his detection skill to scout the situation in Dragon Valley in advance. Cowardly Lizard LV. 45. HP 5000, attack 800, defense 500, speed 1, skill cowardice. The cowardly lizard was not actually cowardly, it was extremely ferocious, attacking anyone it saw wildly, with easily confused aggro. Lin An spotted a cowardly lizard searching for food and initiated an attack. Miss. The first arrow missed, which was expected. Lin An estimated that with his archer instinct talent, his hit rate against the cowardly lizard was about 10%. Then he fired 5 arrows in succession. Finally, one hit landed. 5,000 ding. Plunder talent activated. You successfully plundered the cowardly lizard's attribute trait. Defense increased by 500. Ding. You killed the cowardly lizard. Experience 2,000. The experience was decent, suitable for leveling. With only a 22 level gap, the hit rate wasn't a major issue. Lin An's attack speed was fast enough and his range was long enough. Unless his luck was terrible, the cowardly lizard would fall before reaching him. He continued to target a second cowardly lizard while moving toward the coordinates of Piao Guochang's hidden class change quest. Miss, miss, miss. It was impossible for one's luck to always hold. After finding the second cowardly lizard, Lin An fired 20 consecutive arrows without a single hit. The cowardly lizard also closed into the range of its skill. Ding. Cowardly lizard used skill cowardice. You have entered the cowardice state, cannot attack for 3 seconds. Lin An was controlled. He couldn't attack the cowardly lizard with his longbow. The so-called cowardice meant either standing still and taking hits or turning to flee. But Lin An's defense was high enough, so he chose to stand and endure. 1-1. The cowardly lizard extended its long tongue and lashed at Lin An, but couldn't break his defense. Lin An didn't even feel the pain from the attacks. When the cowardice state ended, he began striking the cowardly lizard's head with his longbow. 5,000 ding. Plunder talent activated. You successfully plundered the cowardly lizard's attribute trait. HP cap increased by 5,000. Ding. You killed the cowardly lizard. Experience 2,000. Boss, this lizard dropped something. After entering the Dragon Valley, Piao Guochang remained silent, still reeling from a heavy blow and rebuilding his mental fortitude, his demeanor subdued. If not for the cowardly lizard dropping an item besides coins, he might have stayed silent for a while longer. Obtained Fire Crystal LV. 3 silver coins, 38. Fire Crystal LV. 3A forging material used to craft weapons or equipment. This material is quite useful. My backpack is full. You hold on to the Fire Crystal. Lin An handed the Fire Crystal to Piao Guochang without a trace of concern that he might pocket it. The cowardly lizard dropping a Fire Crystal alerted Lin An to something. They hadn't taken a wrong turn. Goblins were the most skilled race at forging equipment and weapons in the Tianyu continent. Since the cowardly lizard dropped a Fire Crystal, it indicated this place was connected to goblins. There's more or up ahead. My god, boss can or be sold for money. Piao Guochang spotted another exposed vein of or nearby. Fire crystals and metal ores. The Dragon Valley was abundant in life materials. In his past life, Lin An knew it yielded level 3 mithril ore, but he hadn't heard of cowardly lizards dropping fire crystals upon defeat. Give me back the pickaxe I lent you. Lin An reached out to reclaim the pickaxe from Piao Guochang. A chime sounded. Upgrade the worn pickaxe for 5 copper coins. Proceed. Upgrade. Another chime. Upgrade successful. Obtained rough pickaxe. Continue upgrading. A chime. Upgrade the rough pickaxe for 5 silver coins. Proceed. Yes. Another chime. Upgrade successful. Obtained common pickaxe. In the game Tianyu, as long as one obtained the appropriate level of pickaxe, herb, sickle, or fishing rod, they could harvest materials of that tier. The common pickaxe was just enough to mine mithril ore. Lin An stopped upgrading it. Go mine that ore. Be careful not to get killed by the cowardly lizards. We'll press on. Lin An intended to obtain a goblin fruit from the goblins. Relying solely on Piao Guochang's class change quest might fail, making this journey a wasted effort. Thus Lin An prepared a backup plan. Goblins, as the finest blacksmiths in the Tianyu continent, naturally coveted high-grade ores. Though the Dragon Valley teamed with cowardly lizards, they couldn't halt Lin An's advance. After slaying 13 in a row, Lin An and Piao Guochang finally reached the coordinates marked on the quest. There stood a colossal tree, its canopy blotting out the sky so thick that a dozen people holding hands couldn't encircle its trunk. When did this tree appear in the Dragon Valley? Lin An rubbed his chin, recalling information about the valley. In his past life, this spot was a massive pit. The Earth Dragon boss had resided there. But now no boss was in sight, and the environment had changed. Elder Goblin, am an adventurer, here to complete the class change quest. Piao Guochang approached the giant tree and knocked on its trunk, producing a hollow thud. Suddenly, a small door opened on the tree's side. Adventurers, you finally arrived. Huh, you're not the other adventurer who took the quest. A dwarf-like old man emerged from the small door. His beard dragged on the ground, and he hunched over, barely a meter tall. Yet his arms were thick and sinewy, exuding explosive strength. Indeed, 2 adventurers accepted the class change quest. Elder were friends with that person. His name's Han Xing, right? Lin An reacted quickly, bluffing the Goblin Elder. The Goblin Elder nodded. That adventurer is indeed called Han Xing. Seems you're really his friends. Why isn't he here? You 2 can't complete the task alone. I need 6 powerful adventurers. Lin An had merely tested the Goblin Elder. To his surprise, he hit the mark. The hidden class change quest for the Earth Spirit could be accepted by up to 6 players of different classes. In his past life, Lin An only knew Han Xing among them. So he invoked Han Xing's name. The Goblin Elder's words caught Lin An off guard. He had wondered how Han Xing activated the quest so early when in his past life Han Xing didn't start it until level 70. Now Lin An understood. The Goblin Elder required all 6 players who accepted the hidden class change quest to be present before starting the second phase. Elder, the Earth Spirit class is your reward for adventurers. I don't want that reward. Just give me a goblin fruit, and it'll help your goblin tribe overcome your current predicament. Lin An grew anxious. He had gone through so much trouble, leveling up Piao Guochang and traversing mountains and rivers. He couldn't afford to wait for 4 unknown players to accept the quest and then seek the goblin fruit. Moreover, with more people could Lin An guarantee they'd willingly yield the goblin fruit to him. That item increased the number of lives. In the world of Tianyu, aside from divine artifacts granting eternal life, the goblin fruit was among the most precious treasures. The Goblin Elder saw Lin and was only level 23 and couldn't help laughing. Haha, adventurer, go train some more. You can't even challenge the Uthwood route, yet you dare claim to help our goblin tribe. Even if the goblin tribe has declined, we don't need a fledgling adventurer's help. Look at your companion. He's the truly outstanding powerhouse. How modest he is, not uttering a single word. Quiet and reserved with the bearing of a leader. He's the young hero I seek. The Goblin Elder seemed blind, showering Piao Guochang with awkward praise. Lin An had never noticed such qualities in Piao Guochang. Piao Guochang realized the Elder assumed the quest taker had slain the Uthwood root, so he explained. Elder, this hidden class change scroll was given to me by boss Lin An, and he was the one who killed the Uthwood root. It has nothing to do with me. The Goblin Elder refused to believe him. You two think him a fool. Unless you're lovers, why would he give up the chance to become an Earth Spirit archer? Do you even know the value of that class? Just as the miscellanies of the Wind Moon Empire say, you goblins are stubborn, reckless old fossils stuck in the past. I'm telling you now, the goblin tribe will go extinct, and soon. Lin An had only heard about goblins before, never meeting one. Now he saw the rumors were true. You, how dare you curse our great goblin race? Damnable wretch. Do you not know that 10,000 years ago, when the human race warred against the demon race, it was our goblin empire that provided the vast arsenal of weapons and armor, enabling you humans to win the war and survive on this Tianyu continent? The Goblin Elder's beard quivered with fury, his face flushed crimson, and he nearly spat blood from his nose. He was an NPC. No matter how enraged he became, he could not lay a hand on Lin An. Yet he still pulled a small iron hammer from beneath his beard. Heck, come on. That dynasty fell ages ago. Lin An mused that the goblin was indeed an antiquated relic boasting of events from 10 millennia past. Dynasty. The Goblin Elder panted heavily. This old one has never heard of any empire called a dynasty, but if it has fallen, it proves that dynasty was unworthy of the name great. The Goblin Elder was far too earnest. Lin An grew tired of teasing him further. Elder, that dynasty has fallen, so where is the Goblin Empire now? Has it not also perished? My companion and I just came from that savage Queen's tribe nearby. How different is your situation from their primitive tribe? At the very least, their race still endures, but the goblin race is likely on the verge of extinction. Lies do not wound, the truth is a sharp blade. The Goblin Elder spewed a mouthful of old blood, staining his beard everywhere. You insolent whelp. You dare curse the goblin race again. You are unworthy to be class changed into the mighty profession of earthbound archer. Lin An shrugged. It wasn't me who was class changing anyway, Elder. You must be confused. Besides, is the earthbound archer profession truly so formidable? I am the shadow. Ding. You have activated the skill, I am the shadow. All hostile targets within 100 meters have their movement speed reduced by 50%, their critical hit chance increased by 50%, and their defense reduced by 50%. Lin An dissolved into the shadows beneath the canopy, vanishing without a trace. Yet the Goblin Elder and Piao Guochang, caught within the domain's range, felt as though Lin An was everywhere at once. Such was the oppressive aura of a domain skill. The Goblin Elder's level was 50. Even if he transformed into a boss, he would be at most a gold tier boss. Yet the skill, I am the shadow, was of the immortal tier. The goblin race had inherited a legacy spanning hundreds of millennia, once enjoying a pinnacle of glory. Even in their decline, the Goblin Elder retained the most basic discernment. An immortal tier skill, the Arrow Shadow Soul. Your Excellency has inherited the mantle of Arrow Shadow Soul, so it is only fitting that you look down upon the earthbound archer profession. This old one's eyes were blind. The Goblin Elder, yielding to the might of Lin An's power, bowed even lower. For an S-Rank hidden profession player to emerge so casually, a hidden profession like earthbound archer was naturally unimpressive. Immortal tier skill. Piao Guochang had never heard Lin An mention anything about the hidden profession of Arrow Shadow Soul. The big shot is truly awesome. This old man is scared stiff. He probably thinks we have an illicit relationship. Even if the big shot likes men, he wouldn't fancy me. Piao Guochang was full of lewd remarks, and the way he looked at Lin An carried a strange undertone. This disgusted Lin An immensely. Not because Piao Guochang had been with a female savage. Perhaps he was already developing a psychological shadow. If that were truly the case, Lin An would feel quite guilty. A perfectly straight man had been bent by Lin An's actions. What a sin. Once they returned to the city, Lin An would have to take Piao Guochang to those pleasure dens, letting him experience the ultimate tenderness of the world to see if he could bend him back straight. The female savages were still too rough. Elder, I meant no offense earlier. Now that I've proven my strength, can you entrust the task to me? Even if I fail, you can continue waiting for other players who accept the class change quest. Lin An steered the conversation back to the main point, his gaze burning. If the Goblin Elder uttered a refusal, then Lin An would go find the remaining 4 Earthwood roots, destroy them, obtain the remaining 4 class change scrolls, then actively seek out Cold Star, and finally return to complete the quest and acquire the Goblin Fruit. Violence was out of the question. They were all civilized people bound by social graces, not fighting and killing. Seeing Lin An so thick-skinned, the Goblin Elder couldn't help but cast him a sidelong glance. Hey, you haven't been offensive enough. You've nearly dragged our goblin ancestors out of their graves to flog their corpses. But this is all due to the lack of effort from us descendants not related to our ancestors. Please don't curse the ancestors of our goblin race later. As for the task, forget it. They'll take you inside to have a look. You were right earlier. The goblin race is indeed on the verge of extinction. The Goblin Elder placed his hopes on Lin and turned and walked into the colossal tree. Lin An and Piao Guochang exchanged a glance and followed him inside. The interior of the towering tree was completely hollow. The moment they entered, Lin An felt a wave of heat assault him. The temperature inside was at least 50 degrees Celsius. The goblins, accustomed to forging weapons and armor beside furnaces year-round, had adapted to this temperature. Yet Piao Guochang began sweating profusely as soon as he entered. You're a bit weak. Once the task is done, it'll take you straight to the savage tribe to collect the debt. At the very least, after they've used you, they should give you some Romania pills to fortify your kidneys. Piao Guochang was the only one who could draw a genuine smile from Lin An after his betrayal and death, mainly because Piao Guochang was utterly hilarious. Good heavens. If Lin An were to spread Piao Guochang's exploits on the forums, all Blue Star humans would momentarily forget the pain of being displaced from their homeland and instead start mocking Piao Guochang. Big shot, haven't you noticed you're talking more and more? Piao Guochang's dead memories began to attack him again. To put it bluntly, Piao Guochang had lost the joy of being a man. Ha ha ha. Lin An patted Piao Guochang on the shoulder and strode over to the Goblin Elder, laughing heartily. The Goblin Elder joined in the laughter. That young man entered the Queen's tribe. Ha ha, once the task is done, this old one will gift him a pill of deer antler elixir guaranteed to make him vigorous and full of energy. The Goblin race and the Queen's tribe were so close. The Goblin Elder must have heard of the fearsome reputation of those female savages. With Piao Guochang as comic relief, the Goblin Elder, who had been cowed by Lin An earlier, began to relax. He led Lin An and Piao Guochang downward, all the while introducing the Goblin race's situation. Currently, the entire Goblin race numbered fewer than 100 members. The tree trunk was the goblins' living area, while beneath the ground lay a cavern that spewed subterranean flames where the goblins primarily forged armor and weapons. The goblins currently faced 2 problems. The subterranean fire was burning ever more fiercely. The tree's roots had been completely incinerated, and over time the colossal tree would inevitably be destroyed. When that happened, the goblin race's final home would vanish, and they would be unable to deal with the cowardly lizards outside. The fire crystals you obtained are the life essence of goblins. If you kill a cowardly lizard and acquire a fire crystal, it means that lizard has devoured a member of our goblin race. The Goblin Elder's face paled, and as he spoke these words, tears of anguish streamed from his eyes. As the Goblin Elder delved deeper into the conversation, Lin An and Piao Guochang were led to the innermost depths of the cavern. Flames blazed all around, and the temperature had risen to an almost unbearable degree. Yet amidst this searing environment, a colossal cauldron stood at the heart of the flames. It was only then that the Goblin Elder began to speak of the Goblin tribe's deepest sorrow. This is the Earth Cauldron, our Goblin tribe's most treasured artifact. Within it resides a small world, and the Goblin fruit you seek lies inside. The king of those cowardly lizards that cower outside is also in there. If our Goblin tribe is to survive, we must migrate elsewhere. Yet without the Earth Cauldron, the Goblin race would still face extinction. Thus, I humbly request that the 2 of you enter the world within the cauldron, slay the Earth Dragon, and in return, I shall grant you the Goblin Fruit, and help him complete his class advancement quest. Ding. The Goblin Elder has issued you a quest, slay the Earth Dragon. Accept. Ding. You have accepted the quest, slay the Earth Dragon. Lin An knew the Earth Dragon was a gold-tier boss, and he even recalled its attributes. Slaying it would be a simple matter. The real challenge lay in finding the goblin fruit within the world of the cauldron. May fortune favor you young ones, the goblin elder said, pressing a spot on the wall. The ground split open, revealing a bronze staircase leading downward. Lin An and Piao Guochang could descend these stairs directly into the earth cauldron. Piao Guochang hesitated, afraid to leap into the cauldron, for beneath it burned subterranean flames. Jumping in might turn him into roast meat. Big shot, will it be safe to jump? Lin An shared the same worry. This is just a dungeon. Jump in together, and it'll be fine. You have 3 lives, what are you afraid of? You go first. Helplessly, Lin An had only 1 life left, and had to be cautious. Piao Guochang, the designated shield, also had no choice. He had recently sworn he would die for Lin An. Now his words had come true. Piao Guochang was doomed to die. Big shot him off. If I really die and respawn in the newbie village, I'll message you. Piao Guochang leaped down and vanished into the earth cauldron. Since no corpse remained, it meant he had truly been teleported. To spare Piao Guochang any further distress, Lin An didn't wait for his message of safety. He jumped down right after him. Ding! You have entered the world within the cauldron. Your endurance is too weak to remain here for long. Death countdown 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Damn it. I really should have waited. Lin An never imagined that a moment's carelessness would place him in such a perilous situation. Seeing Lin An appear in the cauldron world almost simultaneously with him, Piao Guochang was deeply moved. Big shot, I knew you were just kidding. Even if we have less than an hour left and we die back to the newbie village, I'll cherish this memory. Die back to the newbie village. Lin An almost wept. If Piao Guochang died, had respawned there, but if Lin An perished, it would be the real end. Shut your crow's mouth. Find the earth dragon and the goblin fruit quickly. I don't want to waste my life here. Lin An began surveying his surroundings. The world within the cauldron was a vast desert, scorching hot, yet there was no sun in the sky. Looking upward, all he could see was a blinding white light. Gazing around, there were only dunes of piled sand, not a single speck of green. Lin An couldn't fathom how any fruit could exist here. As for the earth dragon, it would likely relish such arid heat. Let's head to the top of a dune. Maybe we'll spot an oasis. Seeking an oasis in the desert was instinct. Lin An reasoned that the goblin fruit would most likely be found in one. So he dashed and bounded to the peak of a nearby dune. Scanning the horizon from there, he indeed noticed something unusual. Lin An and Piao Guochang had apparently been teleported to the very center of the desert. Around them, 4 distinct colored auras glowed, 1 green, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 black. Lin An had no idea what these 4 auras signified, but he knew the key to breaking the situation lay within them. Big shot, should we check out the green aura first? Then blue, then red, and finally black. Piao Guochang suggested, a choice driven by the instinct to seek safety. Green and blue seemed harmless. Black might spell death. No, we'll head to the red aura together. The earth dragon is surely there. Slay it, then you go to the black aura while I handle green and blue. That'll save time. Lin An was once again sending Piao Guochang to the most dangerous spot. Once the earth dragon was dead, the hit rate bonus Piao Guochang provided would be less crucial. Since going to the black aura might mean death, Lin An certainly wanted him to take the risk. It was the most logical choice. He'll follow your lead, big shot. Piao Guochang had no authority to decide. He could only do as Lin An commanded. Red represented flame. The earth dragon was a fire tribute boss. A crank hidden class advancement quest wouldn't be overly complex. Slaying the earth dragon was likely the hardest part. Thus Lin An decided to confront the earth dragon first. Even if time ran out and they had to leave the cauldron world, at least the quest wouldn't fail. The goblin fruit would remain in the earth cauldron, giving them a chance to return later. The two walked for about 15 minutes to reach the red aura at the edge of the desert. This meant that at a normal player's pace, it would be nearly impossible to explore all 4 auras within an hour. Fortunately, Lin An was no ordinary player. The red aura was indeed just a mass of light. The earth dragon Lin An saw was curled up within it like a fetus, its heartbeat resonating with a strange, echoing pulse. Abyssal aim. Earth dragon LV. 50. Gold tier boss. HP 75000. Attack 5000. Defense 4000. Speed 2. Skills Dragon Flame, Wind Calming Pearl. A lizard with a trace of divine dragon bloodline, currently in an evolutionary stage. If successful, the Earth Dragon will gain even greater combat power. The Earth Dragon was absorbing the flame energy within the Earth Cauldron to fuel its evolution. Lin An wasted no time and began attacking. But when he shot an arrow, no miss, floated in the air, nor did the Earth Dragon's health decrease. A shield. Then let's break this damn barrier first. The red aura had generated a protective shield for the Earth Dragon with 5,000 shield points. However, the shield had no defense, so each of Lin An's arrows dealt true damage. But Lin An didn't just shoot arrows. He couldn't steal the shield's attributes anyway. I am Shadow. Ding. You have used the skill I am Shadow. All hostile targets within 100 meters have their movement speed reduced by 50, critical hit chance increased by 50, and defense reduced by 50. Shadow Burst. Ding. You have used the skill Shadow Burst. 500000. The shield shattered with a crack, and the Earth Dragon within the red aura was awakened. G Grandmaster, what kind of damage is this? Park Guk-chang's teeth chattered as he stared at the damage number of 500, his speech faltering. The Earth Dragon, a gold tier boss, and one of the stronger ones among its kind, only had 7500 health points. Based on Lin An's current damage output, could he one-shot a dark gold tier boss or above with a single skill? Hiss. The Earth Dragon's evolution process was abruptly interrupted by Lin An, filling it with extreme displeasure. This Earth Dragon was massive, its body covered in rough scales like an ancient lizard glinting with a cold sheen under the sunlight. Its long tail lashed powerfully, its eyes crimson, with fury-sharp fangs gleaming with cold light as it charged forward, as if to devour Lin An whole. Lin An had no desire to be bitten by the Earth Dragon. Even with his high defense, a bite would still inflict real tangible pain. Thus, Lin An unleashed his long-suppressed speed, always keeping a distance of over 20 meters from the Earth Dragon. Arrow after arrow flew toward the beast. But all were deflected by the Earth Dragon's rough scales. His hit rate was far too low. Lin An made up his mind to secure the goblin fruit to eliminate his worries, then immediately go grind for experience. Attack after attack, miss after miss. It was truly frustrating. Watching from the sidelines, Park Guk-chang also found it agonizing. Yet he dared not leave. He was a crucial buff-providing accessory. Without Park Guk-chang, Lin An would have no chance of challenging a gold-tier boss so many levels above him. 63,954. Ding. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the Earth Dragon's attribute trait, increasing your defense by 4000. A single hit, and it was a critical strike. Coupled with the defense reduction from my shadow domain, Lin An's normal attack dealt a staggering damage number of over 600. But unfortunately, he hadn't plundered the Earth Dragon's health, so Lin An had to continue attacking. Within Lin An's domain, the Earth Dragon's movement speed was reduced to a mere crawl. When it tried to turn and attack Park Guk-chang, it couldn't even keep up with his pace. In less than half a minute, Lin An finally landed a second arrow. 11,046. Ding. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the Earth Dragon's attribute trait, increasing your attack power by 5000. Ding. You have slain the gold tier boss Earth Dragon. Experience gained 20000. Ding. Your level has increased to 26. You have gained 3 points in 4-dimensional attributes and 9 assignable attribute points. Ding. You are the first player in Union City to slay a gold tier boss. A system announcement will be made shortly. Do you wish to hide your name? No hiding. Lin An's name finally returned to the top of the leaderboard. Abe Sa was still at level 25, seemingly having exhausted his luck. Park Guk-chang also rose to level 25, now ranking third. Union City announcement: players Lin An and Park Guk-chang have teamed up to slay the gold tier boss Earth Dragon. Reward: Shattered Rain Gold Tier 2. Reward received: Shattered Rain Gold Tier. Shattered Rain Gold Tier. The archer draws the bowstring fully to form a water element arrow and releases it into the sky. The arrow splits into raindrops that pour down, covering a designated area. When the raindrops hit a target, they trigger a secondary explosion. The first hit deals damage equal to the player's attack power, and the second hit deals damage equal to 100 times the player's magic power. Cost 1000 mana. Cooldown 5 minutes. Shattered Rain. I've got you again. Lin An was intimately familiar with the skill Shattered Rain. It was the only skill archers could learn in the early stages that dealt magic power damage. Some archer players aiming for higher magic power damage would allocate all their assignable attribute points to Spirit and then exhaustively search for high magic power equipment suitable for archers. Others prepared 2 sets of gear, one focusing on spirit and magic power, the other on strength and attack. After using the skill, they would disengage from combat and switch to the other set. 100 times magic power damage was well worth the effort for those archers. Boss'll just learn this skill directly since we both got the same one. Since both Park Guk-chang and Lin An were archers, the system rewarded them with identical skills. Lin An certainly wouldn't take Park Guk-chang's reward. He glanced at the items dropped by the Earth Dragon and quickly went to pick them up. Obtain Dragon Fang Gold Tier, Earth Dragon Armor Gold Tier, Condensing Fire Bead Gold Tier, Guild Token. Gold Coins 43. Condensing Fire Bead Gold Tier. Throwing it at a target point triggers an explosion, dealing a fixed 500 damage. Damage is reduced to a certain extent against bosses and NPCs. Guild token used to establish a player guild. The Dragon Fong was a dagger. The Earth Dragon armor was heavy armor. Lin An couldn't be bothered to check the stats of these two pieces of equipment. But the Earth Dragon dropping a token for Lin An was something he hadn't anticipated. Although gold tier bosses above level 50 had a chance to drop guild tokens for establishing guilds, getting one on the very first server kill felt surreal. Should I establish a guild? Just for fun. At least there are attribute and experience bonuses. While others have no guild, I have one. That's an advantage. Earlier, Lin An had been hesitating about whether to step up and establish a guild himself or join someone else's and leisurely slack off. But now the guild token lay quietly in his inventory. The burning desire to become the first player in the Tianyu continent to establish a guild blazed uncontrollably within him. Moreover, the reward for being the first to establish a guild was simply too tempting. I want to establish a guild. Ding. Please name your guild. Events of 1,000 years past. Cao Cao's whip once cracked an elegy left at Jiesher. The bleak autumn wind shifts, the world has changed. My guild's name is Human World. Ding. You are the first player in Tianyu to establish a guild. A system announcement will be made shortly. Do you wish to hide your name? No hiding. Tianyu World announcement. Player Lin An from the Wind Moon Empire has established the first guild. The server-wide guild system is now open. Players can visit the guild system interface for details or operations. Lin An has been awarded Experience Orb Spiritier. Experience Orb Spiritier, place it in the guild warehouse. When guild members gain experience, there is a 10 chance of an experience critical hit. Ding. Your guild is currently level 1. Guild bonuses activated. Experience gain rate increased by 5, damage increased by 5. Across the entire Tianyu continent, being the first player to establish a guild filled Lin An with a profound sense of accomplishment. Regardless of how the Human Realm Guild might develop in the future, it was undeniably the very first guild. After all, the second guild was still nowhere in sight. Lin An's original intention in creating the guild was to benefit from its attribute bonuses as well as the rewards it offered. The Experience Orb was currently at the Spirit grade. However, Lin An possessed the advancement talent. Advance the Experience Orb. Instead of placing the orb directly into the guild warehouse, he planned to advance it first. Ding. Advancing the Experience Orb Spirit grade requires 10 Spirit artifacts. Proceed. Forget it, you're going into the guild warehouse first. Lin An could only advance equipment to gold grade at the moment. Advancing further was extremely difficult as it required 5,000 mana points. He would need to gather a set of equipment that boosted spirit and mana to reach that threshold at this stage. After placing the Experience Orb in the guild warehouse, Lin An casually invited Piao Guochang into the guild and granted him the position of Guild Elite. Guild Elites could only deposit items into the warehouse, not withdraw them. The next rank up was Guild Elder, which came with far greater authority. As soon as Lin An created the guild, his friend messages exploded and the outside world erupted into heated discussion. Lin An's friend list contained only 3 people: Wang Tsung, Remit Snow, Xiao Qingru, Like a Dream, and Piao Guochang. Most of the messages were from Wang Tsung, while Xiao Qingru also sent a flurry of messages praising Lin An. Wang Tsung was undoubtedly asking why Lin An hadn't sold him the guild token, and even questioning why Lin An, who had promised to consider joining his team, had gone ahead and created his own guild. Lin An could guess exactly what Wang Tsung would say, so he didn't bother reading those messages. What are you standing there for? Go to the Black Halo. They'll take the other 2. That's how a guild is formed. Look how startled you are. Lin An waved his hand in front of the dazed Piao Guochang, urging him to follow the original plan. Piao Guochang finally snapped out of it and nodded blankly, heading in another direction. Lin An pushed his speed to the limit, turning into a blur as he moved swiftly across the desert. It's Lin An again. He must have killed a gold grade boss to get the guild token. I'm going to organize players to hunt for gold grade bosses and try to get the second guild token. The guild system is out. Everyone apply to join Lin An's guild. It says a level 1 guild can hold 1,000 players. Damn. Apply quickly. I heard there are tons of benefits to joining a guild, and Lin An's guild even has an experience orb. Fuck. Why can't I apply all of a sudden? Damn it, Lin An set an application restriction. You need to be level 100 to apply. Is this guy stupid? There's no level 100 player right now. Did he add an extra 0? Hey, he's not stupid, he just doesn't want to recruit. Lin An, seeing the flood of applications, simply tightened the requirements. The players' guesses were spot on. Lin An simply didn't want to recruit. Why should others get a free ride on the benefits from the experience orb and guild attributes? Lin An was cut from a different cloth than those players who built guilds with the aim of expanding them. He created the guild for his own convenience, not for others to freeload. On the main street of Cloud Shadow City, Wang Tsong had just used gold coins to open a personal warehouse at the city's bank, depositing the white and bronze equipment and other miscellaneous items from monster grinding, hoping Lin An would advance them. Seeing the system announcement of Lin An's guild creation, a surge of rage welled up inside him. He clenched his fists until they turned white, veins bulging on the back of his hands. In his fury, Wang Tsong frantically sent message after message to Lin An demanding an explanation. But his words seemed to vanish into the vast ocean, receiving no reply. Brother Tsong, we shouldn't be angry. Since Lin An has already established the guild, we should try to appease him now. Get him to let us into the Human Realm Guild so we can benefit from those attribute bonuses. Oreo began to offer Wang Tsong another bad idea. Lin An is just one person, while we have hundreds of skilled gamers. Later on, taking over the guild isn't impossible. He's just paving the way for you, Brother Tsong. Wang Tsong considered this and realized it made sense. No matter how angry he was, it wouldn't change the fact that Lin An had already founded the guild. He needed to think of another solution. At worst, he could join the Human Realm Guild as a vice guild leader with Lin An as the guild leader. He'll keep asking for his opinion. He might be busy, he hasn't replied to my messages yet. Following Oreo's advice, Wang Tsong continued sending messages to Lin An, but this time, with a much more conciliatory tone, subtly hinting that he was willing to let Lin An take the lead. As for Lin An, he was genuinely busy. After a minute of running, Lin An sprinted from the red halo to the blue one, discovering it was a teleportation array that could take him out of the cauldron world. He then hurried to the green halo without pause. Floating within the green halo was a small tree-bearing fruit. Goblin fruit, dark gold, grade a spiritual item condensed from the essence of the earth. Consuming it grants 100 to all attributes and an extra life. Found it. Lin An reached into the green halo and plucked the goblin fruit. I can't believe things are going so smoothly. Lin An contentedly placed the goblin fruit into his backpack. There was no need to consume it immediately. Once he reached a safe place, he could attempt to advance it. In the distance, Piao Guochang had also arrived near the black halo. Drawn by something, he stepped into it and immediately began to scream in agony. His screams reached Lin An as faint echoes, but Lin An still heard them. The cauldron world was utterly silent, amplifying every sound. Lin An, what's wrong? He started moving toward the black halo while sending Piao Guochang a message. Piao Guochang, boss, I saw a set of divine artifacts. I went into the black halo and put them on. Now it's draining my blood. It hurts so much. Lin An, can't you move? Piao Guochang, it's pitch black all around. No matter where I go, I can't see anything. Lin An, hold on. He'll go out and ask the Goblin Elder what's going on. Piao Guochang, hurry, boss. My health is dropping faster and faster. Potions can't keep up, and it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Lin An's decision was the correct one. Without understanding the issue within the black halo, he certainly could not rashly go to rescue Pu Guochang. Doing so would risk getting himself trapped as well. Thus, Lin An returned to the blue halo, stepped onto the teleportation array, and was transported out of the cauldron world. The Goblin Elder was still waiting in the distance. Seeing Lin An emerge, his expression lit up with surprise. Did you slay the Earth Dragon? Lin An nodded. Killed it, but my friend entered a black halo and can't get out. He's constantly losing health and says he saw a set of divine artifacts. What's going on? Elder, you haven't been straightforward. You never told me what's inside the cauldron. The Goblin Elder, chided by Lin An, looked somewhat embarrassed. The Earth Cauldron is a supreme treasure of immortal and divine artifacts left by our ancestors. How could we goblins possibly enter the cauldron world? If we could enter, we would risk everything to kill the Earth Dragon. We wouldn't even leave the goblin fruit for adventurers like you. Inside that black halo should be an unfinished artifact from our ancestors. It has developed a will of its own, seeking to complete its own transformation. Your friend won't die, but he cannot escape either. The corrupted spirit will continuously drain his life force to strengthen itself. Lin An was deeply dissatisfied with the Goblin Elder's explanation. If there was truly no way to rescue Pu Guochang, then Lin An had, for his own sake, wronged someone who trusted him. Is there really no way to save him? Lin An asked earnestly. The Goblin Elder shook his head. There is no way. Pu Guochang's predicament was not merely being trapped in the black halo. He was enduring constant pain every moment. Then we must cut our losses. Lin An sighed and sent a message to Pu Guochang. Lin An, the Goblin Elder has no solution either. The most efficient course now is for you to sever your own meridians and respawn at the novice village. If you still trust me, I will find a supreme treasure that increases life counts for you. Pu Guochang, life counts can be increased. Lin An, this is the goblin fruit. Due to special circumstances, my life count is now only 1, so I cannot give this fruit to you. Pu Guochang, senior, since life counts can be increased, dying once is no big deal. They'll sever my meridians now. Pu Guochang had a cheerful and optimistic personality. Of course, he was also afraid of death. But Lin An had given him a promise, and he was willing to trust Lin An. So he severed his meridians, lost one level, respawned at the novice village, and teleported back to Cloud Shadow City. Lin An meanwhile submitted the quest to the Goblin Elder. Ding. Quest: Slay the Earth Dragon. Completed. Reward: 200 experience points. Ding. You have triggered the effect of the experience orb. Reward: 200 experience points. Ding. Your level has increased to 29. You have gained 3 points in 4 primary attributes and 9 distributable attribute points. The quest to slay the Earth Dragon was designed for level 50 players, so the experience reward was generous, and it even triggered a critical hit. Lin An's level jumped from 26 to 29. When Lin An submitted the quest, Pu Guochang's quest was also automatically completed. The level he had just lost was restored, and he even gained 2 more levels, effectively jumping 3 levels in total. The two friends firmly secured the first and second positions on the leaderboard. Having obtained the goblin fruit, Lin An was in no hurry to visit the Queen's tribe to inquire about the Holy Mother Water. For now, his life was not in immediate danger. It was time to return to Cloud Shadow City. His main focus now was to gather resources to elevate his strength to the next tier, advancing his gold tier and spirit tier skills, upgrading the goblin fruit, and enhancing the equipment in his inventory. Relying solely on gathering resources in the wild, Lin An would exhaust himself to death without collecting enough to advance his talents. Lin An told Pu Guochang to wait for him in Cloud Shadow City. He then prepared to leave Dragon Valley. He also asked the Goblin Elder about the Goblin clan's next destination. For one thing, the Black Halo in the Cauldron world was the best prison Lin An could currently access. Either you choose to sever your meridians and respawn at the novice village, or you endure endless suffering. Sending Xiao Qingru and He Xiao in to suffer would be a fine choice. Hee. Thinking of that treacherous couple enduring endless pain and darkness in the Cauldron world, not even daring to sever their meridians, Lin An couldn't help but laugh out loud. My quest has disappeared. It shows as completed by someone else. Dozens of meters away from the giant tree, Han Xing and his team had just slain a cowardly lizard and were about to reach the quest's coordinates when the quest suddenly vanished. Even with 10 years of gaming experience, Han Xing didn't know what to do. Brother, since we're already here, let's find out who screwed us over before deciding. There might still be a chance to salvage this. Han Yun crossed her arms, lifting her proud little head, unwilling to give up so easily. Han Xing looked at his sister and felt she had a point. This was a time to persevere. The allure of a hidden class was immense. If they gave up now, they might never encounter another opportunity to change to a hidden class in their lifetime. When Han Xing and his team reached the giant tree and were about to knock on it, as the quest required to summon the Goblin Elder, Lin An happened to push open a small door from inside the tree. Han Xing. Lin An was startled to see 5 familiar faces as he opened the door. Han Xing, Han Yun, Han Meng, Han Ning, Han Bing. These 5 people were the ones Lin An knew best in his past life aside from Xiao Qingru and He Xiao, and they were also the 5 players he had the closest relationship with. If Lin An hadn't been close to them, he wouldn't have stayed with Indestructible Myth. Indestructible Myth was the guild founded by Han Xing. You know me. You're Lin An. Han Xing looked puzzled. It was his first time meeting Lin An, and he only connected the top-ranked player on the leaderboard with the person before him through Lin An's nickname. Lin An looked at the trio of 3 men and 2 women and gave an awkward smile. Of course I know you. You're the professional players of the Indestructible team who've won countless honors for our country. Of course I recognize you. Han Xing, Han Meng, and Han Bing were male, Han Yun and Han Ning were female. Han Yun was Han Xing's younger sister, and Han Ning was Han Xing's girlfriend. Before entering the game, Tianyu, the 5 of them had been professional players of the champion team, the Indestructible team. Lin An's attention was not on Han Xing at all. His eyes were fixed solely on Han Yun. Han Yun felt shy under his gaze, keeping her pretty face lowered, afraid to meet his eyes. Hey, a man of virtue should not gaze improperly. You're a fan of my sister, aren't you? Show some manners. Han Xing and his team didn't know Lin, and nor could they know of the extra year of experience Lin and had over others. Han Yun was the top female support in Huaxia. Her appearance was strikingly anime-like, and she loved role-playing, often cosplaying as various manga and game characters. She had more online fans than even Yugo. However, Lin An cared so much about her, yet felt nothing for beauties like Yugo, mainly because Han Yun had given Lin An many wonderful memories. In his previous life, Lin An's Plunder talent was a rank. The talent's effect only worked on players, not on monsters or bosses. Xiao Qingru and He Xiao refused to level up with Lin An, forcing him to become a lone wolf. By a stroke of luck, Lin An met Han Xing and his group. Despite being a party of 5, they were willing to include Lin An. It wasn't because Han Xing and his group were exceptionally kind. Rather, Han Yun insisted on it. She claimed Lin An had immense potential, and since they happened to lack an archer, she persuaded Han Xing. Later, Han Xing founded a guild. Within the guild, there were many small cliques. Due to Lin An's personality, guild members held no fondness for him, but Han Xing and his group remained consistent. In all this, Han Yun played a crucial role. Lin An was deeply grateful that she had always believed he was not worthless. Sorry, Han Yun is too beautiful. I really like her, and seeing her in person for the first time I couldn't control myself. My apologies. Lin An scratched the back of his head. He was embarrassed, but only slightly. In his previous life, because Lin An joined the Immortal Myth Guild, his interactions with Han Xing and his group increased significantly. In this life, Lin An established the Mortal Realm Guild himself. Moreover, he was no longer alone. Park Gukchang was his friend now. He had friends. No longer a socially isolated orphan. Guys, you continue leveling. I'm heading out. I've run out of arrows and need to return to town for supplies. Lin An had snatched the resources meant for Han Xing, preventing his class advancement and taking the goblin fruit. He certainly couldn't stay there any longer. Besides, Park Gukchang was waiting for him in Yunin City. What about your friend? Park Gukchang, who advanced to Earth Spirit Archer. Han Xing stepped forward, blocking Lin An's path. On the leaderboard, Park Gukchang's class had changed from Archer to Earth Spirit Archer. From this change, Han Xing knew that Lin An and Park Gukchang had caused his advancement quest to fail. Lin An didn't intend to explain to Han Xing, but out of respect for their past life bond, he said a few more words. Han Xing, since you're asking, you must have also received that quest. But luck wasn't on your side. We completed it first. I suggest you don't waste time here either. The goblins are migrating. They won't help adventurers with class advancements anymore. Han Xing nodded silently, accepting the reality. Brother, we can join his guild and enjoy the experience bonus. At that moment, Han Yun tugged at Han Xing's armor. Lin An's eyes lit up at her words. Han Yun was indeed a clever one. Currently across the entire Tianyu continent, billions of players, almost all wanted to join the Mortal Realm Guild. Even those with their own factions considered joining Lin An's guild first to leech stats until they obtained a guild token. With the guild stat bonuses and the experience orbs enhancement, their leveling speed could increase by at least half. Could we join the Mortal Realm? Well, definitely complete guild tasks actively. Han Xing listened to his sister and directly made the request to Lin An. Lin An instinctively wanted to let them join, but he held back. Joining the Mortal Realm has conditions: 1 skill book per slot or 10 pieces of equipment for 1 slot. Lin An was asking for a king's ransom. Also, after joining, you must contribute 1 skill book or 10 pieces of equipment daily to maintain your membership. Lin An needed skill books and equipment to upgrade his skills, gear, and other items. Without some tricks, acquiring these things on his own would be too difficult. 10 pieces of equipment. 1 skill book. Han Mang's temper flared. Are you insane? Do you think we can scrounge up 50 pieces of equipment? Lin An glanced at them. Indeed, none of them had much gear. Han Xing had the most, but only 6 pieces. It's fine. This requirement is only meant to exploit the rich. If you lack resources, you don't have to join the Mortal Realm. Lin An didn't change his mind. He recalled a phenomenon from online games on Blue Star. Big shots could easily establish guilds, but to attract top players they had to offer benefits. Tianyu was the opposite. In the early game, founding a guild was extremely difficult, yet the bonuses it provided were vital. Lin An naturally intended to exploit this, mercilessly bleeding the gaming tycoons who wanted to join. 5 skill books, right? We'll give them to you. Brother, didn't we get a few skill books today to sell? Just hand them over. Han Yun understood the benefits of joining a guild and insisted on entering the Mortal Realm. Han Xing looked troubled. He did have 5 skill books in his inventory, but they were meant to be sold for gold coins to buy potions and equipment. If he gave them to Lin An now, they would become destitute immediately. Han Ying, who had been silent, pulled out 2 pieces of equipment. Everyone chip in. Let's gather 10 pieces of equipment and 4 skill books. As long as our leveling speed increases, we can farm all this again. 3 members of the team were willing to join the Mortal Realm Guild. Han Mang and Han Bing, the 2 men, also took out some equipment. Lin An was shocked to see they could actually scrape together the required resources. How many bosses had Han Xing and his group killed to amass so many items? Lin An's backpack couldn't hold that much, but now he had the guild warehouse with 1,000 slots. He accepted the skill books and equipment from Han Xing and immediately stored them. Lin An examined them closely. There was indeed a piece of equipment that boosted spirit and mana. Ding. Han Xing, Han Yun, Han Ning, Han Mang, and Han Bing have joined the Mortal Realm. The guild membership grew from 2 to 7. Park Gukchang welcomed them on the guild channel, but Han Xing's group didn't reply. Lin An secretly sent Park Gukchang a friend message telling him that Han Xing had also taken the Earth Spirit hidden quest and was in a bad mood. Upon learning this, Park Gukchang immediately said he understood. Let's add each other as friends. If you need help, just say so. Of course I might not help. Lin An sent several friend requests. Han Xing and his group exchanged glances and eventually accepted. When Lin An bid farewell to Han Xing and his companions hurrying back to Cloud Shadow City, the city's population had already swelled by tens or even hundreds of times compared to when he first teleported there. Hundreds of thousands of players had migrated from the novice villages to Cloud Shadow City. At present, tens of thousands of players were idling within the city walls, while the total number of NPCs in all of Cloud Shadow City barely reached a few tens of thousands. After reuniting with Piao Guochang, Lin An immediately laid out his plan. I can't handle this alone. I'll make you a vice president first, help me recruit people. Piao Guochang chuckled slyly. Boss, you'd be wasted if you didn't go into business. How did you even come up with the idea of selling slots? Lin An smiled. Never mind how I thought of it. I'll broadcast first, someone will come looking for us soon. He couldn't tell Piao Guochang that he had once played a game called Dragon's 8 Parts. In that game, some guild leaders of dominant clans would extort money from their members. The reason? Simple. You enjoy the benefits of being in our top guild, paying some money to support its development. What's the problem? Normal people would curse and quit the guild upon seeing such a demand. But reality was different. Those server-dominating guilds still filled their rosters, even attracting wealthy players who spent tens of thousands of dollars without hesitation. Because Lin An had played Dragon's 8 Parts, he knew that even the 1,000 slots of the Mortal Realm Guild wouldn't be enough to sell. Cloud Shadow City broadcast Lin and the Mortal Realm Guild is recruiting all players. Guild leader Lin An and Vice President Piao Guochang await you at the east gate of Cloud Shadow City. To join, provide 1 skill book or 10 pieces of equipment regardless of rank or level. Slots are limited, hurry. Lin An broadcast the identical message 3 times. These announcements made players in Cloud Shadow City stop what they were doing and erupt in furious condemnation of Lin An. No matter who it was demanding items for guild membership would inevitably invite scorn. I'm sure Lin An has lost his mind. How can one person be so arrogant? In all my years of gaming, I've seen level requirements and power requirements, but never a guild demanding 10 pieces of equipment just to join. Even a single piece of white equipment is valuable now. Almost no one has a full set. What right does he have to make such a demand? What a trash guild. I wouldn't join even if begged. This guild is indeed garbage. Not even a dog would go. Hey, anyone selling a few pieces of equipment for 2 gold coins? Damn, there's a traitor among us. Lin An's move caused a stir. Players across Cloud Shadow City were buzzing about him. If he decided to recruit from other cities, those 1,000 slots would vanish in minutes. Through the guild system, players from the Wind Moon Empire could all apply to join. But doing so would harm Lin An's interests. Because when guild members partied together to grind experience, 10% of their earned experience would flow into the guild's experience pool. When the guild's experience pool was full, the guild could level up. If members were too scattered, the guild's leveling speed would slow. So by recruiting within Cloud Shadow City, Lin An ensured members would naturally form parties to grind together, helping him raise the guild's level. Every step Lin An took maximized his profits. Not long after the broadcast went out, Wang Tsung arrived at the east gate with 9 players. Seeing Lin An, he seethed with anger. Lin An still hadn't replied to his messages. Yet Wang Tsung held back from confronting Lin An. Lin An, here are 60 pieces of equipment and 4 skill books. The 10 of us want to join the Mortal Realm. Lin An smiled warmly. Welcome, welcome. Piao Guochang processed them. Ding. Qin Shui Oreo. Have joined the Mortal Realm. As expected, players who could spare extra equipment or skill books were mostly willing to join the Mortal Realm to accelerate their leveling. As more players gathered at the east gate, the guild warehouses, slots quickly filled up. Lin An took some gold, opened a personal warehouse at the nearby money house, and rented additional slots. The harsher the players' curses, the faster the remaining slots in the Mortal Realm Guild dwindled. A few hours later, the guild's membership exceeded 800 and few players still sought to join. Boss, we've got 5,500 pieces of equipment and 350 skill books. If we sold all this, we could get tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 gold coins. Piao Guochang's personal warehouse was also stuffed with equipment and skill books. He had transformed from a mere buff-providing accessory into a mobile storage pack. I don't have time to grind experience right now. Form your own party and busy yourself. It'll consume all this equipment and skill books first, then let you transfer yours into the guild warehouse. Lin An indeed had no time for anything else. The sky above Cloud Shadow City had darkened and lanterns were hung along the streets. The liveliest spots in the entire county were the pleasure houses where many NPCs went to listen to music. Some players tried to join the fun, but with only a few copper coins to their names, the courtesans ignored them. During these hours, aside from recruiting, Lin An had been upgrading coins. His backpack now held several thousand gold pieces. Next, he needed to upgrade those skill books and equipment. White light kept flickering around Lin An. Not wanting to be a nuisance on the streets, he headed to Cloud Shadow City's most upscale pleasure house. Green Cloud Pavilion. the finest brothel in Cloud Shadow City. Entry cost 1 gold coin. The courtesans there were skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Though not stunning beauties, they were certainly attractive. Lin An spent 5 gold coins to rent a private room, and another 10 to invite 2 courtesans to sing. Enjoying melodies in the music pavilion, what a delight. The NPCs paid no heed to the white glow emanating from Lin An. Spring Surge Silver Level Requirement 10 Durability 100100 Stats Spirit 25 Magic Power 40 Mana 300 Vigor Ring Silver Level Requirement 15 Durability 100100 Stats Spirit 20 Magic Power 50 Mana 300 Mithril Mage Ring Silver Level Requirement 15 Durability 100100 Stats Spirit 25 Magic Power 40 Mana 250 Cloud View Amulet Silver Level Requirement 15 Durability 100100 Stats Spirit 25 Magic Power 40 Mana 350. After gathering all this equipment suitable for an archer that boosted spirit and mana, only these 4 pieces were found, one of which came from Wang Tsong. Yet even wearing all this gear and allocating all stat points from level ups to spirit, he still couldn't reach 5,000 mana. Without a mana cap of 5,000, Lin An couldn't advance silver equipment to gold, which would derail his subsequent plans. Lu Yao, stop chatting for now. Go ask the madam why the dishes I ordered haven't arrived yet. Lin An hadn't come to the pleasure house just to avoid players, he had other motives. In the world of Tianyu, consuming dishes could grant temporary stat boosts. These boosts, however, were time-limited. Lin An planned to use food to reach the 5,000 mana threshold. Here they come, sir. All the dishes you ordered are served. In a small place like Cloud Shroud City, gathering such delicacies from the mountains and seas is no easy feat. If not for the county lord of Cloud Shroud residing here, we could never fulfill your request. The Azure Cloud Pavilion had welcomed a generous and distinguished guest today. Ever since Lin An began ordering, the old madam of the establishment had been grinning ear to ear, her demeanor so exuberant that it drew frequent glances from those around. Here are 200 gold coins, please accept them. Lin An learned the origin of this feast from the old madam, understood the situation, and paid promptly. The troubles in Cloud Shroud County were indeed substantial. They dared to tamper with the princess allotment, an act of sheer audacity. After all, the county lord of Cloud Shroud was a member of the royal family. Even if she was the least favored, the annual rewards and privileges due to her could not be diminished by a single fraction. Yet these scoundrels of Cloud Shroud County dared to covet such things. If discovered, it would be a capital offense. However, the old madam spoke of it so openly, unafraid that Lin An might reveal the secret. It seemed they had grown accustomed to bullying the princess, acting one way in public and another in private, executing their schemes with seamless ease. Lin An quietly committed this matter to memory and began to savor the dishes before him. Stewed embroidered meatballs LV. 3 made from premium fish, chicken, and fatty pork, minced and mixed with sea cucumber bits, fish maw bits, crab roe bits, and cooked egg yolk. Upon consumption, increases mana by 100 points for 1 hour. Crystal glass shrimp LV. 3 made from tropical freshwater shrimp, blanched and drizzled with a translucent sauce. Upon consumption, increases mana by 100 points for 1 hour. Rui sea cucumber LV. 3 made from premium sea cucumber, grass carp, ham, and egg whites. Upon consumption, increases mana by 100 points for 1 hour. These 3 dishes alone cost Lin An 200 gold coins. But Lin An was not short of money. Anything purchasable with gold coins was in his eyes easily obtainable. Ding. You have consumed the stewed embroidered meatballs. Mana cap increased by 100 for 1 hour. Lin An only took a single bite of each dish to gain these beneficial effects. He was eager to upgrade his equipment. Naturally, he had no mood to savor the cuisine. The remaining dishes were simply left for the 2 young ladies in the room, green waste and splendor, for them to enjoy. Upgrade the surging spring. Ding. Upgrading surging spring silver requires bronze equipment 10. Proceed. Upgrade. Ding. Surging spring silver upgraded successfully. Obtained Azure Heart Gold. Continue upgrading. Ding. Upgrading Azure Heart Gold requires mana 500 points. Proceed. Upgrade. Ding. Azure Heart Gold upgraded successfully. Obtained Ocean Heart Dark Gold. Advancing a dark gold item once yields a ghost item. Further advancement yields a spirit item. Lin An needed 10 spirit items to upgrade the experience orb, so he had to continue advancing. Ding. Upgrading Ocean Heart Dark Gold requires gold equipment 100. Proceed. This cost is acceptable, but it will take some time. For Lin An, even white equipment could be upgraded to gold. The mana consumption was negligible, but recovering mana took time as mana potions had cooldowns. However, upgrading silver to gold consumed 10 pieces of equipment. Advancing dark gold to ghost was far more demanding, requiring 100 pieces. Calculating this way, upgrading a single piece from white to ghost required 1,000 pieces of equipment. Lin An currently had only 5,500 pieces. He couldn't even gather 10 ghost items, let alone 10 spirit items, to upgrade the experience orb. Set aside the experience orb for now, but let's upgrade the goblin fruit. The goblin fruit was a dark gold grade item. The resources required for its upgrade should not be too high. Ding. Upgrading goblin fruit dark gold requires bitter herb LV. 5-9. Proceed. A level 5 herb. Looks like I need to leave the city. Lin An knew finding bitter herb within Cloudshroud City would be difficult, and pharmacies only sold finished medicines, not raw herbs. He either had to forage for herbs himself outside the city or find someone who could supply them. Upgrade the flame condensation orb. Ding. Upgrading flame condensation orb gold requires bronze equipment 10. Proceed. Upgrade. Ding. Flame condensation orb gold upgraded successfully. Obtained explosive bomb dark gold. Continue upgrading. Ding. Upgrading explosive bomb dark gold requires silver equipment 10. Proceed. Upgrade. Ding. Explosive bomb dark gold upgraded successfully. Obtained ghost fire curse ghost grade. Ghost fire curse ghost grade upon use generates 9 ghostly flames to protect the user. Any target attacking the user will be entangled by ghost fire, sustaining continuous fatal damage. This should be suitable as a gift. The flame condensation orb was a one-time item Lin An obtained from killing an earth dragon. It was of little use to him, but upgraded to ghost grade, it was perfect for the county lord of Cloudshroud. Now for the main event. Upgrade Shadow Stride, Shadow Arrow, Shadow Aim, Shadow Shelter, and Shadow Burst. Ding. Batch upgrading to spirit grade skills requires dark gold skill books 50. Upgrading gold grade skills to dark gold required 10 bronze grade skill books each. Lin An had a total of 350 skill books. Theoretically, he was still 200 short. But at that moment, Park Gukchang, as vice president of the Mortal Realm Guild, had finally filled the guild slots and secured another 200 skill books for Lin An. The Mortal Realm Guild had reached its full capacity of 1,000 members. The guild channel was buzzing with activity. Yet Lin An had gone silent. Upgrade. Ding. Shadow Stride Spirit Grade, Shadow Arrow Spirit Grade, Shadow Aim Spirit Grade, Shadow Shelter Spirit Grade, and Shadow Burst Spirit Grade have been upgraded successfully. Comprehended Shadow Stride Immortal Grade, Shadow Arrow Immortal Grade, Shadow Aim Immortal Grade, Shadow Shelter Immortal Grade, and Shadow Burst Immortal Grade. The effects have doubled compared to before. They can't match original Immortal Grade skills, but they far surpass Spirit Grade skills. Lin An quickly scanned the effects of these skills and was quite satisfied with the results. With so many Immortal Grade skills at his disposal, the strength of the Shadow Arrow Soul class had reached a new level. Lin An upgraded the 4 pieces of equipment that enhanced his magic power and energy to the dark gold level on them and left Yunnin City in the dark. After Lin An transitioned to a hidden profession with Chun Pingyan, the responsibility of protecting the county lord of Yunnin also fell upon him. However, as a player, Lin An did not have such a strong protective instinct towards NPCs. Minutes later, he arrived beneath the Rose Castle. Shadow Passage. Lin An whispered, transforming into a shadow and darting from beneath the city wall to the top, then leaping from shadow to shadow. In the county lord's chamber, only a few dim oil lamps flickered. It seemed she had already fallen asleep. As a princess, the county lord's chamber had no defenses whatsoever, allowing Lin An to walk right in. Boom. Suddenly, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. The county lord of Yunnin, lying in bed, was startled awake and saw Lin An's shadow through the gauze curtain. Why are you here again? That guy said during the day you wouldn't appear again. The county lord of Yunnin was frightened by Lin An and nearly rolled off the bed. Princess, don't be afraid, it's me. We adventurers don't need to sleep, which is why I came at this time. Lin An lifted the curtain, revealing his face. Seeing it was Lin An, the county lord of Yunnin took a deep breath, still shaken. How did you get in? The city gate and walls are guarded. Well, Lin An shrugged. The guards here are lax, I got in easily. Princess, you should just return to live in Yunnin City. It's much safer there. Unintentionally, Lin An spoke his mind. Living within the county city was certainly thousands of times safer than residing in the castle. What do you want? The county lord of Yunnin seemed to accept Lin An's abrupt visit, though she could easily have him arrested. Princess, I'm here to bring you a gift. Lin An took out a blue crystal orb shaped like a ghost fire curse, saying, this is a protective item you can use in danger. I must say the ghost fire curse's appearance is quite beautiful, making it a suitable gift. The county lord of Yunnin was also captivated by the appearance of the ghost fire curse, unconsciously extending her delicate hand. Seeing the county lord of Yunnin being somewhat proactive, Lin An directly took back the ghost fire curse. I have one more request, Princess. Could you give me 9 bitter grass? Inferior ones are fine, but nothing better. Lin An could still upgrade with lower-level herbs, but if the County Lord of Yunnan gave him herbs rated above level 5, he wouldn't be able to upgrade the goblin fruit. The County Lord of Yunnan noticed Lin and had ulterior motives, her enthusiasm waning considerably. I'll have someone fetch them shortly, it's just 9 herbs. After all, being a royal member means having plenty of stock. Do you have any treasures that can bring someone back to life? Lin An was a bit greedy. He had wanted to ask the County Lord of Yunnan about this before, but at that time he had nothing to offer. Now with a ghost-level item handed over, he was eager to secure more benefits. Bring someone back to life. The County Lord of Yunnan fell into a brief contemplation and then seemed to remember something. It is said that the Ross Empire has the heart of the white bear, which can bring someone back to life if consumed. Our Fengyue Empire also has the heart of the spirit dragon, but if you kill the spirit dragon, the Emperor will definitely hunt you down. As for other treasures capable of reviving someone, I really don't know many. However, I've heard my father say that any race to some extent receives the protection of deities, so every group should have some information regarding such treasures. The County Lord of Yunyun's words were essentially unhelpful. Lin An certainly knew about the heart of the white bear and the heart of the spirit dragon being able to increase a player's life count. But the white bear is the national beast of the Ross Empire, a celestial level boss with a level as high as 200. The spirit dragon of the Fengyue Empire is comparatively weaker. It's just a level 150 spirit level BOSS, but the spirit dragon is the totem of the Fengyue Empire, embodying its luck. If Lin An were to kill the spirit dragon, the entire Fengyue Empire would come after him. The County Lord of Yunyun's latter remark was somewhat useful, but Lin An could also guess. The Queen's tribe has the whereabouts of the holy water, and the Goblin tribe has the goblin fruit. It seems these tribes and groups all have items that can increase life count. You stay hidden at the back, I'll have someone bring the herbs over. The County Lord of Yunnan adjusted her clothes, picked up a small wooden hammer, and struck the copper bell hanging by the bed. The bell rang. 2 maids hurried over. The County Lord of Yunnan instructed them to fetch the herbs, and at that moment Lin An placed the ghost fire curse on her bed. Soon Lin An got what he wanted and decided not to linger with the County Lord of Yunnan any longer. Staying here late at night with a lone man and woman could lead to unexpected sparks. What if the princess took a liking to this handsome adventurer? Ding. Upgrading goblin fruit dark gold level requires bitter grass LV. 5. 9. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Goblin fruit dark gold level upgrade successful. Obtained earth heart fruit ghost level. Earth heart fruit ghost level, a spiritual item born from the condensation of Earth's essence. Consuming it increases all attributes by 200 and adds 1 to the life count. Not bad, continue upgrading. Ding. Upgrading Earth Heart Fruit Ghost level requires Goblin Fruit Dark Gold level. Do you want to upgrade? Oh, so that's how it is. Lin An was still a bit naive. He hadn't moved far from Rose Castle, thinking that if he could continue upgrading the Earth Heart Fruit, he would just return to trouble the County Lord of Yunnan again. As it turned out, upgrading the Earth Heart Fruit required Goblin Fruit. Who knows if he could find another Goblin Fruit in the Tianyu continent. Moreover, even after upgrading, it would still only add 1 life. Why should Lin An continue upgrading? Eating this fruit means I won't have to worry anymore. Lin An prioritized the effect mentioned after the goblin fruit, and thus stuffed the fruit into his mouth. The Earth Heart Fruit contains pure earth energy. As the fruit touched Lin An's saliva, it transformed into a fine nectar. Ding. You consumed Earth Heart Fruit Ghost level 4-dimensional attributes 200 life, count 1 Lin An's life, count finally changed from 1 to 2, and he finally felt a sense of security. With a life to spare, should I upgrade my profession? Upgrading its level hidden profession to SSS level still requires 1 life. Now that Lin An has an extra life to spare, the impulse to upgrade his profession surged within him. Advance. The sooner you advance, the sooner you'll enjoy the benefits. Ding. Advancing to the profession Shadow Arrow Soul S requires 1 life bar. Do you wish to advance? Yes. Ding. Profession Shadow Arrow Soul S has successfully advanced. Your profession has been changed to Nether Shadow Arrow Sovereign SSS. You have successfully comprehended the skill Nether Shadow Soul Seeking Arrow Divine Grade. Obtain Nether Tome Divine Grade. Nether Shadow Soul Seeking Arrow Divine Grade. Gather all your strength to summon the dark energy from the netherworld, infusing it into an arrow. Lock onto a single target, dealing 100 times your attack power as damage, ignoring distance and space. Cost 100 shadow points. Cooldown 3 days. Nether Tome Divine Grade. As your level increases, class traits will be unlocked. Nether Shadow Arrow Sovereign Level 10 Trait Nether Arrow Enhancement. Nether Arrow Enhancement. When performing basic attacks, you will no longer consume arrows. You can freely condense the dark power of the netherworld into energy arrows, doubling base damage. Nether Shadow Arrow Sovereign Level 50 Trait. Nether Shadow Arrow Sovereign level 80 trait. This life was worth spending. Lin An's eyes flickered. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone who had changed to an SS grade hidden profession. So an SS grade hidden profession was just as monstrous as an SS grade talent. Can I kill whoever I want now, eh? I have quite a few enemies. Who should I use this skill on first? If Lin An wanted to use Nether Shadow Soul-Seeking Arrow, he could directly input the target's nickname and lock onto them. No matter where that person was, they would be hit by the arrow. Moreover, with Lin An's attack power multiplied 100-fold, no player could withstand this damage. Basically, whoever he shot would die. Forget it, I won't scare those cowards. If I frighten them back to the novice village and they never come out again, that would be quite troublesome. Lin An resisted the urge to strike his past enemies. Instead, he thought of a plan to use Nether Shadow Soul-Seeking Arrow to maximize his gains. Xiao Qingru's talent was Poison God. If he plundered her talent and crafted some lethal poisons to coat his arrows, he could easily shoot targets he couldn't normally approach. Next, Lin An arranged to meet Xiao Qingru. Xiao Qingru hadn't leveled up either and spent her days idling around Cloud Shadow City. Now that Lin An was famous throughout the game, Xiao Qingru and Xiao had also gained notoriety. As a result, Xiao Qingru couldn't find any teammates to level up with her. Players were terrified of offending Lin An. Bored and penniless, Xiao Qingru had no equipment. When Lin An invited her out in the lonely dead of night, she immediately went to the outskirts of the city, ignoring the danger. "Do you trust me?" Lin An's first words upon seeing Xiao Qingru were deliberately ambiguous. This made Xiao Qingru sense a possibility of rekindling their relationship. "I trust you." Xiao Qingru nodded earnestly. "I trust you without reservation. Then would you die for me?" Lin An's second question shattered the hope in her heart. Yet she didn't dare to defy Lin An's wishes. "Of course, for you I would do anything." Xiao Qingru was gambling that Lin An was joking. But Lin An had no intention of joking. Ding. "Do you wish to declare war on player Ru Meng?" "Confirm." 120. He thrust his longbow forward. Xiao Qingru's health dropped to 0, and she collapsed to the ground. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered player Ru Meng's talent Poison God B. Poison God B allows you to coat any object with poison. The higher the object's grade, the stronger the poison's effect. This talent is mine now. It's wasted on you anyway. Go back to the novice village and trick Xiao into coming out. He'll give you 10,000 gold coins, then enough for you to live well in Cloud Shadow City. Xiao Qingru refused to revive. Her body lay on the ground, soon drenched by the rain. Lin An had prepared many lies, but since he had plundered the Poison God talent on his first try, he didn't need to put on an elaborate act for Xiao Qingru anymore. Of course, until Xiao left the novice village, Lin An still had to keep up the pretense. Perhaps tempted by the promise of 10,000 gold coins, Xiao Qingru's body vanished the next moment, and she returned to the novice village. Lin An then began experimenting with coating his skills with poison. Ding. Coating Nether Shadow Soul-Seeking Arrow with poison requires 1,000 health points. Effect after coating forces a deduction of 1,000 health points per second guaranteed hit. Duration, 24 hours. Nether Shadow Soul-Seeking Arrow was a divine grade skill. Even though Poison God was only a grade talent, when the arrow became poisoned it still exhibited a divine grade effect. 100,000 health points deducted per second. Then my target must have a health recovery rate lower than that per second, and not have an absurdly high total health pool. The White Bear of the Ross Empire. No. It had a thick health bar, and could find a group of priests to heal it. The Spirit Dragon of the Wind Moon Empire. If killed, the Wind Moon Empire would immediately fall into chaos, and the Lady of Cloud Shadow County might avenge her brother and mother. Moreover, the Spirit Dragon was relatively easier to kill. There's no one else. It has to be you. Lin An didn't hesitate long. He chose a target that if killed now would yield the greatest benefits. Marshal Pong of the Golden Border Kingdom. An NPC. If this man died, the Wind Moon Empire wouldn't fall into internal chaos, but Cloud Shadow City would immediately be thrown into turmoil. The kingdom constantly at war with the Wind Moon Empire around Cloud Shadow City was the Golden Border Kingdom. If the Golden Border Kingdom's marshal died by Lin An's hand, the army in Cloud Shadow City would seize the opportunity to strike. All of humanity has been transported to Tianyu for less than 24 hours, and a national war is about to begin. No game has ever seen such a situation. Once the national war broke out, Cloud Shadow City, along with the two neighboring counties and the secondary main city Cloud Dream City, would be dragged into the conflict. Lin An had long been troubled by the lack of a reason to kill players ruthlessly. Now he could finally plunder talents and attribute bonuses from players, stacking up his own talents and accumulating the 3 attributes: Spirit, Magic, Power, and Mana. Ding. Do you confirm the use of the skill Nether Shadow Soul-Seeking Arrow on Marshal Pong of the Golden Border Kingdom? Confirm. Lin An drew his bow fully. A thick arm-sized purple energy arrow slowly materialized, its tip glowing with a greenish light, a sign of the poison coating. This arrow could no longer be called an arrow, it was an ultra-thick spear. Whoosh! The Nether Shadow soul-seeking arrow transformed into a streak of purple light slicing through the dark sky above Cloud Shadow City. At that moment the heavens were filled with rolling black clouds and occasional flashes of lightning, yet none could suppress the dazzling purple radiance of the arrow. A divine skill. My heavens, such an overwhelming pressure. A deity has appeared in Cloud Shadow City. Report this to His Majesty at once. Who could it be? The NPCs within Cloud Shadow City immediately spotted the violet arrow, their very blood feeling suppressed. This was the suppression that rank imposed upon the natives of the Tianyu continent. Lin An's use of an immortal grade skill could already put immense pressure on the Goblin Elder. Soul-chasing Nether Arrow, however, was a divine grade skill, its condensed energy drawn from the Netherworld. Any living being would feel terror at the deathly aura emanating from the Netherworld. As the soul-chasing Nether Arrow streaked across the border of the Wind Moon Empire, at the garrison of the 8th Legion of the Wind Moon Empire, General Tianyu of the Wind Moon Empire had been asleep in his military tent, but upon sensing a trace of divine presence, he immediately leaped from his bed, rushed outside, and gazed at the purple light in the sky. It's heading for the Golden Border Kingdom. That killing intent, it's meant to take a life. Pass on this, generals, order the entire army is to mobilize. Do not squander the opportunity. The appearance of a divine grade skill, and one carrying such murderous intent, meant the target was undoubtedly significant. Tianyu had to respond accordingly. At the border of the Golden Border Kingdom, at the encampment of the kingdom's defending army, Pong could not share Tianyu's peace of mind for sleep. The Golden Border Kingdom was a small nation. Without continuous warfare, its people would indulge in pleasure, leading to only one outcome, being swallowed by its larger neighbors. As the Marshal of the Golden Border Kingdom, Pong pondered battle plans every single moment. Cloud Shadow City is the fief of a princess of the Wind Moon Empire's royal family. This Lady of Cloud Shadow resides in the Rose Castle outside the city. We can dispatch an elite force to capture her. With a hostage in hand, we can negotiate with the Wind Moon Empire, making them bleed resources to secure the princess' return. Half of the Golden Border Kingdom spies were in Cloud Shadow City. Pong naturally knew the location of the Lady of Cloud Shadow's residence. Of course, this was hardly a secret. Inside Paisong's tent stood 5 generals clad in green armor. Upon hearing his plan, each eagerly vied to undertake the mission. An imperial princess. If they could steal a kiss while on duty, even death would be worth it. Marshal, let me go. I know Cloud Shadow City inside and out. Let me go. Both of you step aside. The finest wolf cavalry of the Golden Border Kingdom are under my command. This mission requires cavalry. Pong understood his subordinate's thoughts. The Lady of Cloud Shadow was rumored to be a beauty of unparalleled allure. Even he harbored a desire to savor her. But for the sake of the Golden Border Kingdom, such lewd thoughts had to remain buried in his mind. Senkeru, do not harm a single hair on the Lady of Cloud Shadow. If she commits suicide, the Wind Moon Empire will have grounds for total war against us. Pong pointed to the only general among the 5 who had remained silent. Just as this General Keru was about to accept the order, chaos erupted outside the Marshal's tent. Marshal, it's terrible. Marshal, the Wind Moon Empire has done something. A purple light is flying straight toward us. You must come out and see. Marshal, my very soul is trembling. The messengers outside, disregarding all protocol, stormed into the tent to deliver the news. Pong was about to slam the table and berate these unruly messengers, but as the tent flap was lifted, he too saw the purple light on the horizon. Let's go out and see what's happening. Pong stood up and hurried outside with the 5 generals following close behind. Standing outside the tent, Pong stared at the sky, his heart pounding with immense tension. Every hair on his body stood on end as a bone-chilling cold surged from his spine into his mind. This purple light is targeting me. Who wants me dead? Why would the Wind Moon Empire enlist a deity to strike against a mere mortal like me, eh? Paisong, locked onto by the soul-chasing Nether Arrow, knew there was no escape, and his heart was filled with despair. Marshal, don't give up. Quick, summon the healers. If the Marshal can withstand a single blow, they can surely save your life. I am willing to take the blow for you, Marshal. There were indeed many in the camp willing to die for Paisong, but the soul-chasing Nether Arrow had already locked onto him, and he could feel it was aimed directly at him. There was no escape. As for survival, there was little hope. Divine grade skills in the hearts of the Tianyu continent's natives were abilities only gods could use. Could a mortal escape death at the hands of a god? Highly unlikely. Tell the king after my death he must bide his time, conserve strength, and not wage war against the Wind Moon Empire now. If the Wind Moon Empire seeks battle, remember 4 words: scorched earth, pure defense. Having spoken his final words, Pong closed his eyes awaiting death. In this dying moment, he even managed to smile. To die at the hands of a god was a tale worth telling even in the netherworld. The soul-chasing nether arrow descended from the sky in an instant, its tip aimed directly at Paisong's brow, repelling hundreds of soldiers who tried to shield him. Pong truly believed he was about to die. But when the arrow struck his body, he felt an agony akin to being torn apart by 5 horses. I'm not dead. Why does it hurt so much? The dead feel no pain. Pong collapsed onto the wooden planks, his entire body racked with agony. He was indeed alive. The soul-chasing nether arrow had struck him, but it registered as a miss. Paisong's level was too high. Lin An could hardly land a hit on him. However, the toxins from the venom god talent clinging to Pong, like a relentless bone-eroding parasite, burrowed into his body. 100,000. 100,000. 100,000. Paisong's health continued to plummet, his face turning a ghastly cyan purple. I'm poisoned. What kind of lousy god is this? A divine skill can't even hit me. Adventurer. It's those damned adventurers. Those treacherous adventurers. Pong realized an adventurer had learned a divine-grade skill and used it to attack him. Because the gap between them was too vast, even the divine skill couldn't harm him directly. But the arrow was coated with poison, and poison always hits. Thus Paisong's health kept draining, his life force slowly ebbing away. Fetch the healers. I've been poisoned. If they can't find an antidote within a minute and a half, I'm doomed. Paisong's max health was 10 million. The poison on the soul-chasing nether arrow could indeed kill him. He didn't have much time left, placing all his hope in the army's healers. But when several panicked healers arrived and examined Paisong's condition, they all shook their heads like rattles. The poison generated by an adventurer's talent had never appeared on the Tianyu continent before, so how could there be an antidote? A minute and a half was not long. Pong experienced the most despairing death imaginable. Knowing he had been killed by an adventurer's treachery, his unwillingness was so great that even his soul couldn't journey to the netherworld for reincarnation. Wind Moon Empire announcement, player Lin An has slain Golden Border Kingdom Border Marshal Paisong, earning the title Marquis of Cloud Shadow. Golden Border Kingdom announcement, player Lin An of the Wind Moon Empire has slain our nation's border marshal Pong. The king has issued a 9 heavens bounty on this player. The player who successfully kills him will receive the title Duke Pacifier of Golden Border and equipment reward class-specific spiritual energy set. Ding. The king of the Golden Border Kingdom in a fury has officially declared war on the Wind Moon Empire. Outside Cloud Shadow City, Lin An had been waiting for the kill notification to ring. Ding. You have slain the Marshal of the Golden Border Kingdom, gaining 5 million experience points. Ding. Your level has increased to 38, granting you 12 points of 4-dimensional attributes and 36 distributable attribute points. Ding. You are the first player in the Wind Moon Empire to slay a high-ranking enemy general. A system announcement will be broadcast shortly. Do you wish to conceal your name? No concealment. Wind Moon Empire announcement, player Lin An has slain Paisong, the Border Guard Marshal of the Golden Border Kingdom, and has been awarded the title Marquis of Cloud Shadow. Ding. Your noble rank has been elevated to a District Marquis. Cloud Shadow District Marquis. Damn. It's only a district title, and from Cloud Shadow County at that. An empty honor. Lin An sensed the profound malice emanating from the old emperor of the Wind Moon Empire. If he had been in theft as a District Marquis, elsewhere he could claim the tax revenues of that territory. Yes. Even as a player, obtaining a noble title meant entitlement to a region's taxes. But if the land already had a master, it then came down to who held the higher status. The County Lord of Cloud Shadow County held the rank of County Lord, while Lin An was merely a District Marquis. The difference was considerable. Yet if the County Lord was willing, Lin An could still collect taxes from one district. Forget it, an empty title is good enough. As for that bit of money, it's not that important. The most basic administrative unit in the Wind Moon Empire was the district. A district was equivalent to a village. The largest villages held at most a few hundred people. Selling them all wouldn't come close to the gold in Lin An's bag, so he naturally cared little for such tax revenue. Yet a district marquis was still a marquis, already considered part of the upper nobility. With this identity, Lin An could finally leave Cloud Shadow City. The restrictions on the teleportation array for Lin An were lifted. The Golden Border Kingdom is rather petty, offering so many treasures as a bounty on my head. They're trying to put me on a spit over the fire. Lin An had also received the bounty notification, but he paid it little mind. As long as he didn't provoke any NPCs, no player from the entire Golden Border Kingdom could kill him. Wind Moon Empire announcement, the Golden Border Kingdom has declared war on our nation. The great battle is imminent. Restrictions on teleportation arrays within Cloud Dream Commandery have been lifted. Adventurers may now teleport to Cloud Shadow City to participate in the national war. Winmoon Empire announcement: the Golden Border Kingdom has declared war on our nation. The great battle is imminent. Restrictions on teleportation arrays within Cloud Dream Commandery have been lifted. Adventurers may now teleport to Cloud Shadow City to participate in the national war. Winmoon Empire announcement: the Golden Border Kingdom has declared war on our nation. The great battle is imminent. Restrictions on teleportation arrays within Cloud Dream Commandery have been lifted. Adventurers may now teleport to Cloud Shadow City to participate in the national war. A national war was truly a national war. Even the system announcement repeated itself several times. As the instigator, Lin An was the first to receive a national war quest. Ding. You have accepted the large-scale story quest, The Fall of Golden Border. Quest objective: the Golden Border Kingdom's declaration of war has ignited the fury of the Winmoon Empire. The Imperial Army will march to the border to deliver a devastating blow to the Golden Border Kingdom. Adventurers of the Winmoon Empire who slay enemies on the battlefield will earn national war points. There's a battlefield. Lin An pulled up the map of Cloud Shadow County and examined it closely, discovering a semicircular area on the Winmoon Empire's border designated as the battlefield. A similar semicircular area was marked on the Golden Border Kingdom's border as well. That old emperor of the Winmoon Empire is such a coward. He doesn't even dare to launch an annihilation war. It infuriates me. Oh well, in my past life this coward was just the same. Lin An had a good understanding of the Winmoon Empire's emperor. The old emperor excelled at internal strife, but was extremely conservative regarding external affairs. As long as the Winmoon Empire didn't lose any cities or territories, this cowardly emperor wouldn't take the initiative to wage war. Thus, the entire border of the Winmoon Empire remained in a defensive state. Let's head to the battlefield first. The Golden Border Kingdom is mobilizing its entire national force to attack the Winmoon Empire. The scene is bound to be intense. The reward for being first in the national war. I hope it's something I want. The main characters of this war were not the players. Yet it was all set in motion by Lin An. Players across the entire Tianyu continent were stunned. I'm only level 18 and the national war has already started. Brother, I just left the newbie village and now I have to join a national war? So much pressure. How did Lin An manage to kill the Golden Border Kingdom's marshal? Weren't we told that players couldn't cross the border into other countries for now? Who knows? I'm from Cloud Shadow City. All I know is that last night lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a beam of purple light illuminated the sky. Damn, Lin An has reached level 38. You people from Cloud Shadow City are still complaining about hardship. We players from other places can't even participate in the national war. Sigh, if only Lin An were in our city. Although the Winmoon Empire had only mobilized the forces of a single commandery to deal with the Golden Border Kingdom, the latter was still just a kingdom. How could it fight an empire? Furthermore, regardless of victory or defeat in the national war, there were rewards. However, the death penalty was too severe, forcing players to be extremely cautious about participating. The forums were buzzing. The guild channel of Mortal Realm was even more chaotic. Everyone was flooding the chat demanding Lin An come out and explain himself. Of course, no one intended to blame him. They merely wanted to organize and head to the battlefield together. Mortal Realm was the only guild on the Tianyu continent gathering the top 1,000 players of Cloud Shadow City. If they banded together, they were sure to shine on the battlefield. Guild channel Sanshua, Lin An, say something. The Golden Border Kingdom has put a bounty on your head. You can't just hide away. Hanxing, give me the vice guild leader position and let me organize everyone for the national war. Sanshua, what do you mean? Even if a vice guild leader needs to be appointed, it should be me. Hanxing, heads, not that I look down on you, but when it comes to game mechanics and commanding, I doubt you're up to the task. Sanshua, I have more people. 50 or 60 members of Mortal Realm are my people. Piao Guochang, everyone stop arguing. I am the vice guild leader. Lin An plans to head to the battlefield alone. You can group up or organize yourselves. Lin An won't interfere. Lin An had messaged Piao Guochang asking him to speak on his behalf. To be honest, Lin An didn't dare trust people like Wang Tsong. What if a player from Mortal Realm betrayed Lin An for that set of spiritier equipment? Having been reborn once, Lin An dared not turn his back to anyone. Damn, if he's going to be a lone wolf, why even establish a guild? He might as well sell me the guild token. Wang Tsong was furious upon seeing Piao Guochang's words. The guild members now had only one feeling toward Lin, and you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Any ambitious player would seize this opportunity to unite the guild's top members. But what did Lin An do? He did nothing and wouldn't let anyone else do anything either. Lin An even seemed to wish for Mortal Realm to become a heap of loose sand. Lin An kept watching the guild channel's messages, but he paid them no mind. To him, the guild members were merely tools to provide resources. Why should he bother explaining anything to tools? Even if guild tokens flooded the market later and all members of the Mortal Realm Guild quit, that was a matter for the future. The National War battlefield was only 30 li from Cloud Shadow City, perilously close. If the front line collapsed, the Golden Border Kingdom's army would march straight for the city. Lin An, go to Rose Castle and bring the Lady of Cloud Shadow to Cloud Shadow City. Tell her I sent you. Piao Guochang. Holy crap, boss, you're finally alive. How do you even know the princess? As expected of a big shot. Lin An, don't join this national war. Stay by the Lady of Cloud Shadow's side and keep her in the city. You only have 2 lives left. You can't afford to die again. Piao Guochang, then what about you, boss? Lin An, don't worry. I want dot. After all, even if Piao Guochang joined the national war, he wouldn't secure first place, not even the top 10. Since he couldn't earn good rewards, it was safer for him to stay in the city. Lin An entrusted the Lady of Cloud Shadow to Piao Guochang not because he expected Piao Guochang to protect her. Quite the opposite. Lin An wanted the Lattice Guard to protect Piao Guochang. On the border between the Windmoon Empire and the Golden Border Kingdom, the Golden Border Kingdom's National Defense Army faced off against the Windmoon Empire's 8th Legion. The disparity in numbers was stark. The Windmoon Empire's 8th Legion had only 50,000 NPC soldiers, while the Golden Border Kingdom's defense force numbered 160,000. Such a vast difference. Yet Tianyu still dared to ride his warhorse at the vanguard. An empire was an empire. The equipment of the 8th Legion's NPC soldiers outclassed that of the Golden Border Kingdom's army by an entire tier. A mere kingdom dares to declare war on our Windmoon Empire. You've got some nerve. We tolerated your petty skirmishes as training exercises, but now you march in force. Prepare to be buried on this battlefield. Tianyu's tone was arrogant. He made no mention of the death of Golden Border Kingdom's Marshal Pong. After all, an adventurer had killed him. Why should the NPCs take that blame? As long as the Windmoon Empire maintained that Lin An's actions were unrelated, the Golden Border Kingdom became the aggressor. Everything required a just cause. The Windmoon Empire's army marched under the pretense of defense against an attack. But on the Golden Border Kingdom's side, every NPC soldier wore a white ribbon on their head. Their faces were grief-stricken and many eyes were bloodshot. Peisong's death had struck them hard. The Golden Border Kingdom's National Defense Army came bearing hatred, a war of vengeance. General Keru, recently entrusted with heavy responsibility by Peisong, was now the acting marshal. He had cried all his tears dry, and now Tianyu was taunting their kingdom. Rage, pain, hatred. All these negative emotions fused together and finally erupted. Enough with the chatter. Warriors, charge with me. Keru's giant wolf surged forward with him, and Tianyu spurred his horse to meet him. The two sides clashed swiftly. On the battlefield, over 200,000 NPC soldiers were locked in chaos. Yet the Windmoon Empire's 50,000 troops displayed superior combat discipline, holding firm against the Golden Border Kingdom's onslaught and even stabilizing their formation. The sky was just beginning to lighten. It had rained heavily all night, leaving the battlefield a muddy quagmire where soldiers fought in the mire. By the time Lin An arrived at the battlefield, the battle was already fiercely contested. The Golden Border Kingdom's players are taking their sweet time. I can't wade into the middle of the fight either. If I'm spotted, 10,000 blades will turn me into mincemeat. Lin An skirted the edge of the battlefield, gradually approaching the Golden Border Kingdom's side. He found a hiding spot and concealed himself. He had only one thought: he provoked this national war to plunder talents and attribute traits from the Golden Border Kingdom's players. No matter how brutal the NPCs clash, Lin An wouldn't interfere. The main reason was that the NPC soldiers on both sides were too high-leveled. Even if players wanted to join the fray, they couldn't. Here they come. Before long, Lin An activated his netherworld aim and spotted dozens or even 100 players stepping from the Golden Border Kingdom onto the battlefield. I am Shadow. Lin An had long accumulated a full 100 points of shadow energy, just waiting for someone to arrive. Ding. You have used the skill I am Shadow. All hostile targets within 100 meters have their movement speed reduced by 50%, critical hit probability increased by 50%, and defense reduced by 50%. Shadow Leap. There were many shadows on the battlefield, and the sky had not yet fully brightened. This was the moment when Lin An held the greatest advantage. He kept leaping between shadows like an assassin entering stealth. The Golden Border Kingdom's players had no idea Lin An had already darted close to them. 2,400. Lin An struck first at a knight equipped with bronze tier gear mixed with silver tier items. A single arrow claimed his life. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the trait Mithril Plate Armor from player Boxer Taito. Constitution 50. Ding. You have killed player Boxer Taito. National War Points 1. Lin An's attack naturally revealed his position, but he quickly leaped into another shadow. The group of players, realizing someone was ambushing them from the shadows, halted their advance and clustered together. It's Lin An. Lin An killed Taito. His damage is too high. Taito was our strongest knight, and Lin An took him down in one hit. Boss, let's run. Run? He's strong, but he's alone. Word on the Wind Moon Empire forums is that this lone wolf didn't even organize guild players for the war. If we kill him, we get a set of spiritual gear. The boss is right. Spiritual weapons matter more. Lin An looked at this group of players whose average level was barely over 10 and didn't know what to say. Did they not realize that his level was 20 higher than theirs? Even if he stood still and let them attack 100 strikes wouldn't land a single hit. If he hadn't killed Marshal Peisong, gaining a massive amount of experience and instantly raising his level to 38, Lin An wouldn't have dared to challenge the entire Golden Border Kingdom's player base. Now he was simply exploiting his level and attribute advantages to bully these poor wretches. From now on, it's a game of the slowest becomes the front line. Lin An realized these opposing players were far too weak. To conserve shadow energy, he voluntarily deactivated the I Am Shadow domain. But the effect of Shadow Leap remained, allowing him to continue jumping between shadows. 800. Ding. The Plunder talent activates. You have successfully stolen player Ali's attribute tag Agility 21. Ding. You have slain player Ali. National War Points 1. 560. Ding. The Plunder talent activates. You have successfully stolen player Christopher's innate talent Bloodblade C. Ding. You have slain player Christopher. National War Points 1. Lin An's every strike felled one player from the Golden Border Kingdom. After slaying over 20 players, they finally realized escape was their only hope. Lin An was utterly beyond their reach. Not a single attack landed upon him. Using Shadow Weave, Lin An evaded all skills and basic attacks hurled by the group. Though he knew, even if struck directly, the chance of any blow connecting was less than 1%. Yet he had no masochistic inclinations. Standing still to be pummeled was never an option. A one-sided pursuit began. Lin An did not chase too deeply. If Golden Border Kingdom players withdrew from the battlefield, he let them go. Having driven off one wave, another surged in from a different direction. Seconds ticked by unrelenting. Lin An had become a demon god on the field. Over 100 Golden Border Kingdom players had fallen beneath his hand, each suffering catastrophic losses. The unluckiest had their innate talents stolen. Those merely unlucky lost attribute tags. Even the most fortunate saw one of their gear enchantments vanish without trace. Lin An rampaged across the battlefield, forcing thousands of Golden Border Kingdom players to halt at its fringes. None dared enter. So, does the Golden Border Kingdom possess not a single man with courage? Lin An stood rooted in the muddy earth, brows furrowed as he glared outward at the thousands amassed beyond the battlefield. This is national war. Do you truly not desire national war points? Charge in, slay me, and claim all my national war points plus a full set of Spiriteer equipment. So, why does no one dare step forward? Frankly, were it not for the absurd national war restrictions, Lin An would have long since stormed beyond the field. Only kills made within the battlefield awarded national war points. The top rank in the national war leaderboard held a chance to obtain the most coveted prize among players. Lin An still recalled clearly during the first national war of the Fengyue Empire in his previous life, the top-ranked player received a rare artifact, one that increased maximum lifelines. You're cheating. At nearly level 40, picking on us, level teens, is no feat. He's so mighty, why doesn't he step out of the battlefield? Just wait. Golden Border Kingdom's main force will soon annihilate your NPC army and come arrest you. In Tianyu, death penalties were devastating. Even with lavish national war rewards, no player would willingly march to certain doom. Lin An surmised these players would not enter the battlefield to die, so he would force either the Fengyue Empire or the Golden Border Kingdom to escalate the war. Guild Channel. Lin An, all who wish to feast on the spoils of national war. Hurry to the Crimson Battlefield, 3864, 8516. I'll break the path ahead. Follow me to the gates of Xiangbi City. Sanxue, Lin An, you've finally spoken. Hanxing, damn, this is a siege. According to the national war description, we're only meant to fight within the battlefield. Lin An, the Golden Border Kingdom's NPC legion vastly outnumbers ours. They're crushing the Fengyue Empire's forces. If we don't act decisively, once their army wipes out ours, they'll march on Yunin City. To safeguard our collective interests, we should strike now, raise their homeland. Sanxue, how do you know they lack defenses? Our highest level members are barely past 20. NPCs will obliterate us. Lin An can't beat them on Onion, can't overwhelm them in numbers. I'll breach the city. I'm going alone. You're welcome to join, or not. Damn it, guild consensus was always a headache. Were it not for needing allies to divert attention, Lin An could have seized Xiangbi City, on the Golden Border Kingdom's frontier, entirely solo. Lin An's blunt join if you wish ignited the pride of the elite players within Rinjian Guild. Words had been spoken, no turning back. To linger while Lin An claimed fortune alone would leave them drowning in regret. Thus those already en route to the Crimson battlefield redirected their course toward the coordinates Lin An had given. Having delivered his ultimatum, Lin An ceased waiting. Now he advanced. Celestial Petal Storm, Shadow Arrow Barrage, Shattered Rain. Lin An unleashed all three area effect techniques upon the thousands of Golden Border Kingdom players gathered beyond the battlefield. Arrows streaked like falling stars, petals scattered like rain, explosions erupted in rapid succession through the crowd. A torrent of notifications flooded Lin An's combat channel. Ding. You have slain player Siam Swiftwind. Ding. You have slain player Onuan. Ding. You have slain player Kumpa. Ding. You have slain player Sorapong. Until now, Lin An had relied solely on basic attacks, lulling them into believing he possessed no area effect abilities, thus emboldening them to cluster tightly. 3 devastating AoE techniques descended, and 400 to 500 players collapsed into the mud. Such overwhelming, heaven-defying power shattered the Golden Border Kingdom players' resolve entirely. Demon, you're committing murder. All Chinese players are demons. May you suffer divine retribution. Where are our Golden Border Kingdom elites? Where are the S-Rank talent holders? They dare not even show their faces. Without absolute certainty of victory, who would gamble their lives against that demon? Run now. I knew this national war was far beyond our current tier. Now, even the courage to stand and shout insults at Lin An had vanished. The Golden Border Kingdom players fled in blind panic. Lin An accelerated, bursting beyond the battlefield into Golden Border Kingdom territory. Ding. Warning: if you fail to return to Fengyue Empire territory before national war concludes, you will be stranded in foreign lands. Relax. I'll be back well before the war ends. Lin An veered around the scattering players, sprinting towards Xiangbi City at blinding speed. Landscape blurred past. Trees, rocks, roads dissolved into streaks. He could scarcely see the ground beneath his feet. He felt as though he were soaring. A tiny black speck ahead swelled rapidly. A fortress carved from obsidian stone hurtled toward him. In truth, it was only his velocity distorting perception. The illusion of objects rushing toward him was born purely of his own staggering speed. Gates wide open. So confident. Lin An tried to halt outside, but momentum carried him straight through the gate. Awkward indeed. During the National War, all NPCs and players of the enemy nation appeared as red names in Lin An's eyes. The number of players and NPCs within Trunk City was considerable. After Lin An entered the city, it was as if he had arrived at a dense respawn point for humanoid monsters. Unfortunately, killing these civilian NPCs and players yielded no experience. People of the Wind Moon Empire. A spy. A spy from the Wind Moon Empire has entered the city. The NPCs of Trunk City were startled by Lin An's sudden appearance. Once they recovered, they began shouting and issuing warnings to the surroundings. However, Lin An, having already entered the city, had no intention of lingering. In Tianyu, every city had a governing NPC. The Golden Border Kingdom and the Wind Moon Empire shared a similar structure, so Trunk City also had a magistrate. Killing the magistrate and seizing his official seal signified a successful occupation of the city. If the magistrate fled, destroying the county office could also secure control of the county. Lin An had summoned people in advance, partly out of fear that the magistrate of Trunk City would escape, though this concern was minor. With his speed, the magistrate wouldn't have time to react. Once Lin An activated Shadow Shuttle, his speed reached its peak. It was early morning with the sun just rising and shadows filled Trunk City, allowing Lin An to leap from one to another. From entering the city to reaching the rear hall of the county office, Lin An took less than a minute. At that moment, the magistrate of Trunk City was still having his face wiped and being dressed by maidservants. The fierce battle on the bloody battlefield had not disturbed the magistrate's pleasant dreams the previous night. While generals fight bloodily on the battlefield, you civil officials indulge in pleasure behind the scenes. Damn it, washing your face and getting dressed requires 5 maidservants. Seeing the magistrate of Trunk City in such a state, Lin An grew angry. How desperate must the NPC soldiers on the front lines of the Golden Border Kingdom feel knowing there were parasitic officials like this in the rear. Of course, as an enemy of the Golden Border Kingdom, Lin An wished all its NPCs were like this. He only felt anger on behalf of the ordinary NPCs. Who are you? How did you get in? Guards, quickly. An assassin from the Wind Moon Empire is here to kill me. The magistrate, still washing his face, was startled by the voice from behind. Turning around, he saw someone aiming a bow at him, and a chill ran down his spine. I am Shadow. The fragile magistrate of Trunk City had no combat capability. Having just risen, he wore no defensive equipment. Lin An activated his domain. To avoid any complications or delays, he used his second most powerful skill, Shadow Burst. 200,000 ding. You have killed Gu Ma, the magistrate of Trunk County in the Golden Border Kingdom. Experience 100,000 ding. You are the first player of the Wind Moon Empire to kill an enemy county magistrate. A system announcement will be made. Do you wish to remain anonymous? No. Wind Moon Empire announcement player Lin An has killed Gu Ma, the magistrate of Trunk County in the Golden Border Kingdom. Reward 100,000 gold coins. Reward 100,000 gold coins. Ding. You have killed Gu Ma, the magistrate of Trunk County in the Golden Border Kingdom. Make a choice within 10 seconds. 1. Occupy Trunk County. 2. Abandon Trunk County. 3. Destroy Trunk County. I choose 1. Whether abandoning or destroying Trunk City, neither would expand the Wind Moon Empire's territory, nor would it alter the nature of the national war. But by occupying Trunk County, Lin An, as a Ting Marquis of the Wind Moon Empire, an official identity, effectively meant the Wind Moon Empire had taken control of the county. From the moment Lin An made his choice, the nature of the national war changed. At that very moment, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. Wind Moon Empire announcement: Lin An, Guild Master of the Mortal Realm Guild, has occupied Trunk City of the Golden Border Kingdom. The national war has entered its second phase. Wind Moon Empire announcement: Lin An, Guild Master of the Mortal Realm Guild, has occupied Trunk City of the Golden Border Kingdom. The national war has entered its second phase. Wind Moon Empire announcement: Lin An, Guild Master of the Mortal Realm Guild, has occupied Trunk City of the Golden Border Kingdom. The national war has entered its second phase. Ding. The content of the large-scale quest The Fall of the Golden Border has been updated. The Fall of the Golden Border Kingdom has declared war on the Wind Moon Empire. Lin An, Guild Master of the Mortal Realm Guild, fought valiantly and captured Trunk City. Adventurers under the jurisdiction of Cloud Dream Commandery are requested to proceed to Trunk City to prepare for the ensuing battle. National War Countdown: 6 hours. When the countdown ends, Trunk City will officially become territory of the Wind Moon Empire. Once the national war entered its second phase, the restrictions on earning war points were suddenly lifted. Now, as long as he killed enemy NPC soldiers or players within the Golden Border Kingdom, Lin An could earn war points. A crimson halo also appeared above his head. Until an NPC general of the Wind Moon Empire entered Trunk City, Lin An was its master. This meant that players and NPCs of the Golden Border Kingdom could only retake the city by killing him. Hey, you want stay hold up now, will you? Lin An waited at the county office, knowing that players of the Golden Border Kingdom would come for him, as they too had received the system notification. If they couldn't retake Trunk City, their only option was to commit suicide and respawn in the beginner village, from where they could teleport to other cities of the Golden Border Kingdom. Death was inevitable either way. If they could kill Lin An, there was still hope for survival. By doing this, Lin An had given the players of the Golden Border Kingdom a spark of courage. However, his actions left the Mortal Realm Guild members who were rushing to the Golden Border Kingdom utterly bewildered. Guild Channel Can Shua. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to get some of the spoils? Han Xing, Guild Master, you're too fierce. Did you really capture an entire city all by yourself? Han Yun, Brother Guild Master is so handsome, I like him so much. He's way better than my big brother. Piao Guochang, Boss, I told the Lady of Cloud Hidden County about your deeds. She seems to have taken an interest in you. Anyway, I'll tell you more when you get back. Lin An, everyone, the next task is to defend the city. I was right to call you here. Just come, but as I said, if you don't be jealous when I hog all the benefits. Even at this point, Lin An was still provoking the 1,000 members of the Mortal Realm Guild. He had already captured Trunk City, and the national war was progressing in the most favorable direction. So why wouldn't they come? After all, no one knew Lin An's true intentions. With enemies all around Trunk City, Lin An had no time to continue his persuasion. He checked the potions in his pack, upgrading what he could, and then prepared to head to Trunk City's tallest building, the Elephant Tower, to face the enemy. Within Elephant Trunk City, there were approximately 20,000 players from the Golden Border Kingdom, along with 700 to 800 county soldiers. These were the enemies Lin An needed to eliminate. When Lin An occupied Elephant Trunk City, the ordinary NPCs had all retreated to their homes and would not participate in the battle. Once the war ended, if Elephant Trunk City remained under the Wind Moon Empire, these civilian NPCs would become its subjects. The county government office of Elephant Trunk County was situated at the very heart of the city, but the highest vantage point was the Elephant Pagoda in the west. It was a Buddhist pagoda 7 stories tall, reaching a height of about 30 to 40 meters. Unless someone could fly, the only way up was through the staircase at the base. However, Lin An could leap directly from the west side of the pagoda to its summit. Since the sun rose in the east, the west side of the pagoda was now cloaked in shadow. If Lin An were equipped with a dagger, he would be the most formidable assassin. With the blood cloud hovering above his head, Lin An's position would be exposed even if he melted into the shadows. The moment he left the county office, the hundreds of county soldiers and tens of thousands of players followed him westward. But Lin An's speed was too great, leaving them far behind. Kill him. Retake Elephant Trunk City. He slaughtered so many of us, we can't let him escape. Brothers for the Golden Border Kingdom, fight to the death. The players of the Golden Border Kingdom were still shouting their slogans as Lin An vanished in a flash, appearing atop the spire of the Elephant Pagoda, standing precisely within the shadow cast by its peak. Lin An possessed a passive skill, Shadow Mystery. While fighting in the shadows, he enjoyed a 50% damage reduction, a boon far more formidable than mere defense. Pity you lack the capital to fight me. Lin An stood upon the Elephant Pagoda not only to confront his enemies, but also to trample upon the faith of the Golden Border Kingdom. What of the Buddhist pagoda? Lin An now stood atop the very head of the Buddha. Attack speed. Attack speed. I need attack speed. Attack speed was a stat that could not be plundered from monsters, but it could be taken from players. The greatest limitation of relying solely on normal attacks to plunder stats was attack speed. Lin An's current attack speed was very low. To maximize his mana, he only wore one piece of equipment that increased attack speed. Thus Lin An was desperate to plunder attack speed stats. Yet the probability of seizing such a stat from a player was also very low. Each player possessed dozens of stat lines, including their attributes, equipment bonuses, and talents. With every attack, Lin An only had a few % chance of plundering an attack speed stat. Moreover, as he killed more and more Golden Border Kingdom players, Lin An discovered another characteristic of the plunder talent. The probability of plundering a player's attribute stat, equipment stat, or talent was each 1/3. This made the chance of plundering an attack speed stat even lower. Perhaps I should try targeting some assassins and archers. Lin An had long wanted to uncover the rules of his SS grade plunder talent, but it could only be explored on players. This war provided him with the perfect opportunity. Lin An's netherworld aim locked onto an archer below the pagoda, who could still attack him from a distance of 30 to 40 meters. It was normal for Lin An standing atop the pagoda to have increased range due to his height advantage. But that player could actually strike him from the ground, a talent that increases attack range. Lin An drew his bowstring, and a shadow energy arrow conjured from nothing was already aimed at the archer. The archer's innate vigilance made him meet Lin An's gaze. But that single glance told him he was doomed. The shadow arrow had already pierced his heart. 1,200 ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute stat attack speed 2 from player Chongao. Ding. You have slain player Chongao. War contribution 1. Attack speed doubled. What a thrill. By killing this archer, Lin An didn't plunder the talent that increased attack range, but he did gain attack speed. With his attack speed increased, Lin An specifically targeted archers and assassins. 800 ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the equipment stat agility 10 from player comma. Ding. You have slain player comma. War contribution 1. Lin An successively killed several dozen archer and assassin players. Besides plundering some talents, the attribute and equipment stats he seized were mostly agility and strength, along with 1 or 2 attack speed stats. The primary stats of archers and assassins are agility and strength, so the probability of plundering these 2 stats is higher. After this experimentation, Lin An went on to kill many warriors, knights, and mages. As for the priests, they were beneath Lin An's notice. Since Lin An killed anyone he shot in one hit, priests became the most useless class in this area. They tried to heal the surrounding players only to find that the only ones nearby were either at full health or already on the ground. It's over, there's no way to deal with him. Why does he only lose 0.5 health per hit? Isn't it supposed to be that even if you can't break defense, a hit still forces 1 point of damage? Lin An's class on the leaderboard is Shadow Arrow Sovereign, formerly Shadow Arrow Soul. He's hiding in the shadows now, probably because he gets a bonus there. Lin An was far too comfortable on the Elephant Pagoda. His level was much higher than the players of Elephant Trunk City, and these ordinary players at levels around 10 had great difficulty hitting him. Moreover, most players lacked the range to reach him, and the number of Golden Border Kingdom players on other buildings was insufficient. The little health Lin An lost could be fully restored with health potions, and his base health regeneration was also very fast. The Golden Border Kingdom players in Elephant Trunk City were growing desperate. They slowly retreated from the pagoda, allowing the original 800 county soldiers to enter and apprehend Lin An. The county soldiers were all at levels 40 to 50 higher than Lin, and so they could pose a slight threat. You think NPCs can kill me? You're far too naive. Lin An didn't give the NPC soldiers a chance to surround him. Instead, he began leaping across rooftops, hunting down the Golden Border Kingdom players. A great battle royale had begun within Elephant Trunk City. Lin An was the hunter, and the players of the Golden Border Kingdom were his prey. But this good fortune was short-lived. After a dozen minutes, the wolf cavalry of the Golden Border Kingdom's defending army had galloped to the outskirts of Elephant Trunk City. They were slightly faster than the cavalry of the Wind Moon Empire's 8th Legion. This cavalry force numbered 10,000 strong, and their mounts were all the Golden Border Kingdom's unique ancient giant wolves, their bodies more robust than war horses. Moreover, the ancient giant wolves had superior combat abilities and were more agile on the battlefield. Most crucially, their levels were all above 80, and as the game progressed, these NPC cavalrymen would continue to level up. The gates of Elephant City swung wide open. Lin An was alone, though he couldn't possibly command the people of the Golden Edge Kingdom to close the gates. The 10,000 wolf cavalry charged directly into Elephant City. A military force is a military force. Upon entering the city, the first order of business for the wolf cavalry was to secure the city gates rather than to hunt down Lin An. They aimed to catch him in a trap. While preventing the 8th Cavalry of the Fengyue Empire from entering the city, they also sought to eliminate Lin An and reclaim Elephant City. Do they think they can reclaim Elephant City just by running fast? A bunch of brainless brutes. Lin An watched as 5,000 wolf cavalry split off to encircle him, and he was not in a state of panic. At this point, Lin An had already calculated the situation. Reinforcements from the Golden Edge Kingdom would definitely reach Elephant City first. However, the cavalry of the Fengyue Empire should be arriving soon. And those players from the Human Guild were likely arriving as well. Daiban, Daiban, Daiban. Please, General Daiban, come forth to meet me. Lin An called out the name of an NPC as the 5,000 wolf cavalry approached him. General Daiban of the Golden Edge Kingdom, the commander of the wolf cavalry. This man was a traitor. He had long been colluding with the higher-ups of the Fengyue Empire. Lin An had already plotted this out when he chose Marshal Pong of the Golden Edge Kingdom as his target. Either he would smoothly plunder the attribute phrases of the players from the Golden Edge Kingdom, or he would attack Elephant City to lure Daiban over. With a year more of gaming experience than others, Lin An had countless insider stories about these NPCs in his mind. You killed Marshal Pong and still want to meet our General Daiban. General Daiban is Marshal Paisong's trusted aide. If he sees you, he will surely kill you himself. The wolf cavalry were still too naive. They had no idea what their general was secretly doing behind their backs. Lin An stood with his hands clasped behind his back high above. You must relay the message to General Daiban saying that the Sage King has words for him. The time has come, and the Golden Edge Kingdom shall perish. Lin An was fabricating tales on the rooftop, while the wolf cavalry's hearts were in turmoil. There was only one Sage King in the Tianyu continent, the Fengyue Empire. The 8th Sage King, the current emperor's uncle who was once a strong contender for the throne. Now Lin An actually claimed that the Sage King had sent him to deliver a message to General Daiban. The Fengyue Empire was at war with the Golden Edge Kingdom. Lin An's words were anything but amusing. Once a chain of suspicion took root in people's hearts, it could never be suppressed. You're talking nonsense. General Daiban is absolutely loyal to the Golden Edge Kingdom and would never rebel. You little brat, once we take your head, let's see how you keep spinning your tails. These wolf cavalry were acting like madmen. Lin An had first killed their marshal and now slandered their general. Any soldier with a shred of honor could not endure this. However, some quietly left the ranks, riding ancient giant wolves back to the county office. Currently, General Daiban was stationed there, and these wolf cavalry were all personally trained by him. So many among them were surely his trusted subordinates. After entering Elephant City, General Daiban would typically set up a meeting place in the county office and wait for the other generals of the Guowei army to arrive. But when Daiban's trusted aide relayed Lin An's words to him, General Daiban panicked. All thoughts of a meeting hall and subduing Elephant City were cast aside. Nonsense. How could I possibly know the 8th Sage King of the Fengyue Empire? Kill that Lin An. General Daiban immediately thought of eliminating Lin An to clear his name and wash away the rumors he had spread. General, I'm on it. The aide was about to deliver the military order when General Daiban suddenly changed his mind. Wait. How many people heard what Lin An said? The aide answered honestly, General, it's hard to say. At that time, there were many adventurers around, and with thousands of wolf cavalry, the number of people who heard those words was likely only a few hundred, but how many know about this now is truly uncertain. Lin An's voice was not a trumpet. For him to let a few hundred people hear his words was already quite impressive, but the speed at which humans spread rumors was astonishing. The city of Elephant City was already in chaos. The first to enter the city, General Daiban, was initially seen as the savior of Elephant City, yet he had become a hidden pawn of the Fengyue Empire within the Golden Edge Kingdom. General Daiban's face twisted in frustration. Recall all cavalry. We will exit the city and hand Elephant City over to the Fengyue Empire. After much deep contemplation, General Daiban decided to relinquish control of Elephant City. The aide was somewhat confused by General Daiban's behavior. "General, are you really going to rebel?" Upon hearing this, General Daiban felt like cursing. "Rebel my ass. My actions are for my own reasons. You think following me will bring you hardship. Even if I were to rebel, it wouldn't be at this time." The aide was somewhat muddled. He didn't understand General Daiban's words, but he still went to relay the military order. When the wolf cavalry surrounding Lin An heard the order for a full retreat and to temporarily leave Elephant City, they immediately made a judgment. So Lin An's words were indeed true. General Daiban had truly rebelled. The 10,000 wolf cavalry retreated. Elephant City fell into chaos once more, but soon the 8th Cavalry of the Fengyue Empire entered the city and took control of Elephant City. Members of the Human Guild followed closely behind and entered Elephant City. The situation began to stabilize. The NPC army of the Fengyue Empire began to methodically secure the city, and Lin An also handed over control to the NPCs of the Fengyue Empire. Countless players from the Golden Edge Kingdom and the original troops of the Guowei army rushed back and began a fierce assault on the city. Finally, at this moment, Lin An saw his guild members for the second time. The first time was when he recruited these people into the guild. Originally, Lin An thought he would never see them again, but due to a series of coincidences, they still came to Elephant City. "What happened? How did I hear that the general of the Golden Edge Kingdom rebelled? Lin An, how did you manage to hold Elephant City by yourself? President, you can't eat all the meat alone. Oh, what about the brothers?" Members of the Human Guild, each with their own thoughts, bombarded Lin An with relentless questions. Lin An still needed to utilize these players, so he was naturally not very irritated. "General Daiban has not rebelled yet, but it will be soon. This guy was forced by my words to relinquish Elephant City. He is now waiting for the Fengyue Empire to offer him a lucrative deal before he will bring his 10,000 wolf cavalry to join the Fengyue Empire. As for the brothers wanting to eat meat, I understand. A big feast will be served soon." A vast invisible net was being woven by Lin An. Interconnected. Soon, the big one is coming. The Kingdom of Golden Edge. The secondary capital, Golden Edge City. With the outbreak of the National War, the teleportation arrays in the secondary capitals became accessible to players. Most players naturally sought to teleport near the battlefield at the earliest opportunity, hoping to earn some National War points. Some players aimed to seize this chance to reach resource-rich secondary capitals. Among these players, one individual harbored a far more unique ambition. He intended to slay Lin An and claim the full rewards of the Kingdom of Golden Edge's bounty quest. But before killing Lin An, he needed a guarantee. "Adventurer, do you claim to be able to take a life from 10,000 li away?" Within the royal palace of the Kingdom of Golden Edge, the king chose to grant an audience to this player who boasted that he could slay Lin An and reclaim Elephant Trunk City. Death Song stood in the center of the grand hall, nodding to the king upon his throne. "Your Majesty, my talent allows me to exchange my own life for another's. If your Majesty can grant me an item that increases the number of lives, I can make Lin An die in Elephant Trunk City. However, taking his life from 10,000 li away might prove difficult. I need to meet him in person." The King of Golden Edge was deeply troubled. Declaring war on the Wind Moon Empire had been an impulsive act. Now not only was the national war about to be lost, but the crucial border city of Elephant Trunk City was also on the verge of falling. The kingdom's most formidable wolf cavalry had been taken away by General Daiban, vanishing without a trace. The king desperately wished to kill Lin An, the instigator of all this misfortune. Yet he had no means to breach Elephant Trunk City and claim Lin An's life. But now a man had emerged claiming he could slay Lin An. However, the price to pay might be substantial. In the king's eyes, an item that increased the number of lives was a supreme treasure, a means to resurrect himself at the brink of death. "I shall grant you this opportunity. Someone fetch the Buddha's relic and give it to him, and dispatch an army to escort him to Elephant Trunk City." The king appeared composed, but inwardly he was in a panic. For Lin An's reckless words had reached the king's ears. What did he mean by "the time has come, the Kingdom of Golden Edge shall be destroyed"? If the Kingdom of Golden Edge truly fell, then even a king laden with treasures could not escape death. Death Song had not deceived the king. As long as he could meet Lin An, he would surely make Lin An die by his own hands. "Lin An, stop spinning tales for us. Those players from the Kingdom of Golden Edge are hiding behind NPCs. How are we supposed to earn national war points?" Wang Tsong had yet to see the big meat Lin An had promised. Neither had the other members of the Mortal Realm Guild. They wished they had simply stayed in Cloud Hidden City to grind monsters and level up rather than traveling so far only to earn no national war points. "We're heading to the gate tower at the South City Gate now. The players from the Kingdom of Golden Edge want to kill me. They'll act as bait to lure in the big meat. Then no matter how many of them come, you kill them all. I only need one person. Everyone else is coming to kill me. I'm not saying you can't handle them, are you? At this point, Lin An had finally revealed a sliver of his plan. His true target was the Kingdom of Golden Edge's Buddha's relic. Additionally, Lin An had his sights set on Death Song's talent. The talent's grade was not high, only in a rank, but its effect was immensely potent life for life. The talent was called Death's Dirge, and it only worked on players. To be honest, in the celestial domain, this talent was inferior to Lin An's former rank talent Plunder. Yet it posed a grave threat to Lin An, compelling him to devise such a scheme, and he needed others to cooperate. Alright, well, follow the guild leader's orders. We'll lie in ambush outside the city early and ensure your target doesn't escape. Wang Tsung had gleaned something from Lin An's few words. The members of the Mortal Realm Guild were sharp. They sensed Lin An was using them. But for the sake of national war points, they complied and set up an ambush outside Elephant Trunk City. Meanwhile, news had begun spreading on the Kingdom of Golden Edge's forums. The kingdom was organizing players to gather from the nearest cities, and the royal guards were also en route. Using the palace mage's teleportation skills, they were gradually approaching Elephant Trunk City. Privately, Lin An sought out Han Xing and a few others. Guild leader, have you kept us behind for an important mission? Han Yun inexplicably felt a natural affinity toward Lin An. Lin An's actual target was not Han Xing. Han Xing was of little use to him at the moment. But Han Xing's girlfriend Han Ying was crucial. Lin An had no intention of playing the role of a scoundrel, but he did want to make use of the assassin beauty Han Ying. All of you likely have some idea of what my talent does, and I can see through yours. To be honest, I may need to borrow Han Ying's talent for a while. To ensure Han Ying doesn't meet her end here, Han Mang and Han Yun will need to lend a hand. Lin An grinned lecherously and reached out toward Han Ying. Han Ying seemed to understand what Lin An was about to do. Her pretty face turned cold, and she hid behind Han Xing. But Lin An was so domineering that once he declared something, it was not something Han Ying could simply evade. Han Xing had no choice. Could he fall out with Lin An here? He couldn't win in a fight. He could only trust that Lin An was not deceiving him. Ying, just give it to him. Xiao Yun and Mang will protect you. Han Xing stepped aside, disregarding whether his icy girlfriend was willing. Minutes later, Lin An departed thoroughly satisfied, leaving Han Xing and the others in anxiety and emptiness. However, Han Mang, Han Yun, and Han Bing merely offered a few words of comfort to Han Ying before following Lin An. Lin An still needed to use the talents of Han Mang, Han Yun, and Han Bing. But these three tools had to leave the city to join Wang Tsung and the others, while Lin An needed to show himself at the South City Gate Tower. The players, being too low-leveled, could not keep up with the rhythm of this national war. Most had come merely to experience the war storyline. But once Lin An appeared, the players from the Kingdom of Golden Edge seemed to recall the recently issued bounty. A full set of spirit artifacts and the title of Duke Protector of the Realm. Moreover, they had just received a large-scale quest from the King of Golden Edge, report Lin An's location, and earn national war points. This meant they didn't even need to engage Lin An to earn national war points. Aha! Lin An has finally appeared. Hurry and upload his coordinates. We can earn national war points without even killing the enemy. Our Golden Border Kingdom is simply too generous. Lin An, I beg you, move. Submitting the same coordinates repeatedly only gives US national war points once. It's such a waste. Please, pretty please, just move a little. Watching the Golden Border Kingdom players below the city walls, some even bowing to him, Lin An was dumbfounded. The Golden Border King wanted him dead that badly. Free national war points just handed over. Too bad. Lin An had no friends in the Golden Border Kingdom, otherwise he would have contacted them to farm those points crazily. I won't let others profit easily. I'm staying right here today, not moving an inch. Lin An stood frozen at the gate tower like a statue, not even attacking the NPC army below. The Golden Border Kingdom players were too far away, and Lin An's range of mere tens of meters couldn't reach them. The cooldown for Abyssal Aim would reset soon. Lin An would activate that skill the moment it was ready. Although members of the Mortal Realm Guild had slipped out through the enemy-free northern gate and circled into the southern forest to ambush, none of them were Lin An's trusted allies. Lin An could even bet that some within the guild wished him dead, so it was better to rely on his own skill to scout the distance. After half an hour of waiting, Golden Buddhist light appeared south of Elephant Trunk City, enveloping a large number of Golden Border Kingdom players as they rushed to the battlefield. And protecting these players were the elite NPC Imperial Guards of the Golden Border Kingdom. Qin Yun, the main general of the Wind Moon Empire's 8th Legion, was quite surprised to see the Golden Border Kingdom's Imperial Guards. Those guards were meant to protect the king. Now that the Imperial Guards had arrived at Elephant Trunk City, could it be? Everyone listen up. The Golden Border King has personally led the campaign. Elephant Trunk City is already in the hands of the Wind Moon Empire, and I, Qin Yun, will never allow it to be returned. Scouts hurry back to Cloud-Hidden City and urge the reinforcements to rush here at once. Tianyu was not far from Lin An, and his commands reached Lin An's ears. Lin An saw that Tianyu had misjudged the situation but didn't correct him. Reinforcements from Cloud-Hidden City arriving early would be a good thing, not a bad one. General Tianyu, you are right. In my opinion, the Golden Border King must be leading the campaign in person. Lin An wanted to forge a bond with Tianyu. Tianyu, appearing just over 30, already held the rank of senior general and commanded a seasoned legion. This was surely due to his exceptional personal abilities. But Lin An also knew who Tianyu's father was. His father was Qin Tiany, the Grand Commandant, one of the 3 dukes of the Wind Moon Empire. As the father managed the entire empire's military affairs, he was the supreme commander of all martial officials. Getting his son a position as senior general was nothing special. Besides, Tianyu was indeed bold and ruthless in battle, always leading from the front. Marquis of Cloud, hidden the opportunity to achieve greatness is right before us. You could use that divine skill that slew Payson again. If you kill the Golden Border King, your title of Ting Marquis might leap several ranks straight to County Marquis. Above Ting Marquis was Xiang Marquis, and above that was County Marquis. Players without connections could at most become County Marquis, the legendary lord of 10,000 households. Beyond County Marquis were various dukes, titles reserved for NPCs of status. Above dukes were commandery princes and princes of the blood. In the Wind Moon Empire, if no one in your family had been emperor for 3 generations, you couldn't even become a prince. In his past life, Lin An had never heard of a player becoming a County Marquis. But there were some bizarre exceptions among players. Rumor had it that someone became a chieftain of some primitive tribe and even posted on the forum titled "My Days as a Chieftain in a Black Tribe." Another person became a female emperor, founding an empire to rival NPC empires. That person was Moondog, and she was the only one to achieve such a feat. Lin An also wanted to become a County Marquis. With that status, he could basically do whatever he wanted in the Wind Moon Empire. But killing a king, was it that easy? Lin An chose the Golden Border Marshal as his target instead of the king. Was it because he didn't want to? A monarch was simply unkillable. In that case, why would Lin An waste the cooldown of his divine skill? General Qin flatters me. It was merely my good fortune to slay a formidable enemy for the Empire. Such a feat as capturing the Golden Border King should be accomplished by you, General. Lin An's words carried a hint of flattery, but were actually a subtle jab at Tianyu. For a military scion like Tianyu to kill an enemy monarch at the right time, place, and people were all indispensable. Moreover, even with all conditions met, Tianyu's strength might not overcome the guardians around the king. Tianyu was straightforward. He had grown up hearing praise and naturally took Lin An's words as a compliment. Of course, I will raise the Golden Border Kingdom's capital in my lifetime. But for now I'll spare that king's miserable life. Tianyu desperately wanted to lead the cavalry out for a bloody battle. But his orders were to defend the city, not attack. The Wind Moon Empire's emperor was far too conservative, which tormented most hawkish generals like Tianyu, who longed to campaign daily. The Qin family was a clan of warmongers, and their conflicts with the current emperor were numerous. Lin An had sparked the Golden Border Kingdom to initiate a national war, giving Qin a long, satisfying fight. Guild Channel. Oreo, the Golden Border Kingdom's reinforcements are closing in. I doubt we can take on those NPC Imperial Guards. The assassins of the Mortal Realm Guild, lurking on both sides of the road, had gathered first-hand intel for Lin An. But seeing the scale of the reinforcements, they felt Lin An had sent them out to die. The Mortal Realm Guild had barely 1,000 members, but the Imperial Guards numbered 10,000, not to mention nearly 100,000 players following them. Lin An, don't rush. The Imperial Guards will definitely come to the city walls. They'll go out and lure the players to you. When they all attack me, you come out and unleash your skills. Understand? Qin Shui, what exactly are you trying to do? Lin An, don't worry about what I'm doing. Just focus on getting national war points. Trust me, our opponents will never be the NPC army. Over on the city wall, Tianyu was convinced the Imperial Guards were escorting the Golden Border King. The battle fervor in his chest blazed nearly uncontrollable. Before Lin An could draw, everyone in Tianyu had already ordered the 8th Legion's cavalry to ride out and annihilate the Golden Border Kingdom's Imperial Guards. By the time Tianyu rode out to face the enemy, even the players of the Golden Border Kingdom had to yield to his momentum. This group of foreign players from Golden Border City could only gather around Death's Dirge, slowly advancing toward the city wall from another direction. From afar, Death's Dirge could already see Lin An standing atop the wall. It's him. It's Lin An. If I can get within 100 meters of him, I can kill him. Death's Dirge trembled all over, his finger pointing at Lin and his lips bitten white by his own teeth. He had never been so agitated. A set of spirit artifacts along with the title of Duke of the Golden Border Kingdom All these rewards were already within reach. Moreover, killing Lin An would allow Death's Dirge to claim all of Lin An's national war points, making him the top scorer on the leaderboard. Once the war ended, regardless of victory or defeat, Death's Dirge would receive rewards from the system. We'll only escort you to the city walls, the rest is up to you. Death's Dirge, you must kill Lin An, or else we've come all this way for nothing. Seeing that Chinese monkey prancing around makes me want to kill him myself. What's he so arrogant about? The players around Death's Dirge had all accepted quests, which was why they offered their help. Thus Lin An had to die. Only then could they claim their rewards. Unfortunately, even if they killed Lin An now, they couldn't reclaim Elephant Trunk City. When the Golden Border King assigned this mission to Death's Dirge, Lin An was still the Lord of Elephant Trunk City, but now Tianyu held that title temporarily. Rest assured, Lin An is doomed. Death's Dirge tugged at his collar, knowing he would lose one life to exchange with Lin An. But the Golden Border King had given him the Buddha's Bone Relic, which could restore that lost life, effectively allowing Death's Dirge to claim the generous rewards for free. However, due to the range limit of his Death Song talent, Death's Dirge didn't stick out too much. He blended into the crowd just like any ordinary mage. Death's Dirge thought he could slip by unnoticed, sneak close to Lin An and use his talent to kill him outright. But in truth, Lin An had already set his sights on him. Team Chat: Lin and Han Yun, Han Mang, Han Bing, are you all ready? Lin An, listen to my command. Han Bing, seal his magic first, so Death's Dirge can't use his talent, turning him into a muggle. Then he'll have Han Yun use lifelink. Han Mang, save your talent for when I'm about to die, or when Death's Dirge is. Han Yun, got it, guild leader. Han Mang, Lin An, we're helping you out big time this round, you can't shortchange us. Han Bing, exactly. Big bro and big sis even fought because of you. If they break up, you're taking responsibility. Lin An, hey, don't worry, you'll take full responsibility. If your big bro and sis split'll step in and become your big bro instead. Han Yun, screenshot taken. Guild leader, so you really do have designs on my sister-in-law. You let her die. Lin An, no jokes now, get ready to roll. Tell the people in the forest to come out and start the slaughter. Han Yun, yes sir. Because Lin An knew Han Xing and the others so well, understanding their talents after advancing his class to SS rank, he saw the divine skill and conceived a plan. Using the divine skill to start the national war and claim the top spot on the points leaderboard might yield an item that increases life count. Initially, Lin An's plan was that simple. But once the war began, he changed his strategy. Since the players of the Golden Border Kingdom were so eager to kill him, the more invincible Lin An appeared, the more those players would slowly succumb to despair. At that point, Death's Dirge, who could kill without strength, skill, or gear, would naturally seek out Lin An for the rewards. What Lin An did next, capturing Elephant Trunk City and sowing discord between the Wolf Cavalry Commander General Daiban, was all to ensure the Golden Border King would assign the task of killing him to Death's Dirge. As for the Buddha's Bone Relic on Death's Dirge, if he had already used it, Lin An would treat it as if it never existed, only plundering Death's Dirge's talent. If Death's Dirge hadn't used the relic, Lin An would gladly accept it. He calculated that the Golden Border King would surely gift it to Death's Dirge. Because in his past life, Death's Dirge bore the name of the god of death, yet was cowardly. Every time he struck, he first secured an item that increased his life count before using his talent. A person's character doesn't change without a major upheaval, and so Lin An set this trap. When the forums mentioned that the royal guards were escorting Death's Dirge and his players to Elephant Trunk City, Lin An was already certain that Death's Dirge had first negotiated terms with the Golden Border King. Death's Dirge could never have imagined that Lin An was a reincarnator. He didn't know Lin An at all and had never revealed his talent's effects to other players. How could a normal person suspect that Lin An was scheming against Death's Dirge? Even without the national war, Lin An had already planned to plunder Death's Dirge's talent. The war just allowed him to gain more. Hello there. You're all here to kill me, aren't you? When Death's Dirge and his group approached within 200 meters of Elephant Trunk City's wall, Lin An finally came to life from a statue. Lin An smiled, waving at Death's Dirge and the others to draw their attention. The members of the Human Realm Guild also decided to block the retreat of these Golden Border Kingdom players. As for the Golden Border Kingdom's NPC army, Tianyu had already led them away. Players' opponents were never NPCs. Lin An only needed to deal with these players. Don't you dare run. Watch us take you down. Brothers, charge. Recapture Elephant Trunk City and become the greatest heroes of the Golden Border Kingdom. We won't allow the Chinese to lord over us. Unite the entire Southeast Peninsula and crush him. For some reason, the moment these Golden Border Kingdom players saw the faint smile on Lin An's face, they instantly broke down. Perhaps it was memories from Blue Earth. China had always been domineering throughout history, naturally not on good terms with its neighbors, so it was only normal for Golden Border Kingdom players to resent Lin An and his fellow Chinese. Lin and Han Bing's silence. watching Death Song being carried closer by the crowd. Lin An quickly issued the command to Han Bing in the team channel. He only had one life left. If Han Bing didn't heed his order, Lin An would have to start fleeing immediately. All his earlier bravado would become a joke. Han Bing, got it, guild leader. Just watch. Han Bing had already reached the designated position. The crystal atop his ice blue staff radiated a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. These lights scattered around Death Song. Talent skill. Freeze the dust of the world, suppress the sins of humanity. Ice. Seal. Ding. Your teammate Han Bing has used the talent seal. Han Bing's talent. A single word seal. Its most basic effect was to silence magic. However, his talent had several talent skills, but Han Bing's mana only allowed him to use one. Ice. Seal. Seal could silence the target while ice could freeze it. In short, after Han Bing used this talent skill, Death Song could neither use skills nor talents, nor could he move. Well done. Lin An exclaimed, knowing the duration of this talent was short. He dared not linger on the city wall. Shadow Shuttle. Lin An transformed into a dark shadow, leaping a few times from the city gate tower to stand before Death Song. Death Song was frozen, only his eyeballs could move. He was terrified, fearing Lin An would kill him. But Lin An grinned and extended his left hand. Thief Saint. An A-rank talent. Yes, the same Thief Saint as by Zhan Tong. Han Xing's girlfriend Han Ying had activated this talent. In stealth mode, using this talent allowed one to steal the most valuable item from the target's bag, while losing one item from one's own bag as exchange. Lin An's bag was full of potions, losing one was no loss. But if Death Song hadn't used the Buddha Bone relic, the most valuable item in his bag would be that. Lin An had plundered Han Ying's Thief Saint talent to steal from Death Song. If he failed, he would act as if nothing happened. I steal. Lin An reached into Death Song's belongings and indeed found what he wanted. Ding. Successfully stolen Buddha Bone Relic Spirit, Grade Buddha Bone Relic Spirit, Grade Life Essence left after the Buddha's Nirvana. Using it adds 1 life and increases all stats by 500. Ding. The bandage in your bag has been lost. Death Song received the system notification at the same time, informing him that the Buddha Bone Relic in his bag was gone. Haha, you're damn bold, bringing such a treasure to Elephant Trunk City. Aren't you afraid of losing it? Lin An hadn't expected such luck. Death Song was frozen, unable to voice his bitterness. Everyone knew Lin An's talent could plunder targets' talents or attribute affixes, as Lin An had attacked many players during this time. Players could deduce clues from this. Death Song hadn't expected Lin An to steal from his bag either. Guild leader, it's my turn now. Han Yun's figure appeared nearby. Seeing Lin An's laughter, she knew he had succeeded. Han Yun informed Lin An and directly activated her talent. A rank talent. Lifelink. A pale green energy ray appeared on Han Yun, piercing her body and linking to Death Song, then to Lin An. This talent allowed Han Yun to share the health of linked players. The maximum number of linked players was 9. Han Yun mainly wanted to link Lin An and Death Song so Death Song wouldn't be killed by a single normal attack. But to increase the shared health pool, she linked 6 high-level knights. As Han Yun completed the link and Lin An prepared to plunder Death Song's talent, Han Mang also arrived behind Han Yun. Death Song knew what Lin An was about to do, but still couldn't move. Lin An had 3 arrows knocked, but he hesitated before shooting. Han Mang, to be safe, you should act too. I'm afraid I'll crit myself to death. Too many players nearby were attacking Lin An. Those with luck could hit him a few times, forcing damage and chipping away some health. Some players had decent talents, while a few attacks even had a bleeding effect, causing Lin An to slowly lose health. The situation was tougher than Lin An had imagined, so it was better to be cautious. Alright. Han Mang nodded, reached behind his back, and pulled out an energy shield from somewhere. Talent skill. Reinforce. Talent. Vajra. Han Mang was the only one among Han Xing's group besides Han Xing to have activated in strength talent. In Lin An's view, his talent was even stronger than Han Xing's. Because Han Mang's talent was invincibility. Strength talent Vajra. As the number of monsters slain increased, it added invincibility time. Han Mang, a knight with an innate invincibility talent, could gain 10,000 seconds of invincibility if he killed 10,000 minor monsters. Damn, what a godly talent, truly a godly talent. And this talent also came with innate talent skills. But these defensive talents were like a turtle shell. Lin An didn't like turtles, he had lived as a coward in his past life, and didn't want to stay in a shell in this one. Alright, now you're invincible, you won't die. Lin An began his move only after seeing Han Mang's reinforced skill take effect on Death Song. 0. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the equipment affix of player Death Song Spirit, plus 10 0. Ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the talent Death Song A of player Death Song. Death Song. Engrave the target's name in the Book of Death. Use your own life to play the Death Song, leading the target into the cycle of reincarnation. Upon successful use, the target dies immediately, and your own life count decreases by 1. You've taken everything from me. Death Song could finally speak, but even if he talked until his lips were chapped, he couldn't change the fact that Lin An had taken the Buddha Bone Relic and the Death Song talent. Lin An had no intention of being kind to an enemy and didn't want to say more to Death Song. Goodbye? It's best you swallow this talent effect and never tell anyone unless you truly want to die. 600 ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of player Death Song magic power, plus 1,100. The Death Song had died. Before his demise, he was threatened by Lin An. Lin An did not want the world to know about the Death Song talent. This was a formidable weapon. Used at a critical moment, it could play a decisive role. Moreover, the Death Song talent was only at a rank now. If Lin An could advance it to SS rank, the effect would be astonishing. I'm truly grateful to Xiao. Once he comes out of the novice village, I must thank him properly. Lin An, anticipating that he would soon possess 3 SS rank talents and 1 SS rank hidden class, actually felt a trace of gratitude toward his old friend Xiao. Just like the synergy of talents he had with Han Yun and the others, Lin An understood that if he could plunder talents that complemented each other, his strength could ascend another level. Hey, shouldn't you return my talent? Han Ying had sneaked up beside Lin An at some point. Being robbed of her talent felt to her like a girl losing her innocence to a boy. That feeling was deeply unpleasant. Moreover, Han Ying was a thief. The thief saint talent destined her for a life of thievery, not assassination. A thief who had been stolen from always wanted to reclaim what was lost. It's chaotic outside the city now. Let's talk after we return to the city. Lin An saw that the members of the Human Realm Guild had sated their bloodlust. The momentum of this 1,000-strong force directly overwhelmed the tens of thousands of players from the Golden Border Kingdom. It was mainly because Lin An had drawn most of the attention, allowing the Human Realm Guild members to succeed in their ambush. War in the Celestial Domain was quite similar to real-world warfare. The heavy penalty for death made players value their lives. When a player army of tens of thousands suffered casualties exceeding 5 or 10%, they would flee to survive. In normal games, total party wipes were common, but that didn't happen in the Celestial Domain. Qin Yun was pursuing the Golden Border Kingdom's NPC Imperial Guards. The Human Realm Guild was chasing down the players. Both sides had bright prospects. Lin An brought Han Ying back to Elephant Trunk City to discuss the Thief Saint talent. Han Ying sensed something amiss. If Lin An intended to return her talent, he would just give it back directly. Why all the chatter? I get it. You're pulling a Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, borrowing without returning. Han Ying, brought outside the county office, realized Lin An's intention and confronted him directly. Lin An, caught red-handed, showed no embarrassment. They were just calling me a Chow Chow for having designs on you, and now you're calling me a big-eared thief, Liu Bei. Forget it. Whether Chow Chow or Liu Bei, he'll accept it. He'll borrow the Thief Saint talent for a while. Later he'll help advance it and return it to you. This talent is only a rank now. If I help you advance it to S-Rank, you'll rise from an ordinary expert to a top-tier powerhouse. Han Ying's heart stirred at Lin An's suggestion. What Lin An described was a technique he had just discovered, combining talent advancement with his plunder ability. First plunder someone's talent, then help them advance it. Was this exploiting a game bug? Lin An figured it was worth a try. He could mass-produce a legion of experts. But Lin An certainly wouldn't do such favors for free. How long do you need to rent it? Han Ying, a gaming prodigy herself, understood that a talent like Thief Saint only shown under specific circumstances for an A-rank ability. As for its combat utility, it was minimal at best. If Lin An truly advanced the Thief Saint talent to S-Rank, it would transform Han Ying entirely. But even after advancement, Lin An had to return the talent to Han Ying for her to reap the benefits. I'm not sure about the timeline. Lin An hadn't yet decided what to do with the Thief Saint talent. He would first advance it and see if it could be used to steal from NPCs as well as players. If that were the case, Lin An could steal a great deal. Players were all poor now. The trinkets they carried were beneath his notice. Han Ying felt like she was on a hot pan, fidgeting uncomfortably. Back on Blue Star, she would have lost her temper by now. But this was the Celestial Domain. Fine, I'll go along with you. But don't push me too far. Even Han Xing, that big fool, will fight back when cornered. Han Ying became yet another victim, yielding to Lin An's oppressive tactics. Just then Han Xing arrived, overhearing her call him a big fool. What are you two talking about? Lin An, did you return my wife's talent? Lin An had been about to tease his sister-in-law, but stopped when he saw his brother. Han Xing's sister-in-law just wished you happiness. As for the talent, we've already settled it. You two chat. I'm heading out of the city to earn more war contribution points. Novice Village No. 999. After relentless effort, Xiao Qingru finally located Xiao, who had decided to settle in the Novice Village. Xiao had some skill. He somehow convinced an NPC family to let him use one of their rooms. Having been plundered of her poison god talent by Lin An and promised great rewards, Xiao Qingru's sole mission now was to lure Xiao to Cloud Shroud City. Xiao, I beg you to come with me to Cloud Shroud City. It's wartime. We can teleport from Cloud Shroud to the secondary main city, Cloud Dream City. No matter how powerful Lin An is, he can't touch us inside the city. Baby, I admit I was harsh on you before, but see how I willingly died and returned to the novice village for you. You should understand my feelings. You are the most special person to me, the one and only. Xiao Qingru had been pleading with Xiao for a long time, her only card being emotional appeal. To be honest, Xiao was swayed. Life in the novice village was incredibly dull, while the outside world was exciting. The city could guarantee their safety as players. Even Lin An couldn't kill him within the city walls. After calming down for most of the day, Xiao had been calculating. From the forums, he learned that Lin An had advanced his class to SS-Rank and replayed Lin An's previous schemes against him. In the end, Xiao concluded that Lin An too had only one life left. His seemingly invincible facade might be a bluff. Let's go to Cloud Shroud City. Well, watch Lin An build his tower, then watch it collapse into the abyss. Outside Xiangbi City, the players of the Jinbian Kingdom had vanished without a trace. The nation war had become one-sided, and no one seemed inclined to fight seriously. Neither the Jinbian Kingdom nor the Fengyue Empire had made any preparations. Lin An went outside looking for opportunities to kill players for points. Finding none, he resorted to using area attacks to slaughter swathes of NPC soldiers. Because of the level disparity, Lin An's hit rate was far below 1%, yet, with a stroke of luck, a single area skill would always manage to strike one or two unlucky NPC soldiers. Tianyu rode his cavalry around the outskirts and drove off the Jinbian Kingdom's imperial guards. He captured several prisoners, and after severe interrogation discovered that the Jinbian king had not come to Xiangbi City at all. The so-called imperial expedition had been a misjudgment. Tianyu regretted not having the chance to slay a monarch. Burning with resentment, he returned to Xiangbi City and began the final purge. The imperial army, simply the imperial army. Even though the Fengyue Empire now pursued peaceful development, its troops remained thoroughly formidable. 50,000 soldiers routed an army of hundreds of thousands, throwing the battlefield into chaos. Naturally, Lin An had played a decisive role. The Jinbian Kingdom had lost 10,000 wolf cavalry, and its combat effectiveness was halved. One cavalryman could be worth 5-foot soldiers. With a few words, Lin An had caused devastating losses to the Jinbian forces and even slew their border marshal, leaving them without a backbone. When reinforcements from Yunnan City arrived, the battle for Xiangbi City was over. The tens of thousands of Jinbian troops stationed at the border retreated to nearby strongholds to defend. Nation War Countdown 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The war between the Jinbian Kingdom and the Fengyue Empire has ended. The Fengyue Empire is victorious. Xiangbi County is now under the jurisdiction of Yunmingjun. From this moment, new players in the Fengyue Starter Village may choose to teleport to Xiangbi County. Nation War Leaderboard Reward Settlement in progress. Fengyue Empire announcement. In this war, Lin An, Qin Shui, and Han Bing distinguished themselves and received generous rewards. First place, Linglong Xinxue Ghostier. Second place, Kinran Dark Gold. Third place, Bing Shuang Shu's Dark Gold. You have received the Nation War Reward Linglong Xinxue Ghostier. Linglong Xinxue Ghostier, the tip of a spirit dragon's heart blood. Upon consumption, it grants 300 to all attributes. You have completed the major storyline quest, Jinbian Sorrow, and received the rewards 100 experience points and 20 gold coins. Around Lin and every player who had participated in the war glowed with the light of leveling up. Each had received the 100 experience and would also receive ranking rewards. Linglong Xinxue. A bit of bad luck, but this was the first nation war, and the game was only on its second day, how such rewards were already commendable. Also, brothers can still ascend it. Upgrade Linglong Xinxue. The upgrade requires Linglong Lin Dark Gold. Proceed. Linglong Scales. I'll ask the princess when we return to Yunnan City. Such things likely only belong to the royal family. Lin An already planned to withdraw from Xiangbi City back to Yunnan City. Xiangbi City now belongs to Yunmingjun, and Lin An could teleport back via the teleportation array. The system allowed players who had joined the nation war 1 hour to return to their original cities. Before that, Lin An wanted to ascend 2 newly acquired talents. Attire talent Dao Sheng requires consuming 3 talent entries to upgrade. Proceed. Hey system, I want to ask, if I consume 3 talent entries to upgrade, do those consumed talents disappear forever? Will the players I robbed of talents be unable to ever possess them again? Lin An had never imagined that upgrading an attire talent would cost other talents. If that were true, Lin An would become a consumer of scarce resources. The fixed number of talents might steadily dwindle because of him. The system could not answer the player's question. I choose whether to upgrade. Upgrade. What others live or die is none of my concern. Attire talent upgrade successful. You have activated steer talent Daosheng. Daosheng S, while in stealth approaching a target, allows you to perform theft. The 3 most valuable items on the target will be stolen. Theft success rate equals hit rate, and the theft action can be used on the same target only once per day. This is the true Daosheng. What was that other thing before? A real thief takes without giving. Stealing, while sacrificing your own possessions, is no theft at all. Lin An felt exhilarated and had no intention of returning this talent to Han. He planned to hunt for hidden class transfer scrolls, ascend the talent to S or even SSS tier, and thus compensate for Han Ying's loss. For now, the steer Daosheng still had a fatal flaw. Its success rate matched the hit rate. Lin An could not steal from NPCs of excessively high level. I must obtain items that increase the number of life bars and ascend these talents to SSS. That is the only flawless solution. Lin An held the Focus Shelly and intended to use it, but he would not spend the extra life on ascending Daosheng. He had already decided to use 1 life to ascend the Xigu talent. Thus Daosheng would be left to sit for the time being. You used Fogu Shelly Spiritier 4 attributes 500 life bars 1. Upgrade Xigu talent. Upgrading the attire Xigu talent requires consuming 3 talent entries. Proceed. Upgrade. What others live or die is none of my concern. Attire talent upgrade successful. You have activated steer talent Xigu. Xigu S, inscribe the target's name in the Book of Death, and using your own life, play the death song to draw the target into the netherworld cycle. On successful use, the target's number of life bars becomes 0, and your number of life bars is reduced by 1. A wandering death god among the living. This is too perverse. Can I kill whoever I wish with no restrictions? Not exactly. You must first get close to the target before you can play the death song. And the cost is still too severe, trading my own life bars for someone else's life. Whose life is that valuable? Continue ascending. The Xigu talent Lin An wanted would not be satisfied by its current form. Those he truly bore deep enmity toward were only Xiao and Xiao Qingru, but he was not yet willing to let those 2 adulterers die. Moreover, those 2 were not worth Lin An giving up his life to exchange for their deaths. Ding. Advancing to Scrade Death Song talent requires consuming one of the player's lives. Proceed. Yes. Ding. Scrade talent advancement successful. You have activated SS Scrade talent Death Song. Lives reduced by 1. Death Song SSS, inscribe a player's nickname in the Book of Death to summon the power of death from the underworld, playing a deathly melody that sends the target into the cycle of reincarnation. Upon successful use, you may choose to reduce the target's lives to 0 or by 1. Obtain Book of Death Divine Grade. Book of Death Divine Grade. Any name inscribed in the Book of Death will result in instant death, ignoring distance limitations. Low-level effects can be used once per day, while high-level effects can be used once per month. The same name can only appear in the Book of Death 3 times. This isn't a Book of Death, it's a Book of Fate. At least now, I don't have to trade my life for others. The Book of Death also had its limitations. But for Lin An, these limitations were acceptable. The Book of Death would become his hidden trump card. He now possessed 2 books, one from the underworld and the Book of Death itself, both originating from the nether realm. He wondered if this was destiny or mere coincidence. Friend channel Rumeng, Lin An, where are you? I've tricked Xiao into coming to Yunin City. You promised me 10,000 gold coins. Lin An got it. He'll head to Yunin City now and give you the money. Lin An truly wanted to inscribe the game nicknames of Xiao Qingru and Xiao into the Book of Death, but letting them die so easily, that would be too merciful. Xiao probably needs items to increase his lives too, right? It's time to send them into the cauldron world. Lin An pulled out the screenshot of the goblin fruit he had saved, ready to send it to Piao Guchang and set the plan in motion. Matters as trivial as Xiao Qingru and Xiao could be handled by Piao Guchang. As for the goblin elder, Lin An had already informed him long ago. Unless Xiao could resist the temptation of the goblin fruit, once he set out to find it, there would be only one outcome. If Xiao chose to hide in the city and live a peaceful life, Lin An would simply use the Book of Death to end him completely. Besides, Lin An had no intention of reneging on his promise of 10,000 gold coins to Xiao Qingru. Lin An teleported to Yunin City and handed the gold coins to Xiao Qingru without delay. This sum would be enough for her to live comfortably in Yunin City for the rest of her life. At the same time, it would allow Xiao Qingru and Xiao to purchase sufficient equipment and skill books before venturing out to find items that increased lives. To Lin An, money was merely a number. Giving away 10,000 gold coins meant nothing. For him, the most urgent priority remained unchanged. He still needed to continue searching for items to increase his lives. The fastest method was to advance the spiritual dragon's heartblood, a gamble that could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Another path was to head to the Queen's tribe and seek the whereabouts of the Holy Mother Water. After returning to Yunnan City, the Yunnan County princess resided in a palace adjacent to the county office. This palace had been built shortly after she was in theft to this county. Though not vast in area and less luxurious than the Rose Castle outside the city, its standards were among the finest in a small town like Yunnan. With the national war just concluded, the city was somewhat chaotic. To prevent petty criminals from disturbing the princess, the palace was heavily guarded by county soldiers. Ordinary players couldn't even approach. But who was Lin An? He was a marquis. In this insignificant Yunnan city, aside from the princess herself, no one held a higher rank. Even the county magistrate would have to bow to Lin An upon meeting. "Take me to see the princess." Lin An's tone was stern. He spoke to the guard at the gate and was granted entry without the need for an announcement. The NPCs all knew that Lin An had slain Marshal Pong of the Golden Border Kingdom, sparked the national war, and mastered skills meant for deities. None dared to underestimate him. Outside the study of the palace, Lin An heard Piao Guochang's voice from within. "Your Highness, my devotion to you is as true as the sun and moon. Upon seeing you, I finally understand what a celestial maiden is. A beauty that would make fish sink and geese fall. There is a beauty unforgettable at first sight. A day without her, and I pine like mad. A graceful lady in her chamber, so near yet so far, torturing my soul. Your Highness, do you comprehend my feelings? These are the poems I wrote for you. To write poetry for you, to be still for you, to do the impossible for you. Your Highness, though my words are eloquent, can you not be moved to speak? Have you forgotten the delightful candlelit conversation we shared last night?" Lin An paused outside the study, astonished that Piao Guochang had the audacity to flirt with his interest. He had assumed that after Piao Guochang's ordeal in the Queen's tribe, he would have lost all interest in women. Yet here he was wagging his tail at the sight of the Yunnan County princess. "Adventurer, I ask you to show some restraint. If you continue like this, I will have you escorted out." The princess was conflicted. She considered Piao Guochang a friend of Lin An's, and thus felt obliged to treat him with courtesy. But these adventurers from another world were all so licentious. Seeing Piao Guochang behave this way, she finally understood why Lin An had once stormed the castle and appeared at her bedside. Ahem. Lin An coughed twice outside the door before stepping inside. "Piao Guochang, you already have a lover. How dare you flirt with the princess? I despise men who are fickle." At the sound of the cough, Piao Guochang's boldness instantly deflated. He felt an odd sense of guilt, as if he had been caught making advances on his brother's woman. A lover? The princess frowned, her disgust for Piao Guochang deepening. "You have a lover, and yet speak such filth to me. Get out of my sight." Piao Guochang instinctively explained, "I have no lover. He's lying. I will love only you for my entire life." As he said this, he prepared to kneel on one knee. Lin An wondered if Piao Guochang was ready to burn all bridges. But he certainly couldn't let Piao Guochang pester the princess day after day. "Oh, brother, if you say that the wild women of the Queen's tribe will be heartbroken, go find a restaurant and eat something to nourish your kidneys. We'll meet at the West Gate in an hour." Lin An flashed a sinister smile, reopening Piao Guochang's old wounds. Just as Piao Guochang was about to kneel and confess his love to the princess, he froze. Perhaps due to a laggy connection, his character seemed to stall. The princess finally caught on to Lin An's implication. She covered her mouth and revealed an angelic smile. "Adventurer, I thank you for escorting me back to Yunnan City. Later go to the pharmacy and pick up some Luwei Dihuang pills. I hope they will nourish your body." Piao Guochang, wounded by Lin An's revelation and mocked by the princess, wandered out of the study like a lost soul, abandoning all thoughts of becoming the consort. Lin An had brought Pu Guochang to watch over the princess, never expecting that the man would be so audacious and lustful. In hindsight, it was Lin An's misjudgment. He now realized that one should never underestimate a man's lecherous heart. "Princess, I never anticipated that Pu Guochang would offend you. I sincerely offer my apologies here." The Yunnan County princess, believing herself to be as beautiful as a celestial being and feeling a peculiar connection to Lin An, had no intention of blaming him. "It is all due to my overwhelming beauty. That adventurer's impulsive act is only natural." How incredibly vain she was. Though the princess spoke the truth, she indeed possessed a face that could topple kingdoms. Praising oneself was another matter. Lin An suddenly noticed that Yunnan County princess seemed much more lively than yesterday, shedding her previous demeanor of constant complaint. After Qin Pingon dissipated into nothingness, the shadow of Rose Castle vanished as well. Yunnan County princess life began anew. "Princess, I heard from a friend that you have something to discuss with me, eh?" Every time Lin An met the princess, he came with intentions, yet he could not be too direct. As the national war loomed, Pu Guochang had already mentioned to Lin An that something seemed amiss with Yunnan County princess. "Marquis Yunnan, can I trust you?" Yan'an County Princess appeared to have some unspeakable secret. In his previous life, Lin An had never heard of any major issues with this princess. It seemed she had always resided in Rose Castle, never encountered by any players. Princess, I am an adventurer, but I am also your friend. I believe you can trust me. Lin An cared little for the rest. The tone of Yan'an County Princess suggested a quest. Upon receiving Lin An's affirmative reply, Yan'an County Princess' gaze grew ambiguous. She rose from her chair, drew closer to Lin An, and her slender white hand glided along his waist. This action left Lin An utterly stiff, unable to move a muscle. Damn it! Was the princess flirting with him? Lin An felt immense pressure. As Yan'an County Princess leaned in closer, Lin An could hear her breath and the natural fragrance of her body wafting into his nostrils. Thump! 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 Lin An's heart raced like a startled deer, pounding wildly in his chest. From now on, call me Linger. My name is Linger. Marquis, you must hold Linger's name close to your heart. You have inherited Chen Pinggan's legacy. Linger has long regarded you as family. In the Fengyue Empire, the imperial males bore the surname Feng, while females took you. Out of respect for taboo names, no one ever mentioned the names of the royal family. Lin An had just learned that Yan'an County Princess' name was Linger, but his focus was on the fact that she had always known about Chen Pinggan's existence. So the princess had been feigning weakness all along. Princess, your seductive moves are rather stiff. No, it seems I'm the one who's stiff. How about we go to your boudoir to discuss how to keep the princess close to my heart? The boudoir is too far. Let's use the study instead. It's more thrilling. There's ink and brush there. When emotions run deep, I can compose poetry on your body. Lin An was no saint. The doctrines of self-restraint did not bind him. As he spoke, his hand found its way to Linger's slender waist and gave it a firm squeeze. Not an ounce of flab. Linger clearly maintained her figure through exercise. How intriguing. You? How dare you? Linger had never been treated this way by a man before. Her earlier actions were merely intended to secure Lin An's unwavering loyalty. But words failed her. Linger had thought Lin An was a devoted admirer, but he turned out to be a fierce wolf. How utterly absurd. How dare I? Lin An laughed. Princess, don't mistake me for a naive fool. You're trying to play games with me. You thought you could exploit me as free labor. You were sorely mistaken. My time is precious. Get to the point. Linger finally realized that her myriad tactics were futile against Lin An. She had no choice but to retreat to a corner, lowering her head. Linger wishes for the Marquis to help me seize power and the throne. That dog emperor murdered Linger's brother, robbing me of my dearest kin. He continuously cuts military funding and elevates the status of scholars. If this continues, the Fengyue Empire will inevitably crumble. Linger wants to become the empress. I beseech the Marquis for your aid. Linger uttered these treasonous words in her soft, sweet voice, leaving Lin An at a loss for how to respond. It was too outrageous. Lin An wanted to ask Linger what capital she had for rebellion. Did she truly intend to seduce a crowd with her beauty and send them to their deaths? The powerful figures of the Fengyue Empire were not lacking in women. Even if she were a princess in the end, who would be playing whom remained uncertain. Moreover, Lin An was 100% certain that Linger had no trusted confidants. She couldn't even control those around her, and had to feign weakness in the castle just to survive. Given such circumstances, how could rebellion possibly succeed? Princess, listen to me. It's not that I want to help you, but I truly lack the ability. Lin An waved his hand. He still needed to thrive in the Fengyue Empire. There was no way he would join Linger in rebellion. As if anticipating his refusal, Linger was not disheartened, and instead revealed the terms she could offer. Marquis, do not rush to a conclusion. Linger can promise you this: if you help me succeed and ascend the throne, I will unreservedly give you everything I can offer. Linger's gaze now held a hint of resolve, including myself and the spirit dragon in the palace. At that time, the Fengyue Empire shall have twin dragons, and half of Linger's glory will belong to you. This. Upon hearing these terms, Lin An hesitated. Ding. Yan'an County Princess, Linger has issued you an SS-Rank long-term quest: seize power and the throne. Quest rewards Prince Regent right to roam the Empress Boudoir, Grand General of the Heavenly Strategy, Grand Commandant, Grand Marshal, Grand Chancellor, Overseer of all officials. Open a mansion with equal status to the Three Excellencies, Commander of the Capital Region, Commander-in-Chief of all military affairs, Supreme Pillar of State, Prince of Fengyue, bearer of the Imperial Credential, holder of the Golden Axe. Enter the court. Without hastening praise, without bowing, wear a sword and shoes in the palace. Bestowal of the 9 bestowments: crown with 12 tassels, full imperial guard, ride the golden chariot with 6 horses, use imperial carriages, and attire raise the imperial flag. Lin An carefully counted the multitude of titles. A prince of Fengyue. That was a princely rank, and Fengyue City was the imperial capital. What prince could be granted the title of Fengyue? For example, would emperors like Lu Che or Li Shimin ever infect someone as the Prince of Chang'an? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was not just a prince. It was practically an emperor. A prince of the capital combined with the title of Prince Regent equaled an emperor in all but name. This single reward was enough to make Lin An kneel. Princess, if you do not abandon me, I vow to serve you with my life. I would gladly be your consort, or even your male favorite. Lin An did not kneel, but he bowed. A man's back must bend when necessary. Ding. You have accepted the SS-Rank long-term quest Seize Power and Throne. Seize Power and Throne Phase 1 help you linger the magistrate of Yunnan County gain control over a city. Phase 1 rewards city building token. Seize Power and Throne is a long-term quest. Moreover, it was an SS-Rank long-term quest destined to unfold across many phases. All Lin An had to do was help you linger Seize Power step by step. As for how to seize it, diplomatic means were acceptable as were martial ones. Sensing that Lin An had accepted the quest, Linger smiled radiantly and grew much closer to him. Marquis must strive hard. When Linger can control a city, whatever conditions you propose, Linger will agree to them. For now, Lin An and Linger were bound together like grasshoppers on a string, their fates intertwined. If this quest failed, Linger would die. Lin An might survive, but he wouldn't be able to stay in the Fengyue Empire. To go to other kingdoms and empires and serve foreign powers, that was something he could not do. Thus, he had to help Linger attain supreme power. To put it bluntly, Lin An was doing this for himself. Whether he could sleep in the dragon bed was irrelevant. What mattered was that the Fengyue Empire would be in his hands. Princess, I have a condition right now. Since we're on the same side, shouldn't you give me all your good items to help boost my strength? Lin An hadn't forgotten his true purpose. Best if you give me a piece of spirit dragon scale. Linger was afraid that Lin An would have no desires. A man with desires had the motivation to act. Spirit dragon scales. I have 3 pieces here bestowed by my father long ago and never used. They're yours now. The scales shed by spirit dragons have the marvelous effect of nourishing both yin and yang. Don't waste them on other women. Also, never go back to that queen tribe. Linger lightly shook her sleeve and 3 pink gold scales flew out, landing steadily in Lin An's palm. Obtained Spirit Dragon Scale Dark Gold X, 3 Spirit Dragon Scale, Dark Gold, a rare treasure. A spirit dragon sheds only 9 scales a year. Ground into powder and consumed, it surges blood energy, boosting all attributes by 50% for 1 hour with no side effects. A fine item, far more potent than any ordinary tonic. With spirit dragon scales, he wouldn't be a fleeting man, but a tireless plowman working the fields. Princess, you rest first. I'll take my leave. Lin An paid no heed to Linger's words. He absolutely had to go to the Queen tribe. Until he uncovered the whereabouts of the Holy Mother Water, his connection with those wild women would not end. As for whether to use the spirit dragon scales on whom and when, that was entirely Lin An's decision. Withdrawing from the palace, Lin An vaguely sensed that the county soldiers protecting Linger were actually monitoring her. Now that he knew Linger planned to rebel, everyone seemed like a spy to him. Advance to Spirit Dragon Heartblood. Ding. Advancing to Spirit Dragon Heartblood Ghost rank requires Spirit Dragon Scale Dark Gold. Advance. Yes. Success or failure hinged on this. Ding. Spirit Dragon Heartblood Ghost rank advanced successfully. Obtained Spirit Dragon Heart Spirit rank. Spirit Dragon Heart Spirit rank, the heart of a spirit dragon, a beast of fortune. Upon consumption, all attributes increase by 1,000 and life count increases by 1. Damn, a bicycle really can turn into a motorcycle. No, this is like turning a bicycle into a Ferrari. Lin An was already fantasizing about the beautiful days after helping Linger ascend to the throne, idly scraping scales off the spirit dragon and forcing it to spit out heartblood. Of course, this was merely Lin An's fantasy. The spirit dragon apparently shed only 9 scales a year, and forcibly pulled ones might not be effective. Moreover, the treasure of spirit dragon heartblood might not be regenerable. Constantly forcing the dragon to spit out heartblood could easily kill it. But even so, Lin An thought it was quite good. At least one spirit dragon could provide him with several extra life counts. The Fengyue Empire truly lived up to its name as an empire. Lin An had mused that even a small kingdom like Golden Border Kingdom possessed some Buddhist relics. How could the Fengyue Empire be inferior to a kingdom? From this perspective, the White Bear of the Rose Empire, the 8-headed serpent of the Fusang Empire, and the Imperial Eagle of the Starry Empire all seemed to have similar effects to the spirit dragon. Lin An had found a path to wealth. If he could domesticate the guardian beasts of all these empires in the future, he would never lack items to increase his life count. The spirit dragon's heart looked like a crystal glass ball, no bigger than a lollipop in his hand. He simply stuffed it into his mouth. Ding, you have consumed the spirit dragon heart spirit rank. All attributes increased by 1,000. Life count increased by 1. Ding. Your attack power has reached 50,000. Achievement unlocked 100 tempering. Before I knew it, my attack power has exceeded 50,000. These items really add a lot of attributes. But my level is still too low. Lin An was currently level 38 while Anbiza of the Starry Empire had already reached level 30. At that rate, he would eventually catch up to Lin An's level. However, Lin An wasn't in a hurry about levels anymore. What use was Ambiice's fast leveling? The Book of Death was in Lin An's hands. If he wanted to scatter Ambiice's soul, he could. One Book of Death rendered all players of Tianyu harmless to Lin An. Invincible. Truly invincible this time. Lin An was reluctant to kill Anbiza. When he could go to the Starry Empire, he could use the combined talent of Han Yuan and the others to steal Ambiice's strength talent and level up directly. Boss, those words I said to the princess were just jokes. Don't take them to heart. Park Gukchang suddenly appeared, sidling up to Lin An to explain what had happened earlier. Interrupted from his thoughts, Lin An decided not to dwell on the future. Handling the present tasks was most important. I don't mind. Linger has no one else in her heart but me. Oh, it's such a bother. I was born with this handsome face. It's fine that those pretty female streamers from Moondog like me, but even the princess has fallen for me. Annoying. Lin An's humble brag to Park Gukchang was undoubtedly a blow to him. Somewhat disheartened, Park Gukchang said, "The boss' brilliance is too dazzling. Standing beside you I feel dim. But I'm not that bad. If I can't win the princess, I can pursue a commandery princess. I hear the Fengyue Empire has many princes. When we get to the capital, maybe I can marry one. I still prefer those honest and well-behaved girls. Preferably from a wealthy family, so I won't have to work hard." Lin An realized that Park Gukchang was the most narcissistic one. With his looks, NPCs probably wouldn't fancy him. "If you don't want to work, come with me somewhere. They'll make it so you never have to work again." As Lin An began to smirk, Park Gukchang's pupils dilated. This was going to be bad. Oh my kidneys. Park Gukchang felt his sides, regretting that he hadn't asked for more tonic pills earlier. In the southwestern mountains of Cloud Shadow City, the Queen's tribe. Oh, no more. I have nothing left. Wah. In my next life, I swear I'll never be a man again. That damned Lin An wailing like this. You treat me like this, at least give me some coin. My body can't be yours for free. Lin An, listening to the relentless screams, felt a deep guilt toward Piao Guochang. More importantly, he had even given a spirit dragon scale to the chieftain of the Queen's tribe, instructing them to grind it into powder and feed it to Piao Guochang. Nearly an hour had passed. An iron rod must have been ground down to a needle by now. Chieftain of the Queen's tribe, Ajin LV. 70 HP. Attack. Defense. Speed. Skills. Chieftain Ajin had spent at least half an hour in the thatched hut, where Piao Guochang was being punished, before returning to the guest hut, where Lin An rested, her complexion ruddy. Piao Guochang had said he no longer wanted to struggle, and Lin An, to fulfill his brother's wish, had sent him here to be the tribe's captive husband. Marquis of Cloud Shadow, truth be told, I prefer you. If you would stay in our Queen's tribe, I could yield the chieftain's position to you. Ajin seemed unsatisfied still, and her gaze fell upon Lin An. Lin An was far more handsome than that soft persimmon Piao Guochang, with a robust build and an air of great strength. If Lin An could remain in the Queen's tribe, allowing the wild women of the tribe to obtain the finest genes, they would be more than willing. Ahem, you jest, chieftain. Lin An had no desire to serialize a tale like "My Days as Chieftain of the Queen's Tribe" revelry night after night on the player forums. He had to consider his kidneys and resist the temptation of becoming chieftain. Chieftain, have you thought over what I proposed? Tell me the whereabouts of the Holy Mother Water, and I might be able to solve your tribe's problems. Lin An had come for the Holy Mother Water and had already sacrificed a spirit dragon scale and Piao Guochang's dignity as a man. With such a great price paid, he had to obtain the Holy Mother Water. Ajin did not wish to deceive Lin An, so she told the truth. Marquis of Cloud Shadow, if we could find the Holy Mother Water, wouldn't we have done so ourselves? As for clues, I can offer only a little. You must understand the Queen's tribe was once a nation with its own cities and systems. But because the spring of the Holy Mother ran dry, the kingdom of women fell, and we degenerated to this state. Due to the difficulty of reproduction, we have had to do things that are hard to accept. If you can truly restore the Holy Mother spring to its former flowing state, then every member of the Queen's tribe will become your follower. Lin An finally understood a little of the Queen's tribe's history. They were not exactly human, but rather spirits that bore human forms and figures. The Holy Mother Water was essential for the wild women of the Queen's tribe to maintain their beauty and power. After the Holy Mother spring dried up, the female spirits of the kingdom of women began to degenerate. Their skin turned rough and their strength waned. Gradually, they could no longer sustain a nation and slowly declined to their current state. In the Heavenly Domain continent, all races maintained a balance. When one race rose, the others could only struggle to survive. Now the masters of the continent were humans. For other races to preserve their bloodline was already an achievement. Whether the hope is great or small, we must try. You said it yourselves. You cannot go on like this forever. Trust me this once. Lin An, if only for his own sake, had to accept this mission. Seeing Lin An's persistence, Ajin nodded in agreement. I will give you a map. You may go to the ruins of the Kingdom of Women. As for the clues I can provide, you will have to search the archives of the Kingdom of Women on your own. Ding. Chieftain of the Queen's Tribe Ajin has issued you an A-rank story mission, Holy Mother Spring. Accept. Ding. You have accepted the A-rank story mission, Holy Mother Spring. Holy Mother Spring, the life-giving spring of the once great Kingdom of Women, has run dry. Travel to the ruins of the Kingdom of Women and find a way to restore the Holy Mother Spring. The Kingdom of Women, the Holy Mother Spring. An A-rank story mission near Cloud Shadow City. It rings a bell. Lin An's gaze grew distant as he searched his memories. In his past life, a player had accepted this mission, but that player had not exposed it on the forums. Lin An knew of this incident because long after he had left Cloud Shadow City and was already making his way in the main city of Wind Moon City, a small-scale war broke out in Cloud Shadow City. The Wind Moon Empire had sent troops to annihilate the re-established Kingdom of Women. The Kingdom of Women had attempted to establish itself within the territory of the Wind Moon Empire, and the old Emperor of Wind Moon, even if he loathed war, could not tolerate such an act. For a conservative ruler like him, losing the territories passed down by his ancestors was an absolute bottom line. Moreover, this old emperor valued civil officials, indicating he cared deeply about his reputation. Thus, he could not allow the Kingdom of Women to be restored. In his past life, Lin An had only heard of this affair, and some on the forums had revealed the reason for the Kingdom of Women's restoration. It was said that a player had gained the trust of the Kingdom of Women, lured the beautiful female spirits to the Wind Moon Empire, and sold them off one by one to become playthings for the nobles and officials. When the female spirits of the Kingdom of Women discovered this, they saw rebellion as the only way to change their situation. As for the act of restoration, it was likely a last resort. Now Lin An understood. The Kingdom of Women was none other than the Queen's Tribe before his eyes. Here is the map. Only with this map can you enter the ruins of the Kingdom of Women. Do not lose it. Ajin pulled a piece of parchment from one of the two places on her body where she could hide things. Obtain map of the Kingdom of Women. Map of the Kingdom of Women. A map recording the route to the Kingdom of Women and its current state. Lin An somewhat disdainfully tossed the map into his backpack, though he did not show it on his face. Chieftain, let my brother stay here and wait for me. Give me some time. I will surely help you resolve your plight. Piao Guochang's torment had ended, but new suffering had begun. After an hour of labor, even with the spirit dragon scale, the physical and mental pain could not be erased. Lin An, feeling for Piao Guochang's ordeal, could only let him rest in the Queen's Tribe. Chieftain Ajin was of course more than willing. She was eager to have men stay permanently in the Queen's Tribe so that the wild women could become pregnant, bearing 7 children at a time and expand their population. The mountain path was treacherous, but it could not hinder Lin An. He had previously plundered some talents from players, among which a brank talent was exceptionally suited for travel. Divine Stride B increases movement speed 10-fold when moving out of combat. The effect of Divine Stride is nullified upon attracting aggro. This kind of talent, even if upgraded further, would only enhance movement speed. Moreover, upgrading a talent required sacrificing other talents. Lin An merely intended to use this brank talent for now. With such a massive increase in speed combined with Lin An's already formidable base movement speed, he could achieve an effect close to instantaneous movement. If any Taoist priest witnessed Lin An's current speed, they would surely suspect he had mastered the ancient Taoist art of earth shrinking to an inch. The site of the former Women's Kingdom was located at the junction of the Wind Moon Empire, the Golden Border Kingdom, and the Tianyu Empire. It was 100 li directly west of Cloud Hidden City. This area actually already fell under the jurisdiction of Xiaoguang County. Logically, the three kingdoms' border should have been heavily guarded by armies, but the complex terrain had turned this land into the most chaotic region along the Wind Moon Empire's frontier. There were no tribes here, but there were vast stretches of bandits and roving criminals. Occasionally, dilapidated structures could be seen in the woods. There were also numerous traps that one could easily step into. Lin An relied on his netherworld aim ability to avoid harm from the traps, and he drew closer to the site of the Women's Kingdom. So it's here, right next to Green Ridge Stronghold. Neither the Imperial Army nor players dare to come here. No wonder the site of the Women's Kingdom has remained undiscovered. The bandits of Green Ridge Stronghold might have found this place long ago. I need to be careful. Green Ridge Stronghold was the largest bandit group on the southwestern frontier of the Wind Moon Empire. At its peak, the entire stronghold boasted tens of thousands of bandits. What did tens of thousands of bandits mean? If they weren't afraid of provoking the Imperial Army, they could even seize a few county towns and turn them into their dens. The Wind Moon Empire, the Golden Border Kingdom, and the Tianyu Empire seemed to have tacitly allowed these bandits to remain in this lawless tri-border area. It wasn't that these countries couldn't intervene in the bandits' development, but that tolerating their existence relieved much of the pressure on these nations. The bandits gathered at the junction of the three kingdoms, at most robbing commoners. They wouldn't besiege cities or seize land. And because of the bandits' presence, these three countries didn't need to station large armies here. In terms of cost, keeping these bandits is quite necessary. A bunch of bastards. Lin An cursed, slowing down as he stepped onto a flat expanse overgrown with weeds. According to the map, crossing this grassland would lead to the site of the Women's Kingdom. As for how to enter, Lin An didn't know, and the map didn't specify. However, he activated Netherworld Aim and discovered that the grassland was almost entirely covered in traps so dense that only someone with wings could fly over them. Lin An carefully threaded his way through, not triggering a single trap. These traps must have been set by the bandits. It seemed the site of the Women's Kingdom had already been discovered by them. It took Lin An about 2 minutes to cross the grassland, and the map in his pack finally began to react. A barrier. This is actually a barrier. The Women's Kingdom really exists. A national border barrier. As mentioned before, players could only cross borders to other countries during national wars or other special circumstances. This was because the national border barriers on the frontiers prevented adventurers from stepping across. Now that a national border barrier had appeared at the site of the Women's Kingdom, Lin An was somewhat surprised. It at least indicated that within the game systems setting, the Women's Kingdom still existed. The map Lin An held allowed him to pass through this national border barrier and enter the Women's Kingdom. But the national border barrier only affects adventurers. Those bandits are red-name humanoid monsters. They are unaffected by it. Damn it, I hope the historical archives of the Women's Kingdom haven't been destroyed. Worried, Lin An quickened his pace, passed through the national border barrier, and a brand new world unfolded before him. Ding! You have discovered a hidden secret realm, the Women's Kingdom Secret Realm. From the outside, the grassland was bordered by a forest, but upon entering the secret realm, a magnificent city built upon a mountain appeared before him. The surfaces of the city's buildings were covered in moss, and some structures had rotted and collapsed. Yet through various traces, Lin An could still sense the former prosperity of the Women's Kingdom. The historical archives are on the west side of the Matron Square, halfway up the mountain. I need to go up first. Lin An took out the map and studied it. All the public buildings in the Women's Kingdom city were clustered around Matron Square. At the center of Matron Square was the Matron Spring. This square was located halfway up the mountain. Further up was the Women's Kingdom's palace. Lin An wanted to enter the city quickly, so he didn't wait for the cooldown of the Netherworld Aim skill to reset. Just as Lin An disappeared at the foot of the mountain, a group of oddly dressed red-name bandits emerged. They exchanged glances, then left the Women's Kingdom secret realm to report the news. After entering the city, Lin An encountered some trouble. The Women's Kingdom secret realm was not peaceful. There were still wild monsters present. The city was filled with drifting, faceless female spirits. These faceless female spirits had flesh-colored flat faces with no features, not even eyes. They wore pale blue long dresses. They were quite terrifying. Faceless female spirit LV. 50 HP, 3000 magic power, 1000 defense, 300 speed, 1 skill whale. They were all magic-type minor monsters with low HP and defense. Their level was only 13 levels below Lin An, giving him a hit rate of over 30%, which was decent. 3000 ding. Plunder talent activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of the faceless female spirit, increasing magic power by 1000. Ding. You have slain the faceless female spirit. Experience 4000. It was satisfying to absorb all the experience alone. As soon as he shot down, the first faceless female spirit, equipment dropped. Obtained faceless staff, silver coins 45. The drop rate seems pretty good. I hope I can get more equipment. Lin An tossed the item into his pack, then appointed Han Yun as the vice guild leader, asking her to collect the day's membership fees. Lin An discussed this matter with Han Yun while killing monsters. Eventually, they reached an agreement. Han Yun and her group would work for Lin An managing the guild, and in return, Lin An would waive the membership fees for the 5 of them. This meant that Han Yun, Han Xing, and the others would no longer have to hand over 5 skill books or 50 pieces of equipment each day. Lin An's primary consideration was for Piao Guochang. Piao Guochang was still in the Queen's tribe and couldn't leave for the time being, so the task of collecting the guild entry fees had to be handled by Han Yun. 3000. Ding. The plunder talent has taken effect. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of the Faceless Siren, increasing your defense by 300. Ding. You have slain the Faceless Siren, gaining 4000 experience. Ding. The experience orb effect has been triggered. Obtained 4,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has increased to 13, granting 1 point to all 4 primary attributes and 3 assignable attribute points. A flash of white light from leveling up flickered across Lin An's body. Lin An was on the verge of leveling up when the War of Nations ended. By venturing into the Daughter Kingdom's secret realm and slaying over a dozen faceless sirens along with several activations of the experience orb's effect, he finally gained this level. The higher his level, the more efficiently Lin An could slay the faceless sirens. What is this? I've never heard of it before. The faceless siren that helped Lin An level up also dropped a black crystal. Obtained Styx tier crystal silver grade silver coins 42. Styx tier crystal silver grade, a crystalline tier shed by the legendary Styx sirens. It contains a sliver of netherworld power. Using it on a target inflicts a fear state lasting 1 second. A fine item. Let's upgrade it. Ding. Upgrading the Styx tier crystal silver grade requires 1 bronze tier equipment piece. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Ding. The Styx tier crystal silver grade has been upgraded successfully. Obtain Styx Frost Crystal Gold Grade. Styx Frost Crystal Gold Grade legend has it that the Styx River endures eternal bitter cold, yet never freezes. However, splashes of Styx water that land on the shore occasionally freeze into frost crystals. It contains a wisp of netherworld power. Using it on a target inflicts a frozen state lasting 3 seconds. In my past life I'd been to the Divine Realm, but never to the netherworld. In this life, I seem to have quite the affinity with the netherworld. I must go there someday just to see it as a tourist trip. Lin An recalled his wedding with Xiao Qingru. When they stood on the Magpie Bridge, it was essentially as if they had already visited the Divine Realm. As for the netherworld, Lin An had heard of it often, but never had the chance to explore it. For half a year to a year after the humans of Blue Star were transported into the world of Celestial Domain, they were almost constantly engaged in the War of Nations. There truly weren't that many players with the leisure to explore. I can't upgrade it further. The next tier would require too much equipment. Lin An stored the Styx Frost Crystal in his backpack. For this type of special item, upgrading from gold grade to dark gold grade requires 10 bronze tier equipment pieces. Lin An was in dire need of equipment now, and he needed a great deal of it. His primary goal was still to gather 10 spirit tier equipment pieces to upgrade the experience orb. 3,000. Ding. The plunder talent has taken effect. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of the Faceless Siren, increasing your movement speed by 1. Ding. You have slain the Faceless Siren, gaining 3,800 experience. Obtained Faceless Robe silver coins 51. Lin An cleared out the Faceless Sirens as he advanced from the city's foot to its heart. By the time he reached the Madonna Square, the nearby Faceless Sirens had thinned out somewhat. Lin An counted the Styx tier crystals in his backpack. There were a full 16 of them. The drop rate was simply incredible. The Faceless Sirens were just ordinary monsters, not elites, yet the drop rate was maxed out. He had even gotten dozens of equipment pieces. Is this the Madonna Spring? At the center of Madonna Square lay a dried-up pool. In the middle stood a nude female statue holding a treasure bottle in both hands, as if pouring water. But the bottle contained none, and the earth in the pool was cracked and parched. There was no water in the Madonna Spring, only dirt. What do I do now? Madonna, don't you have a single drop of water left? Lin An gazed at the Madonna statue, feeling that there was no solution to be found in this place. It seemed he would have to follow the path suggested by the quest description and head to the Archives Hall to learn what happened when the Madonna Spring dried up all those years ago. The Archives Hall stood as an independent structure. At its entrance were 4 monsters distinct from the Faceless Sirens. They wore dark purple leather armor covered in barbs. Thorn Siren LV. 50. Elite Monster. HP 5000. Magic Power 1500. Defense 500. Speed 1. Skill Thorn Strike. Who dares intrude upon the Daughter Kingdom? Thorns. Ding. The Thorn Siren has used the skill Thorn Strike on you. Ding. The Thorn Siren has used the skill Thorn Strike on you. The Thorn Sirens guarding the entrance of the Daughter Kingdom Archives Hall spotted Lin An immediately and used their skills without hesitation. 4 barbed spikes erupted from the ground beneath Lin An's crotch. Lin An leaped up in fright. If those thorn strikes had hit him, he would have been either dead or stripped of his manhood. Lin An's reaction speed was extremely fast, allowing him to dodge the spikes. Seeing Lin An evade their attack, the Thorn Sirens enraged charged at him, wielding dark purple whips covered in barbs, truly living up to their Thorn name. Even players with a masochistic streak, upon seeing these whips that could tear flesh and cause relentless bleeding with a single lash, would certainly not wish to be struck. Wanna whip me? We'll see if you have what it takes. Lin An maintained a tantalizing distance. The whips in the Thorn Siren's hands were a full 18 meters long. Crack, crack, crack. Several long whips snapped through the air, producing sonic booms. The power of the thorn sirens traveled from the handles to the tips of their whips. If these attacks struck a player, they would undoubtedly deal immense magical critical damage. Lin An had not brought Piao Guochang along. His attack range was merely standard, just 2 meters longer than the thorn sirens' long whips. It was precisely because of this 2-meter safe distance. Lin An managed to remain out of their reach. 5,000. Ding. The plunder talent has taken effect. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of the thorn siren, increasing your magic power by 1,500. Ding. You have slain the thorn siren, gaining 6,000 experience. Ding. The experience orb effect has been triggered. Obtained 6,000 experience points. A single hit struck true. Only 3 of the 4 thorn sirens remained. The death of their comrade elicited a fierce, vicious howl from them. Aya! The piercing sound quickly spread throughout the entire capital city of the Daughter Kingdom. Faceless sirens and thorn sirens from all directions heard the call and rushed over. The thorn sirens guarding the other buildings near the archives hall were already in the vicinity and could join the battle immediately. In an instant, Lin An was surrounded by over a dozen thorn sirens, all clad in leather and wielding whips. This reminded Lin An of a movie about a tycoon he had once watched, which also featured a whip-wielding woman. Is this a role-playing game? There are a bit too many of you. I'm afraid my body can't take it. Welcome at me, all of you. I'll finish you off in one go and save some time. Lin An stopped his inefficient normal attacks and began leading the thorn sirens in circles around the Madonna Spring. With each lap, he ran the number of thorn sirens and faceless sirens trailing behind him increased. In the palace of the Kingdom of Women atop a lofty mountain observatory, a still charming noblewoman gazed down at the chase beside the sacred Mother Spring. A flush of crimson crept across her face. A man, a living man. I haven't seen one in over a millennium. Humph, how useless I am. I've done nothing, yet my mind already wanders into fantasies. The noblewoman wore a crown upon her head and held a platinum scepter in her hand. Her eyes were clear and lucid, utterly unlike those of the frenzied female spirits. Time had left no marks of weariness on the queen's face. Her skin remained so delicate, it seemed it might break at a touch. A maiden's shyness could still bloom in every glance and smile. Yet the fullness of her form was a mature charm that set her apart from younger girls. A fruit ripened to perfection, ready to yield its sweetness at the first bite. But if you come to restore the kingdom of women, I won't go easy on you. As the queen laughed, her robe white as snow turned black in an instant, along with her crown and scepter. Am I seeing things? A black just appeared on the mountaintop. Lin An activated his netherworld aim, sensing someone watching him. He then looked up at the peak, but the distance was too great. He only saw a dark speck suddenly appear there. Strange, could it be a boss? Let's deal with these annoying female spirits first. Heavenly Flower Scatter. Shadow Arrow Rain. Shredding Rain. He unleashed these 3 area effect skills in succession, completely engulfing the female spirits chasing him. 3,000 ding. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of a faceless female spirit. Maximum health increased by 3,000. Ding. You have slain a faceless female spirit. Experience 3,800, 5,000 ding. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute affix of a thorn female spirit. Maximum health increased by 5,000. Ding. You have slain a thorn female spirit. Experience 6,000. Shredding Rain was the most terrifying. Its 100-fold spell power damage made Lin An never even consider upgrading this skill. A gold-tier skill capable of dealing 100-fold spell power damage. Among archer classes, this was the only one. Coincidentally, Lin An had plundered many attribute affixes of spirit and spell power during the Kingdom War. Combined with the spell power affixes plundered from these female spirits, Lin An's spell power had now accumulated to over 15,000 points. 100 times that damage meant a staggering 1.5 million. Even after accounting for defense reductions, the damage was still formidable. It was more than enough to instantly kill these female spirits with only a few thousand health points. The Sacred Mother Square was littered with dropped equipment, sticks, tier crystals, and silver coins. Lin An gathered them all. What his inventory couldn't hold, he tossed into the guild warehouse. If the guild warehouse was also full, Han Yun would transfer them to her personal storage. Han Yun dared not embezzle these items, as she knew Lin An had plundered Han Ying's thief saint talent. If she pocketed the equipment and skill books, Lin An would likely catch her later and subject her to endless harassment, groping her until she was rubbed raw. Guild channel. Lin An, I'm telling you all, step it up and level up the guild today. The guild warehouse space is running out. The guild warehouse currently had only 100 slots, but it was free. If the guild leveled up once more, Lin An could spend money to upgrade it, while level 2 guild could have up to 500 slots. For Lin An, this was a portable storage space, so he naturally wanted it expanded as soon as possible. Sanxue, guild leader, you should focus on upgrading the experience orb first. Once it's upgraded, everyone gains experience faster, and the guild's leveling speed will increase. Since Lin An appointed Han Yun as the vice guild leader of the human realm, Guild Wang Tsong had been feeling resentful and frequently vented in the guild channel. Lin An had always ignored him. Wang Tsong provided him with plenty of resources daily, so let him complain, but now he was even challenging Lin An. Lin An, so you all want me to upgrade the experience orb, huh? Sanxue, naturally. We contribute resources and join the Human Realm Guild for the experience orbs bonus. If the guild leader can upgrade it, I'm willing to increase my daily resource contribution. Oreo, same here. Han Xing, upgrading the experience orb boosts everyone's leveling speed and resource acquisition. It's a mutually beneficial move. From top to bottom, all 100 members of the Human Realm Guild, including Lin An himself, recognized the benefits of upgrading the experience orb. However, Lin An lacked sufficient resources. To acquire tens of thousands of equipment pieces, he would either need to recruit more players into the guild or provide ample materials to players with crafting and forging life skills to produce more handmade equipment. Lin An opened the Human Realm Guild panel. He remembered that during the Kingdom War, the guild's upgrade experience was already halfway there. Guild Human Realm, Level 1 Guild Leader Lin and Vice Guild Leaders Piao Guochang, Han Yun, Elder Vacant Elite 0 members 997 Guild Funds Gold 386, Silver 52, Copper 79 Guild Warehouse 10001000, Guild Experience 984, Guild Bonus Attributes Experience Gain 5, Damage 5, Guild Relic Experience Orb Spirit Grade. The Human Realm Guild was just over 100 experience points away from leveling up. Based on the guild's 10 experience contribution from partying members, if Sanxue and the others farmed a little over 1 million experience in a party, it would be enough. Logically, the guild shouldn't be leveling this slowly. To go from level 1 to level 2 required 10 million guild experience. Multiplied by 10, that was 100 million experience divided among 100 members. Each member only needed to farm 100 experience. Was that a lot? It seemed like a lot. But don't forget the experience orbs bonus. The average level of Human Realm Guild members had already reached 22, with almost everyone gaining about 6 levels after joining. Calculating this, Lin An realized that about half the members weren't partying to farm experience. So many lone wolves. Lin An didn't think they were deliberately slowing the guild's progress. Normal players would party if they could, as it boosted leveling efficiency. Forget it. The guild will level up in at most 10 minutes. Let them play how they want. Do they really think I see guild development as a big deal? Lin An shook his head, dismissing other thoughts, and turned to enter the Kingdom of Women's Historical Archive, the repository of the kingdom's rise and fall. Inside the archive hall, thorns covered the ground, and weeds grew in profusion. There were no bookshelves, nor any rotting books. What Lin An saw were stone tablets draped in moss, each engraved with a number representing a point in time. Don't bother with the older ones. Just look at the tablet closest to the present. Ignoring the ancient stele, Lin An followed the chronological order and found a stone slab with only half of its inscription carved. As for how many years had passed since the time marked on it, Lin An didn't bother to calculate. He couldn't figure it out anyway. The dates on these tablets followed the calendar of the Women's Kingdom. Lin An used the longbow in his hand to sweep away the moss covering the stone tablet. The words gradually emerged, and the obscure script of the Women's Kingdom flowed into his mind. A vivid scene surfaced like a dream. Within a grand hall, Lin An's presence materialized as a phantom stepping into this fragment of history. On the hall's platform stood 7 stunning beauties, each with distinct features, yet equally captivating. The woman seated on the throne was particularly breathtaking. Lin An's heart stirred with just a single glance. Your Majesty, an evil force has invaded the sacred spring, and the spring's eye seems to be blocked, reported a minister detailing the anomaly at the sacred spring to the queen on her throne. A minister reported the anomaly at the sacred spring to the queen seated on the throne. The queen of the Women's Kingdom showed no surprise at all. I told you long ago that the female elf race fond of consorting with human men would ruin the Women's Kingdom and defile the sacred spring. Now my words have come true. Deal with it yourselves. Female demon. Female elf. Female fiend. Weren't these the same? Lin An was utterly confused about the difference between a female demon and a female elf. But soon the debate among the ministers and the queen in the hall clarified the matter for Lin An. Within the Women's Kingdom, there were 2 races, the female demon race and the female elf race. The current queen Lin An saw was from the female demon race. After taking the throne, she sought to expel the female elves from the kingdom, pinning the blame for the drying of the sacred spring entirely on them. In the end, the queen succeeded in her scheme. Yet her approach was rather crude and simplistic. If Lin An were in control of the women's kingdom, he would first expand his territory, build prestige through war, and then gradually marginalize the female elves. Of course, Lin An's methods were hardly brilliant either. But for a small nation like the women's kingdom, internal strife could only lead to one outcome: annihilation. A large nation torn by internal conflict might endure for a while on its reserves, but even so it could fall prey to enemies. For a small nation, internal strife was nothing short of suicide. Things are suddenly crystal clear. Find this queen of the women's kingdom, and the root of the sacred springs anomaly will be on her. Lin An had figured out his next move. The queen tribe must be the exiled female elves, while the female demons remaining in the women's kingdom are the ones here. It seems neither race ended well. One turned into wild women, the other into killing machines. What was the queen even aiming for? Killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of your own. Hurting others without benefiting yourself. No, I get it. Lin An pondered incessantly, suddenly recalling a famous saying after him: "Gone, let the floods rage." 99% of people are selfish. If a man is not for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Female demons must be the same. As Lin An grasped this, his task changed. Ding. Quest updated: Sacred Spring. Head to the palace to find the trace of the women's kingdom's queen. Be extremely cautious. Her strength is immense, and you may not be her match. Not her match. Who are you underestimating? Lin An speculated that the current queen might be the same one recorded on the stone tablet. If so, she could have lived for an incredibly long time. 1,000-year tortoise, a tenth a sandier turtle. Living long enough makes one invincible. The queen's power might surpass that of the faceless female demon or the thorn female demon, but Lin An had already found a way to defeat the boss. Advance the poison god talent. Ding. Advancing the grade poison god talent requires consuming 2 talent traits. Proceed. Advance. Ding. Grade talent advanced successfully. You have activated a grade talent, Poison God. Poison God A can attach toxins to all things. The higher the item's grade, the stronger the toxin effect. Toxins automatically inflict a 0.01 max HP reduction per second. The Poison God talent leveled up with a new effect, but such an advanced grade talent wouldn't be too powerful. As mentioned earlier, a grade talent advancing to grade is generally weaker than a natural grade talent. Similarly, a grade talent advancing to a grade is weaker than a natural grade talent. So this added effect of Poison God had a negligible impact on bosses. Even a bronze-level boss regenerates more than 0.01 HP per second. But Lin An could continue advancing. Ding. Advancing a grade Poison God talent requires consuming 3 talent traits. Proceed. Yes. Ding. A grade talent advanced successfully. You have activated grade talent Poison God. Poison Goddess can attach toxins to all things. The higher the item's grade, the stronger the toxin effect. Additionally, can release poison gas into the air. Toxins automatically inflict a 0.01 max HP reduction per second. Players with grade Poison God talent automatically learn a talent skill. Ding. You have learned the talent skill Invulnerable to all poisons, immortal grade. Invulnerable to all poisons, immortal grade. Passive skill grants complete immunity to all forms of toxin attacks: poison gas, venom, poison, mist, etc. Also absorbs all forms of toxins to enhance personal strength. Damn, this is awesome. Getting stronger by eating poison. I'm invincible. Lin An hadn't expected the Poison God talent to grant a talent skill upon advancing to grade. And it was a passive skill requiring no activation from Lin An. He seemed to have become a congenital poison body. Too powerful. If this talent were given back to Xiao Qingru, wouldn't she become a female poison god? With the Poison God talent upgraded to S-Rank, its effects would certainly be sufficient. The 1000th health reduction effect combined with the bonuses from poison-attached skills and items might allow Lin An to raise this health reduction to 1%. Fully prepared, Lin An strode out of the archives and changed direction, heading straight for the royal palace. He now understood what the black speck that had suddenly appeared atop the mountain was. It was most likely the queen of the women's kingdom. The target had appeared. Lin An could hardly wait to engage the queen in a fierce battle, determined to extract the holy mother water from her to complete his objective. As Lin An entered the palace, more guests arrived within the women's kingdom's secret realm. Their numbers were immense, streaming endlessly from the grassland outside the realm into the kingdom. Had Lin An seen them, he would have instantly recognized their bandit identities. Men at last. I hope you can surprise me and last a little longer. The queen of the women's kingdom, watching from the mountaintop viewing platform, saw Lin An enter the palace. She also noticed he was heading straight for the summit, and his speed was astonishing. He could cover hundreds of meters in just a second or two. This speed amazed the queen. What a man. So fast. If he can also endure longer, the millennium of pent-up gloom I've suffered might just be released all at once. The queen turned her black robe, transforming into a pure white one. She intended to toy with Lin and play her games, and then kill him when she grew bored. Lin An was swift and enduring. Holding a map of the women's kingdom, he couldn't get lost and reached the palace atop the mountain in just 1 minute. The queen had not allowed any female demons into the palace, saving Lin An much trouble. Just as Lin An prepared to battle the queen to the death and complete his mission, the queen from the historical fragment emerged. Lin An was stunned, staring at the queen in disbelief. It wasn't that he was bewitched by her beauty. He realized the ultimate boss he thought he faced was actually a green-named NPC. Can you imagine that feeling? Lin An didn't know what to do. His condensed shadow arrow was already knocked, nearly flying out. Handsome young master, I've been waiting for you so long. Have you come to save me from this sea of suffering? Those female demons outside are terrifying, and I'm so scared. The queen transformed from a boss into a peaceful NPC, acting coy as she rushed toward Lin An. Lin An was highly vigilant. A woman who throws herself at you like that is definitely not trustworthy. A boy must protect himself outside, so he dodged. The queen nearly stumbled, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes as she looked down, but quickly resumed her tender and affectionate demeanor. Your Majesty, please turn black quickly. I can't wait to take you down. Once I kill you, the Holy Mother Spring should be restored. Lin An was impatient, or rather extremely anxious. Killing a green-named NPC yields nothing. If he killed the queen, and the Holy Mother water didn't flow, failing the mission, that would be a disaster. Men are always impatient. There's no need to rush now. Are you truly willing to kill me? The queen was surprised as she thought Lin An was a lecher, but he seemed more like a holy monk. But she didn't believe this was the real Lin An. Men always have hard mouths. Adventurer, you're not one of those contradictory types, are you? An ascetic in public and a libertine in private. Spend a moment of pleasure with me, and I'll tell you how to restore the Holy Mother Spring. Seeing the queen's wanton demeanor, Lin An wanted to pin her down and declare, little brother, am a contradiction indeed. But for the sake of his life, completing the mission, and his brother Piao Guochang still serving time in the queen's tribe. Stop flirting with me. Let's get down to business. If you don't transform, I'll still kill you. After that, I'll smash the Holy Mother statue to see what's really in the spring. Lin An lacked patience, a flaw, and a strength. Ding, to attach poison to Shadow Burst requires 50,000 health points. Effect after attachment forcefully deducts 9th essence of health per second, guaranteed, hit duration 5 minutes. Shadow Burst. Release poison. 50,000. A damage number floated above Lin An's head, and his health dropped by a chunk. However, green toxic mist immediately filled the palace, and a shadow power erupted from Lin An. Miss? The queen's level was as high as 80. It was normal for Lin An's skills to miss her, but the poison effect was guaranteed. The queen groaned, already poisoned by Lin An. Since the mask was off to kill Lin An and save herself, she transformed back into her boss form. The corrupted queen near LV. 80 dark gold boss health, 0 spell power, 4 defense, 0 speed, 1 skills Banshee Scream, malevolent magic bullet Stygian, Surge. The queen, fully corrupted by the netherworld's power, possesses endless life as long as she takes no damage. In return, her strength is fixed at her most beautiful age of 18. Only her strength. An 80 level dark gold boss. I thought it would at least be a spirit level boss. Lin An had read the mission description suggesting he might not be a match for the queen, so he advanced his poison god talent, only to find she was just a dark gold boss. An A-rank story mission, and the ultimate boss is just a dark gold one. 3,000. The queen's health dropped by 1% every second. Lin An only needed to dodge her attacks. Killing such a dark gold boss was no challenge. But the Holy Mother Spring mission was an A-rank story mission. Its difficulty surely wouldn't stop here. Perhaps after killing the queen, new mission content would emerge. From the moment he entered the Women's Kingdom's secret realm and obtained the first Stygian tier crystal, every anomaly there was linked to the netherworld. Lin An wondered if he would later be sent to the netherworld to find a way to restore the Holy Mother water. If that were the case, he certainly wouldn't go. Going to the netherworld at over 30 levels. That would be like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. Time passed quickly, and the queen's health dropped to less than 100,000. She was in great pain because her current power was far from her prime. The beauty of 18 was fine, but the combat strength at 38 was far greater. At 31 is like a wolf, at 40 like a tiger. The queen's appearance was fixed at 30 or 40 years old, but her strength was too weak. If I hadn't degenerated, you wouldn't even be able to move if you met me today. The queen spouted nonsense, continuously summoning malevolent magic bullets to attack Lin, but they all hit the walls. With Lin An's speed, if he truly wanted to play the queen, couldn't even touch a hair on his head. I can't take it anymore. Great sticks, channel your waters into this palace and corrode all this wickedness. Surge of the Sticks. The Queen of the Women's Kingdom, gradually enraged by Lin An's taunts, abandoned her other skill, Banshee's Wail, and unleashed her ultimate move directly. As the Queen of the Women's Kingdom waved her scepter, a rift in the void tore open in the palace ceiling. Bone-chilling winds howled through the cracks, stiffening Lin An's entire body. The chill wind was merely an appetizer. As Lin An was frozen solid, he heard the roar of a mighty river. The sticks roared in fury. A torrent of violet-black water surged from the rift in the void, swiftly flooding the entire palace. The river's waters descended from the heavens, crashing against Lin An again and again. Half of Lin An's body was submerged in the Stygian waters. The river's waters also soaked the queen's ceremonial robe, revealing her exquisite form through the sheer fabric. Yet Lin An had no mind to appreciate the sight as his health plummeted rapidly. 10000, 10000, 10000. I admit I underestimated you, but you've underestimated me too. In desperation, Lin An pulled a violet-black tome from his backpack. Its cover bore only a single runic symbol devoid of any text. Yet the moment the book appeared, the raging Stygian waters were drawn into it, absorbed completely. What treasure is this? I sensed the power of a deity. The queen knelt on the drenched floor. The toxins that had plagued her were washed away by the Styx' waters, and her health loss ceased. But unleashing the surge of the Styx had drained her completely, leaving her utterly powerless. If Lin An wished, he could have her assume any position he desired. Have you heard of the Nether Tome? Let me enlighten you. My class is the Shadowbolt Venerable. The Nether Tome is the book of the underworld. I believe it can counter powers originating from the Styx. Your skill is at most immortal tier, while the Nether Tome is divine tier. Do you understand? Having absorbed the Styx' waters, the tome remained unchanged, lying there quietly. However, the queen's courage had been thoroughly shattered. Shadowbolt Venerable, the inheritor of the Shadowbolt deity, one of the 6 supreme gods of the underworld. This humble one misjudged you. I beg your forgiveness for my offense. The queen, propping herself up on her hands, knelt before Lin An with the last of her strength. She was already incapacitated, otherwise she would never have knelt to an adventurer like Lin An. As for the identity of the Shadowbolt Venerable, it only made the queen realize she stood no chance against him. Speak. How do we restore the Holy Mother Spring? Lin An refrained from attacking the queen, further his priority, now the Holy Mother Water. The queen, having already submitted, dared not conceal anything. She no longer believed the Women's Kingdom could ever return to its former state. Your Excellency, the drying of the Holy Mother Spring has nothing to do with me. When I ascended to the throne, the spring's source was already blocked, and no water flowed forth. I then used certain means to make my people believe the spring was normal, but it was all an illusion. In my attempts to clear the spring's source, I was corrupted by the power of the underworld. Once I could no longer hide it, I blamed everything on the female elf race. Everything I say is the truth. I beseech your Excellency to see clearly. Lin An never considered himself a good man. To let a delicate dark gold boss off the hook, would he still be a man? A level 80 dark gold boss. Killing it would grant him at least 2 or 3 levels. Moreover, the queen had been corrupted, and her pitiful state was merely an act to survive. Since you can't restore the spring, either don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin An conjured a shadow bolt, coating it with venom, ready to end the queen's life. But at that moment, a fierce gale suddenly raged outside the observation deck. The sky turned black, and a terrifying vortex twisted the storm clouds, lightning crackling, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The queen noticed the external anomaly and breathed a sigh of relief, believing Lin An would go investigate. Yet the next moment, his fingers loosened on the bowstring. Whoosh! The shadow bolt laced with venom struck the queen's full bosom. 84000. Your plunder talent has activated. You have successfully plundered the attribute entry of the corrupted Queen Nell. Max HP increased by 30000. You have slain the dark gold boss corrupted Queen Nell. Experience gained 1000000. Your level has increased to 41. You have gained 2 points in 4 primary attributes and 6 assignable points. You are the first player in Cloud Shadow City to slay a dark gold boss. A system announcement will be made. Do you wish to remain anonymous? No. Cloud Shadow City announcement: player Lin An has slain the dark gold boss corrupted Queen Nell. Reward 100-step piercing dark gold. 100-step piercing dark gold, a state skill. Upon use, increases the player's hit rate by 10. Duration 3 seconds. Cost 1000 mana. Finally, an archer's essential skill. Every archer strives for flawless accuracy. 100-step piercing, a skill that boosts hit rate, is naturally sought after by archers, though its duration is short and the hit rate increase modest. But for Lin An, who possessed an advanced talent, these drawbacks were irrelevant. Piao Guichong, the game system seems to be letting you off the hook. Lin An learned the skill, allocated his points, and then picked up the items dropped by the queen. Obtained Queen Scepter Dark Gold Guild Token X1 Malevolent Magic Bullet Dark Gold Coins X286. A second guild token. This. As luck would have it, Lin An had obtained another guild token, likely the second one in the game Realm of Heaven, as no one else had yet established a guild. This put Lin An in a bind. Deciding what to do with this token became a major dilemma. Boom, boom. The thunder outside seemed to pierce the soul, growing louder and more intense. Lin An had no choice but to shift his attention back to it. He'll deal with this later. What's happening out there? Lin An tossed the guild token into his guild storage rather than his backpack, deliberately setting a trap to lure someone with it. Lin An walked to the observation deck, standing at the spot where the Queen of the Women's Kingdom had once gazed down upon her capital. The previously silent streets were now teeming with people. At a rough glance, at least 40 to 50,000 people had flooded into the Women's Kingdom's secret realm. Did the bandits of Qinggang Stockade mobilize their entire force? They must have spotted me when I entered. All those who entered the Women's Kingdom's secret realm were bandits uniformly marked as red name monsters with levels ranging from 50 to 80. They chose neither earlier nor later, but precisely after Lin An's entry to storm the secret realm, there was definitely something suspicious about it. After slaying the Queen of the Women's Kingdom, the quest underwent a new transformation. Ding. Quest updated. Sacred Mother Spring. The Queen of the Women's Kingdom has fallen. Before her death, she summoned the waters of the Styx, awakening the netherworld energy within the Sacred Mother Spring and causing it to mutate. Proceed immediately to the Sacred Mother Square to investigate. It was truly a chain of events. Lin An had to complete one small goal to unveil the next. The bandits of Qinggang Stockade had already encircled the Sacred Mother Square. Their chieftains had also approached the statue of the Sacred Mother. The statue, already fissured when the Styx was summoned by the Queen, had now completely shattered. Lin An leaped from the observation deck, transforming into a shadow that drifted toward the Sacred Mother Square. The gloomy weather outside suited his abilities perfectly. On the Sacred Mother Square, the netherworld energy erupting from the broken statue formed into turbid black orbs that orbited around the Sacred Mother Spring. The great chieftain of Qinggang Stockade was completely bald with several burn scars on his scalp. No one would have imagined that the leader of the largest bandit group at the crossroads of three kingdoms was actually a monk. Xinxian was his monastic name. He was not from the Fengyue Empire, but hailed from the Tianyu Empire. Xinxian placed his left palm before his chest, held a staff in his right hand, and murmured incantations, drawing the netherworld energy toward himself. One by one, the turbid black spheres entered his body through his nostrils, and his monk's robe turned black. Shengxuan's transformation mirrored that of the Queen of the Women's Kingdom. But this was merely an external change. As the netherworld energy infused his body, his aura surged, and his power greatly increased. The surrounding bandits revealed expressions of joy. The great chieftain has succeeded. Haha, from now on Qinggang Stockade will rise as the third great empire in the east alongside Fengyue, Tianyu, and Fusang. When we return to the stockade, we must celebrate heartily and toast the great chieftain's successful demonization. Shortly after Xinxian completed his demonic transformation, the shadow that was Lin An drifted onto the roof of the Sacred Mother Square's historical archive. Lin An activated Netherworld AIM to examine Xinxian fully, reading his attribute panel. Great Chieftain of Qinggang Stockade, Xinxian LV. 120 Spirit Grade Boss, HP 2, Attack, 4, Defense, 0 Speed, 6 Skills, Demonic Radiance, Instant Demonization, Lay Down the Blade, Styx Surge. A Qinggang Stockade Chieftain fully corrupted by netherworld power. Xinxian has abandoned divinity for demonic nature, greatly enhancing his strength. A Dark Saint. A Spirit Grade Boss. Damn, even stronger than Paisong, the Border Marshal of the Golden Border Kingdom. I knew an rank quest couldn't be that simple. Lin An had slain Pong of the Golden Border Kingdom, who had only 10 million HP, using Nether Shadow Tracking Arrow coupled with Venom God's Toxins. Now a mere bandit leader after being transformed by netherworld energy boasted 20 million HP. Of course, Xinxian being a monk meant high HP and defense were normal, but this was still absurd. In his past life, Lin An had slain many spirit grade bosses, but he had never seen a level 120 spirit grade boss with such monstrous attributes. Strange. In my past life, I never heard of Qinggang Stockade causing trouble on the southwestern border of the Fengyue Empire. With his current strength, he could carve out a kingdom in the Golden Border Kingdom. He shouldn't have remained unknown. How did the guy who took the Sacred Mother Spring quest in my past life kill this bastard? Lin An wasn't without the means to slay Xinxian. With his Shrank talent Venom God, he could wear him down. But the surrounding bandits were too numerous. If Lin An rushed in and unleashed Shadow Burst, the bandits would swarm him, and he wouldn't even escape before being drowned in their spittle. This humble monk, Xinxian, greets you, benefactor. Ba. After fully acclimating to his enhanced strength, Xinxian also detected Lin An. A spirit-grade boss. Spiritual perception was no joke. And this was still a human. Xinxian faced Lin An's direction, offering a single palm bow with a slight bow. He couldn't form a proper prayer gesture because he held his staff. Spirit-grade equipment. If he could get his hands on that, Lin An would be 1/10 closer to his goal of an advanced experience orb. Master, could you ask your brothers to clear a path and let me out? Lin An didn't want to waste a life in the Women's Kingdom secret realm. The Sacred Mother Spring quest didn't specify a time limit anyway. He planned to retreat first and then devise a strategy. Xinxian had a strikingly handsome and refined face with lively eyes that made him look barely 20, though his appearance surely belied his true age. The sly glint in his smile, however, inspired a deep unease. Benefactor, we are all peace-loving, ordinary folk who would not harm you. Besides, with your ability to traverse the shadows, leaving this secret realm should not be difficult. Ba. Xinxian was feigning ignorance. Lin An had seen it at the entrance to the Women's Kingdom secret realm. There were also bandits from Qinggang Stockade, at least 10,000 strong. Numbers were everything. Damn, a spirit-grade boss with so many underlings. Sigh. Lin An now understood why powerful experts always established guilds. When you went out with tens of thousands of followers, you could bully anyone you wanted. Master, you monks are the most hypocritical. You've become a demon, yet you chant Ba. Aren't you slapping the Buddha in the face? Fine, I won't leave. But if I want to play hide and seek, all the bandits of Qinggang Stockade will die. Pushed to the edge, Lin An resolved to use his Venom God talent and fight the bandits to the death. If I do not enter hell, who will? Only when all beings are saved can Buddhahood be realized. As long as hell is not empty, I vow not to become a Buddha. The day I attain Buddhahood, I will be the Buddha. Who would dare slap my face? Xinxian was delusional. Lin An knew it was futile to reason with a monk. Action was the only way. Poison mist shrouding the sky. Ding, releasing poison gas into the air costs 100 HP per second. Effect forcibly deducts 0.1 HP per second guaranteed hit. I won't live, but you'll all die? Lin An watched his own HP steadily drop as the poison gas spread from him into Sacred Mother Square, feeling a grim satisfaction. But at that moment, Xinxian smiled, and a faint purple-black Dharma manifestation appeared behind him. Demonic radiance. The manifestation summoned by Xinxian released drowsy-inducing purple beams that struck the poison gas Lin An had released, dispersing it completely. At this moment, the S-Rank talent Venom God was thoroughly countered by Xinxian. Nether Scripture. Nether Scripture. This time you must prove your worth. Lin An, seeing the poison god talent rendered useless, retrieved the Nether Scripture, hoping it could absorb the demonic light. But as Lin An brandished the Nether Scripture for a long while, the demonic light continued to radiate utterly unaffected. This spectacle even amused the divine mystic master. Benefactor, what you hold is the Nether Scripture, while this humble monk's is demonic light transformed from Buddhist radiance. How could the Nether Scripture possibly affect it? Does one versed in the Nether not understand even this? Well, he had been mocked by the boss. In his past life, Lin An had never encountered a demonic boss. It seemed that unless divine mystic actively summoned the Styx's waters, the Nether Scripture would not suppress his skills. This was quite ironic. Lin An was trapped in a deathly predicament. His mind raced, searching for any way to slay Divine Mystic, but the monk would not wait for him to ponder. Divine Mystic began chanting from afar, and a black light enveloped Lin An. Ding. Divine Mystic has used the skill Lay Down the Butcher's Knife. You are silenced for 60 seconds. What? Lin An's talents and skill bar had all turned gray. Benefactor, do you still believe you have a chance to resist? Divine Mystic smiled benevolently, and bandits from all directions quickly surrounded Lin An. For any normal player with great talent, such a situation meant only one thing: revive at the beginner village. But Lin An was Lin An. Divine Mystic, remember this: when you die, tell King Yama clearly that it was I, Lin An, who killed you. Lin An's skills and talents were sealed, but the items in his backpack were still usable. So what if he was a spiritual grade boss? He could toss a powerful control item at Divine Mystic. The duration might be shorter, but it would still restrain him. Though silenced, Lin An's speed remained. He leaped from the rooftop of the historical archives, closing in on Divine Mystic before the bandits could fully encircle him. Divine Mystic, still releasing demonic light, was immobile. Lin An took a Styx tier crystal from his pack and hurled it at the monk. For the first time, the ever-calm Divine Mystic showed a flicker of panic. Ding. You used the Styx tier crystal on Xinxian, the chief of Qinggang Stockade. Due to the target's high level and rank, the crystal's effect is reduced by 90. The Styx tier crystal, which could normally induce a 1-second fear state, now only caused 0.1 seconds of terror. But that was enough. The skilled demonic light illuminates all was interrupted, and the poisonous gas began to coalesce once more. Fortunately, Lin An had released the poison gas before being silenced and had never deactivated it. The lingering gas would persist for a while, keeping the bandits at bay. Excellent. Excellent. Benefactor, your affinity with Buddha is profound. Allow this humble monk to guide you to Buddhahood. Knowing Lin An possessed items like the Styx-tier crystal, divine mystic ceased releasing demonic light. Enduring the continuous damage from the poison gas clinging to him, he swung his staff at Lin An. Divine Mystic's attack power was a staggering 400. 2 hits would be enough to kill Lin An. But then Lin An resorted to trickery. The bandits dared not approach the Virgin Square, now shrouded in poison gas. Lin An had free reign to move, and his movement speed in Tianyu was nothing short of a game-breaking glitch. As long as he didn't encounter flying freak bosses, no land-dwelling creature could catch him. Benefactor, do not flee. This humble monk seeks to guide you to Buddhahood, not harm you. The demonic nature within you is heavy. Allow me to cleanse this boundless sin. Divine Mystic trailing behind Lin An was choking on poison gas, utterly unable to catch up. Moreover, Lin An was cunning, always maintaining an ambiguous distance that made Divine Mystic believe he could land a hit with his staff. You've fallen to demonic ways, yet you dare speak of me. Master, first cleanse the demonic nature from yourself. Lin An laughed over his shoulder, but then, as if hitting a steel wall, he came to an abrupt halt. The second chief of Qinggang Stockade had made his move. Shield raised, he blocked Lin An's path, and seizing the moment when Lin An was speaking to Divine Mystic, slammed his shield into him. Joy had turned to sorrow. Lin An was knocked back half a meter, nearly caught by Divine Mystic. But he was no pushover either. Divine Mystic had evolved into a spiritual grade boss through nether energy, but the second chief of Qinggang Stockade was no spiritual grade boss. Zhu Gonglia, second chief of Qinggang Stockade, LV. 70 dark gold grade boss, HP 500 attack, 300 defense, 150 speed, 3 skills, guardian heal, shield bash. The second chief of Qinggang Stockade, the first chief's loyal follower, boasts formidable defense and is extremely durable. With a shield raised, how could he not be durable? Lin An cared little for Zhu Gangli's prowess. He knew he was superior. However, the silence from lay down the butcher's knife persisted, and Lin An couldn't afford to waste time with normal attacks on Zhu Gangli. If he got distracted, Divine Mystic would catch up in no time. Pighead, just wait. In a few dozen seconds you'll meet your end. Lin An spat a threat and continued his escape. Divine Mystic, aware that once the silence ended, Lin An might indeed have a way to kill him, changed tactics. He ordered the cowardly bandits to compress Lin An's area of movement. The bandits of Qinggang Stockade were typically fearful of death, but they feared Divine Mystic's torture even more. Lin An was certain that the monk who controlled a stronghold of tens of thousands of bandits did not rely on a merciful heart. Divine Mystic was undoubtedly a ruthless monk. As his space grew ever tighter, Lin An had no choice but to leap into the dried-up Virgin Spring, kicking aside the fragments of the Virgin statue. A black hole about a meter in diameter was revealed. This was the spring's source. The nether energy had also emerged from this hole. Lin An jumped in to investigate, and by some time, only a dozen seconds remained on the silence effect. Once the poison god talent and other skills were usable again, Lin An would make Divine Mystic and Zhu Gangli understand true cruelty. Ding! You have discovered the hidden zone realm of life and death. An independent zone. Why is there no record of this in the Kingdom of Women's archives? Lin An was puzzled by the situation in the spring's source, but then Divine Mystic followed him in a surprisingly good mood to explain. This is the realm of life and death. Nether energy represents death, while the Virgin Spring water symbolizes birth and reproduction. Life and death, yin and yang. When the balance is disrupted, life and death reverse. The virgin water vanishes and nether energy strengthens. This humble monk has waited years for the nether energy to mature, but your arrival has shattered my plans. What a pity. The opportunity to leap into Buddhahood is lost. Emptiness is form, form is emptiness. This monk was too attached. A sin, a sin. Divine Mystic was quite talkative, or one might have thought Tang Sanzang had arrived. But despite his chatter, he never stopped his pursuit of Lin An. Benefactor, ahead is a dead end. There's no need to flee. The realm of life and death is small. No matter your speed, this monk will eventually catch you. Divine Mystic thought Lin An was seeking death, but Lin An himself believed he was finding life through death. The netherworld energy is growing denser. By the heavens, I am the chosen one. Master Xinchuan, thank you, I finally know how to complete this task. The realm of life and death is a cavern, truly a dead end. On the stone walls, violet-black mist swirls. All of it is netherworld energy. The sacred mother water was enveloped by the netherworld energy, unable to seep out from the stone walls. Lin An only needed to absorb all the netherworld energy. Once the yin and yang energy within the realm of life and death regained balance, the sacred mother water would reappear. The best way to absorb netherworld energy was not through Shengxuan's method of demonizing oneself, but by using the nether book. Even if you use the nether book to absorb the netherworld energy, you'll still face death in the end. Do you truly think this humble monk is a fool? Xinxian knew the nether book's effects. His smile grew wider, as if he had other schemes. As Lin An reached into his backpack to retrieve the nether book, he suddenly understood Shengxuan's plan. Master, you don't mean to have me gather the netherworld energy here with the nether book only for you to absorb it, do you? Xinxian nodded with a smile. You're quite clever. Hurry up. This way you can complete your task, and I can transcend into immortality, crossing the boundaries of life and death, shedding the shackles of mortality. You wish to become an immortal by sacrificing me. Lin An didn't believe Xinxian would spare him. Die. Instead of producing the nether book, Lin An advanced toward Xinxian. I am the shadow. Ding. You have activated the skill, I am the shadow. All hostile targets within 100 meters have their movement speed reduced by 50%, critical hit probability increased by 50%, and defense reduced by 50%. Apply poison. Shadow burst. Miss. 50,000, 200,000. The 50,000 was the health loss from Lin An's poison application skill. The 200,000 was Shengxuan's health loss from poisoning. Lin An had refrained from using his domain skill until now, intending to catch Xinxian off guard. With his movement speed suddenly have the unfamiliar sensation, left Xinxian feeling as if his legs had been broken. He watched helplessly as Lin An darted past him, unable to seize the chance to strike him with his staff. Zhu Ganglai. Block the cave entrance. Kill him. Trying to flee. Not so easy. Xinxian finally revealed his true nature. He still didn't believe Lin An could escape. Outside, the bandits were densely packed, and the thick-skinned Zhu Ganglai stood blocking the entrance. How could Lin An possibly escape? Impossible. You're asking for death. Lin An had to get out because Xinxian would take 2 minutes to die from health loss, and he needed to stall for that time. But these bandits weren't going to give him that chance. Zhu Ganglai stood at the cave entrance with his large shield silent, and in a defensive stance, waiting for Lin An to attack. Then let everyone die. Lin An hadn't had time to upgrade the 100 steps through Yang skill, but the 10% hit rate was usable for now. 100 steps through Yang. Ding, you have used the skill 100 steps through Yang. Hit rate increased by 10%. Duration 3 seconds. Raining Blades. With the hit rate boost, Lin An immediately unleashed Raining Blades, a group attack skill that, while possibly second in damage, had the highest hit probability. Raindrops fell from the sky, exploding one by one with miss notifications floating everywhere. But each hit felled a nearby bandit. 20,000 Ding. You have slain a bandit from Qinggang Stronghold. Experience 15000 20000 Ding. You have slain a bandit from Qinggang Stronghold. Experience 15,000. These bandits were level 60 elite monsters, granting abundant experience. After casting Raining Blades, Lin An unleashed his other 2 group attack skills. At least he could kill more bandits and gain more experience. The effect of Raining Blades soon faded. All the raindrops had exploded. Zhu Ganglai was fortunate to remain unharmed, but many bandits around him had fallen. He still stood at the cave entrance with his shield raised. The opening was too narrow for Lin An to charge through, and Xinxian was closing in from behind. Ganglia, beware of his nether river tier crystal. Xinxian was clever. As he slowly moved through the cave, he didn't forget to warn Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai understood and hid entirely behind his shield. Guard. Ding. Zhu Ganglai has used the skill Guard. Immune to all control skills, damage reduction increased by 50%. Duration 10 seconds. Damn it. Is this even letting anyone play the game? Lin An found tank bosses to be the most infuriating with their annoying defensive skills that granted immunity to damage and control. Do you really think I have no trump card? Lin An felt that if he didn't use all his hidden skills today, he would be finished here. Shadow Stride. Watch my 18 touches. Heavens grant me luck, just once. Lin An activated stealth in the final moment of 100 steps through Yang, and used the Scrayed Talent Saint of Thieves on Zhu Ganglai. His hand passed through the shield, touching Zhu Gangli's sturdy armor. The heavens seemed to have heard Lin An's prayer, and the goddess of fortune favored him at that moment. Ding. The Saint of Thieves talent has been activated. Obtain Nether Iron War Armor Dark Gold White Knight Shield Dark Gold token of the second chief of Qinggang Stronghold. Zhu Gangli's shield and armor vanished suddenly. He had no idea what happened, his muscles exposed, but as he stood dazed, Lin An now a shadow slipped away. How is this possible? How is this possible? My shield, my armor. Lin An, come out here. They'll kill you. Lin An had thought Zhu Ganglai couldn't speak, but after being robbed, the bandit roared in fury as if mortally insulted. Zhu Gonglia, second chief of Qinggang Stronghold LV. 70 Dark Gold Boss, HP 300 attack, 200 defense, 100 speed, 3 skills, health recovery. Lin An checked Zhu Gangli's stats again and found them drastically reduced health cap from 500 to 300 attack, slightly lower defense from 1500 to 800. Skills like guard and shield bash requiring a shield were also gone. Hey, you'll kill me. Careful or he'll steal your underwear too. Lin An remained in stealth, not revealing himself. He suddenly realized that these bosses and mobs didn't have player backpacks. So as long as Lin An used the Saint of Thieves talent and it activated, he could definitely steal equipment from them. Of course, this only worked on humanoid bosses and mobs. Xinxian was still losing health. Lin An had no intention of confronting him heated. Bored, he began stealing equipment from the bandits. Soon the bandits on Sacred Mother Square were in chaos. Some clutched their chests, others covered their groins, and still others wailed upon discovering their money pouches missing. The bandits, already lacking combat prowess, were completely scattered by Lin An's antics, unable to mount an effective siege. Xinxian staggered out of the realm of life and death, his health still over 10 million and combat prowess intact. Yet the looming sense of crisis drove him into a growing fury. Benefactor, this humble monk has never wronged you. Why raise the blade of slaughter? Xinxian had abandoned the thought of killing Lin and unable to catch him amidst the influence of the shadow domain. Now Xinxian sought to negotiate. Benefactor, if you befriend this humble monk, the position of second chief of Qinggang Stockade shall be yours from this day forth. The terms Xinxian offered were tempting yet far inferior to those of the Yunnan County Lord, who had directly granted the title of regent and the privilege of entering the Empress bedchamber. Xinxian dared to dangle the position of a bandit leader before Lin An, and only second-in-command, not the head. All this has made one thing clear to me. Inspired by Xinchuan, Lin An realized he could become the Grand Chief of Qinggang Stockade himself. Brothers of the bandits, you tire of hiding in the shadows. Step aside now and remain neutral. Once I slay this demon monk, I shall see you properly settled as imperial soldiers with daily sustenance secured. Xinxian had intended to have the bandits encircle Lin An, but Lin An preempted him by offering amnesty. Throughout history there were but two ways to handle bandits. Crush them with thunderous force or pacify them with gentle policies. Brother Song Jiang taught Lin An that every bandit yearned to be cleansed and gain an official status free from endless hiding. Thus Lin An began his recruitment. But Xinxian scoffed. Who do you think you are? Can you represent the Fengyue Empire or the Tianyu Empire or the feeble Golden Border Kingdom? Lin An smiled. He was indeed qualified. Look at this. He lifted the lower flap of his leather armor, revealing a seal hanging at his waist. I am Lin An Tingho of Yunnan in the Fengyue Empire. Friend of the Yunnan County Lord. Brother of General Qin Yun of the 8th Legion of Fengyue Empire. Do you think I can grant you official status? Not long ago the Empire captured the Elephant Trunk City of the Golden Border Kingdom. Now is the time for talent. Will you join me in great deeds? The noble title bestowed by the Fengyue Empire proved its worth. The bandits who had never even met a county official were awed by a true marquis. Only Xinxian knew Lin An's Tingho title was worthless, but the bandits did not. Seeing the seal, they quietly retreated, even Zhu Ganglai clutching his chest and leaving the Sacred Mother Square in pain. Shengshuan's earlier offer of second chief to Lin An had deeply wounded Zhu Gangli's heart. The honest man never realized Xinxian was deceiving him. Lin An surveyed the area. Only he and Xinxian remained on the Sacred Mother Square. Now no one disturbs us. Face your death slowly. Don't think to use demonic light to purge the poison. I have plenty of Styx tear crystals. Lin An indeed possessed many Styx tear crystals, ensuring Xinxian could not use demonic light or other skills. Knowing Lin An had the nether book, Xinxian dared not employ Styx surge again. This humble monk has attained a demonic body, one thought to Buddha, one to demon, immortal and indestructible. Sensing death's approach, Xinxian sat cross-legged in the Sacred Mother Spring, placing his staff on his lap and chanting rebirth mantras with clasped hands. He, immortal and indestructible. I once thought the same, but was slain by the same poison. Dead memories began to assault Lin An once more. Lin An wondered if Piao Guochang had completed his task. The poison god talent was indeed a bane to the strong, with its guaranteed poison effect being utterly overpowered. Yet against those with high poison resistance, it was utterly useless. Moreover, what ordinary player could spare tens of thousands of health points to enchant skills with poison? Only Lin An and all of Tianyu could pull this off. 20000 ding. You have slain the Spirit Tier BOSS Grand Chief of Qinggang Stockade Xinchuan. Experience 20000 ding. Your level has risen to 50, granting 9 four-dimensional attribute points and 27 distributable attribute points. Ding. You are the first player in the Fengyue Empire to slay a spirit tier boss. A system announcement will be made. Hide your name. Do not hide. Fengyue Empire announcement player Lin An has slain the spirit tier BOSS Grand Chief of Qinggang Stockade Xuan, earning the reward Frost Dragon All-Class Job Change Scroll. A spirit tier, immortal tier, and divine tier bosses do not respawn after death. Other BOSSES, like the Special Queen of the Women's Kingdom, also do not respawn upon death. Thus, slaying spirit immortal or divine tier bosses always triggers a game announcement. Moreover, it was an empire-wide announcement. Slaying a divine tier boss would announce throughout all of Tianyu. Ding. Your level has risen to 50, unlocking new class effects for the Nether Book. Nether Book divinity or class effects unlock as level increases. Shadow Arrow Sovereign level 10 effect, Shadow Arrow Enhancement, Shadow Arrow Sovereign level 50 effect, Sticks Frost. When the Shadow Arrow Sovereign attacks a target, there is a 10 chance to invoke the power of the sticks, freezing the target. Upon triggering, the effect is guaranteed, lasting 3 seconds. Shadow Arrow Sovereign level 80 effect. Shadow Arrow Sovereign level 100 effect. Level 50 was a milestone. In Tianyu, there were no class advancements or skill upgrades tied to level increases. It seemed level had little impact on class, but that was misleading. As an archer, Lin An's range increased from 20 to 22 meters at level 50, a crucial 2-meter gain. For a man, every inch counts. Within range, all is truth. With extended range and a new attack effect after restoring the Sacred Mother Spring and completing this S-Rank quest, I can plan to help the Yunnan County Lord seize a city. Lin An brimmed with confidence, nearly branding the words "I will rebel" on his forehead. Shun Xian's corpse rested quietly in the Fountain of the Virgin, still seated in a lotus position with his hands clasped together. At this moment, his monk's robe had regained its brownish-yellow hue. The nether energy receded from his body. His obsession had been extinguished. Shun Xian remained Shun Xian. His identity as a monk had never changed. Obtained Demon Monk Staff Spirit Artifact Green Ridge Stronghold Chief Token Guild Token Buddha's Radiance Spirit Grade Gold Coins 749. Green Ridge Stronghold Chief Token. The bearer gains the trust of all bandits in Green Ridge Stronghold and becomes their leader. Buddha's Radiance Spirit Grade A skill for priests and knights. Upon use, it dispels negative effects from all party members. This is the third guild token. If only it were a city-building token instead. Lin An wanted something, but it never came. What he didn't want, like guild tokens, kept dropping one after another. Yet the Demon Monk Staff being dropped still pleased Lin An, bringing him one step closer to the Advanced Experience Orb. Ding. Your guild's upgrade experience is full. The guild has been upgraded to level 2. Maximum guild member capacity increased to 3,000 and elder slots increased to 8. Guild warehouse maximum capacity increased to 5,000. Guild bonus attributes experience gain rate increased by 10, damage increased by 10. Shun Xian had fallen and the Mortal Realm Guild had been upgraded. One joyous event after another. Lin An tossed the newly dropped guild token into the guild warehouse deliberately. Exposing 2 guild tokens would send all players in the Tianyu continent into a frenzy. Those powerhouses eager to establish their own guilds would go mad with desire. Unable to consistently hunt down gold tier bosses above level 50, they could only try to buy a guild token from Lin An if they wanted to establish a guild sooner. Zhu Gonglia, I intended to kill you, but since you showed some wisdom in the end, I'll return this deputy chief token to you for now. Around the Virgin Square, the bandits of Green Ridge Stronghold awaited Lin An's judgment. Yet Lin An had never been inclined to manage others. Thus he spared Zhu Gangli's life, tasking him with controlling these bandits. Marquis, what about the amnesty? Zhu Gangli yearned for an official position. Lin An had promised amnesty to ensure the bandits stood by idly. He had deceived them, yet not entirely. Take everyone back to Green Ridge Stronghold for now. They'll come find you tomorrow with the Princess Edict. Lin An lacked the authority to grant amnesty on behalf of the Wind Moon Empire, but he could do so in the name of the Lady of Cloudshade. Princess. Zhu Gangli wondered when a princess of the Wind Moon Empire could meddle in state affairs, but he dared not probe further. The truth would reveal itself by tomorrow. Lin An ordered Zhu Gangli to lead the bandits away, then entered the realm of life and death with the Nether Book, which began absorbing nether energy from the stone walls. As time slipped by, fine dewdrops coalesced on the cave ceiling. A single drop of pure virgin water finally formed, falling into Lin An's palm. Virgin water dark gold grade restores all lost HP upon consumption. Unique effect increases life count by 1. No cooldown. Virgin water could be consumed endlessly, but the life count increase only applied once. It added no attributes. Yet it allowed players to recover HP in battle. This meant that filling one's inventory with virgin water was like carrying 10 priests at all times. Damn, I'll stock up on this. Then I can tank damage from ghost or spirit tier bosses. As long as they don't kill me in one hit, I'll revive with full health. Lin An quickly messaged Tianyu to buy some bottles at the Cloud Shade City General Store and place them in the guild warehouse. He planned to collect some virgin water before returning to submit his quest. A jade bottle could hold 10 drops of virgin water. Such treasures needed ample preparation. Virgin water was a priceless gem for players, but the Women's Kingdom secret realm had a border barrier normally inaccessible. Advanced virgin water. Ding. Advanced virgin water dark gold grade requires Nether River tier crystal 9. Do you wish to advance? Now this is satisfying. I knew the faceless banshee dropping Nether River tier crystals was no coincidence. Good thing I didn't use them all to make Nether River frost crystals. Hurry up and advance. Lin An's existence was a loophole, and he intended to exploit it. Virgin water only increased life count on first use, but with advancement, it became a new treasure entirely. As long as Lin An had resources to keep advancing virgin water, he could gain 5 extra lives, 1 each at Dark Gold Ghost Spirit Immortal and Divine grades. Ding. Virgin water Dark Gold grade advanced successfully. Obtained Holy Spirit Water Ghost grade. Holy Spirit Water Ghost grade restores all lost HP upon consumption. Increases all attributes by 50 for 1 hour. Unique effect increases life count by 1. Cooldown 24 hours. There's a limit now, but without it the 50 all attribute boost would stack endlessly, eventually allowing one to slay gods. Lin An knew not to demand too much from a ghost grade item. His sole concern was the life count increase. Everything else was irrelevant. Continue advancing. Ding. Advancing Holy Spirit Water Ghost grade requires Nether River tier crystal 99. Do you wish to advance? Ugh, I regret completing that quest. Lin An buried his face in his hands, weeping. Absorbing the nether energy from the realm of life and death had marked the S-Rank quest Fountain of the Virgin as complete, meaning the Women's Kingdom secret realm would no longer spawn faceless banshees. Where could he find Nether River tier crystals now? There was one place, but he couldn't reach it yet. Named after the Nether River, such crystals would surely be obtainable if he could visit the Nether realm. Ding. You have consumed Holy Spirit Water. Life count increased by 1. All attributes increased by 50 for 1 hour. Ding. You have consumed virgin water. Life count increased by 1. 4 lives now. I have the capital to take some risks. His Death Song advanced and Plunder talents were all SS grade, leaving no room for further advancement, and his other talents weren't worth upgrading. But Lin An still had 1 skill and 2 items to advance. I want to advance the Book of Death. Ding. Advancing the Book of Death Divine grade requires 1 life. Do you wish to advance? Lin An had long understood that breaking limits came at the cost of life. He fully accepted that price. Yes. A chime rang out. The Death Scripture Divine had successfully advanced. He had obtained the Death Scripture Transcendent. Its first effect, any name inscribed upon it would lead to instant death, disregarding distance. The low-tier effect could be used once daily, while the high-tier effect could be used once monthly. Each name could only appear thrice in the book. The second effect added an NPC page. Writing an NPC's name in the Death Scripture would reveal their remaining lifespan, cause of death, and location. By sacrificing his own level, he could alter their life expectancy, but it required face-to-face interaction. A note cautioned that for targets possessing artifacts that shielded fate or those blessed with great fortune, the Death Scripture could neither reveal their information nor modify it. The third effect remained a mystery. It required a trip to the Netherworld to activate a guidance quest called Here Comes Death. Only after completing that quest would the effect be unlocked. It's truly become the Book of Life and Death. Am I now the King of Hell? How intriguing. Lin An attempted to inscribe the name of Yulinger, the county mistress of Cloudshade, into the Death Scripture. After all, just writing it wouldn't cause her to drop dead. The results showed Yulinger only 1 year of life left, accidental death. Current location: Cloudshade City, Windmoon Empire, 516, 8,493. Heavens. 1 year. That means in my past life, just a day after I died, she followed me. Also an accidental death. Damn, she must have been murdered. The princess and I truly share a fateful bond. Holding the Death Scripture, Lin An felt he could perceive the destinies of most NPCs. Yet Lin An knew few NPCs. After checking Yulinger's information, he immediately wrote another NPC's name in the Death Scripture. The result revealed D-Ban, only 38 years of life left, natural death. Current location: Blackwind Ridge, Trunk City, Windmoon Empire, 3,591 to 2,549. Indeed, the wicked live long. Lin An had chosen D-Ban in Trunk City as a target for sowing discord precisely because the man was a turncoat. The friction between the Windmoon Empire and the Golden Border Kingdom would only intensify. But the Golden Border Kingdom lacked the national strength to withstand the pressure even if the Wind Moon Emperor had no desire for war. In this scenario, Ban had early on contacted the 8th Wise Prince of the Wind Moon Empire, then defected with his wolf cavalry. Unexpectedly, the fellow had managed to secure a natural death. Such a coward clings to life. If I can use him, the Queen's tribe the bandits at the tribe order plus 10,000 wolf cavalry. That should be enough to take Trunk City. Lin An wouldn't seize the city through political means for the county mistress. But militarily within the entire Wind Moon Empire, Trunk City was the easiest target. In truth, the Wind Moon Empire had never intended to occupy Trunk City. It was only because Lin An had killed the magistrate that the Empire seized the opportunity to take over. If someone were to recapture Trunk City, the Wind Moon Empire would barely react. In fact, the Emperor would welcome a buffer force between the Empire and the Golden Border Kingdom. 3 lives left. I won't advance for now, better to play it safe. He'll head back to submit the quest and rescue Xiao Qingru. The wild women need to return to the Women's Kingdom secret realm to recover their strength. They're in no state to fight. Muttering to himself, Lin An planned his next steps. He collected a few more bottles of Holy Mother water before hastily departing the Women's Kingdom secret realm. In Cloudshade City, poor Han Yun was still toiling for Lin An. The Mortal Realm Guild had reached level 2, adding 2,000 slots. This allowed Lin An to gather more skill books and equipment by recruiting members. Han Yun worked diligently at the busiest city gate, recruiting with no time even to level up. Sister, there are 2 guild tokens in the guild warehouse. You can't let Lin An exploit you for free. Take one out, and we can establish our own guild. Lin An stole Xiao Ying's talent. He owes us compensation. Han Xing grew increasingly dissatisfied with Lin An, who had taken his girlfriend's talent and made his sister work like this. Han Xing had never let Han Yun suffer such hardship. Moreover, the 2 guild tokens Lin An deliberately tossed into the guild warehouse had stirred up emotions. Within the Wind Moon Empire, few top-tier players actively contacted Lin An as they couldn't add him as a friend or find his location. But the friend requests for the 2 vice presidents Xiao Qingru and Han Yun were overflowing. Wang Tsong had even led a team to the Queen's tribe to rescue Xiao Qingru. Meanwhile, Han Xing kept pressuring Han Yun to take a guild token from the warehouse. Brother. Exhausted and now burdened by Han Xing's urging to do wrong, Han Yun felt drained. How can I betray Lin An's trust? He said, head resolve sister-in-law's matter. Besides, she agreed to lend him her talent. How can you use that against me? Oh, just go level up. I think staying in the Mortal Realm Guild is fine. If you start a new guild, can you provide leveling aids like experience orbs? Han Yun pushed Han Xing away from the crowd, believing that as vice president, she should honor Lin An's trust. Knowing his sister's strong moral compass, Han Xing decided to confront Lin An directly rather than risk damaging their sibling bond. Just then, Lin An returned. He needed to deposit valuable items in his personal warehouse and upgrade some equipment and skill books to free up space. Han Yun was recruiting near the bank, so Lin An bumped into Han Xing. Han Xing, I was just looking for Han Ying. Call her over to make me some dumplings. I want to see if they're tasty. Lin An waved, infuriating Han Xing. Lin An, this joke isn't funny. Han Xing's face turned cold with anger, forgetting that a better attitude might yield a guild token. Lin An paid no heed to Han Xing's attitude, knowing he'd soon be kneeling and calling him godfather. Just call Han Ying over. With that, Lin An produced the Frost Dragon all-class job change scroll. At the sight of the hidden job scroll, Han Xing's eyes nearly bulged out. He'll call Xiao Ying right away. Lin An, you're truly my brother. Xiao Ying will be so grateful. Even Han Xing understood Lin An's intent. Without hiding anything, Lin An used his advanced talent to upgrade the scroll. A prompt appeared to upgrade the Frost Dragon all-class job change scroll. You need 100 gold tier skill books. Proceed. Yes. The scroll advanced successfully, granting the Frost Chill all-class job change scroll S. The value of its grade hidden class far surpassed Han Ying's grade Thief Sage talent and was worth considerably more. Moreover, before Lin An upgraded it, the Thief Sage talent was at best a niche, unorthodox ability. The enhancement a hidden class provided to combat strength was directly reflected in one's battle capabilities. Han Xing also caught sight of the tricolored radiance flashing across Lin An's body. His heart stirred with excitement, for this meant Lin An had successfully upgraded the hidden class scroll to Scrade. Just yesterday, Han Xing had been smug about obtaining a Crade hidden class advancement scroll. Yet only a day later, he could now physically touch and Scrade hidden class advancement scroll. Han Xing, why did you call me over so urgently? Han Ying ran over, her cheeks flushed. She was rather annoyed that Han Xing had summoned her without any explanation. The reason Han Xing said nothing was entirely because Lin An had also kept him in the dark. If Lin An had mentioned that he intended to gift a hidden class advancement scroll to Han Ying, Han Xing would have certainly spread the good news with unbridled joy. He asked me to find you. Han Xing said, pointing at Lin An with a look of grievance. At that moment, Lin An was still busy upgrading equipment. Ding! Upgrading Queen's Scepter Dark Gold requires 100 gold tier items. Proceed. Yes. Ding! Queen's Scepter Dark Gold successfully upgraded. Obtain Monarch Staff Ghost Ear. Continue upgrading. Ding! Upgrading Monarch Staff Ghost Ear requires 3 ghost tier items. Proceed. Upgrade. Ding! Monarch Staff Ghost Ear successfully upgraded. Obtained Emperor's Scepter Spirit Ear. So roughly 3,000 Y-tier items can be upgraded into 1 Spirit tier item. After all this effort, I only have 4 Spirit tier pieces equipped. Damn it, I still need 6 more. Lin An had a feeling he could gather all these Spirit tier items today. Han Yun was busy recruiting guild members, while simultaneously collecting daily quota fees from the older members. If Lin An simply demanded equipment from the guild members today, he could collect 20 to 30,000 Y-tier items in a single day. The advancement talent consumed far too many resources. Players across the entire Cloud Shadow County were affected. A single Y-tier item now sold for 1 gold coin. Yet even so, players in groups could still afford them. It was just that most people had very few equipped items. Lin An alone consumed 20 to 30% of the daily equipment drops in Cloud Shadow City. Considering that Cloud Shadow City currently had at least 100,000 players, that number was terrifying. As for skill books, Lin An's consumption accounted for nearly half of the total drops. Hanyan, step it up. Work harder. Get the full 3,000 members recruited today so the experience orb can advance. I see over a dozen guild members have already broken into the top 100 on the leaderboard. The experience orb provided an additional experience bonus, and the second-level guild offered a 10% experience boost. These bonuses were exclusive to members of the Mortal Realm Guild. While normal players leveled up twice, Mortal Realm Guild members would level up 3 times. If not for these bonuses, no player in Cloud Shadow City would be crazy enough to pay such a heavy price just for a guild slot. Got it, my esteemed guild master. Your humble secretary will give her all. Hanyan thought about having to recruit 2,000 people into the guild in a single day and stamped her foot in frustration. This was enough to work a person to death, a true capitalist tyrant. Lin An Xiaoing is here. Han Xing had never shown Lin An this much respect before. He and Han Ying waited quietly on the side until Lin An finished his work before speaking. Lin An truly hadn't noticed Han Ying's arrival. He had been too absorbed in upgrading those items. Sister-in-law, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. You've grown even more beautiful. Remember how I mentioned borrowing your talent before? Now I intend to trade this hidden class advancement scroll for your Thief Sage talent. When the screenshot of the Frost all-class advancement scroll was sent to their private chat channel, Han Ying was genuinely surprised. This great hidden class was far more valuable than the Thief Sage talent. From Han Ying's perspective, Lin An was clearly taking a loss, and a substantial one at that. But from Lin An's point of view, what use was this hidden class advancement scroll to him anyway? Trade it for money. Lin An wasn't short on cash. Trade it for resources. What resources could current players possibly possess that match the value of this great advancement scroll? Lin An himself certainly wasn't going to abandon his SS-grade hidden class Shadow Arrow Sovereign to pursue another. That would be a complete waste of a life, and the Shadow Arrow Sovereign class suited him far better. In other words, a treasure priceless in the eyes of others held little value in Lin An's view. Moreover, gifting this hidden class scroll to Han Ying was also a way to ensure Han Xing and the others would remain loyal to the Mortal Realm Guild. Lin An still needed them to serve as his workhorses and beasts of burden. No, I can't accept this. It's far too precious. Han Ying actually refused. She stared at Lin An with a complicated expression, wondering if Lin An had truly developed feelings for her. If not out of love, why would anyone willingly suffer such a great loss? Han Ying felt like sending Lin An a message. If you truly love me, at least wait until your sister-in-law and your brother Han Xing break up before you start pursuing me. Now this is just awkward. Xiaoing. Han Xing was frantic. This was an grade hidden class advancement scroll. Upon completing the advancement, she would undoubtedly become a standout among players. Furthermore, after the advancement, she would immediately comprehend a celestial grade skill. In the early stages of the game, a celestial grade skill was 100 times more powerful than most talents. Think it over before you decide. Lin An isn't joking with you. You never really liked the Thief Sage talent anyway. This hidden class scroll is what you deserve. Han Xing tried his best to persuade Han Ying not to make a wrong decision. Han Ying looked at him as if he were an idiot and had no choice but to speak her mind. Han Xing, you big idiot. Are you really that dense, or just faking it? Haven't you noticed that Lin An likes me? If I accept this gesture of his, what does that make you? What does that make me? Do you want to be a cuckold, or do you want me to sell myself for profit? It was absolutely shocking. When Han Ying said these words, both men on the scene stood frozen in place. Han Xing began to doubt his own stupidity, having naively believed Lin and merely wanted to exchange for the thief sage talent. As for Lin and he made a decision from now on he would keep his distance from women because you never knew what bizarre thought processes the women you encountered might have. Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. To be honest, men have their types. I wouldn't abandon someone like Han Yun to go after you. This hidden class advancement scroll is purely for trading your talent. Lin An forced himself to clarify the matter. If he were to find another girlfriend, he would 100% pursue Han Yun, not his sister-in-law. As any normal man knows, chasing your brother's woman is about thrill, yet chasing a sweet girl is about love. Han Ying glanced at Han Yun, who was still working diligently, and felt a slight pang of discomfort in her heart. Even though Han Yun was her boyfriend's younger sister, and a good companion of hers, hearing another man imply that she was inferior to Han Yun still stirred a hint of sourness within her. Fine, hand over the class change scroll, and stop wasting words. Han Ying's heart felt somewhat shattered. She had been quite confident before, but now she began to doubt her own charm. Lin An sheepishly traded the class change scroll to Han Ying, then buried himself back in upgrading equipment and skill books, though his attention remained fixed on her. To be honest, Lin An was also curious about what the Frosty Chill class would be like. Just from the name, he could guess that this class would have plenty of control skills. Just as Lin An expected Han Ying to activate the hidden class change scroll herself, she suddenly handed it to Han Xing. Drunk amid a hall of blossoms, 1,000 guests entranced as single sword's Frosty Chill sweeps through 14 prefectures. Han Xing, you're a swordsman. You're more suited for this class than I am. Besides, I have no talent left. Even if my Thief Saint talent were still here, it wouldn't aid this class. But you haven't Scrade talent, a combat-oriented one at that. Pair it with this hidden class, and you'll surely outshine the other players. I believe in you. Han Ying suddenly displayed the demeanor of a true elder sister-in-law. She herself yearned to take on this hidden class, but her reason suppressed her desire. For their group, the only way to maximize benefits was to let Han Xing, a gaming prodigy and former champion of China, take on this hidden class. I'm starting to really like my sister-in-law now, Lin An said, almost moved to tears. Why are women so different from each other? If Lin An had found a girlfriend like Han Ying back, then perhaps his fate wouldn't have been so tragic. Xiao Ying. Lin An was on the verge of tears, but Han Xing actually shed some. As a man, Han Xing didn't put on airs. He took the class change scroll and activated it on the spot. After seeing the content of the class change quest, Han Xing approached Lin An. Guild leader, this quest requires me to go to Sword Prefecture in the Wind Moon Empire, and it only grants me one teleport there. I need to do this quest now. Please take care of Xiao Yun and Xiao Ying. Sword Prefecture. Lin An recalled some memories about it. Sword Prefecture wasn't a province, but a city, a secondary main city in the northern border of the Wind Moon Empire. Sword Prefecture was known as the bitter cold land of the Wind Moon Empire's northern frontier. The NPC population of this secondary main city might be even smaller than that of a single county in Cloud Shadow City. Yet Sword Prefecture was also the county with the strongest average NPC strength in the Wind Moon Empire. It sat at the border between the Wind Moon Empire and the Ross Empire, near the Peninsula Kingdom and the Neon Empire. The Ross Empire, Neon Empire, and Peninsula Kingdom weren't like the Golden Border Kingdom, which only engaged in minor skirmishes with the Wind Moon Empire. The Ross Empire sent a 10th Sandstrong cavalry force to invade Sword Prefecture almost every week. Almost every adult male NPC in Sword Prefecture had been to the battlefield. Brother Han Xing, go without worry. They'll take care of your sister and your girlfriend, and they'll keep an eye on your two brothers too. Lin An patted Han Xing on the shoulder, knowing that this journey would likely keep him away for a long time. This teleport chance was probably a one-time deal. But Han Xing couldn't postpone his class change quest. Seeing Lin An's smug expression, Han Xing wanted to punch him, but he didn't dare. He knew that even after becoming a hidden class, he still couldn't beat Lin An. Better to hold back. Watching Han Xing leave Lin An continued upgrading skill books and equipment. After 2 hours of work, he finally freed up space in the warehouse. Once Han Yun filled the guild's vacant slots, Lin An would return to the city one more time to upgrade the experience orb. Taking advantage of the night that hadn't yet fallen, Lin An quickly returned to the Queen tribe. Park Gukchang was sitting by the campfire browsing forums. He had posted several threads as Lin An instructed all about goblin fruits. Park Gukchang deliberately argued with other players on the forum, then revealed where he had obtained his hidden class and mentioned seeing goblin fruits within the Cauldron world. He even disclosed that Lin An had already eaten a goblin fruit. 90% of the information Park Gukchang posted was true. The only fabricated part was his claim that more goblin fruits remained in the Cauldron world. Did he Xiao and Xiao Qingru ask you about the goblin clan? Lin An walked into the tribe from outside and asked Park Gukchang, who looked drained. Park Gukchang was indeed in terrible shape. He could barely rest an hour before being dragged off by the female barbarians for another round of torment. Now his preferences had truly changed. No, but some people did contact me. They'll send you their game nicknames. See if any look familiar. Park Gukchang began screenshotting some players' nicknames. Lin An had previously told Park Gukchang that Xiao Qingru and Xiao might not ask him directly, they could send others to inquire. Because of Lin in the game, nicknames Ru Meng and Jin, she were easily among the top 100 most famous on the forums. Rin Xiao Yao and Lai Hua Huan Yapan. Yugu Xiangwan. This Yugu Xiangwan is He Xiao's younger sister. Damn, how did I forget about her? Focus on her. Leak information about the Goblin clan, but don't just hand it over freely, understand. If not for seeing the nickname Yugu Xiangwan, Lin An would have truly overlooked the fact that He Xiao had other relatives. His focus had been solely on He Xiao and Xiao Qingru. Those two still had family and friends. Unlike Lin An, who was utterly alone. Got a big shot. Don't worry. Can I go back to Cloud Shadow City to handle this? Park Gukchang glanced furtively at the dark thatched huts. He now felt only fear toward the Queen tribe. Seeing Park Gukchang like this, Lin An felt a bit of pity. Once these female barbarians of the Queen tribe returned to the Women's Kingdom secret realm, they would instantly transform into true beauties. Park Gukchang might regret leaving when that time came. Putting those thoughts aside for now, Lin An hurried to Chief Ajan's residence and recounted everything he had learned in the Women's Kingdom, letting her know it all. Now that the Harpy clan had been wiped out, the Women's Kingdom would henceforth consist only of the Elf clan, which was in a way a good thing. A notification chimed: you have completed the S-Rank story quest Fountain of the Holy Mother. Quest rewards 3 million experience points, identity as the Women's Kingdom National Preceptor, and a pass token for the Women's Kingdom Secret Realm. Another chime: your level has increased to 51, granting 1 point to all 4 attributes and 3 freely distributable attribute points. The identity as the Women's Kingdom National Preceptor allowed Lin An to mobilize the kingdom's personnel and resources, while the Secret Realm Pass token served as a permit, granting him free access to the Women's Kingdom without being hindered by national barriers. Upon completing the quest, the Queen tribe, which had left a terrifying legend in the southwestern forests of Cloud Shadow City, vanished, replaced by a new Women's Kingdom. In his previous life, the one who helped the Queen tribe restore the Fountain of the Holy Mother had likely done so for his own gain, aiming to monopolize the Women's Kingdom secret realm and the fountain, thus concealing the truth. Perhaps that person had some connection with the demon monk Shinxian, but none of that mattered anymore. At Blackwind Ridge, in Elephant Trunk City, the wolf cavalry that had turned to banditry had transformed from NPC soldiers into wild monsters. Lin An left the Queen's tribe and headed straight here to find D-Ban. Subduing the wolf cavalry was a crucial step in the first phase of Lin An's quest to seize power. However, to win them over, he first needed to meet D-Ban. But now Blackwind Ridge was swarming with wolf cavalry from within, and without, all marked as red-named wild monsters that would attack Lin An on sight. Moreover, the wolf cavalry were of a high level. Had Lin An not reached level 51, his hit rate would have plummeted to near zero. Advance the 100 steps piercing arrow skill. Ding. Advancing 100 steps piercing arrow dark gold requires 10 gold grade skill books. Proceed. Yes. Ding. 100 steps piercing arrow dark gold advanced successfully. Obtain 100 steps piercing arrow ghost grade. Continue. Ding. Advancing 100 steps piercing arrow ghost grade requires 30 gold grade skill books. Proceed. Yes. Ding. 100 steps piercing arrow ghost grade advanced successfully. Obtained 100 steps piercing arrow spirit grade. Continue. Lin An then consumed 10 dark gold grade skill books to elevate 100 steps piercing arrow to an immortal grade skill. Beyond that, the resource consumption was something Lin An could not yet afford. 100 steps piercing arrow immortal grade, a status skill. Upon use, increases the player's hit rate by 50%. Duration 10 seconds. Cost 1000 mana. If only I had a skill that regenerated 100 mana points per second. Mages and priests have them, but I'm an archer, I can't learn that. Lin An was in anguish. Because the 100 steps piercing arrow skill had no cooldown. In short, as long as his mana was sufficient, he could keep using the skill, maintaining the 100 steps piercing arrow effect on himself continuously. Currently, Lin An had 26,000 mana points, mostly from looting other players and the few mana boosting equipment pieces he wore. Combined with mana potions and basic recovery efficiency, Lin An estimated he could sustain the 100 steps piercing arrow state for nearly 10 minutes, though he certainly couldn't use any other skills. This mountain is mine, these trees I claim. If you wish to pass, leave a toll for the game. Humanoid wild monsters could talk, let alone these wolf cavalry, who had been NPC soldiers not long ago. These wolf cavalry were even more professional as bandits than the Green Ridge Fort, having adopted Fulin jargon. Wolf Cavalry LV. 80 Elite Monster HP, 800 Attack, 500 Defense, 500 Speed, 9 Skills Charge Rend. Cavalry were a unit where 1+1 was greater than 2. Their mounts not only increased their speed, but also boosted their attack and defense. The Wolf Cavalry's stats were comparable to a normal level 50 gold grade boss. It was all Lin An's fault for turning the Wolf Cavalry from NPC soldiers into wild monsters. Any players developing in Elephant Trunk City who encountered these Wolf Cavalry in the wild would likely meet their doom. Enough chatter, have you forgotten who I am? Let's fight. Lin An was eager for these Wolf Cavalry to have such high stats as he could plunder their attribute entries. It's you. The Wolf Cavalryman before him, upon seeing Lin An's name, suddenly realized, you are the one who drove us to this fate. Die. Charge. The Wolf Cavalryman squeezed his legs, and the ancient dire wolf beneath him surged forward at more than 10 times its normal speed. With little time to react, Lin An quickly fired 3 arrows in succession at the cavalryman. 100 Steps Piercing Arrow. Ding. You used the skill 100 Steps Piercing Arrow, increasing hit rate by 50%. Miss. Miss. 80000 Ding. Plunder talent activated. You successfully plundered the Wolf Cavalry's attribute entry. Attack increased by 5000. Ding. You killed the Wolf Cavalry. Experience gained 100,000. When Lin An was nearly level 40, killing a level 50 elite monster like the Thorn, which only yielded 600 experience. Now crossing nearly 30 levels to slay Wolf Cavalry, the experience had soared to 100. Truly terrifying. If not for the fact that the Wolf Cavalry would dwindle in numbers, Lin An would have loved to single-handedly kill all 10,000 Wolf Cavalry on Blackwind Ridge. All for the greater plan. Lin An took out the Book of the Dead to check D-Band's latest coordinates, marked a point on the map, found a direct route up the mountain, and continued his ascent of Blackwind Ridge. He had to kill every Wolf Cavalryman he encountered along the way. But due to their high level, Lin An sometimes fired over a dozen arrows without a single hit, forcing him to flee, drop aggro, and try again. However, if he could land just one hit, Lin An could definitely one-shot the Wolf Cavalry. 80000 Ding. Plunder talent activated. You successfully plundered the Wolf Cavalry's attribute entry. Defense increased by 500. Ding. You killed the Wolf Cavalry. Experience gained 100,000. Ding. Your level has increased to 52. You gained 1 point in all attributes and 3 distributable points. This experience is truly sweet. Killing 1 Wolf Cavalry per minute, I could level up every half hour. Lin An bent down to pick up a few gold coins dropped by the Wolf Cavalry and continued upward, arriving at the gate of the bandit stronghold on Blackwind Ridge. Ding. You discovered the location: Blackwind Fort. Blackwind Fort was surrounded by walls built from timber with patrolling soldiers on top. Those who had followed D-Ban into banditry included not only Wolf Cavalry, but also many infantry. But now they had all become red-named wild monsters. The officers among them had turned into bosses. Atop the gate sat a martial general clad in fine armor, gripping an ancient bronze spear. His eyes were closed, but his ears were keenly attuned to every sound around him. Lin An hid in the roadside bushes and used dark aim to preview the general's stats. Wolf Cavalry Captain Masua LV. 80 Dark Gold Grade Boss HP, 400 Attack, 500 Defense, 100 Speed, 3 Skills, Wave Breaking Spear Combo, Strike Bloodbath. They're using a captain to guard the gate. But D-Ban has over a dozen captains and Blackwind Fort isn't large, so assigning him here isn't a waste of talent. Mojuo's attack was formidable and his HP was substantial. He was an exceedingly powerful foe. With him guarding the gate, Lin An couldn't easily break in for the time being, especially with so many Wolf Cavalry around. Fortunately, it's already dark. Lin An had no intention of fighting. Generals like Masao would eventually fight and die for him on the battlefield, and Lin An couldn't bear to kill them. Shadow Shuttle. Shadow Shuttle had been advanced to Immortal Grade. A mere dark gold grade boss was utterly incapable of detecting Lin An's form. Mojuo's eyes were still closed, and even if they were open, he likely wouldn't see a thing. There were many torches on the gate, but they still failed to illuminate every corner. Lin An leaped nimbly a few times and slipped into Blackwind Fort. Haha, life is so much better now. Guzzling wine, devouring meat, and even betting a pretty girl. True, but every day like this is borrowed. None of us know if we have a future. Why bother with that? The general said if the Wind Moon Empire comes to suppress us, well, just negotiate surrender. That's our general. By defecting like this, we escape the king's suspicions and enjoy a few days of peace. Let's pick a couple of women from the human pen to amuse the brothers. Brutish soldiers. When restrained, they are soldiers. Without restraint, they turn into thugs. The Wolf Cavalry had indeed taken to looting and plundering. The human pen likely held kidnapped hostages or women reserved for their gratification. Lin An turned a blind eye to these excesses, creeping closer to Daiban's tent under the shadow of the camp. Daiban's tent was far quieter than the outside, as if no one dwelled within, yet Lin An knew through the Book of Death that Daiban was inside. The wolf cavalry outside could live carefree, but not Daiban. He was pondering how to engage with both factions. One was the Wind Moon Empire, the other the Tianyu Empire. He was quite shrewd. Only by straddling the two great empires could he secure the best terms, for neither the Tianyu Empire nor the Wind Moon Empire wished the other to recruit this 10th strong wolf cavalry. The 8th prince's letter has been delivered, but Salmahan from the Tianyu Empire has yet to stir. If we wait any longer, the 8th prince may lose patience. If only chaos would stir again now. Ah, that damned Lin An. If I ever meet him again, he'll chop off his dog head and use it as a wine cup. Daiban had long harbored the thought of breaking away from the Golden Border Kingdom. He believed such a small kingdom was unworthy of commanding a formidable force like the Wolf Cavalry. The Wolf Cavalry were the elite of elites, capable of standing out even among the great empires. General Daiban, you say if we meet again you'll cut off my head. Lin An appeared suddenly without alarming anyone. Daiban, lost in thought at his desk, was startled by Lin An's ghostly presence. How did you get in? Black Wind's stronghold was heavily guarded on all sides. Even a sparrow's entry was recorded. Yet Lin An slipped into his tent without a sound. I must be foolish. An adventurer who used a divine skill to poison Marshal Pong could easily evade patrols and guards. Daiban slowly rose, but I bet that divine skill of yours can only be used once in a short time. It'll take your life first to avenge the national war. Daiban was confident. He didn't even call the guards, instead grabbing a halberd. Wolf Cavalry, General Daiban LV. 100. Ghost Tier Boss. HP 600000. Attack 150000. Defense 30000. Speed 5. Skills Halberd Stand Heart-Piercing Strike Halberd of Doom. Former Wolf Cavalry commander of the Golden Border Kingdom, now turned bandit, yet still possessing formidable strength. A Ghost Tier boss stats were far lower than a Spirit Tier's. Lin An could kill a Divine Tier being, so dealing with Daiban was no problem. With your strength, if I wanted you dead, I could send you to the underworld to meet Marshal Pong in minutes. Lin An wasn't belittling Daiban. The man truly wasn't that powerful. Daiban knew Lin An wouldn't come to Black Wind's stronghold without confidence, so he was wary. Lin An, do you think I'm weak because a few words from you drove me out of Elephant Trunk City? Then let me show you my true power. Come out, Xiao. At Daiban's summons, an ancient giant wolf with pure black fur emerged from the inner tent with a soft tread. Your mount. Lin An wasn't surprised. He knew Daiban had a wolf king as a steed, and now it appeared. Ancient Wolf, King Xiao LV. 100. Ghost Tier Boss. HP 800000. Attack 200000. Defense 20000. Speed 9. Skills Howl of the Damned Claw Strike Tear. King of the ancient wolf packs, loyal to Daiban as they grew up together. This wolf king was stronger than Daiban. If Daiban wrote it, his stats would likely rise further. Not bad. Now your strength is enough for me to use the Book of Death. Lin An had initially only intended to subdue Daiban. If Daiban proved disobedient later, he would kill him. Now, seeing the description of the Wolf King, Xiao Lin An knew Daiban's survival was crucial. If Daiban died, the Wolf Cavalry would vanish entirely. Book of Death. Daiban had never heard of it. Stop your tricks and accept your doom. Instead of mounting Xiao, Daiban ordered the Wolf King to block the tent entrance, preventing Lin An's escape. Take one of my levels for 1 year of his life. Lin An quietly wrote in the Book of Death, ignoring the charging General Daiban. Daiban thought Lin An, knowing escape was impossible, stood still to let him end his life quickly. But just as Daiban's halberd was about to pierce Lin An's throat, a massive damage number floated up. 157895. Ding, your level has dropped to 51A. All 4 primary attributes reduced by 1, spirit attribute reduced by 3. Daiban's lifespan was 38 years. Lin An traded one of his levels for 1 year of Daiban's life, the most direct effect being a reduction in Daiban's max HP by 1/38. Lin An saw Daiban's health bar was still full, but the number had dropped from 600 to 584 to 105. What have you done to me? Daiban felt a sudden weariness and a slight decline in strength, but what the Book of Death did to him was beyond his comprehension. I took 1 year of your life. Do you want me to take more? Lin An revealed the name in the Book of Death. Daiban saw his own information and felt a chill. Buddha, why? Daiban broke down. Anyone seeing their own name in a Book of Death, knowing the holder could alter their lifespan, at will would feel death's closeness. Praying to Buddha won't help. Seeing the effect, Lin An put away the Book of Death. Submit to me, and I'll let you live. If you remain stubborn, you'll die. Ban, a coward at heart, was subdued by the divine book that controlled his life and death. Whether his submission was sincere no longer mattered. Lin An spent an hour deliberating with Ban at Blackwing Ridge. Ban did not wish to die. He had no choice but to pledge allegiance to the county lord of Yunying. Moreover, he was willing to follow Lin and to lead the wolf cavalry to Qinggang Stockade, where they would rendezvous with the female elf clan and the bandits of Qinggang Stockade. In less than a single day, Lin An had amassed a force of tens of thousands. Though their abilities were uneven, capturing Trunk City was still within their grasp. After today, I'm going to rebel. I'll miss the Wind Moon Empire, but I'll return someday. Lin An mimicked the Grey Wolf's oath. He was to lead the county lord of Yunying in rebellion, or rather Yulinger was to lead Lin An alongside her. Once they attacked Trunk City, nothing could be concealed. Hiding in the shadows and letting Ban and his men assault Trunk City alone was not a sustainable strategy. The wolf cavalry, the bandits of Qinggang Stockade, and the female elf clan must know who they fought for. Only by hearing Yulinger's personal promises could their fighting spirit be ignited. Lin An prepared the grand army for Yulinger, then quietly returned to Yunying City. He retrieved all his stored items from the bank and transferred them to the guild warehouse. Thus, even if the Wind Moon Empire placed a bounty on him, he would suffer no loss. Without notifying any players of the Mortal Realm Guild, Lin An secretly escorted Yulinger out of Yunying City. To be honest, Lin An himself did not know if his rebellion would implicate the guild members of the Mortal Realm, even in his past life having spent a year in Tianyu. He had never heard of any player rebelling against their own nation. If there was one exception, it was Yu Dog, who founded the 10,000 Beasts Empire, presumably a defection from the Wind Moon Empire. Yet the NPCs of the Wind Moon Empire paid it no heed. They never regarded adventurers as their own. But this time, it was a member of the royal family rebelling. Yulinger's brother had once vied for the throne with the current emperor. He might still have supporters within the Wind Moon Empire. The old emperor of the Wind Moon Empire would not idly watch Yulinger topple his power. In truth, though the emperor seemed easygoing and averse to war, he was far from simple. His thirst for power surpassed all others, which was why he had slain the princes who challenged him for the throne. Lin An was already too far down the path of rebellion. Meanwhile, some, having witnessed Lin An lose a level, mistakenly believed he had died and returned to the novice village. Xiao and Xiao Qingru had already left Yunying City. It was just dawn, and the players were entering their third day in Tianyu. Xiao had his sister Fisherman's Song at dusk seduce Pu Guochang with her charms, finally extracting the coordinates of the goblin clan's new habitat from him. Thus they were now journeying toward the goblin's new home. On the road, Xiao Qingru noticed Lin An's level drop from 52 to 51, and she finally revealed a long missing smile. Xiao, Lin An lost a level. He must be dead, right? Didn't you say he only had one life left? At this moment, after obtaining 10,000 gold coins from Lin An, Xiao Qingru had abandoned all hope in him, because Lin An had killed her once and stolen her talent. So she returned to Xiao's arms. This pair of shameless lovers acted as if nothing had happened and slept together again. Have you forgotten what we're doing now? Lin An must have obtained the goblin fruit too. It's likely that the fruit only works on first consumption, or the goblins only let him take one, leaving some behind. Even if Lin An died once he's still alive, I suspect that if we players make it onto the leaderboard and then perish, we'll be removed outright. Damn it, I wonder who killed Lin An. If only he'd die a few more times. Xiao's sole motivation now was to see Lin An fall so his SS grade talent advancement could return. Then he would make all who had humiliated him kneel and sing conquer. He would torment them again and again. Darling, don't worry. Lin An will die. Xiao Qingru kneaded the back of Xiao's hand, her tone incredibly tender. Xiao kept a thought unspoken. Once he returned to his peak, he would make Xiao Qingru, that two-faced woman, into a beggar, a stray dog, a whore used by thousands. For now, Xiao Qingru held the 10,000 gold coins Lin An had given her. With such wealth in her grasp, Xiao dared not fall out with her. Before leaving the city, if Xiao Qingru hadn't used the money to buy 2 sets of equipment and medicine, they wouldn't have dared to venture out. Thinking of this, Xiao grew even angrier. Because of Lin An's bizarre guild recruitment conditions, equipment prices in Yunying City had doubled, costing Xiao and Xiao Qingru far more gold. Just as Xiao mentally tortured Lin An 10,000 times, the silent bulletin board finally stirred. Wind Moon Empire announcement: County Lord Yulinger of Yunying, Marquis Lin An of Yunying, Wolf Cavalry General Ban, Second Chief Zhu Ganglai of Qinggang Stockade, and Queen A Jun of the Women's Kingdom have formed an alliance to attack Trunk City. Adventurers under Yunming Prefecture are to proceed to Trunk City immediately to engage. Wind Moon Empire announcement: Mortal Realm Guild leader Lin An has captured Trunk City of the Wind Moon Empire. All adventurers hasten to Trunk City to aid the Imperial Army in retaking it. Imperial Edict of the Wind Moon Emperor. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees the royal princess Yu Linger and adventurer Lin An have rebelled against the Wind Moon Empire, an act of disloyalty, unrighteousness, unfilial piety, and inhumanity. Heaven, earth, gods, and men shall all slay them. Any hero under heaven who kills these two traitors shall be treated as a national scholar, granted the title of Duke of First Rank, official position, 1 immortal grade equipment, 10 million gold coins, in this edict. Wind Moon Empire announcement: the guild to which adventurer Lin An belongs will be officially designated as a rebel force in 10 minutes. Members of the Mortal Realm Guild, please make your faction choice promptly. For consecutive announcements left Xiao Qingru and He Xiao, who were on the road, stunned. But soon He Xiao was overwhelmed with ecstasy. Ha ha, when heaven wants to destroy a man, it first drives him mad. Lin An got cocky. How could he think of rebelling? Ha ha ha, immortal grade equipment, the title of Duke of First Rank, official position, 10 million gold coins. This time Lin An, can you still survive? Within the Fengyue Empire, the players' reactions to the 4 announcements varied, but mockery was the most common. Yet before they could voice their jeers, Lin An's Yunming Prefecture trumpet message was broadcast first. Lin An, the azure sky is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. The year is Jiazi, all under heaven shall prosper. I, Lin An, have already proclaimed Princess Yu as the Empress. Our rebellion is in its infancy. For those players still on the fence, now is the time to act. Joining Elephant Trunk City is a one-time opportunity. Do not regret it later when the Empress ascends to rule Fengyue City. This trumpet message was broadcast 3 times in succession. In truth, Lin An had wanted to send an empire-wide broadcast for maximum impact. However, an empire-wide broadcast cost 1 million gold coins. Even with the advancement system, it would take Lin An an immense amount of time to amass such a sum. He had only just helped Yu capture Elephant Trunk City, a place in dire need of reconstruction. Yu certainly couldn't provide Lin An with 1 million gold coins just for him to show off. Thus, Lin An could only resort to sending 3 Yunming Prefecture trumpet messages. As for whether any players would be foolish enough to actually join him, it was highly unlikely. Lin An held no illusions about this. He sent the message merely to declare to all that from this day forward, he stood against the entire Fengyue Empire. In short, Lin An was ready for bloodshed. Red names were monsters, and players were no exception. Is he insane? Most likely. And he expects us to go to Elephant Trunk City. There are hundreds of county towns like that in the Fengyue Empire. What a fool, wasting gold on trumpet messages. Haha, those big spenders who traded equipment and skill books for spots in the Mortal Realm Guild must be dumbfounded. I just saw Wang Tsung, he was fuming. He must be furious. I heard he bought over 200 spots in the Mortal Realm Guild, and now they're all gone. Countless people were now calling Lin An mentally unstable. In fact, every time he acted arrogantly, someone would say he had lost his mind. Geniuses were destined to be lonely. On the path of growth, they seldom had many friends or companions. The Mortal Realm Guild, which had just filled its quota of 3,000 members, saw over 2,000 leave within minutes. Poor Han Yun was trapped in Cloud Shadow City, surrounded by players. Damn it, give us our money back. I joined the Mortal Realm Guild less than half an hour ago, and Lin An pulls this stunt. Give me back my 10 pieces of equipment. Han Yun, I'm your fan. You can't betray us. Enough talk. If you don't return our equipment and skill books today, well, march on Elephant Trunk City and wipe out Lin An. Han Yun, you should empty the guild warehouse and leave the guild. I recall there are 2 guild tokens in there. Leave the Mortal Realm Guild, start a new one, and well, back you as leader. Many big shots support you, Han Yun. Well, choose you as our spokesperson. Faced with such a troublesome crowd, Han Yun was at a loss, unsure of what to do next. Moreover, in just a few minutes, if Han Yun remained in the Mortal Realm Guild, she would be branded a rebel and turn into a red name. In truth, Han Yun had sensed something amiss when Lin An was transferring resources. Over the past 2 days, Lin An had been moving items from the guild warehouse to his personal storage. Suddenly, he began transferring items from his personal storage back to the guild warehouse. Spiritier, Ghostier, Dark Gold tier equipment, rare items, and skill books were all placed in the guild warehouse. The thousands of Mortal Realm Guild members had seen it. Yet no one knew what Lin An was planning. They could only watch the treasures in the warehouse helplessly. No, I can't betray Lin An's trust. Let me leave the city to find him and ask him to return everything to you. Han Yun was overly naive and kind-hearted. Fear had flushed her face red, emboldening the surrounding players even more. Trying to run? Not a chance. We advise you to cooperate. Once you turn into a red name, we can do whatever we want to you inside the city. Hee, I've always had a thing for cute little girls. Han Yun had never been so terrified. Her brother Han Xing was not by her side, nor was the troublemaker Lin An. As for Han Ning, Han Meng, and Han Bing, they were all outside the city, grinding for experience, and couldn't return in time. Guild leader, I have no choice but to leave the guild for now. Han Yun didn't want to die in the city and waste a life. She thought that by leaving the guild, she could find a way out of Cloud Shadow City and head to Elephant Trunk City to reunite with Lin An. As for the guild tokens, equipment, and skill books in the warehouse, Han Yun wouldn't touch a single item. Just as she was about to click the option to leave the guild, the ground of Cloud Shadow City began to tremble. Dust fell from the city walls. Many NPCs could barely stand. What the hell is that noise? Look, a dark mass on the horizon. Are those the Fengyue Empire's cavalry? No, the Fengyue cavalry should be retaking Elephant Trunk City. Why are they here in Cloud Shadow City? Fengyue Empire announcement: Mortal Realm Guild leader Lin An has captured Cloud Shadow City of the Fengyue Empire. All adventurers are urged to rush to Cloud Shadow City and assist the Imperial Army in retaking it. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Had it been only minutes since the announcement of Lin An's capture of Elephant Trunk City, and now suddenly he appeared in Cloud Shadow City. In an incredibly short time, he had slain the county magistrate and seized control of Cloud Shadow City. The cavalry approaching from outside the city were the Wolf Cavalry, led by General Daiban. These wolf riders had come from the Women's Kingdom secret realm and had never gone to Elephant Trunk City. Upon flooding into Cloud Shadow City, the Wolf Cavalry swiftly secured the 4 city gates and began a massacre of the players within. The players surrounding Han Yun were caught off guard and scattered by the wolf riders. The level 80 Wolf Cavalry slaughtered these level 10-something players as easily as cutting vegetables. Han Yun stood in the street. Because of the words Mortal Realm above her head, the wolf riders did not attack her. You must be Miss Han Yun. Lin An awaits you at the county office. Please mount this horse and follow me there. Daiban had also arrived from outside the city, his ancient wolf king steadying itself beside Han Yun. Then one of his wolf riders led over a white horse. Bewildered Han Yun was escorted by Daiban to the county office.